Chapter 1. The script is incorrect. April 5th, 2008. Saturday. Classroom of Class 4, Senior Year, Yangchang No. 1 High School. After half an hour contemplation, Fang Ping finally resolved a singular truth. This was neither a dream nor the trivialities of a film shoot. The notion that his classmates could regain their youth through this production was utterly fantastical. Once the reality of his rebirth settled in, any initial trepidation dissipated, and he embraced it with equanimity. As a quintessential member of the new millennium's youth, who among them lacked some experience with reincarnation? Even if he had not personally experienced it, the internet was rife with tales. Merely observing these narratives revealed that they served as the ultimate weapon for the underprivileged to ascend to heights of wealth and success. Moreover, with neither wealth nor romantic prospects to speak of, the prospect of living a few more years without effort seemed to promise no loss at all. At long last, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. As a teacher, simultaneously familiar yet somewhat alien, lingered for several minutes before reluctantly departing. As for the teacher's final remark, Fang Ping chose to dismiss it as a mere mishearing. The registration for the martial arts program begins next week. Students with aspirations should prepare accordingly. The crux of the matter was that Class 4 the senior year was a science class, bearing no relation to the arts. Was it? However, with the revelation of his rebirth, Fang Ping found himself indifferent to such trifles. At this moment, his thoughts were consumed with visions of striking down Jack Ma and kicking Ma Huateng, or perhaps forsaking commerce altogether in favor of a political career. He quietly calculated his options, his mind too occupied to engage with his peers. These young souls could hardly fathom the grand ambitions swirling in his mind from this day forth. They were no longer of the same world. As Fang Ping constructed plans for his future, a robust classmate, Yang Jian, suddenly turned around and inquired, "Fang Ping, Chun Fan, are you planning to register?" Fang Ping held a vivid impression of Yang Jian, not due to his extraordinary handsomeness, but rather because, at their college reunion, the freshly graduated Yang Jian had sported a full beard that nearly led Fang Ping to believe his father had joined the gathering. Since that moment, Fang Ping had not forgotten this distinctly bearded classmate. The trait was simply too conspicuous. Lost in thought, Fang Ping initially failed to respond. Meanwhile, his deskmate Chun Fan, humorously dubbed one half of the ordinary duo by their classmates, shook his head and replied, "I want register, it's just a waste of money. The registration fee is 10,000, it's certain I want pass. With that much money, I could nearly cover a year's living expenses and tuition at university." Yang Jian sighed, "True, but there's always a sense of regret. If we don't try, we might regret it for a lifetime." Yang Jian's deskmate, whose name Fang Ping could not quite recall, turned to join the discussion, his expression somber as he lamented, "This is our one opportunity to leap over the Dragon Gate. But alas, it does not concern us." The trio shared their wistfulness and regret, leaving Fang Ping utterly perplexed and bewildered. Registration? Was it the arts registration the teacher had just mentioned? A registration fee of 10,000? This was 2008 if memory served him right. The housing prices in Yangcheng city center were around 4,000 per square meter at that time. Did it truly cost so much to register for an exam? Had these fellows perhaps been mistaken, or were they being deceived? Fang Ping was just about to interject when his deskmate, Chun Fan, adjusted his glasses and declared with unwavering determination, "Even if we don't pursue martial studies and opt for the liberal arts, it doesn't mean we cannot achieve greatness in life. There are martial arts training programs in society, and once we graduate and earn some money, we can further our education. Even if we can't compare to those who study martial arts, there is still hope." Upon hearing this, Yang Jian's deskmate echoed with fervor, "Indeed, gaining admission to a prestigious liberal arts institution will still yield a respectable salary upon graduation. I'm still inclined to give it a try." Yang Jian hesitated. Considering his relatively comfortable family background and robust physique, he felt it would be unwise not to explore the opportunity. Chun Fan and the others did not dissuade him despite the slim chances. The prospect was close at hand, and some were unwilling to let it slip away. Though they were all young, they understood that discouraging Yang Jian at this juncture could lead to lasting resentment if he were to miss this chance. The three of them were engaged in spirited discussion, while Fang Ping sat there, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Swallowing hard, Fang Ping observed the trio for a moment and discerned that they were not jesting. It was then that he began to sense something was amiss. Just as he was about to inquire, He was once again interrupted at the adjacent desk. Two boys had been whispering, and now, feeling that their discussion lacked flavor due to the dwindling audience, one of them, a boy with a crew cut, exclaimed with excitement, "Yang Jian, Chun Fan, did you catch the news online last night?" Yang Jian and Chun Fan shook their heads with the imminent college entrance exams. Their families were strict, leaving them little time for the internet. Seeing their ignorance, Fang Ping and another boy were equally perplexed, prompting the crew cut boy, Zhang Hao, to grin and say, "What a pity. Last night, a sensational news story broke. Do you know? Master Ma has broken through to the 8th rank. He is still under 40 and already the foremost martial artist of the younger generation. Just yesterday, the Penguin Group officially challenged the long-established 8th rank master, Tame, the president of Google Asia Pacific." "What? Is that true? Master Ma has broken through to the 8th rank. Didn't he just break through to the 7th a few years ago? Unbelievable. Zhang Hao, quickly tell us, is it a public challenge or a private one?" "The 8th rank battle sounds thrilling. Too bad we have no qualifications to spectate." As high school seniors approached the college entrance exams, few students had the luxury of browsing the internet after school, so despite the uproar caused by the news, not many in the class were aware of it. Zhang Hao's voice had been loud enough to draw attention. As he finished speaking, the group surrounding Fang Ping had yet to respond before nearby classmates became animated with excitement. Zhang Hao, reveling in the attention, beamed and declared, "It's true. Master Ma has indeed made the breakthrough. Who would have believed he could ascend to the 8th rank so swiftly?" The announcement of the challenge has sent shockwaves across the globe. If Master Ma triumphs over Tame, the Penguin Group will make significant inroads into Asian markets, establishing itself as one of the dominant forces in the region in a few years. Once Master Ma breaks through to the 9th tier, the Penguin Group could very well ascend to become one of the dominant forces in the world. My goodness, that is astonishingly swift, reaching the 8th tier. Has the master ranking been updated? Master Ma is poised to break into the top 30. Come now, top 30? I would argue that the top 20 is well within reach. Surely not. Master Ma has just recently broken through. It's improbable for him to rise to the top 20 so quickly, unless he defeats Taimu first. At this moment, the students began to engage in lively discussions, their faces reflecting excitement, admiration, fervor, and yearning. Even the girls were no exception. The only anomaly in the classroom was Fang Ping. At that moment, Fang Ping was utterly bewildered, his mind a jumble, and his expression one of confusion. What is happening? He understood every word spoken, and he was certain he could recognize each character written down. Yet, why did they fail to coalesce into coherent meaning? Who is Master Ma? He certainly knew of the Penguin Group by 2008. They had already established themselves as a titan in the IT industry. He also knew of Google. It would be absurd if he didn't. Was Zhang Hao implying that Penguin and Google were in competition? But why did it feel so incongruous? Fang Ping swallowed hard, feeling a dryness in his throat. This narrative seemed decidedly off-kilter. Chapter 2. I must pursue martial studies. In the classroom, Fang Ping was enveloped in confusion, his heart racing anxiously. After waiting for the discussions to simmer down, he nudged Chun Fan beside him and whispered, "Master is Master Ma," referring to Ma Huaten. Chun Fan's expression shifted dramatically, becoming serious as he replied earnestly, "Fang Ping, to directly invoke the name of a master is the utmost disrespect." Fang Ping could only respond with silence. That moment, he felt an urge to weep. Goodness. Even mentioning names was forbidden. The aura surrounding Little Ma was more daunting than that of a president. However, Fang Ping did confirm one thing. The head of Penguin was indeed Little Ma. The company was correct, the CEO was correct, yet the only inconsistency lay within the martial prowess everyone spoke of. It felt as though something peculiar had intruded, leaving Fang Ping with a lump in his throat. Suppressing the desire to argue, Fang Ping casually remarked, "I've been preoccupied with preparing for the college entrance examination and haven't kept up with the news. Would you enlighten me on any interesting developments?" Chun Fan, dismissive, replied, "Nothing much has changed. Just the news of Master Ma breaking through to the 8th tier, which was somewhat unexpected." Chun Fan wasn't particularly fond of gossip, but the future bearded student, Yang Jian, seated in the front row, was quite loquacious. As the class bell had yet to ring, Yang Jian, having overheard Fang Ping's inquiry, turned and whispered, "There aren't many confirmed headlines, but I did catch some gossip. A few Days ago, I don't know how accurate it is, but I heard that Master Ma from Ollie might soon break through to the 7th tier and attain the status of a master, masterly, known for his exceptional prowess, seems poised to enter seclusion in pursuit of breaking through to the 8th rank. Remarkably, his ascension to the 7th rank occurred in a time frame comparable to Master Ma of the Penguin sect. However, in recent years, Master Lee's martial progress has lagged behind that of Master Ma, leaving the prospects of his breakthrough uncertain. Additionally, there is news that Governor Zhang of our South River province is likely to achieve a breakthrough to the 7th rank in the near future. Should Governor Zhang succeed, it would indeed be momentous. Our province has languished in weakness for years, with only a handful of venerable 7th rank masters safeguarding the region. Given Governor Zhang's relatively young age, his potential breakthrough could herald a significant revitalization of martial arts in South River. Moreover, prior to this year's martial arts entrance examinations, it appears our school has invited a senior from last year who successfully gained admission to South River Martial University to deliver a speech. Yang Jian was incessantly chattering about the latest gossip, but Fang Ping felt as if he were deciphering an ancient text. Most of the tidbits Yang shared were related to martial artist rumors of impending breakthroughs or secluded training sessions. Some names were familiar to Fang Ping, transcending the realms of business, entertainment, and even politics. From Yang Jian's casual remarks, Fang Ping gleaned that martial artists hold a revered status in society. Those beneath the 7th rank were referred to as masters, while those above it were exalted as grandmasters. It was also evident that renowned individuals were predominantly martial experts. Conversely, if one were not a formidable warrior, they remained obscure. During their conversation, Fang Ping casually inquired about the strength of these individuals. Yang Jian bluntly replied, "Any martial artist could easily reduce us to mere shadows of ourselves." When the class bell rang, and with the teacher yet to arrive, Yang Jian expressed a poignant thought. Failing to gain admission to martial arts school means one remains a mere bystander throughout life. Whether in government or business, it is exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to rise above. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping found himself momentarily stunned. Chun Fan, who had been mostly silent, appeared somewhat disheartened as he quietly remarked, "Martial artists are indeed a minority. Furthermore, for us, whether in commerce or politics, it seems unlikely we would reach such heights, nor is there a need to concern ourselves with these matters." Through their exchange, Fang Ping began to perceive the underlying implications. Not becoming a martial artist, as he interpreted, meant that one could not ascend beyond a departmental level in government or achieve notable success in business. It remained unclear whether this was a rigid regulation or an unspoken societal norm. Regardless of its nature, Fang Ping sensed the palpable hostility of this society towards him. Without the title of martial artist or strength, even as a reborn individual, he feared he would remain perpetually ensnared in the lower echelons of society. The critical question lingering in his mind was his very existence as a reborn soul. Although the appearances of his classmates, their names, and even the identities of prominent figures and enterprises aligned with his memories, the sudden emergence of a high-energy profession raised doubts about the authenticity of his recollections. Furthermore, these matters seemed to be common knowledge among others, and he was reluctant to pry further, fearing he might provoke suspicions of amnesia. Contemplating this, as the teacher turned away, Fang Ping quietly inquired of Chen Fan, "Are there any internet cafes near our school?" Fang Ping exhaled softly, nodding without uttering another word, as some things remained unchanged. For instance, the name of this clicked internet CAF still existed. The presence of the CAF signified that certain elements had not altered after school. He could visit the CAF to seek the information he desired. Noticing Fang Ping's apparent relief, Chun Fan kindly reminded him, "Although we may not gain admission to the martial arts university, we must not relinquish our aspirations. Excelling in the arts can still present opportunities for success, and who knows, we might even have a chance to become martial artists in the future." With the college entrance examination approaching, it's best to avoid the internet CAF. Fang Ping smiled and nodded. A member of the ordinary duo, Chun Fan, though not particularly talkative, cared for their shared circumstances, and their mutual understanding was palpable. At that moment, Fang Ping was filled with questions that needed answers. Observing Fang Ping's hurried exit, Chun Fan pondered for a moment before pursuing him, asking, "Are you off to eat or to the internet CAF?" "To the internet CAF," Fang Ping replied. Seizing the midday lull, his insatiable thirst for knowledge compelled him to venture to the CAF to uncover the unknown. With brisk strides, Fang Ping glanced around at his surroundings. Just as he remembered, Xianxia No. 1 High School appeared unchanged. With classmates and teachers behaving normally, he saw no one defying gravity. If there were any contrasts, it was the peculiar promotional slogans and signs that had emerged within the school. Preparing for the college entrance examination, and coming for the martial arts program. Fight with all your might. Strive for the martial arts program. Want to enter the martial arts program? Join the Qingyao martial arts coaching class, your best choice. One blood chi pill guarantees your admission to the martial arts program. Were it not for the blatant presence of such oddities on campus, Fang Ping would have every reason to believe that charlatans and purveyors of dubious pills had infiltrated the school. However, witnessing the nonchalant demeanor of everyone around him, Fang Ping understood that this was, after all, not the world he remembered. As for how vast the discrepancies might be, he would need to clarify that for himself. 10 minutes later, Fang Ping arrived at the Blue Sky Internet CF, not too far from the school. The familiar scent and the well-known sign greeted him. Once perceived as a rather upscale establishment, the CAF now appeared dilapidated, with the words Blue Sky Internet CAF nearly faded beyond recognition. Stepping inside, he found the same familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar female attendant at the front desk, a young girl who seemed hardly older than a student herself. In the throes of his youthful exuberance back then, he remembered her, dressed more maturely than her peers, having infiltrated his dreams on several occasions for some mischievous escapades. Now, reflecting upon it, Fang Ping mused that perhaps his youthful judgment had been a tad skewed. After all, if she were truly stunning, she wouldn't be working as a CAF attendant. Casting a glance at the attendant, Fang Ping felt no inclination to flirt, even if he were inclined. Someone of her caliber was hardly suitable for a lofty reincarnate. Yet, the mere thought of Master Ma extinguished any feelings of superiority that had arisen. Reincarnates may seem impressive, but the key lies in the location of their rebirth. With a few inward musings, Fang Ping wasted no time and directly inquired, "How much for an hour of computer use?" 3 yuan, came the response. Fang Ping wore an expression of haughty disdain, choosing to disregard her entirely. To charge 50 only to receive an additional 10 is exceedingly stingy. Moreover, which of your eyes led you to believe I possess 50 yuan? This meager sum, including my own lunch money, requires considerable effort to accumulate 50. Ignoring the network administrator's sales pitch, Fang Ping extracted a 5 yuan note from his pocket and, with an air of arrogance, slapped it onto the bar. Naturally, the female network administrator dismissed him as a mere pauper, tossing a temporary membership card his way without further engagement. Fang Ping longed to exclaim, "Do not underestimate the young and impoverished," but recognizing the lowly status of the administrator, he decided to reserve such remarks for those of greater stature, choosing not to engage further and instead retreated to a corner of the Internet CAF with his temporary card. In a secluded corner of the CF, as the computer whirred to life, Fang Ping eagerly sought the information he yearned to uncover. The eerie glow of the display screen cast an unsettling pallor upon his face. Had anyone been seated nearby, they would have sensed the peculiar turmoil within him. His expression fluctuated, at times filled with indignation, at others seething with fury, and occasionally his teeth clenched in frustration. Intermittently, a string of expletives would escape his lips, leaving one to ponder whether he was cursing the heavens or someone else entirely. After more than an hour, the machine powered down automatically, the internet time exhausted. Fang Ping, disheartened and somewhat enlightened, stepped out of the CF. Upon crossing the threshold, his demeanor transformed, resolute and fierce as he muttered, "I shall pursue the martial sciences." As if to further affirm his determination, Fang Ping added emphatically, "I must succeed in entering the martial sciences." Chapter 3. The Wealth of Knowledge and Power Outside the Internet CAF. Fang Ping's expression was resolute, his eyes gleaming with determination. It was imperative to remain steadfast. After more than an hour of browsing and inquiry, Fang Ping finally grasped certain truths. For instance, what is a martial artist? The modern martial artist bears little distinction from those depicted in the martial arts novels and films of yore, save for the shift in setting to contemporary times. The profession of martial artist now boldly exists within modern society. Had martial artists merely emerged as a powerful vocation, Fang Ping, despite his fascination with superhuman abilities, might not have felt compelled to become one. Yet, in the current societal landscape, being a martial artist transcends mere professional prowess. It symbolizes authority and status. The age-old truth of survival of the fittest remains unchanged. In his previous life, the disparity was not overly apparent, as everyone was essentially an ordinary individual vulnerable to a single bullet. However, in this society teeming with martial prowess, the differences are starkly pronounced. For instance, Fang Ping had previously mentioned to Yang Jian that political involvement and business pursuits were merely superficial, yet he has now come to a comprehensive understanding. Ordinary individuals constitute the mainstream of society, and there are virtually no restrictions on their chosen professions. However, according to the law, yes, it is explicitly stated, for a company to expand across city borders, the registered legal representative must be a martial artist, regardless of rank. Should one aspire to cross provincial lines, the legal representative must meet a rank requirement, not falling below the 4th tier of martial arts. From Fang Ping's research online, the current martial arts classification comprises 9 tiers, with the 1st tier being the lowest and the 9th the highest, to establish a company that develops across provinces. The legal representative must be a formidable martial artist of at least the 4th tier, although there are no legal stipulations for forming a multinational corporation. Fang Ping's cursory online investigation revealed that without a martial artist of the 7th tier, even if your company's products are exceptional and your audience vast, venturing into foreign territories would be tantamount to courting disaster. Even possessing a 7th-tier martial artist within a corporation requires validation of their strength. Take, for example, the current situation with Brother Ma. The products of the Penguin Corporation are akin to those of the past, predominantly focusing on instant messaging, with QQ remaining a primary chat tool in China. Yet, its reach is confined to the nation. The Penguin Corporation currently cannot penetrate even Asia. For although Ma Wading's abilities reach the 7th tier, as a global conglomerate, it faces competition from Google, which has developed its own instant messaging software, backed by an 8th-tier martial artist stationed in Asia. As long as Ma Wading cannot substantiate his strength to contend for resources against Google, expansion beyond domestic borders would remain a distant dream. For should you send representatives to expand internationally, they might vanish without a trace overnight. Only by demonstrating the capability for expansion to the external world and peers can one embark on genuine growth. This necessity compelled Ma Wading, upon reaching the 8th tier, to challenge Taimu forthwith. The outcome of this challenge is inconsequential. What holds significance is the affirmation that Ma Wading is now an unparalleled 8th-tier powerhouse, worthy of a share in the spoils. Such is the rule of the business realm, and similarly, it resonates across other sectors. In the political realm, there exist notable distinctions compared to previous eras. Within a province, the governor wields the most significant authority, with the minimum rank of a provincial governor being at least of the 4th tier in martial arts mastery. In reality, the governors of the provinces today rarely fall below the 5th tier, with some robust provinces boasting governors of the 7th tier master level. The current governor of South River Province holds a 6th tier martial arts rank. Though not the weakest among provincial governors, he is also not particularly formidable, which consequently hampers South River's ability to secure additional resources. The amount of resources available directly influences the government's commitment and investment in the cultivation of martial artists. There have been whispers of a potential breakthrough for the South River governor, and Yang Jian expressed considerable excitement regarding this news. The ascension of a master-level governor would enable South River to procure greater resources. This phenomenon permeates various sectors, including government, commerce, and the military. Even the entertainment industry and other fields are no exception. Renowned artists not only require exceptional talent and striking appearances but must also possess considerable martial prowess. Without such strength, no matter how much wealth one accumulates, it cannot be retained. Unless, of course, one has a formidable lineage to provide support. In contemporary society, the offspring of the wealthy and powerful are often collectively referred to as the martial second generation due to their wealth and influence being closely tied to their martial capabilities. While a few ordinary individuals may ascend to higher echelons, they invariably have formidable martial artists backing them. Moreover, they must exhibit extraordinary value, far exceeding the demands placed on martial artists. Failing to become a martial artist inevitably severs any connection to the elite, regardless of power or influence. This stark disparity has led to a widespread aspiration among ordinary individuals to become martial artists. Even the weakest martial artist can secure a nominal position in a small company, guaranteeing an annual income starting at no less than $1 million. In truth, those who genuinely attain martial prowess are invariably members of the elite class. Unless they submit to even greater powers, they seldom rely on affiliations and are more inclined to venture into entrepreneurship. Their advantages over ordinary people are glaringly evident. Without martial prowess, even the most brilliant ideas merely serve to benefit others. Fang Ping reflected on this harsh reality. After recently scouring the internet for information, he found that aside from martial-related matters, many aspects remained akin to those of his previous life. This implies that if Fang Ping were to embark on an entrepreneurial journey, he would be well equipped with products and ideas. The crux of the matter lies in his lack of self-protection abilities. Minor profits are inconsequential, but aspiring to grow significantly would be nothing short of a pipe dream. A slight misstep could result in the loss of one's enterprise. Given the relatively sound legal framework in Huagua and the presence of numerous powerful individuals, while one's life might not be at stake, the hard-earned fortune could easily fall into the hands of others. For example, at this moment, WeChat does not exist in society. If Fang Ping were to develop such a platform, there would be two likely outcomes. Either it would be appropriated by someone else, or it would circulate locally as a niche entertainment option. Beyond the city limits, regardless of the potential earnings, it would not belong to him. The ownership would depend on the prevailing power dynamics. Ordinary individuals must therefore engage in steady employment, perhaps managing small companies or workshops, and remain confined within their localities. Even within the city, safety is not guaranteed. The precarious and trembling existence of life in this realm is far more constraining than the ordinary limitations faced by common individuals in a previous life. If Fang Ping does not wish to languish in mediocrity, then becoming a martial artist is an inevitable path, even if he yearns to be a carefree soul. At the very least, he desires to be a well-fed and secure one, does he not? Fortunately, this world still harbors a majority of ordinary people, and society has not completely forsaken them, nor extinguished their aspirations for advancement. The college entrance examination represents the hope for countless ordinary individuals to ascend to greatness, akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Currently, several prestigious institutions have established martial arts programs specifically designed to nurture martial artists, ensuring that the hopes of ordinary individuals are not entirely dashed. Additionally, some dedicated martial schools also recruit during the college entrance examination. However, as the saying goes, wealth favors martial prowess while knowledge is often left impoverished. Martial artists possess formidable strength, yet their resource consumption far surpasses that of commoners. The financial investment required to cultivate a martial artist is staggering. In this context, gaining admission to martial arts programs and receiving state resources for training can only be achieved by the most exceptional individuals. Thus, each year's college entrance examination poses a greater challenge for martial arts students than the admission to prestigious institutions in a past life. In 2007, a total of 9 million students in Huagua participated in the college entrance examination, yet fewer than 20,000 martial arts students were ultimately admitted across all institutions, a cumulative figure. In contrast, renowned universities such as Tsinghua and Peking University may enroll only a few thousand each year, but there are numerous prestigious schools, with the collective admissions of 985 institutions exceeding 100,000 annually. Presently, there are over 100 universities and dedicated martial arts schools across the nation offering martial arts programs, yet with only 2,000 admissions, the average remains exceedingly low. The acceptance ratio appears favorable at nearly 1 in 500. However, in smaller cities, this figure may be tenfold more daunting. This stark reality is a primary source of despair for individuals like Chen Fan. Moreover, there are numerous additional hurdles to consider when applying for martial arts programs. The registration fee of 10,000 yuan that Chen Fan mentioned is merely the initial barrier. Presently, without delving into other prerequisites, simply the registration fee for martial arts programs is enough to give Fang Ping a headache. Registration is set to commence next week, and there are strict time constraints. Once the deadline passes, even those with wealth will find themselves unable to apply. The 10,000 yuan fee, just moments ago filled with ambition. Fang Ping now feels deflated. The very prerequisites have extinguished much of the fire within him. Not to mention, there exists a series of subsequent requirements. What a headache. Sighing in exasperation, Fang Ping lamented the plight of a reborn individual struggling in modern society. He doubted there were many in similar straits. As the afternoon classes had yet to begin, some classmates were busy solving problems in preparation for the college entrance examination, while others engaged in idle chatter, predominantly about the Master S tournament that Zhang Hao had mentioned earlier. Fang Ping rolled his eyes in disbelief, remarking, at a time like this, "You still have the luxury to play games? Do you take me for a fool? I'm off to research college entrance materials." With that, Fang Ping rubbed his hands together, a smile creeping onto his face as he asked, "Little Fan, do you have any spare cash?" Chen Fan furrowed his brow slightly, and after a moment replied, "I have 10 yuan left." With a chuckle, Chen Fan forced a smile, adjusted his glasses, and returned to his studies. Thinking that Fang Ping must be going mad from poverty, Fang Ping let out a sigh, realizing that this path was impassable. They were all students. Even if one considered Chen Fan's modest background, who among their classmates would be foolish enough to lend him 10,000? Was he to approach his parents instead? But with his family's average means, 10,000 was no trivial sum. Based on his own standards, the prospects of applying to the Martial Science Academy seemed bleak. If he were to broach the subject, would his parents even consent? Today was Saturday. Only the third-year students were attending classes. And although it was said that registration would commence next week, in reality, there were less than 2 days until Monday. If only he had more time, he could devise a plan to gather the necessary funds for the application fee. However, with such limited time, even with a stroke of luck, amassing 10,000 seemed implausible. This was merely the first step towards applying to the Martial Science Academy. The financial demands would only escalate from there. In this society, strength was built upon resources and wealth. Otherwise, why would martial powerhouses be so engrossed in running enterprises, striving to expand and fortify their businesses? Even those who did not manage companies often found their way into official institutions. The martial heroes depicted in novels and television dramas appeared effortlessly composed, achieving enlightenment with the slightest consideration, surviving without sustenance. Previously, Fang Ping had thought little of it, but now he recognized it for the absurdity it truly was. During a brief online session at noon, he stumbled upon some revelations. Even the weakest of first-tier martial artists required resources equivalent to at least 1 million in wealth for their development. And this was merely the first tier, which he regarded as the weakest and least distinguished among martial practitioners. To think that such an expenditure was necessary was staggering. The higher the tier of the martial artist, the greater the resource consumption, with cost reaching astronomical figures. Without industrial backing, advancing further was utterly unattainable. For an ordinary family, failing to gain admission to the Martial Science Academy meant that, at the current wage levels, how many could self-educate and emerge as martial artists? The allure of the Martial Science Academy lay in the substantial resources it provided to its students, funded by the state for their cultivation. Even if there were some deficiencies, gaining admission would open the doors of banks for loans. Alternatively, one could secure contracts with large corporations in advance. Martial science students were highly sought after, and businesses were eager to invest in nurturing potential talents. Yet all of this was predicated on the condition of being accepted into the Martial Science Academy. The notion of becoming a martial artist without incurring expenses was nothing but a pipe dream. Fang Ping sighed once more, having lost count of how many times he had done so today. Why was this reincarnation proving to be so stifling? Chapter 4. Poverty brings despair during the afternoon class. The homeroom teacher once again mentioned the enrollment for the martial arts program. The situation at Xianxia No. 1 High School was not overly bleak. In recent years, there had been students who successfully entered the Martial Arts Academy, and last year was particularly remarkable, with 5 students gaining admission all at once. Although Class 4 of the senior year was merely a regular class, it was noteworthy that 2 of the 5 students who succeeded in entering the martial arts program last year came from this ordinary class. Consequently, even the school administrators, who had previously held little hope for the regular classes, began to take the enrollment for the martial arts program quite seriously this year. Regardless of the likelihood of success, one must first enroll. Not enrolling would eliminate any chance whatsoever. However, the exorbitant registration fee served as the first barrier, deterring nearly everyone. A mere registration cost of 10,000 yuan was daunting, and unless one possessed a strong sense of self-confidence, few would be willing to take the plunge, unless, of course, one came from a wealthy family. Therefore, when the homeroom teacher brought up this matter, only a handful of students responded, with just a few who harbored a glimmer of hope participating in the conversation. After discussing the enrollment, the teacher added that a pre-exam question-and-answer session would be organized by the school for those enrolling in the martial arts program next Wednesday afternoon. The students who registered would be notified, and they were reminded to dress appropriately. The homeroom teacher emphasized this point several times, aiming to convey the importance of the event. Wang Jinyang, a first-year martial arts student at Nanjing Martial University, had entered the university last year from Yangqing No. 1 High School. Yet, the mere status of being a first-year martial arts student commanded immense respect from the teachers at Yangqing No. 1. In that moment, Fang Ping became acutely aware of the disparity in status between ordinary individuals and martial artists. Meanwhile, Chun Fan, sitting beside him, seemed to focus on different aspects, murmuring instinctively. The school has truly invested heavily this time. The appearance fee must be at least 50 or 60,000. Chun Fan chuckled, of course. Do you think it's easy to hire martial artists? The curriculum for martial arts students is far more demanding than that of their academic counterparts. We have winter and summer breaks, but they must also work to earn money and train during their vacations. Without compensation, who would waste their time mentoring others? Even if Senior Wang doesn't charge, the school will undoubtedly provide a stipend. Such favors can only be extended for so long. If every year these martial arts students are invited to speak for free, it may be tolerable once or twice, but repeated instances would quickly deplete goodwill. By paying them now, the school secures a favorable relationship, ensuring that when these martial artists succeed in the future, they will remember the kindness shown to them. Chun Fan's remarks brought clarity to Fang Ping's understanding. He regarded Chun Fan with a hint of surprise. I didn't realize you had such profound insights. Despite being just a high school student, Chun Fan seemed to grasp certain realities that Fang Ping, due to his past life experiences, had overlooked. What a strange turn of events. Chun Fan chuckled self-deprecatingly, shaking his head and choosing not to elaborate further. Fang Ping, too, refrained from delving deeper, instead contemplating the fact that it was indeed considerably easier for martial artists to earn money than for ordinary individuals. A first-year student could earn 50 or 60,000 yuan merely for a brief appearance at the school to answer questions for a couple of hours. While it may not be regarded as a universal phenomenon, the sum of 50 to 60,000 yuan is an amount that one's parents toil for an entire year to earn. Today is Saturday, and there are no evening classes at school. In truth, with the college entrance examination approaching, some students are preparing for martial arts courses, and their attendance at evening study sessions is rather flexible. The school places significantly more emphasis on martial arts students than on those in the humanities. Despite the fact that only a handful succeed each year, having left the school with a few acquaintances at the school gate, everyone parted ways. Following a familiar route etched in his memory, Fang Ping made his way home. As he walked, doubts began to creep in. Though the world around him bore many similarities to his memories, it also harbored numerous discrepancies. Was his lifelong home still in its old place? Even if it were, would his parents still be the same? As an adult with a psychological age nearing 30, the thought of suddenly having different parents was disconcerting. Surely, they would not have changed, he reassured himself, uncertainly. Classmates had not changed, teachers had not changed. It stood to reason that his parents would remain the same. Or perhaps, they were formidable martial arts masters now, which would be even better. Yet, such musings were merely fanciful. Feeling the weight of the world's malice, Fang Ping held no illusions. After a little over 20 minutes, he arrived at his residential community, Jinghu Garden. The name sounded appealing, yet it was, in fact, one of Yangqing's few remaining old neighborhoods, with buildings over 30 years old. Upon seeing the familiar, somewhat dilapidated structures, any notion of his family being wealthy dissipated. For many years, Fang Ping harbored a lingering regret. He had never become a beneficiary of urban redevelopment. Since the dawn of the 21st century, rumors of impending demolition had circulated about Jinghu Garden, yet these rumors persisted year after year, and as of 2018, Jinghu Garden remained unchanged. His parents, now younger, was a positive development, and there was no need for overly complex emotions. Room 101 in Building 6. Standing outside the door, Fang Ping did not knock, but instead retrieved a key from his pocket and unlocked the door. As the door swung open, he was greeted by the sight of a modest living room. Being in a neighborhood over 30 years old, the apartments were not spacious. Most of the older homes were small units. Although Fang Ping's family had a two-bedroom layout, the area was quite limited, approximately 60 square meters. After years of accumulation, the living room, already small, appeared even more cramped with various items strewn about. Despite the clutter, it was not excessively disordered. The compact living room had been tidied up nicely by his mother. As a ground floor unit in an aging complex, it had its drawbacks, prone to pests, dampness, and dust, and the sounds of footsteps from neighbors above could be frequently heard. Nonetheless, despite its many shortcomings, one advantage was the presence of a small courtyard. Furthermore, in such an old community, Property management had long ceased to exist, and other relevant authorities paid little attention, ensuring that the courtyard would not be treated as an illegal structure subject to demolition. The Fang family is indeed like this. In front of the living room, there exists a door that leads directly to the backyard. The kitchen and bathroom are constructed in the yard, while the original kitchen and bathroom have been transformed into a small room, which is now where Fang Ping resides. Logically, a two-bedroom. One living room layout does not necessitate such renovations. However, Fang Ping has a younger sister, Fang Yuan, who is currently in junior high school. With 4 family members cramped into this modest abode, the absence of a yard proves to be quite inconvenient. Just as one might expect, Fang Yuan's voice, sharp and piercing, echoed from the small room on the right side of the living room while Fang Ping crouched down to change his shoes, lost in thought. Although Fang Yuan is only 13, her voice, though shrill, lacks the harshness of an elderly woman's. Accompanied by her fiery tone, a figure soon burst forth from the small room. Fang Yuan, petite and still sporting some baby fat, had a round face that made her glare appear more endearing than unpleasant. Upon seeing her, Fang Ping felt a mischievous urge. Without inquiring about her anger or uttering a word, he approached her and playfully pinched her chubby cheeks, pulling them gently to the sides. Under Fang Yuan's furious gaze, Fang Ping relished the moment, exclaiming, "It's been ages since I've had the chance to do this. Look at you." This cherubic round face is bound to transform into a slender oval one in just a few years, and I shall lament that loss. The delight of squeezing her plump cheeks was undeniable, and Fang Ping found it rather unfortunate that her face would inevitably become less cherubic. Fang Yuan, incensed, managed to shake off Fang Ping's playful grasp and exclaimed, "Mom." Fang Ping pinched my face again, when her mother offered no support. Fang Yuan shot an annoyed glare at Fang Ping, then promptly remembered the pressing matter at hand. With indignation, she demanded, "Fang Ping, return my money." "What?" He feigned ignorance. "Mom gave us 50 yuan, and we agreed to split it. How come there are only 5 yuan on my desk? Where's the rest?" Realizing that his current total of 28 yuan, aside from the money spent on lunch, was primarily the little girl's, he felt a pang of guilt. Yet, being a young man of modest means, Fang Ping could not bear to leave his pockets entirely empty. He had merely 15 yuan left, with no intention of repaying her. He shook his head adamantly. "I don't know. Perhaps you spent it yourself." "Look again." "Fang Ping, call me brother," he retorted playfully. "Brother? You only know how to bully little girls." "Mom, can't you say something?" After a brief squabble, the little girl ultimately conceded, her face clouded with discontent. Although Fang Ping found the situation amusing, he felt a twinge of regret. The circumstances were rather dismal, and he had bullied his sister over a paltry amount of pocket money. In the midst of Fang Yuan's skeptical glare, Fang Ping promised countless rewards, finally persuading her to overlook the fact that her elder brother had just swindled her out of 20 yuan. Had it not been for his reluctance, Fang Ping felt that he could easily deceive the remaining 5 yuan from the girl. Having settled matters with Fang Yuan, he entered the kitchen to greet his mother. As he left the kitchen, the thought that lingered most in his mind was, "A penny can thwart a hero." After exchanging a few brief words with his mother, Fang Ping suddenly recalled that, due to his senior year in high school, his mother had only been working half-days to care for him and Fang Yuan. It was not a skilled job, and Yancheng was not a prosperous area. After working half-days, his mother's monthly salary amounted to a mere 800 yuan. Over the course of a year, she barely earned 10,000. He had originally intended to broach the subject of applying to the military academy, but upon reflecting on this, he found himself unable to voice it. Rubbing his face, Fang Ping murmured, "Indeed, there is never a moment when money is not scarce." Chapter 5. Robbery. Voting. Though it is arduous to speak, one must find the courage to do so for the sake of the future. After all, registration is due next Monday, and Fang Ping is no deity. He has but one day to procure a sum of 10,000 yuan. "Dad, next week is the registration for the Martial Arts Academy, and I wish to enroll. The registration fee is 10,000 yuan. As soon as Fang Ping's words fell, an enveloping silence descended upon the room. Fang Mingrong, in his early 40s, bore a youthful visage but was somewhat pallid. Employed at a ceramics factory in the outskirts of Yancheng, he held a position that was not technically skilled, merely a common laborer, in a city where the average salary for such labor is around 2,000 yuan. Fang Mingrong earned approximately 3,000 yuan each month. This was not due to exceptional merit or recognition from his employer. Rather, it was a consequence of the health risks associated with prolonged exposure to the materials in the factory, leading to a higher wage that essentially traded health for income. Yet, Fang Mingrong felt compelled to continue. With 2 children, one in high school and the other in middle school, expenses for necessities were ever looming. Additionally, he needed to save for Fang Ping's university tuition, and considerations for Fang Ping's future marriage and home purchases weighed heavily on the family's finances, accumulating 10,000 yuan. After accounting for daily expenditures, would take nearly 6 months for the couple to save. In contemporary society, martial arts are revered. Though Fang Mingrong is an ordinary individual, he comprehends the daunting nature of the Martial Arts Academy's entrance exam, a challenge akin to reaching the heavens. In the vast expanse of Yanqing, tens of thousands of students sit for the college entrance examination each year, yet those who gain admission to the Martial Arts Academy can be counted on one's fingers. Fang Ping School, Yangqing No. 1 High School, is considered one of the finest in the city. Nevertheless, even this prestigious institution saw only 5 students admitted to the Martial Arts Academy last year, amidst nearly 1,500 seniors, with over 20 ordinary classes. In 2007, merely 2 students from these numerous ordinary classes managed to enroll in the academy. Fang Mingrong was no stranger to this information, having attended several parent-teacher meetings, where it was even proclaimed by the teachers that producing 2 martial arts students from an ordinary class was not a shortcoming but rather a point of pride. Now, the question loomed, is it worth spending 10,000 yuan for a nebulous chance? Fang Mingrong hesitated to voice his thoughts, while Li Yueying, his wife, appeared on the verge of speaking yet remained silent. Fang Yuan, lowering his head, refrained from uttering a word, unlike Fang Ping, who was still learning these common truths. Fang Yuan, being in middle school, possessed a deeper understanding of the situation. Fang Mingrong raised his small wine glass, casting a glance at his son. After a moment's pause, he nodded and said, "I will have your mother give you the bank card shortly. Tomorrow, you may withdraw the 10,000 yuan. Dad." Fang Ping bit his lip, wishing to offer some words of comfort to his father. However, Fang Mingrong interrupted him directly, "Whether you succeed or fail in the exam, your willingness to try is what matters most. Even if you do not gain admission, at least you will have gained experience. When Yuan reaches high school, you can guide him. Although the family is not affluent, this is a matter of great significance for a lifetime. While hope may be scarce, the decision to apply to the Martial Arts Academy is crucial for ensuring a leap towards a brighter future." If Fang Ping had not broached the subject, Fang Mingrong would have remained silent. Yet, since his son has expressed this desire, the family can manage to accommodate a few extra classes. 10,000 yuan would not be the downfall of the Fang household. Father's words left Fang Ping with little to add. At this juncture, no amount of grandiloquent rhetoric would suffice. Moreover, Fang Ping harbored no illusions about his ability to truly excel in the examinations. While he had indeed been reborn, he was not returned from a realm of immortals. The martial arts examinations, regardless of their specific requirements, undeniably hinged upon physical prowess. In truth, upon a cursory investigation, Fang Ping discovered that the criteria were even more demanding. The prospect of succeeding in the martial arts examinations filled him with uncertainty. Nevertheless, even if he were to falter in this endeavor, the future held promise. Earning substantial wealth might be elusive, yet accumulating a modest sum was certainly within reach. And the opportunity to become a martial artist remained possible. Thus, Fang Ping mused that even if he did not ascend to the pinnacle of success, he would not find himself reduced to swindling his sister for a mere 20 yuan. With the most significant obstacle now resolved, Fang Ping felt a sense of relief. Fang Yuan, the family's little treasure, noticed that everyone was still engrossed in the previous topic and cheerfully redirected the conversation, inquiring, "Fang Ping, are you truly intent on taking the martial arts examinations?" To this, Fang Ping replied with a smile, "Of course. Once I am accepted into the martial arts program and become a martial artist, you shall flourish. In the next semester, when you return to school, you can boast to your classmates, 'My brother is a martial artist.' I assure you, by then, you will be the undisputed queen bee of your school, and no one will dare to call you Roundy again." Fang Ping, Fang Yuan exclaimed in exasperation. The little girl, with her round face and name that mirrored it, had swiftly acquired the nickname Roundy from mischievous boys shortly after starting middle school. She had even contemplated settling the matter with a duel. Fang Ping, oblivious to her feelings, struck a nerve, and Fang Yuan, in her fury, neglected to spare her elder brother's dignity, retorting, "You will definitely fail. Wasting so much money is better spent on something delicious." Yuan. Both of Fang Ping's parents admonished in unison. Realizing her misstep, Fang Yuan lowered her head and mumbled, "I was just joking. Perhaps I will pass after all." With a chuckle, Fang Ping playfully pinched Fang Yuan's cheek. prompting her to roll her eyes in irritation. After finishing dinner, Li Yueying handed the family bank card to Fang Ping. She had to return to work the next day, and Fang Ping, now no longer a child, was entrusted with the responsibility of withdrawing money. In the past, when the family required funds, they occasionally asked Fang Ping to retrieve them. Holding the bank card, Fang Ping felt a wave of emotion wash over him as he murmured, "My parents are quite trusting. They don't fear that I might withdraw at all." The account held more than 10,000 yuan. In days gone by, he would never have touched it. Yet now, shaking his head, Fang Ping decided it was best to refrain from such actions. If he needed something, he would simply discuss it with his parents. Taking money without their knowledge would be akin to theft. That night passed in silence. The following day, April 6th, Fang Ping awoke early, only to find that his parents had risen even earlier and had already left for work. After a brief wash, he found a breakfast prepared by his mother awaiting him on the dining table, several small dishes and a bowl of golden scrambled eggs. Accustomed to purchasing breakfast on the go, Fang Ping savored this leisurely meal at the table, relishing the experience. What significance did the college entrance examinations hold? Even without taking the college entrance examination, given his years of social experience, the likelihood of seizing opportunities and rising to prominence is considerable. However, the current situation is different. If he fails to grasp the chance presented by the Wakita exam, it is uncertain whether such an opportunity will arise again in the future. Moreover, until he becomes a martial artist, even engaging in business requires careful consideration. Fang Ping understands the priorities. At present, the primary focus must be on the college entrance examination, especially the martial arts exam. Everything else must take a backseat, unless he fails this time, in which case he would consider alternative paths. Having clarified his priorities, Fang Ping finished his breakfast and prepared to leave to withdraw some money, while also observing the current social landscape to understand the specific differences around him. Just as he was about to step out, Fang Yuan, already dressed, hurriedly emerged from the room, exclaiming, "Fang Ping, I'm going too." "Going where?" he asked. "I don't care. I'm going with you, and you must buy me something delicious since you spent my pocket money." Fang Ping chuckled but did not refuse, as retrieving money was not a private matter. Having this girl with him might even help avoid some troubles, considering he was uncertain about what else this world might hold. As they stepped outside, the morning was still young, and Fang Ping was in no rush to head to the bank. Walking side by side with Fang Yuan along the street, she was inquisitive, eagerly glancing around as if she were the one experiencing a rebirth. The street outside the community appeared much as he remembered it, but without those glaring advertisements, it would have been much more pleasant. Moisturizing skincare, even masters praise it. Tebu. Faster than martial artists. Family secret recipe, 1 packet and you're a martial artist. Such claims, seemingly linking everything back to martial artists, filled the air. In reality, among the tens of thousands of residents in Yang City over the years, the true martial artists remaining there were likely fewer than 20. The martial artist community, in essence, remained distant from the ordinary citizens of Yang City. Yet, this does not hinder discussions, attention, and advertising, as nothing is specifically aimed at anyone in particular. In this era, powerful martial artists are the true celebrities, and indeed, most celebrities are also martial artists. As he observed the surroundings, Fang Ping dismissed the distracting advertisements and bought several skewers of grilled meat, touted as favorites among martial artists. At this moment, only a 10 yuan note remained in his pocket. The young girl was blissfully unaware that he was actually spending her allowance. After a brief stroll, Fang Ping led Fang Yuan to a nearby ATM, inserting the card, entering the password, and withdrawing cash. While entering the password, Fang Yuan vigilantly kept watch, scanning the area to ensure no one was peering over their shoulder. The ATM allowed a maximum withdrawal of 2,000 yuan at a time. As the machine dispensed the first banknote, Fang Ping paused, momentarily stunned. In his daze, he failed to continue the transaction. Noticing his hesitation, Fang Yuan quickly asked, "Fang Ping, is there counterfeit money?" Previously, I had come across a news report stating that even bank ATMs could dispense counterfeit currency, yet the banks refused to acknowledge this fact. At that moment, Fang Ping paid little heed to her words. With a slight furrow in his brow, he contemplated for a moment before continuing to operate the machine, initiating the withdrawal of a second sum of money. Soon, an additional 2,000 yuan emerged from the cash dispenser. Fang Ping hastily grasped the money, and much like the first time, he paused, holding the cash for a considerable while without movement. At this juncture, Fang Yuan, perplexed, inquired, "Fang Ping, have you lost your senses? Is it counterfeit or not? Speak up." "Hey, Fang Ping, what are you doing?" Did you drop the money? The young girl's chatter was incessant. Fang Ping turned his head to glance at her, suddenly extending the banknotes towards her and saying, "Here, you take it." Fang Yuan's round, cherubic face was filled with confusion, but she accepted the notes nonetheless, examining them closely while looking at Fang Ping. "What does it feel like?" she asked. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment, then added, "Can we skip the martial arts class and buy some delicious food instead?" Fang Ping burst into laughter, responding swiftly. "So, does that mean you feel nothing?" At this point, Fang Yuan felt an urge to explode, her large, round eyes glaring at him in annoyance. "You're bullying me again." "No, I genuinely am not this time." Subsequently, Fang Yuan watched her older brother, who seemed to be foolishly continuing to withdraw money. The reason she deemed him foolish was due to the extravagant manner in which Fang Ping was conducting his withdrawals. He would take out 100 yuan at one moment, then 200 yuan at another, with no two transactions being alike. Over the course of his endeavors, he withdrew more than 10 times, amassing a total of 10,000 yuan. Moreover, even after reaching this amount, he continued to withdraw more, as his cards still held a balance. Just as Fang Yuan thought he was about to indulge himself excessively, a dazzling scene unfolded before them. Not only Fang Yuan, but others were also waiting behind them for their turn at the ATM. Fang Ping had monopolized the machine for nearly half an hour, and seeing his intention to persist, someone finally lost their patience and exclaimed, "Young man, that's enough. You've withdrawn 1,000,000 and deposited 1,000,000. Isn't that sufficient for such a lengthy wait?" Fang Yuan, still young and lacking in boldness, felt a rush of embarrassment, her cheeks turning crimson as she tugged at Fang Ping's arm. Meanwhile, Fang Ping had nearly completed his experiments. Unhurriedly, he deposited the excess funds and withdrew his card. Stepping away from the ATM, once outside the machine's vicinity, Fang Ping suddenly wore a beaming smile, laughing unabashedly as if oblivious to those around him. Fang Yuan felt a shiver run down her spine, questioning whether Fang Ping had been affected by some stimulus. "Fang Ping? Hey, don't scare me," she implored. What's wrong with you?" Seeing that Fang Yuan was on the verge of tears from her fright, Fang Ping cleared his throat, suppressing the urge to laugh maniacally, and took the young girl by the hand, leading her homeward. Chapter 6. Poverty Restricts My Imagination in Room 101 of Building 6 at Jinghu Garden. Fang Yuan knocked on the door repeatedly, only to be rebuffed by Fang Ping, who was so absorbed in his thoughts that he scarcely registered Fang Yuan's irritation. At that moment, Fang Ping's mind was preoccupied. Had it not been for some lingering uncertainties regarding his recent withdrawal, he would have already sought a quiet place to delve into his newfound discovery. Inside the small room, Fang Ping's expression had returned to normal, though a trace of perplexity lingered on his face. The instant he withdrew 2,000 yuan from the ATM, his vision momentarily dazzled, akin to experiencing visual floaters, as a few lines of text unexpectedly appeared before him. The reason for Fang Ping's astonishment lay in the clarity of what he saw. 3 lines of text. Wealth, 2,000. Vitality, 1. Spirit, 1. These simple phrases were easily comprehensible, and Fang Ping immediately thought of a system, although he was not entirely unfamiliar with such concepts. Having never directly encountered them, he found the presentation woefully inadequate. There were merely a few lines of text, devoid of any explanations or clarifications. In this day and age, did systems no longer come with manuals? Or was this merely a subpar product churned out on an assembly line? The abruptness of its appearance left Fang Ping utterly unprepared. Had this phenomenon manifested upon his awakening in the classroom the previous day, he might have accepted it without skepticism. Yet, after a full day had passed, why did it suddenly materialize? Upon recalling the figure of 2,000 in wealth, Fang Ping began to piece together some of the circumstances surrounding it. To ascertain whether this number was indeed linked to monetary wealth, he conducted a few experiments on the spot. As he had anticipated, with each withdrawal, his wealth value visibly increased. At this juncture, Fang Ping grasped the significance of wealth. However, after multiple trials, certain aspects remained elusive. For instance, he had possessed 28 yuan yesterday, yet now only had 10 left. Why had this phenomenon not occurred previously? After some contemplation, coupled with the realization that the 10 yuan he still held had not been counted towards his wealth, Fang Ping began to form a clearer understanding. In simple terms, he was impoverished. The system, as he envisioned it, likely favored those with substantial wealth, disregarding any amount below 100 yuan. Had he been a reincarnated individual with assets exceeding that threshold, he would have likely perceived this system's existence yesterday. But Fang Ping was destitute. Just the previous day, he had lamented that fate had dealt him a poor hand, causing his reincarnated self to struggle. Now, it seemed he had unjustly blamed fate. The crux of the matter was his poverty. Indeed, poverty was the original sin. Having come to this realization, Fang Ping was struck by the thought that even fate looked down upon the impoverished. Had it ever considered his feelings? If he were to remain unable to amass 100 yuan, would that not render this system futile? Of course, such a scenario was unlikely. This remains the first point of confusion. Secondly, as Fang Ping withdrew money, he discovered further discrepancies. When his wealth value reached 10,000, he subsequently withdrew a small sum. Yet his wealth ceased to grow. After numerous trials, the wealth value remained stagnant at 10,000. With only a few lines of text and no sudden voice in his mind to elucidate the matter, coupled with the absence of a manual, Fang Ping was left to draw his own conclusions. According to his understanding, the 10,000 yuan he withdrew today, which was provided by his parents for his enrollment, should be considered his own money. The subsequent withdrawals, however, were deemed to be his parents' funds. It seemed likely that the wealth value was a reflection of his personal assets. Otherwise, Fang Ping mused, if merely touching the money could augment his wealth, he might as well work at a bank or seek employment in any cash-handling industry. Even if he did not work in a bank, numerous sectors engage with money, some of which have low entry barriers, allowing him to continuously increase his wealth value. Despite his uncertainty regarding the implications of wealth accumulation, nonetheless, he was assured that it was not a negative phenomenon. Wealth, it seemed, was a measure of his own assets. While the system's sophistication was somewhat incongruous with such a rudimentary framework, he begrudgingly accepted it. With a slight furrow of his brow, he muttered to himself, is it merely cash, or could it encompass items of equivalent value, such as gold and jewelry? When funds were scarce, cash statistics sufficed. But with greater sums, it was unreasonable to assume it could all be cash. Furthermore, must one physically interact with the funds for them to be included in wealth calculations? In today's society, there exist stocks and cryptocurrencies, intangible assets that one cannot physically touch. Fang Ping lamented that his poverty restricted his capacity for judgment. If he possessed some gold or valuable stocks, he might conduct an experiment, but those considerations would have to wait until circumstances permitted. Indeed, poverty has limited my imagination. With a tinge of regret, Fang Ping was not in a hurry to validate these notions, as it was merely a matter of time. In addition to these 2 points of uncertainty, Fang Ping pondered another consideration. Does the wealth calculation account for net assets or include liabilities? Although this notion seemed somewhat discordant, it bore significance for potential actions he might undertake. After all, if the funds were not earned by him, would borrowed money still count as his? Moreover, after paying the enrollment fee with that 10,000 yuan, would his wealth value diminish? Money must be spent, that is a certainty. If expenditures resulted in a decrease in wealth value, then to amass significant wealth, Fang Ping would have no choice but to become a miser. Due to current limitations, he could not obtain precise answers to these queries and would have to defer them for the future. However, Fang Ping remained focused on the realms of vitality and spirit. In truth, Fang Ping had already surmised certain aspects. The terms vital energy and spirit had crossed his path more than once during his online explorations yesterday. Although the number of modern martial artists is not particularly high, it is certainly not negligible either. With the advancement of information technology, various insights tend to circulate online. Even the general populace possesses some understanding that vital energy and spirit form the foundation of a martial artist. Lower-tier martial artists seldom emphasize spirit, focusing primarily on vital energy. For them, the principle is clear. Sufficient vital energy banishes all maladies. Even in Fang Ping's previous life, the concept of vital energy was frequently invoked within the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, which centers on nurturing this very essence. Individuals endowed with abundant vital energy tend to enjoy superior health. Many potent tonics aim to replenish this vital essence. For those who are martial artists or aspire to be, it is not necessary for someone with ample vital energy to be a martial artist. However, a martial artist must invariably possess sufficient vital energy. The practice of martial arts diverges significantly from mere meditation. It embodies the pinnacle of physical conditioning, pushing beyond the limits of ordinary bodies. This is the essence of a martial artist's existence. With an abundance of vital energy bolstering one's health, one can endure greater exertion, laying the very foundation for physical strength. In essence, enhancing vital energy could facilitate the journey toward becoming a martial artist. Once one attains that status, adapting to subsequent training regimens becomes considerably easier, allowing for gradual advancement. Fang Ping mused aloud, posing a rhetorical question to himself. With the emergence of wealth values, And the quantification of both vital energy and spirit, does this imply the possibility of conversion using wealth? What would the conversion ratio be? 1 to 1? He had never entertained such a notion. Presently, his vital energy and spirit values stood at 1. If a 1-to-1 conversion were feasible, would it not mean that a mere dollar could double his vital energy compared to an average person? Fang Ping found it implausible to believe such simplicity existed. So how might one effectuate this conversion? With a hint of exasperation, Fang Ping remarked, at the very least, provide a manual. This trial-and-error approach is far too cumbersome. At this moment, with a focused gaze, he could discern several lines of numbers before him. After a prolonged scrutiny, he tentatively inquired, System, could you augment my vital energy? Silence ensued. Oh, venerable system, may I exchange wealth for vital energy? Great one, are you there? A word, please. Open sesame. Little rabbit, be good. 3 pure ones, hear my plea. Ba, may the divine protect me. Damn it. After several attempts, the 3 lines of numbers remained unchanged, and Fang Ping felt utterly disheartened. It appeared unrelated to this matter. After some contemplation, he once again focused intently on the lines of numbers, hoping to discover something he had previously overlooked. Alas, there was none to be found. This left Fang Ping in a quandary, utterly at a loss. Could it be malfunctioning? How reliable could this system truly be? Internally lamenting, he wished it had provided clear and immediate guidance, rather than leaving him in this state of uncertainty. Add some vital energy, if you don't. I swear I'll make you regret it. Fang Ping fixated on the lines of small text before him and casually uttered a remark. To his astonishment, as soon as his words fell, the numbers before his eyes abruptly shifted. Wealth, 0, vitality, 1, spirit, 1. Goodness. In an instant, Fang Ping found himself dumbfounded. Was there truly such a mechanism? Did this require a threat to function? As he stood there, agape, a sense of discomfort began to stir within him. However, this unease dissipated swiftly. Fang Ping exhaled deeply, suddenly feeling a significant lightness envelop him. To articulate this sensation, it was akin to an asthmatic suddenly freed from their affliction, or an anemic individual regaining their vitality. To exaggerate slightly, it felt as though the pull of Earth's gravity had lessened, albeit in a faint and ethereal manner. What bliss! Merely an increase of 0, 1 in his vitality. Yet Fang Ping experienced a comfort surpassing that of wielding a mighty sword. Nevertheless, this euphoria resembled the fleeting pleasure of a man post-fulfillment, soon fading into oblivion. Yet, despite its receding nature, Fang Ping could still discern that his health had improved slightly. He alone understood the nuances of his own body. Such instantaneous changes were unmistakable. However, upon observing his wealth reduced to 0, a frown creased his brow. He was aware that the conversion rate was likely dismal, yet a ratio of 100,000 to 1 was rather egregious. For a wealth value of 10,000, he had only gained a meager 0, 1 in vitality. He had not transformed into a superhuman. He was merely somewhat more robust than an ordinary person. The question loomed, how much wealth would he require to meet the vitality standards of a martial artist? Contemplating this, Fang Ping abruptly glanced at his desk. Upon seeing the red bills still in place, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the worst-case scenario had not unfolded. If his wealth had vanished along with the funds, he would indeed struggle to explain himself to his parents. Grasping the money on the table, Fang Ping fell into deep reflection once more. Clearly, he must exert considerable effort to earn money, evidently. To gain admission to the Martial Arts Academy and become a martial artist, the simplest method at present was to convert wealth into vitality. Moreover, even aside from this, gaining admission to the academy and aspiring to be a formidable martial artist would necessitate substantial financial resources for procuring materials. In other words, everything hinged upon money. Indeed, the impoverished are bereft of the means to grow stronger. This was compelling him to devise ways to earn. Chapter 7. The 5 major passes of the military academy. With his mind consumed by thoughts of profit, Fang Ping was soon once again battered by the harsh realities of life. As he stepped out of his room, Fang Yuan had already been waiting outside. The moment she saw Fang Ping emerge, she lamented, "I'm hungry. Can we eat?" To which Fang Ping replied nonchalantly, "Isn't that obvious?" Fang Yuan pouted, visibly irritated. "There is no money left at home, and we've eaten up all the leftovers. The 50 yuan mom gave us 2 days ago was meant for our lunches over these 3 days. Now that the money is with you, where are we supposed to eat? Do we need money to eat?" Fang Ping seemed taken aback, responding dryly, "You didn't mention this in the morning." He recalled how joyfully she had devoured skewers just the other day. if it hadn't been for his reluctance. The remaining 10 yuan would have been entirely spent by her. Only now did Fang Ping realize that the arrangement also included today's lunch expenses. The crux of the matter was that he only had 10 yuan on him. And Fang Yuan was unwilling to touch her own 5 yuan. Did she intend to leave him with nothing for himself? As expected, Fang Yuan asserted, of course eating costs money. Since you took all the money, it's not my concern anymore. Fang Ping, I'm starving. It's almost 1 o'clock. I need to eat. She continued to whine. I'm so hungry, I can barely walk, while rubbing her little belly, effectively playing the victim. Fang Ping could only chuckle in exasperation as he pinched her chubby cheek, resignedly saying, all right, let us go eat. I thought I had actually used your pocket money. Turns out it was all for food. I had completely forgotten about it, yet you remembered it so well. What a cunning little girl you are. Such calculations against your brother. The previous terms are null and void. No. Fang Yuan quickly shook her head, her face a picture of reluctance. After a moment, she reluctantly pulled out her 5 yuan bill from her pocket, saying with lingering attachment, here, you promised to buy me delicious food, clothes, and a computer. You have to keep your word. Despite their playful banter, the bond between Fang Yuan and her brother was profoundly strong. Although it was impossible for Fang Ping to fulfill those promises at the moment, the little girl still dreamed of the day when he would graduate from university and achieve his ambitions. For the sake of the future, Fang Yuan decided to contribute her entire savings, especially since she had already indulged in Fang Ping's 5 yuan worth of skewers that morning. The young girl's calculations were astute, and Fang Ping found himself both amused and somewhat helpless. Without a bit of money, he felt entirely unsteady. Otherwise, why would he be squabbling with her over a few coins? Fortunately, the siblings found a 5 yuan fast food option for lunch, and the 10 yuan was just enough. Fang Ping still couldn't bring himself to use Fang Yuan's 5 yuan. After all, she was already a middle school student, and he felt she should retain some pocket money. With no funds available, neither of them had the inclination to venture out in the afternoon. To be realistic, if Fang Ping hadn't brought that 10,000 yuan with him, he wouldn't even be able to enter a pay toilet on the way if nature called. Thus, Fang Ping retreated to his room to devise future plans. Presently, 2 significant pursuits occupied his thoughts: preparing for the military academy entrance examination and making money. Improving their family's circumstances was a secondary concern that could be postponed for now. The crux of the matter lies in the lack of funds. It is uncertain whether he can gain admission into the martial arts academy. Although he possesses that rather dubious system, Fang Ping believes that even if he does not enroll in the martial arts university, he can still aspire to become a warrior in the future. However, the question remains, is being a warrior simply about possessing formidable vitality? What about the techniques? How does one train their body and transcend their limits? Fang Ping is utterly oblivious to these matters. Without professional guidance, who knows when he might acquire such knowledge? Clearly, the college entrance examination represents the swiftest route toward this goal. Thus, it is only natural to devise a plan regarding these matters. Despite being labeled a part-time job, the actual working hours are nearly 8, far from the ease others might presume. Perhaps aware that her son and daughter are financially strained, Li Weiying has given Fang Ping an additional 50 yuan for meals, likely concerned that her daughter might be swayed by her brother. Li Weiying has separately bestowed 20 yuan upon Fang Yuan, causing the young girl to beam with delight upon receiving the money. Fang Ping is eager to clarify to his mother that it is not he who manipulates the girl. Rather, she is quite astute and often tricks him instead. On April 7th, a Monday, his deskmate Chen Fan arrived even earlier than Fang Ping. By the time Fang Ping arrived, Chen Fan had already completed half of the math paper, though it was unclear whether he had come in the morning to work on it or had prepared in advance. Chen Fan, not applying to the martial arts academy, naturally concentrated on the liberal arts. Should he fail to gain admission to the martial arts academy, securing a place at a reputable liberal arts university would still afford him greater advantages than graduates from ordinary institutions. Upon noticing Fang Ping's arrival, Chen Fan set down his pen and looked up, asking, Fang Ping, have you completed the math paper that the teacher assigned the other day? Let us compare answers. Fang Ping let out a nervous laugh, uncertain if he had done well. The paper had been given 2 days prior, and he had not touched his backpack since. Who could tell if he had even attempted it? Chen Fan, observing his demeanor, seemed to surmise the situation and frowned, saying, Fang Ping, there isn't much time left until the college entrance exam. Although we don't have many classes now and are primarily reviewing, it would be prudent to solve a few more problems. You never know, they might appear on the exam. Chen Fan felt a sense of helplessness. not merely due to Fang Ping's informal address, which was not a new occurrence. Rather, he perceived Fang Ping as somewhat complacent in his endeavors. In this society, while warriors hold a status above ordinary individuals, there are still distinct strata among the latter. Those with wealth, those without, individuals with minor power, laborers, employees in large corporations, and those working in factories, all experience vastly different conditions. The first high school in Yancheng is the most prestigious. And while Fang Ping's grades in Class 4 of senior year are neither stellar nor abysmal, with a bit of effort, he still has a chance to gain admission to a key university. With a stroke of luck, after the most exceptional students have applied to the Martial Arts Academy. Even securing a place at a renowned institution could be within reach. However, if he were to give up now, not only would prestigious universities be out of the question, but even key universities would be precarious. Having been deskmates for 2 years, Qin Fan understood Fang Ping's family circumstances, which were comparable to his own. Though Fang Ping's situation was slightly more challenging, given the financial burden of 2 children. As they conversed, the future bearded Yang Jian in the front row turned around with a beaming smile and exclaimed, "Fang Ping, Qin Fan, have you seen the news?" Fang Ping rolled his eyes, questioning how a burly man like him could possess such a curious nature. Qin Fan, uninterested in continuing the conversation, remarked that there were more pressing matters at hand, such as completing homework, rather than keeping up with the news. Moreover, it had been revealed that the site of the martial arts duel was right here in our homeland, Huagua. Numerous journalists were already heading there, and it was likely that videos would eventually circulate. Yang Jian spoke passionately, expressing that the duel between 8th grade masters was an exceedingly rare occurrence, even on a global scale. While there may have been similar events in the past, either the participants were too young to remember them vividly, or the duels were conducted in secrecy, leaving others only with the results and no knowledge of the processes involved. This time, however, the rapid advancement of the internet played a significant role. News spread swiftly, and everyone received the information ahead of time. With the aid of technology, it was conceivable that they might even witness the duel through video. After indulging in gossip about the duel involving Xiao Ge, Yang Jian swiftly shifted the conversation to his own circumstances. The registration for the Martial Arts Academy commenced today. His father had insisted that they would spare no expense in ensuring his enrollment, as the young family was pinning their hopes on him becoming a martial artist. Sighing, he expressed the immense pressure he felt, questioning what would happen if he failed to pass. Fang Ping chuckled and remarked, "Are you boasting, or just boasting?" Yang Jian, with a sheepish grin, quickly shook his head, insisting, "I'm not boasting. The pressure is genuinely overwhelming. You all know my situation. The Martial Arts Academy has 5 major hurdles, and passing 3 would be a considerable achievement. The rest seem utterly unattainable." The mention of the 5 major hurdles piqued Fang Ping's interest, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity. Chapter 8. A heart full of pain. Although Fang Ping visited an internet CAF 2 days ago to gather some information, time was limited, primarily due to the constraints of his budget for internet fees. Consequently, he could not conduct thorough research on certain matters, such as the entrance examination for Wuke University, which remained rather ambiguous online. Lacking a smartphone and a personal computer at home, Fang Ping found it exceedingly challenging to seek knowledge without visiting the internet CAF. Some questions were too sensitive to ask outright, as many regarded them as common knowledge. Clearly, it was time to consider purchasing a computer. Yet, he subconsciously overlooked the fact that acquiring one would require financial expenditure. However, despite his own uncertainties, Yang Jian, who was determined to enroll in Wuku, surely possessed the necessary insights. After Yang Jian spoke, Fang Ping casually remarked, "I recall that last year's Wuku examination was exceedingly difficult. With your qualifications, could you really fail all 4 sections? Or have the policies changed again this year?" His words were deliberately vague, as it was customary for the college entrance examination policies to undergo slight modifications annually. Fang Ping was unperturbed by the possibility of Yang Jian overthinking the matter. Moreover, by complimenting the young man, he hoped to extract additional information. Indeed, Yang Jian did not take Fang Ping's ignorance to heart. His smile broadened. It was a rare opportunity for Fang Ping to engage in a discussion about Wuku, and Yang Jian was eager to elaborate. Unlike Qin Fan, who lacked interest, Yang Jian had felt it futile to speak before Fang Ping's arrival. Now, seeing Fang Ping's curiosity, Yang Jian beamed and said, "You truly overestimate me. Besides, which year has Wuku ever been easy to pass? However, there have indeed been some policy changes this year. As for the specifics of the examination, I am not entirely sure yet. But when Senior Wang arrives the day after tomorrow, he will likely provide clarity. I have been researching it these past few days and even consulted a teacher. There are indeed some differences compared to last year. Noticing that Yang Jian did not continue, Fang Ping understood that the future discussion was being deliberately tantalizing. Yet he refrained from pressing for further details. Among these young individuals, only Yang Jian was prone to speaking freely. If Fang Ping did not inquire further, Yang Jian would inevitably spill more information himself. As anticipated, when Fang Ping ceased to encourage him, Yang Jian felt a lingering desire to share and continued. Let us discuss the first section, the political review. Fang Ping's brow furrowed slightly as he listened to Yang Jian elaborate. In the past, the political review required an investigation into the criminal records of 3 generations of direct relatives. This year, the criteria have been relaxed, only requiring checks on parents and siblings within 2 generations. However, this matter does not significantly concern us unless our grandparents had criminal records. The initial hurdle for Wuku is the political review. This is understandable, as martial artists are not ordinary individuals. Their potential for destruction far exceeds that of the general populace. The government invests immense resources annually into cultivating martial artists, not intending for them to engage in unlawful activities. Despite the absence of any stipulation that children of wrongdoers must also be wrongdoers. Naturally, in circumstances where selection criteria can be applied, it is preferable to be stringent. Lamenting the situation is futile. While the political review has been relaxed, it does not benefit us. Rather, it poses a disadvantage, as the pool of applicants has slightly increased. However, there have been some changes to the second section that may work in our favor, Yang Jian said with delight. The second section is the physical examination for Wuku. The crux lies not in the changes to the physical examination items, but rather in the age limit. Previously, the upper age limit was set at 22 years. However, this year, the policy has shifted to an upper limit of 20 years. I can only imagine the frustration of those who hope to repeat a year. It is a misconception that younger practitioners are necessarily better. Youth often comes with underdeveloped bodies and immature minds. Engaging in martial arts at such a tender age can lead to physical harm and may incite some impressionable youths, endowed with extraordinary strength, to act out inappropriately. This is precisely why the nation established martial arts programs at the university level. After years of ideological education, students generally mature by the time they reach university, and with their bodies fully developed, practicing martial arts at this stage yields far greater benefits, resulting in fewer issues among martial artists later on. In the past, it was commonplace for students who did not pass their exams to choose to repeat a year. This was a normal occurrence, as they gained experience and were able to identify their shortcomings, allowing them to make necessary adjustments based on their actual circumstances. Each year, a portion of martial arts students consisted of repeaters. The previous age limit of 22 years allowed some individuals to repeat for several years. Now, with the limit reduced to 20, many repeaters may find their hopes dashed in an instant. After all, it is typical for high school seniors to be between 18 and 20 years old. Those who repeat a year may easily exceed the age limit. Fang Ping, however, need not worry. At 18 years old, he could still afford to repeat for another 2 years. Contemplating this, he inquired, "Is there no reaction from the repeaters?" Yang Jian replied with a grin, "Of course there was chaos a few days ago, but what does it matter? Those who initially failed are now in their early 20s. Even if they manage to pass, they will only hinder their peers. Protests are futile, as the majority of candidates for martial arts are fresh graduates, eager for the competition to be restricted against older candidates. There are no such limitations for art subjects, which can still be pursued." Yang Jian scratched his head and cast a sidelong glance at him. Chen Fan, who had remained silent until now, interjected, "Of course there will be a significant disparity." "Fang Ping, you're not losing your touch, are you? I've heard quite a bit about the martial arts physical examination. Do you think the registration fee of 10,000 yuan is just for show? The examination involves comprehensive assessments, including checks for injuries and deformities in the bones. Candidates with poor eyesight, bone injuries, or significant external scars will not be accepted. Those from less privileged backgrounds often fall short of the required health standards, which is why the acceptance rates are higher in larger cities compared to smaller ones. The poorer the area, the fewer martial artists emerge. Even if one is not markedly different from others, the yearly quotas necessitate selecting the best candidates from the pool. In the past, Fang Ping would not have stood out. After all, he was just an ordinary person without any exceptional qualities. Yet, whether he can meet the one health threshold remains uncertain, and it seems prudent to bolster his health before the examination. Additionally, Fang Ping felt a flicker of curiosity, judging by Chen Fan's tone. It appears there is now a specialized assessment for health metrics. In Fang Ping's recollection, the assessment of one's vitality and blood is a concept rooted in traditional Chinese medicine, which, in the absence of specialized diagnostic equipment, can only be accurately determined through the four diagnostic methods: observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. In the context of the rigorous examinations associated with the college entrance examination, the likelihood of relying on traditional Chinese medical assessments is slim. Instead, a comprehensive procedure has likely been established, incorporating professional medical instruments. As Fang Ping contemplated this, Yang Jian interjected, "Aside from these two aspects, the other changes are not particularly significant. The political review has been passed, the medical examination has been cleared, and a number of candidates have been eliminated, leaving the remainder to face the third round of practical assessments. Following that are the formidable challenges of cultural and specialized examinations." Coughing lightly, Fang Ping recalled having seen discussions about the cultural exams online a couple of days prior, though he had initially paid little attention. Now, he could not help but exclaim, "The cultural exam shouldn't be too difficult. Do you lack confidence in that?" In Fang Ping's perspective, this was akin to the arts examination of his previous life. As long as the other criteria were met, passing the cultural exam should be relatively straightforward. With a modicum of effort, 90% of candidates should be able to succeed. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Jian smiled wryly and replied, "Fang Ping, if it were you, there might be hope, but for me, it is challenging. Last year, the lowest admission score for the martial arts program was 10 points higher than that for the key liberal arts line. Given my current performance, I am not certain I will even meet the cutoff. Martial artists are expected to be well-rounded, not merely brash individuals. It is normal for their scores to exceed those of the liberal arts students by a small margin. Otherwise, how could martial artists ascend to higher echelons?" This sentiment echoed the calm rationale of Chen Fan, who articulated that true martial artists are celebrated as societal elites. Could a mere brute manage a nation or run a successful enterprise? Such fairy tales are misleading. On television, it is often depicted that an illiterate individual can acquire a manual and become a master, which is pure nonsense. A brute may achieve minor success in martial arts, but they will never reach the pinnacle. If presented with a manual and unable to read, how can one hope to learn martial arts? Even if one recognizes the characters, without understanding their meanings, what knowledge can be gained? A lack of comprehension regarding the principles of martial arts is highly probable. Many esoteric techniques would be indecipherable to even the most educated in the previous world, akin to deciphering an ancient script. Thus, martial artists must possess a broad array of knowledge, including medicine, human anatomy, skeletal diagrams, and meridian pathways, all of which must be thoroughly understood. This is still the level of a high school senior. Upon entering university, students pursuing martial studies will encounter many additional subjects, such as mineralogy and nutrition. The specialized examinations Yang Jian referred to are essentially assessments of this diverse knowledge. Balancing cultural studies with physical conditioning while also acquiring this eclectic knowledge means that any student who successfully gains admission to the martial arts program is, without exception, truly exceptional. The requirements are high, cultural scores exceeding those of the liberal arts key line, robust physical fitness, and a breadth of knowledge beyond the scope of cultural studies. After absorbing the 5 significant challenges of the martial arts program, Fang Ping felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. With the first 3 challenges, aided by the somewhat unreliable system, he believed his prospects were manageable, with strategies to overcome them. Yet, this is the martial arts program. It was clearly stated that the assessment would focus on physical attributes. But it also demands proficiency in cultural studies and requires scores above the key line. That aside, Fang Ping did peruse the textbooks, finding the differences from his previous life to be minimal, save for the history books, which contained additional elements of martial arts. Yet, what was the situation with the specialized examinations? Fang Ping had never delved into such knowledge. With the college entrance examination looming ever closer, could he truly manage to balance it all? MMP. Fang Ping was filled with a sense of grievance. Perhaps he should simply resign himself to a life of inertia? Chapter 9. The standard of vital energy and blood regardless of the depth of resentment. Life must persist. Fang Ping could only passively accept all of this. After a brief period of idle chatter, the somewhat grizzled homeroom teacher sauntered into the classroom. Once silence enveloped the room, the teacher promptly addressed the matter at hand. Students wishing to register for the martial arts examination Please come to my office shortly to pay the fee and fill out the registration form. The school's academic affairs office will handle the collective registration. While delivering this message, the teacher primarily focused on those students intending to enroll. In truth, there were discernible indicators regarding the martial arts examination. As the homeroom teacher, he had a fair idea of which students might sign up. Those with exceptional grades, good health, and a stable family background would inevitably emerge through the layers of selection. The students of Class 4 in their senior year were well aware of this. Yangcheng, situated inland, is officially known as Yangcheng City, yet it functions as a county-level city. Compared to other county towns, Yangcheng boasts a somewhat stronger economy, albeit limited. It is not comparable to coastal county cities, some of which are significantly more developed than inland prefecture-level cities. Thus, the mere cost of registration has barred many from pursuing this opportunity. After articulating these points, the homeroom teacher exited the classroom. The students preparing to register then rose in unison to head towards the office. In the front row, Yang Jian also stood up, while beside him, Zhang Hao, who had previously disclosed Xiao Ma's breakthrough to the 8th rank, followed suit. Just as they were about to step forward, Fang Ping rose leisurely. His deskmate, Chen Fan, appeared momentarily stunned and inquired, "Off to the restroom?" "To register," Fang Ping replied. Chen Fan was taken aback. Fang Ping intended to register? The remark, though not malicious, indeed astonished him, and his voice carried. Upon hearing this, many classmates turned their attention. Having spent several years together, they had a general understanding of each other's circumstances. It was not that Fang Ping was incapable of registering, but rather his slight stature. In fact, Fang Ping was somewhat sturdier than Chen Fan, yet he could not compare to Yang Jian in the front row. The cultural and professional examinations might be manageable. But could Fang Ping pass the physical examination and practical assessments? Just as Yang Jian finished processing his surprise, Zhang Hao chimed in with exaggerated amazement, "Fang Ping, you sly dog." Although his tone was playful rather than mocking, he found Fang Ping's hidden depths intriguing. With such a family background, would they truly be willing to squander a hefty registration fee of 10,000 yuan? Fang Ping, unfazed, chuckled, "Don't overthink it. I possess extraordinary talent. Is additional practice truly necessary? I've made up my mind. It's merely 10,000 yuan. If I don't try, how will I know if I can succeed? Perhaps this year they'll suddenly expand enrollment, and I'd be reaping great rewards." "Ha ha ha, you're quite the dreamer." Zhang Hao laughed heartily. Yet Fang Ping's words sparked intrigue among the other classmates who had not intended to register. There seemed to be merit in Fang Ping's reasoning. Who could predict whether there would be an increase in enrollment this year? In previous years, only 2 or 3 students from the first high school had passed the martial arts examination, yet last year, 5 had succeeded. This year, perhaps there will be a few more hopefuls. While thoughts may wander, the absence of preparation for enrollment clearly stems from a reason. Fang Ping's words merely stirred a ripple. They did not sway the decisions of others. Chen Fan, seated beside him, wore a complex expression. Though merely registering does not guarantee success, the fact that Fang Ping, whose family circumstances were even less favorable than his, dared to try left Chen Fan feeling devoid of the courage to attempt. In comparison, he felt as if he lacked even the audacity to make an effort. His grip on the pin tightened. Ultimately, Chen Fan remained resolute in his decision. Even if he enrolled, his chances of succeeding were bleaker than Fang Ping's. Rather than squander time on this endeavor, he deemed it more prudent to focus his efforts on the humanities. Naturally, Fang Ping had little inclination to concern himself with the thoughts of his classmates. Exiting the classroom alongside those preparing to enroll, they made their way to the office of their homeroom teacher upstairs. In Class 4 of the senior year, not many students were inclined to register. The odds were simply too slim, and those who clearly did not meet the stringent criteria would naturally refrain from enrolling. Ultimately, only 8 individuals left the classroom together. This was, in fact, a higher enrollment ratio than in previous years. Were it not for the 2 students from the regular class who had succeeded last year, even 4 or 5 participants would have been considered commendable. Some ordinary high schools had scarcely a handful of students registering. Fang Ping cast a cursory glance at his companions, and indeed, they were among the top students in the class. Not only did they excel academically, but they also possessed commendable physiques, each of them well-proportioned. Even Yang Jian, with his bushy beard, might not have been particularly outstanding in grades, yet he was certainly not lacking, or he would not have considered enrollment. Among them were 2 young women whose beauty was not striking, yet their figures were appealing. Compared to the other girls in the class who had yet to fully develop, these 2 had evidently taken their preparation for martial arts study seriously, maintaining a healthy diet and engaging in regular exercise, establishing a curvaceous silhouette. Beside Fang Ping, Yang Jian and Zhang Hao were discreetly stealing glances at the two young women. Aside from Fang Ping, the others were relatively familiar with one another. Pursuing martial arts studies was not a task to be undertaken lightly. They often exercised together in the evenings, and some had even enrolled in external coaching classes for martial arts. Fang Ping was somewhat of a newcomer to this circle. At this moment, their interest was more piqued by Fang Ping than by one another. One of the young women, whom Yang Jian and Zhang Hao were eyeing, occasionally cast a glance at Fang Ping and, after a short while, could not help but inquire, "Fang Ping, what is your vitality level?" Huh? Fang Ping was at a loss for words. Could he admit to having a vitality level of merely one? The crux of the matter was that he had no idea how such metrics were quantified in reality. If he had ever undergone testing, he would have surely mentioned it by now. Zhang Hao chimed in. He probably hasn't been tested, but looking at his physique, he is surely not as tall as I am. Come on, stop boasting, Zhang Nan remarked, merely asking out of curiosity. Since Fang Ping did not respond, whether due to lack of testing or reluctance to divulge, she lost interest in pursuing the matter further. With a disdainful remark directed at Zhang Hao, Zhang Nan shook his head as he walked, expressing, "It seems our class is destined to play the role of the supporting cast in this academic endeavor. Just the other day, I checked my vitality levels again, and my highest peak only reached 108 units. Alas, before the physical examination, I must find some supplements to see if I can elevate that figure." After Zhang Nan finished speaking, Yang Jian grinned and chimed in, "I fared slightly better. My last assessment peaked at 112 units. Clearly, the units refer to vitality levels, and a higher number is deemed more favorable." Although Fang Ping had not undergone any assessment himself, he was unperturbed by the prospect of appearing uninformed, and he inquired, "Who in our class boasts the highest vitality?" A sunny youth at the forefront of the group turned to smile and replied, "According to the last results, that would be me, with a peak of 115 units. Fang Ping recognized this individual. Despite the changes in the world, he remained the same person. The speaker was the top student in cultural subjects, though Fang Ping was uncertain if that still held true. However, this young man was not the class monitor. In fact, none present were student leaders, as they all lacked the time to waste or the inclination to serve others. Wu Zhihao added, shaking his head, "Although my vitality is decent, those in the elite class surpass us significantly. The highest among them, Zhou Bin, reportedly reached over 120 units in his last assessment. As for our school, it's difficult to say, but Zhou Bin has a 99% chance of being admitted, barring any unforeseen circumstances." Zhang Hao jested, "Haha, Zhihao. Why not hire someone to break his legs? We could eliminate a competitor." Wu Zhihao rolled his eyes and retorted, "It's not like this is a selection from our school. Even if Zhou Bin doesn't get in, it doesn't affect us much. Otherwise, I might actually consider that." Zhang Hao chuckled, "Well, it's worth a shot. Who knows? He might just get in." Last year, the admission standard for Nanjiang University of Martial Arts was 112 units. Even if it's slightly higher this year, it shouldn't be excessively so. I believe you'll be fine. Wu Zhihao shook his head once more, stating, "It's doubtful. The standards have been rising every year. I suspect this year it will be at least 115 units. Moreover, merely meeting the vitality requirement isn't sufficient. What about the other criteria? The key isn't solely this. We must also consider everyone else. If others are low and we score high, then we stand a chance. But if everyone else excels, even if we perform well, we may not gain admission. These admission standards, akin to humanities examinations, are not fixed. The quota for martial arts students is limited. Perhaps your results this year, based on last year's standards, would suffice for admission, but if everyone improves, you may still be left out. Conversely, if your performance this year is subpar, but others also underperform, even if you're not as strong as last year's cohort, you might still gain entry. However, in this current era, as lives improve, standards consistently rise, and the likelihood of decline is exceedingly low." According to Wu Zhihao, among our class, including Fang Ping, only 3 out of the 8 applicants exceeded 110 units, Wu Zhihao, Yang Jian, and the relatively quiet girl, Lu Ruoqi. The others, including Zhang Hao, did not reach the threshold of 110 units. However, Zhang Hao is not far from achieving the 110 card mark. Before the examination, it would be prudent to consume some supplements that nourish the blood and enhance vitality, which still presents a glimmer of hope. This does not constitute cheating in this era. Truly effective supplements for replenishing energy and vitality are quite expensive. Those who can afford such items typically come from well-off families. Indeed, a martial artist requires financial backing. The disparity in financial status significantly influences the support a martial artist receives for their future endeavors. Wealth dictates one's prospects, though it is not an absolute truth. It is a prevailing reality. Thus, even if Zhang Hao has not yet reached 110 cards, he dares to register, primarily because his family has already prepared the necessary supplements for him. The reason he refrains from consuming them at present is his concern that some efficacy may be lost during digestion, preventing him from meeting the required standards. However, taking them before the physical examination, even if not fully digested, can be advantageous for those aspiring to enter the field, as it may unleash greater potency. Zhang Hao did not express this, yet it is worth noting that others likely have similar preparations. Of course, there are exceptions, such as Fang Ping. His decision to apply for the martial arts program was rather abrupt, catching his parents completely off guard. Unbeknownst to Fang Ping, Fang Mingrong has already been contemplating whether to purchase some vitality-enhancing supplements for his son. Unfortunately, those supplements are prohibitively expensive, often starting at tens of thousands. And old Fang has yet to make a definitive decision. Listening to the discussions around him, Fang Ping pondered silently, could my one vitality be translated into 110 cards? The probability seems quite substantial. Yet, even if he were to attain 110 cards, it appears to offer little advantage. Especially since even ordinary class students like Wu Zhihao have reached 115 cards, and it is likely that numerous students in the elite classes exceed 110 cards. Last year, the minimum admission standard for Nanjing Martial University was indeed 112 cards, but this year remains uncertain. It appears he must exert more effort in this regard. At the very least, he needs to surpass the initial 3 hurdles before he can consider the subsequent matters. As Fang Ping contemplated these thoughts, the group arrived at the office door. Chapter 10. Examination of Qi and Blood in the Office. The process of payment, registration, and filling out the application form was remarkably straightforward. When no one was paying attention, Fang Ping once again conducted an experiment, casually feeling the registration fees submitted by his classmates. As anticipated, his wealth value did not increase. This outcome was within his expectations and did not evoke disappointment. The number of individuals present was few, and the registration concluded swiftly. The homeroom teacher collected the students' application forms and surveyed the 8 individuals before him, who represented Class 4's aspirations for this year's martial arts examination. The teacher was already familiar with most of the students, with the sole exception being Fang Ping. As Fang Ping's homeroom teacher, Fang Mingrong had attended parent-teacher meetings and was aware of the circumstances surrounding the Fang family. However, each year, numerous students hoped to take a chance at this time, a situation that was both surprising yet entirely expected. Everyone nodded in agreement. Having experienced seniors share their insights would undoubtedly benefit them. At a later date, the school would release a detailed schedule for the martial arts assessment, along with various points of caution to review thoroughly. Although Lu Onghua served as the homeroom teacher for everyone, the class primarily focused on humanities education, only briefly touching upon martial arts. Nevertheless, the school offered martial arts training sessions, and there were also external tutoring classes, which constituted the main focus of study for martial arts students. Most of the others had attended some classes or had engaged private tutors for martial arts. Lu Onghua glanced around the group and suspected that only Fang Ping had not attended any sessions. This was evident. If he had attended, Fang Ping would have mentioned it, especially given that his father participated in the parent-teacher meeting. With a faint sigh, Lu Onghua suddenly rose from his seat, crouched down, and opened his desk cabinet. After a moment, he stood up, cradling a hefty stack of books, placing them on the desk before Fang Ping and saying, "See if there's anything you need. The other students have all attended the school's martial arts training sessions and possess these materials. You should take a look at what you might be lacking." Fang Ping was slightly taken aback, yet these were indeed the items he required. He quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, teacher." Lu Onghua did not overly emphasize the significance of these materials, although they were not inexpensive and would cost several hundred if purchased externally. He was willing to assist students from less affluent backgrounds by providing some support. Seeing Fang Ping eagerly accept all the books, Lu Onghua couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Given the situation, it seemed that this young man was genuinely unprepared. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to take away some of the more common textbooks. While Lu Onghua had already tempered his expectations regarding Fang Ping as the homeroom teacher, he hesitated momentarily before turning to Wu Zhihao, saying, "Fang Ping's understanding of the martial arts examination is not as strong as yours. and his grasp of the specialized knowledge is rather limited. It's likely quite challenging for him to read all these books in their entirety. Wu Zhihao, do you think you could make a copy of your notes for Fang Ping? Compared to the books, the notes recorded by students preparing for the martial arts exam are likely to be more effective. The focus of the assessment lies in the consolidation of knowledge, a process undertaken by the students themselves. Wu Zhihao, the top student in Class 4, harbors the greatest hope of gaining admission to the esteemed Wuka University. However, notes are personal possessions, and even the homeroom teacher lacks the authority to demand them outright. Such matters must be approached through discussion. Originally, Fang Ping felt immense gratitude when the teacher gifted him books, but he was taken aback when the teacher requested Wu Zhihao to provide a copy of his notes. In his previous life, Fang Ping's homeroom teacher was also a commendable educator, yet Fang Ping's mediocre grades did not foster a close relationship with the teacher, leading to minimal interaction. To his surprise, the teacher proved to be even more diligent than anticipated. Although Fang Ping was unprepared, the responsibility did not rest upon the teacher. The provision of books was already a generous gesture, and now the teacher was proactively seeking notes on his behalf. Before Wu Zhihao could speak, Fang Ping hurriedly interjected. Lu Lao, sure, there's no need. To speak frankly, the utility of the notes was still uncertain. Wu Zhihao, unafraid of demoralizing Fang Ping, understood that even he himself might not necessarily succeed in passing the 4th round of professional examinations. Since the teacher had broached the subject, Wu Zhihao did not wish to contradict him. With that said, Fang Ping ceased his reluctance and expressed his gratitude. Indeed, as he gazed upon the overwhelming pile of books and materials, Fang Ping felt quite overwhelmed. If he could borrow Wu Zhihao's notes, he would be able to discern the key topics for examination, thereby avoiding the confusion of needing to review everything. Having concluded these matters, the registration process came to an end. Upon leaving the office, Wu Zhihao proactively addressed Fang Ping. Some of my notes are at home. If you're in a hurry, we can go get them together this evening. If not, I can bring them tomorrow. Having already received a favor from another, Fang Ping felt it improper to impose further. Promptly responding, I'll go fetch them. I truly appreciate your kindness. No need for formalities. We are classmates, Wu Zhihao replied with a warm smile, displaying little arrogance. In our ordinary class, the chances of gaining admission to Wuka are slim. We are not rivals. However, he candidly added, to be honest, you need not concern yourself with these materials until after the physical examination, lest you waste time. Once the examination is completed, you can dedicate more time to your studies. The professional examination at Wuka, despite its varied subjects and extensive content, differs somewhat from the humanities. The material generally remains consistent each year. In truth, for students aspiring to enter Wuka, the most formidable challenges lie not in the professional and cultural examinations, but rather in the physical assessments and practical tests. These components are almost stringent requirements and represent the highest rates of elimination. After Wu Zhihao finished speaking, Yang Jian, nearby, expressed his frustration. Is that so? Why do I feel that the professional and cultural examinations are quite difficult? Wu Zhihao chose not to engage, as opinions on such matters vary widely. Fang Ping nodded in agreement. As a newcomer, he recognized the value in heeding the experiences of others. After a moment's contemplation, Fang Ping inquired, where should I go for the vital energy check? As an unexpected entrant into the Wuka examination, Fang Ping did not view his lack of knowledge as a flaw. Others were indeed not surprised. Yang Jian promptly remarked, the blood and energy analyzer can only be found at the First People's Hospital in Yang City. Its exorbitant cost makes it impractical for our small city, where the demand is minimal. After Yang Jian spoke, Zhang Hao immediately cautioned, Fang Ping, if I were you, I wouldn't bother with the examination. It's not to undermine you, but at this point, replenishing your energy and blood is futile. The examination fee is steep, 5,000 yuan for a single session, non-negotiable. With the health check not too far off, it would be wiser to wait until then. 5,000? That's highway robbery, Fang Ping exclaimed. However, given the unique demand for such services among students preparing for the martial arts examination, there was no shortage of clients. Originally keen to ascertain his condition, Fang Ping now had to relinquish that thought. Sensing Fang Ping's predicament, Wu Zhihao suddenly chuckled. The hospital's blood and energy analyzer is a large-scale device capable of accurately detecting fluctuations and peak values. However, since this would be your first examination, there's no need for such precision. You're coming over tonight to collect notes, right? I have a small analyzer at home. It has a larger margin of error, fluctuating by up to 5 units, but you can give it a try. Wow, Zhihao, you have one of those too? Others were taken aback by Wu Jihao's revelation. While small-scale analyzers are less expensive than their larger counterparts, a 5-unit margin of error is significant. Nevertheless, such specialized equipment remains quite costly. In the eyes of the gathered company, it was an astonishing sum, at least several 100,000 yuan for a model like Wu Jihao's. Wu Jihao casually replied, "It's second-hand. Really not worth much, since I often need to check my levels, and hospital visits are pricey and time-consuming. My dad got me a used one just to get a rough estimate." This was indeed true. For individuals like them, accuracy was paramount. A fluctuation of several units was far too imprecise. If the group were to visit Wu Jihao's home for a check, their results might very well be identical. And it would not be surprising if Yang Jian's results surpassed Wu Jihao's. If preparations were based on such data, one could expect to be eliminated. However, this information held significant value for Fang Ping. At present, he was chiefly eager to determine how his one energy and blood could translate into tangible units in reality. A rough estimate would suffice. Upon hearing Wu Jihao's offer, Fang Ping quickly donned a grateful smile. "I truly appreciate this. I don't know how to thank you adequately. But once I pass the exam, I promise to treat you to a grand feast." Haha. Zhang Hao burst into laughter, teasing Fang Ping. "I'm just worried that Wu Jihao won't live to see that feast." Confidently, Fang Ping declared, "I will definitely pass. There's absolutely no doubt about it." Once more, laughter erupted among the group. It was tea mockery, but rather an acknowledgement of Fang Ping's remarkable confidence. Among the 8 present, it was likely that even Wu Jihao would hesitate to claim absolute certainty of success. After a fit of laughter, Zhang Hao turned to Wu Jihao and said, "Jihao, Fang Ping will come to your place for an examination tonight. Please remember to inform us of the results tomorrow." Although the accuracy may not be impeccable, conducting multiple tests could provide a rough understanding. The group was somewhat intrigued by Fang Ping's vitality levels. A curiosity akin to the way one wonders about the scores of classmates in a typical examination. Chapter 11. The initial assessment upon returning to the classroom. Fang Ping exchanged a few words with Qian Fan before immersing himself in the books he had borrowed from the old instructor. After a brief perusal, a profound headache began to besiege him. The curriculum for the martial arts specialization encompassed a vast array of knowledge, with the most crucial aspect being self-awareness. As an aspiring martial artist, how could one effectively enhance their physique without an understanding of their own bodily structure? Knowledge of the number of bones, major blood vessels, and the circulatory system was imperative. Such information must be mastered, including the arrangement and nomenclature of bones, the functions of the internal organs, and explanations of various martial arts terminologies, along with a fundamental grasp of medical and pharmacological principles. Moreover, the materials provided by the old instructor included text on the history of martial arts, biographies of renowned figures, comprehensive weaponry, and an overview of basic martial arts routines. To say that a thorough reading was daunting would be an understatement. Even casually flipping through any one of these tomes left Fang Ping feeling somewhat dizzy. The stack of books before him totaled over 10, and to read them from cover to cover was indeed a monumental undertaking, even if he approached it as a novel. By the time he finished, the college entrance examination would be upon him. Furthermore, he still needed to prepare for his academic courses. The textbooks were remnants of years gone by, and despite having a solid foundation, regaining his academic prowess would not occur overnight. What a headache! Chen Fan, noticing Fang Ping's pale complexion, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction that Fang Ping hadn't consulted him prior to enrolling, yet he offered words of consolation. "Everything is achievable. We cannot squander the registration fee, can we?" Fang Ping rolled his eyes, thinking, "So, in your view, my efforts are merely to justify that 10,000 yuan registration fee?" Undeterred, Chen Fan continued, "It's a pity that we are not martial artists. If we were, we possess boundless energy, capable of going days and nights without sleep. Those strong individuals, whether managing enterprises or dealing with governmental affairs, can accomplish the work of 10 ordinary people. Their vitality is astonishing. I heard that when Master Ma started his business, resources were scant and manpower was insufficient. He worked tirelessly for 7 days and nights straight, achieving in 1 week the equivalent of a year's labor for an average person. At that time, Master Ma's martial prowess was not yet formidable, given his current capabilities. He might even manage a month without sleep. Just the thought of it is enviable. If we had the physique and energy of martial artists, what would academic courses mean? Achieving full marks would hardly be impossible." Chen Fan's face was marked by a sense of regret. In the present day, a considerable number of students do attain full marks in the college entrance examination. In major cities, some third-year high school students even if they have not become official martial artists, are but a step away from that status. In such scenarios, although these individuals may be distracted by various commitments, their comprehension and memory capabilities are astonishingly remarkable. Each year, the top scorers in the humanities across provinces are frequently claimed by these aspiring martial artists. Unintentionally spoken, yet deeply resonant, Fang Ping felt a slight twitch in his brow. While Chen Fan lacked the requisite conditions, he was not necessarily devoid of them. The advantages of robust vital energy were insights Fang Ping had begun to grasp. Yesterday, Fang Ping felt a noticeable increase in his vitality, leading him to believe that he was far more energetic than before. In the past, staying up late and rising early would have left him drowsy and lethargic. However, now he experienced none of those sensations. This newfound vigor was indeed a benefit of enhanced energy and blood flow, bestowing him with a more robust vitality. He pondered the significance of the mental fortitude displayed on the panel. A vague answer began to form in his mind, suggesting that perhaps he should experiment with it next time. If an increase in mental capacity could truly amplify his memory and comprehension, then the forthcoming examinations might not pose as great a challenge. Even if he did not attain the highest honors, merely meeting the standards would suffice for him. Chen Fan's casual remarks had alleviated some of Fang Ping's concerns. It seemed he needed to devise ways to earn money to conduct his experiments. Whether it was the enhancement of energy or mental acuity, financial resources were indispensable. Without money, all endeavors would be futile. During the day, the lessons primarily revolved around reviewing and solving problems. Fang Ping made no waste of time. He spent most of it engrossed in reading without putting pen to paper. The teacher noticed but said nothing, as at this juncture, it was entirely voluntary. Moreover, several teachers were aware that Fang Ping had registered for the martial science examination. So even when he took out books related to that field in certain classes, they refrained from interrupting him. The day passed swiftly. When the bell rang in the afternoon, Fang Ping chose not to leave with Chen Fan and the others, but instead approached Wu Zhihao. As Wu Zhihao packed his bag, he smiled and inquired, "I see you've been studying specialized exam material today. How does it feel?" Fang Ping responded, "It's manageable, not overly difficult, just a bit too extensive and diverse. If I encounter anything unclear, may I ask you for assistance?" "Thank you. I appreciate it." Fang Ping expressed his gratitude once more. Given the pressing circumstances, Wu Zhihao's willingness to offer help was truly commendable. Some top students would prefer to keep their knowledge to themselves during exams, wishing to be the sole possessor of understanding. Of course, this was also due to the nature of the martial science examination, which was not confined to their class. Wu Zhihao did not regard Fang Ping as a potential rival. His competition lay with the elite students from the key classes, the top scholars of Yang City, and even those exceptional individuals from across the nation. Fang Ping, who lacked a grasp of even the fundamental concepts, was not someone he considered worth surpassing. Without such vision, how could one aspire to become a martial artist? The two conversed as they made their way outside the school. Wu Zhihao's home was not far from the first high school. A mere 10-minute journey brought them to a residential community, noted for its pleasant environment and regarded as upscale in Yang City. Upon reaching the exterior of the community, Fang Ping was somewhat surprised. He had expected Wu Zhihao to reside in a villa at the very least. In truth, he did not know much about this former classmate, having had limited interaction even in their previous life. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. Even if Wu Zhihao's family was well off, their resources were evidently not boundless. Otherwise, he would not have missed the opportunity to enter a key class. In high school, with sufficient financial investment, one could certainly gain admission to such classes. That said, one could not dismiss the possibility of individuals who preferred to be a big fish in a small pond, deliberately choosing to enroll in ordinary classes. The residential community is upscale, with a responsible property management that contrasts sharply with Fang Ping's home, where anyone can freely enter. Here, one must swipe a card to gain access. This time, the school has finally undertaken some legitimate endeavors, and Brother Wang has become an idol for us ordinary class students. Among the two students from the ordinary class who successfully gained admission to the Martial Arts University last year, Brother Wang is one of them. Before the college entrance examination, Brother Wang's grades were merely average. However, in the final month, he experienced a remarkable surge, ultimately securing a place at Nanjiang Martial University, leaving everyone astounded. I wonder if he possesses any secrets to his success. It would be invaluable to learn a thing or two. Wu Zhihao rambled on for a bit, expressing some regret, acknowledging that even if there were secrets, such matters would not be disclosed by the individual. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping felt a sense of familiarity. Could it be that the individual had also experienced rebirth? Nonetheless, as Wu Zhihao continued, his words did not convey that impression. It seemed more likely to be a result of an ordinary person's sudden breakthrough. As they engaged in casual conversation, the pair arrived at Wu Zhihao's home. The moment the door opened, Wu Zhihao instinctively glanced at Fang Ping, whose expression remained unperturbed, making Wu Zhihao feel somewhat unusual. The Wu residence is quite spacious. A duplex with well-appointed interiors that, by today's standards, exude luxury. In such an environment, it would be typical for a financially struggling student like Fang Ping to feel envious. Even if not envious, one would at least exhibit some emotional response. However, Fang Ping displayed no such reaction, his demeanor entirely natural. Had he been aware of Wu Zhihao's thoughts, he would have certainly endeavored to fulfill his expectations. Sadly, he was not preoccupied with such matters at that moment. As for feelings of envy or amazement, those sentiments seemed utterly unfounded. In his past life, after graduating university, Fang Ping, with his parents' support and his own savings, acquired a sizable home. Although the decor was modest, it was by no means inferior to the Wu residence. Moreover, Fang Ping had purchased his home in a provincial capital. If one were to compare, the cost of his property likely surpassed that of Wu's duplex. Having worked for several years and gained extensive experience, having toured standalone villas in both the capital and the metropolis, he was hardly the type to be astonished by a duplex in a small city. Wu Zhihao's home was inhabited. His mother was present. After retrieving his notes to hand over to Fang Ping, Wu Zhihao soon led him out of the study and into an adjacent room. This was the gym, where the blood and oxygen meter was located. Upon opening the gym door, Fang Ping observed that the room was rather simply decorated, with minimal equipment. The entirety consisted of dumbbells, barbells, a treadmill, and a leg lift apparatus. Additionally, there was a piece of equipment that Fang Ping had never encountered before, one not seen in any gym during his previous life. It bore some resemblance to a massage chair, yet it was accompanied by a display screen. If he guessed correctly, it was indeed the blood and oxygen meter. His instincts about the equipment proved correct as Wu Zhihao led him to the massage chair, smiling as he explained. This is the blood and oxygen meter. However, ours is a rudimentary version and cannot be compared to those in hospitals. The hospital version is akin to a space capsule, capable of conducting comprehensive examinations. Our model can only perform basic checks. You recline, and I shall assist you in connecting the sensors. In a moment, exert yourself. Exert myself? Fang Ping revealed a hint of confusion, to which Wu Zhihao smiled and elucidated. The vital energy is typically calm, but only when it surges can one reach their zenith. It is not solely the body that must boil, one's emotions must also ignite. The assessment of vital energy encompasses not only the blood but also the intangible essence, which I cannot articulate clearly. In any case, both your body and emotions must reach a boiling point to truly attain your pinnacle. Do you see the pedals beneath the vital energy device? When the time comes, pedal vigorously and stretch your arms as far back as possible. Summon every ounce of strength you possess. Currently, it is acceptable to conduct this private test. But when the time for the physical examination arrives, you must exert yourself to the fullest. After Wu Zhihao provided a thorough explanation and Fang Ping nodded in comprehension, he gestured for Fang Ping to lie down. Once Fang Ping reclined, Wu Zhihao retrieved several sensors akin to a stethoscope from around the massage chair and affixed them to Fang Ping's arms, legs, heart, and forehead. The actual examination will differ. At that time, sensors will not be attached to you, but rather you will enter the vital energy chamber, where you may move freely. Having said that, Wu Zhihao activated the adjacent display screen and promptly stated, "We may begin. Remember, engage in vigorous activity and let your emotions fluctuate. If all else fails, think of a light-hearted film." Originally prepared to exert himself, Fang Ping nearly lost his breath. This fellow was not as straightforward as he appeared. Ignoring him, Fang Ping inhaled deeply, then began to pedal forcefully against the footrests while stretching his arms with all his might. Meanwhile, Wu Zhihao curiously focused on the nearby display screen. Chapter 12. The Cruel Oath. Within the confines of the gym, the digital display flickered with ever-changing numbers. As Fang Ping's labored breaths echoed in the air, the digits gradually stabilized. 113 calories. Wu Zhihao's expression was one of disbelief. Indeed, the small blood and energy monitor at home had its discrepancies, but a variance of merely 5 calories was negligible. In other words, Fang Ping's energy levels were at least 108 calories, peaking at 118. How could this be possible? How could this be? Wu Zhihao held no contempt for Fang Ping. However, this defied logic. When it came to Yongjian, He accepted the initial high reading. The man was robustly built, and it was only natural for someone of his stature to possess a higher energy level than the average individual. Yet, even Yang Jian's readings had been predicated on a foundation of good nutrition and living conditions. Even so, Yang Jian had never recorded such a high value on his first attempt, had he? To Wu Zhihao, Fang Ping had initially seemed confident enough to register, and a reading slightly above average would have been acceptable, perhaps 102 or 103 calories. But now, the data indicated 113 calories, with a minimum of 108, instantly placing him on par with Zhang Nan and Zhang Hao among the 8 classmates who had registered. The lowest reading was 106 calories, meaning Fang Ping was no longer at the bottom of the ranks. As Wu Zhihao stood in a daze, Fang Ping continued to pedal vigorously. After a moment, he could no longer contain his breathlessness and inquired, "Is that sufficient?" Wu Zhihao snapped back to reality, somewhat dazed, and replied, "Yes." Just as he was about to affirm, Wu Zhihao suddenly added, "Perhaps the initial contact was not optimal. Why not try once more?" Fang Ping cast him a sidelong glance, feeling that the man's suggestion was rather dubious. However, having accepted a favor, he acquiesced to the request. After Wu Zhihao reconfigured the sensor, Fang Ping exerted himself once more, quickly succumbing to fatigue. Despite the brevity of the exercise, it had been quite strenuous. 3 minutes later, the display settled on 108 calories. Wu Zhihao calculated that this time the range was 103 to 113 calories. And combining it with the previous attempt, Fang Ping's energy levels were now determined to be between 108 and 113 calories. Even at the peak, he did not surpass Wu Zhihao's 115 calories. Nonetheless, even the lowest figure was impressive. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wu Zhihao suggested, "It still seems somewhat inaccurate. Shall we try again?" Fang Ping, drenched in sweat, replied, "Let us not. I'm utterly exhausted and out of sorts." Further testing would yield unreliable results. This reasoning held merit. Testing in a state of fatigue would only result in diminishing returns. Yet, the data above 108 calories continued to stir a sense of envy within Wu Zhihao. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "Do you often consume supplements to enhance your energy levels? Or have you taken any medicinal tonics?" Supplements could be categorized into 2 types, dietary and medicinal. Dietary supplements often took longer to manifest effects and were more economical overall compared to their medicinal counterparts. While medicinal supplements may yield swift results, they come at a steep price and can often lead to excess, rendering much of their efficacy wasted. This notion seems rather implausible to Wu Zhihao. Yet as the medical examination approaches, and considering Fang Ping's relatively lesser stature, he reluctantly accepts it. Suppressing his jealousy with a bitter smile, he remarks, "I had thought you would only reach around 105 calories. It appears I was mistaken. Your vitality level lies between 108 and 113 calories. However, the home vitality meter is not entirely accurate. Multiple tests may provide a clearer picture, yet if you are not in peak condition, it may not be reliable. If you truly wish to ascertain precise data, you could visit the First People's Hospital." Fang Ping responded cheerfully, "We'll see about that. Thank you for your help." "No need to mention it," Wu Zhihao said. "As a newcomer, there are many things you might not be familiar with. Generally, we prepare some medicinal supplements before the physical examination. Those from less affluent backgrounds at least manage to procure a blood tonic, while individuals with slightly better means may invest in an energy tonic." Blood tonic and energy tonic? Fang Ping recalled having seen advertisements for these at school and quickly inquired, "I haven't really paid attention to such things. I never considered taking the martial arts exam before. How much do these tonics cost?" "The blood tonic is around 5,000 yuan, while the energy tonic is a bit pricier, approximately 10,000 yuan. "And what about the vitality pill?" Fang Ping asked again, recalling it from the school's advertisements. "It depends on where you purchase them. The prices can vary significantly. A legitimate pharmacy might charge 30,000 for one, but some stores without the proper operating licenses might sell it for around 20,000. However, these places are rare, and even if you find one, they may not sell it to you." Wu Zhihao elaborated briefly, noticing Fang Ping deep in thought. He continued, "Last year, the minimum admission standard for Nanjing Martial Arts University was 112 calories, which is relatively reasonable for those who excelled in other assessment areas. Some students excelled in humanities and performed adequately in their specialized tests but fell short in vitality, thus gaining entry with a score of 112 calories. However, If other scores are subpar, merely meeting the threshold will require a higher vitality level. I've been keeping an eye on Nanjing Martial Arts University and have spoken with some seniors. Last year, most students were around 115 calories. This year, it may need to be even higher, or else I wouldn't be concerned about not passing. As for you, Wu Zhihao paused once more, uncertain. I cannot accurately assess your current vitality level. I advise you to check at the hospital. If it exceeds 110 calories, you might consider purchasing an energy pill. Energy pill? Wu Zhihao nodded. Yes, these are legitimate medicinal products sold in pharmacies. I've heard there are even superior options, but they don't pertain to us. If one is not destined to become a warrior, consuming them would be in vain. The energy pill is the best choice, and if luck is on your side. Minimal efficacy loss could result in a surge of 3 or 4 calories during the examination. However, the energy pill is rather expensive, costing around 100,000 yuan. In that instant, Fang Ping dismissed the thought entirely. In jest, he mused that with 100,000 yuan, he could exchange for a mere fraction of vitality points. Although he was uncertain whether this rate of conversion would persist in the future, it was evident that possessing such wealth would afford him numerous opportunities. Far beyond the frivolous purchase of such items. The vitality elixirs were only marginally effective, and the others were even less so. Initially, Fang Ping harbored a modicum of interest in these medicinal products, but that enthusiasm had now completely waned. With only one vitality points. He estimated he was currently at approximately 110 points. Should he reach 2, would he then possess 120 points? The efficacy of a mere 10,000 yuan could supersede the benefits of their hundreds of thousands of medicinal tonics. In this moment, Fang Ping realized he had struck a considerable bargain. Moreover, this money would not vanish. Once the testing concluded, Fang Ping did not linger, descending the stairs alongside Wu Zhihao. Wu's mother warmly invited Fang Ping to stay for dinner, but he politely declined, shouldering his backpack as he exited. As soon as he departed, Wu's mother inquired with curiosity, "I haven't seen this classmate of yours before. Is he a new friend?" Wu Zhihao shook his head and clarified. He is a student from our class who is applying to the Martial Arts Academy but has undergone a vitality check yet, so he came to me for one. Upon hearing this, Wu's mother understood that Fang Ping's family was not affluent. Otherwise, he would have certainly completed the examination prior to applying. She instinctively remarked, "The young man seems a bit slender and not very tall. Is he?" Wu Zhihao scratched his head, a bit vexed. "He is fairly tall, at least over 108 points. Mom, you always say I eat well. My first check was only around 103 points. Perhaps you mistreated me in my childhood?" Wu's mother shot her son a glare. Scoffing at the idea of mistreatment, the family was struggling to support his martial arts ambitions, nearly on the brink of financial ruin after years of hard work. Now left with just a single apartment. In the Jinghu Garden community, apartment 101 in Building 6, without waiting for his parents to inquire, Fang Ping beamed, "Dad, I've paid the application fee for the Martial Arts Academy today, and the homeroom teacher even gifted me a set of exam materials." He continued, "Not only that, but after school, I visited a classmate's home to undergo a vitality check." A vitality check? Although Fang Mingrong was not particularly concerned with such matters. He had heard of it and curiously asked, "Can it be done at home?" "Yes, it's a small-scale check, not entirely accurate," Fang Ping explained. Then promptly added with a grin, "Dad, do you know how many vitality points I have?" Fang Mingrong, who had limited knowledge in this area, was eclipsed by Fang Yuan's understanding, who chuckled, 95 points? You must be out of breath even from running a short distance. Your health can't be great." A friend's brother had 104 points, and he has heard that is enough to apply to the Martial Arts Academy. Fang Ping scoffed. 104 points, and they think they can apply to the academy? Do they not value it? How embarrassing. As for me, a casual check revealed I'm over 110 points. Perhaps even underestimated. Fang Yuan blinked, then scoffed in response, turning to their father, "Dad, Fang Ping is boasting again. A classmate mentioned that the standard for the Martial Arts Academy is only around 110 points. That's old news. Last year, the minimum standard for Nanjing Martial University was 112 points, with averages around 115 points. This year, it may be slightly higher. However, my innate talent is exceptional. And I am still growing, which will undoubtedly enhance my vitality. When the time for the physical examination arrives, I am confident I will meet the standards. This year, I am determined to excel in the martial arts examination, with a success rate of at least 90%. Fang Ping made this assertion to reassure his parents, after all. A sum of 10,000 yuan deserves some merit to justify its expenditure. Yet, upon hearing his words, Fang Mingrong and Li Weiying were momentarily taken aback. Their son was so close to the martial arts examination. The couple found it hard to believe, and they harbored doubts about whether their son was merely boasting. However, Fang Ping wore an expression of unwavering conviction. In fact, he even pinched Fang Yuan's round face to guarantee, if I do not achieve 110 points. I swear I will never pinch Fang Yuan's face again. Mom, Fang Yuan exclaimed, feeling aggrieved. Why do you have to swear on my account? Chapter 13. The Unfortunate Fang Ping. Additional update for F Alliance. Fang Ping spoke with utmost sincerity, and despite their skepticism, Fang Mingrong and his wife found themselves compelled to believe him. Embracing their son's words brought them initial joy, soon overshadowed by a sense of melancholy and even guilt. Clearly, they recognized their son's extraordinary talents, yet they lamented the time they had inadvertently squandered. The mere thought that their son might have thrived in a more affluent family sent shivers down their spines, and they dared not dwell on it further. At the dining table, their smiles masked an undeniable sense of loss lurking in their eyes. After the meal, Li Weiying busied herself with the dishes in the kitchen, followed closely by Fang Mingrong. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan caressed her small belly, feeling rather content as it seemed that Fang Ping, that mischievous rascal, had ceased his habitual stealing of her food, allowing her to enjoy hearty meals each day. However, with Fang Ping's newfound restraint, the little girl felt a tinge of disappointment, as her meals lacked the same flavor as before. Resuming their earlier conversation, Fang Yuan eagerly exclaimed once their parents departed, Fang Ping, do you truly believe you can pass the martial arts examination? Of course, he replied confidently. But why do I always feel like you're just boasting? Isn't it better to have a bit more trust between us? Fang Yuan reluctantly nodded, conceding to her brother's request for a semblance of respect, then leaned closer. So, if you don't pass, you really want to pinch my cheeks anymore? Fang Ping's expression darkened as he turned to glare at her. Are you foolish? Once I pass the martial arts exam and become a warrior, what could I not provide? I'll take you to KFC, buy you new clothes, take you to the movies, and even help you deal with those boys who gave you nicknames. Now tell me, would you prefer a few cheek pinches or all that? The little girl found herself ensnared in a dilemma. Fang Ping made a compelling argument, yet he had no time to dwell on her internal conflict. Rising to head towards the backyard, seeing him sneaking away, Fang Yuan inquired, what are you up to? Our parents are definitely discussing how much they should spend on supplements for me. I want to eavesdrop. Fang Ping was no fool. He could guess what his parents were deliberating after they had entered the kitchen. However, he knew he shouldn't overhear their plans. If his parents decided to splurge on something extravagant for him, like the most expensive qi and blood pill, it would infuriate him. And such a possibility loomed large. Moreover,
if they did purchase something, it would likely be done discreetly, and he would only learn of it after the fact, leaving no room for regret.
Rather than succumb to that fate, he preferred to find a way to outsmart his parents first. At this moment, Fang Ping was in dire need of money. He hadn't yet devised a quick way to earn some, and even if he did, he would require some capital to begin with. Thus, deceiving his parents felt devoid of moral burden. Even if he failed to pass the exam, he did not consider himself a failure. In the backyard kitchen, the conversation unfolded much as Fang Ping had anticipated. Fang Mingrong, puffing on a cigarette, furrowed his brow and spoke in hushed tones. How much savings do we have left? Just over 50,000. Over the years, Ping Ping and Yuan have spent quite a bit. We should withdraw it after work tomorrow. We cannot allow Ping Ping to be delayed. It's also my fault. I should have considered more when the children of leaders at the factory went for exams. I didn't think much of it at the time. If it weren't for, sigh. Fang Mingrong sighed deeply. Had it not been for Fang Ping's own initiative to apply for the martial arts examination, he would have never considered allowing his son to pursue this path. Little did he know that his son possessed genuine talent, which now left Fang Mingrong filled with regret. With the college entrance examination approaching, he was uncertain whether there was still time to prepare adequately. After another sigh, Fang Mingrong added, I heard from our workshop director that his son purchased several supplements during his exams, and they proved quite effective. Over the next 2 months, we should acquire some quality products for Ping Ping. I'll also inquire about other beneficial medications, and if funds are short, I will borrow some. Once Ping Ping finishes his exams, we must also check on Yuan. If we delay them further, we could ruin their futures. Li Weiying remained silent for a moment before softly responding, all right. I'll withdraw some money after work tomorrow. As the couple continued their discussion, Fang Ping had listened intently and then walked into the kitchen. Upon seeing his son, the couple promptly fell silent, choosing not to continue their conversation. Fang Ping feigned ignorance and, with a troubled expression, said, "Mom and Dad, I need to tell you something. Today, when I was at a classmate's house, I learned that he is the top student in our class and has a strong chance of getting into the martial arts university this year. He mentioned that students in my situation have a chance of being admitted, but I need to prepare adequately." Fang Mingrong quickly interjected, "What kind of preparation? Don't worry about anything else. As long as you can get into the martial arts university, Dad will find a way." Fang Ping continued. He advised me to purchase some supplements. However, they are quite expensive. He mentioned that a blood vitality pill costs 30,000 yuan at the pharmacy. He had bought some before, but it was significantly cheaper because his father knows some pharmacy owners, and he could get one for 20,000 yuan. I was thinking, perhaps I could ask him to help me buy one. Fang Mingrong furrowed his brow slightly, not because he was unwilling to spend the money, but because 2,000 yuan was beyond his expectations. The critical question was whether this was a reliable course of action. Such an amount was not negligible for their family, and if they were deceived, it would lead to considerable trouble. Fang Ping, aware of his father's concerns, quickly added, "His family is wealthy, so he is definitely not trying to deceive me. Moreover, since he is an excellent student aiming for the martial arts university, he would face a political review. If he were to cheat me, I could report him to the school and he would immediately lose his qualification. Thus, after contemplating, I firmly believe he is not attempting to deceive me. Otherwise, it would be foolish, as gaining admission to the martial arts university is worth far more than 2,000. Even 200,000 would be insignificant." After a moment of hesitation, Fang Mingrong steeled himself and nodded. "All right, I will take a day off tomorrow to visit his home." "Dad," Fang Ping quickly interjected, "he's busy, and if you personally go to his house for 2,000 yuan, it will seem as though you don't trust him. He is merely offering assistance, not obligated to do so. He only agreed to help because of my good performance on the test today. Otherwise, who would willingly offer help? If you agree, let me come over to discuss this matter. Dad, what do you think?" Fang Mingrong hesitated slightly, while Li Weiying beside him nodded in agreement, saying, "That makes sense. They are considering Ping Ping's reputation. Since Ping Ping has a chance to be admitted to the military academy, they would be willing to assist." Fang Ping, noticing that his father had yet to respond, continued, "What about Wu Zhihao from our class? Do you know him? Is it him?" Fang Mingrong suddenly recalled. He had attended Fang Ping's parent-teacher meeting and had encountered Wu Zhihao's father as the top student in the class. Wu Zhihao had a significant influence not only on his peers but also on their parents during the parent-teacher meetings. Although Fang Ping's homeroom teacher was not one to curry favor, it was quite normal to speak based on grades. At such meetings, the teacher often remarked, "Your family's Wu Zhihao is quite impressive, with a great chance of being admitted to the military academy. Had this been last year, he would certainly have succeeded." Such words were not new to Fang Mingrong. He had heard them several times. Moreover, he had seen Wu Zhihao's father, who indeed presented himself more elegantly than they did, arriving in a car while he had ridden an electric bike. For a parent whose child had the potential to enter the military academy, Fang Mingrong found it hard to believe that he could deceive them for 20,000 yuan. If Wu Zhihao failed the entrance exam, the situation would be precarious. However, as Fang Ping mentioned, if this matter escalated before the exam, even if Wu Zhihao succeeded, he would still face disqualification. Upon considering this, Fang Mingrong promptly replied, "All right, I have no objections. I will ask your mother to withdraw the money for you. Remember to express your gratitude sincerely when you visit them. Since you haven't yet been admitted to the military academy, I feel uncomfortable visiting now. But once you are accepted, we shall go together to express our thanks and treat them to a meal. Even if you do not succeed, do not forget the kindness shown to us." Fang Mingrong continued, realizing the significance of this favor. 10,000 yuan was not a trivial sum. Nevertheless, he intended to consult the workshop director tomorrow to verify the situation. If the pharmacy offered a lower price, there would be no need to seek their assistance. Although Fang Mingrong was merely an ordinary worker, he was not naive. He preferred not to incur debts of gratitude unless absolutely necessary for his son, given their limited means. Saving 10,000 yuan would allow him to purchase additional supplements for Fang Ping. With this in mind, Fang Mingrong added, "First, tell your classmates to wait until they truly need the money before giving it." "Okay, Dad, you can rest assured." Fang Ping nodded eagerly, feeling a twinge of guilt, having once again put his father in a difficult position. However, at this moment, there was no alternative. If he did not take the initiative, his father would likely have to purchase the medications, spending money without achieving significant results. Fang Ping felt that the chances of deductions were high. He just wondered if they would also be deducted if they turned into a deficiency in vitality. In any case, the more wealth he had at hand, the greater his hopes of being admitted to the military academy. If I truly manage to gain admission to the military academy, even if my father is fully aware that he has been deceived, he likely would not care. Fang Ping, be honest, and you will be treated leniently. Resist, and you will face severe consequences. Confess. Fang Ping rolled his eyes and reached out to pinch her cheek, but the little girl swiftly dodged, huffing. Don't think you can use that trick on me. Just admit it. Was what you said earlier the truth? All right, little one, worry less about adult matters. Once I am accepted into the military academy, you will understand whether it was true or not. Fang Ping, uninterested in elaborating to his sister, dismissed her with a casual remark. Fang Yuan puffed up her cheeks and mumbled, anyway, you must not deceive. Otherwise, you can forget about pinching my cheeks in the future. Fang Ping couldn't help but chuckle, ruffling the girl's hair, affirming, rest assured. I am not so despicable as to swindle our parents' hard-earned money for trivial matters. I am pursuing the military academy and my future. If it weren't for the pressing time constraints, I would not resort to such actions. Chapter 14. One step to heaven, one step to hell after much persuasion. Fang Ping finally managed to send the young girl away. In doing so, he found himself deeply indebted once more, losing track of the promises he had made to her. The following day, April 8th, Fang Ping ignited a spark, at least in Class 4 of the senior year. Before his arrival, Wu Zhihao had already made an appearance. As soon as Wu arrived, the gossip-hungry Zhang Hao and Yang Jian eagerly inquired about the latest developments. Wu, perhaps still reeling from the shock of the previous night, responded to their inquiries with an air of mystery. 113 cards. He refrained from mentioning the 108 cards from the second test, which had been less accurate due to a drop in physical stamina. The revelation of 113 cards left the entire class in astonishment. Was Fang Ping one of the ordinary duo, now extraordinary? Just yesterday, they were all in the same boat, striving for excellence in the arts examination, with Fang Ping's performance not standing out in the slightest. Yet now, 113 cards. The students focused solely on the arts may not have been aware of the circumstances surrounding their peers in the martial arts examination. But one thing was universally acknowledged. Last year, the minimum admission standard at Nanjing Martial University was 112 cards. Did this not imply that Fang Ping's vitality had reached the threshold required for Nanjing Martial University? How could he not be the talk of the class? Yang Jian, with a face full of despair, muttered, "This defies logic. It is utterly unscientific. How can someone of his stature surpass me? Even martial artists must adhere to the principles of science." Yet, Fang Ping truly defied all reason. Surely, he could deliver a punch strong enough to take down 8 opponents? While Yang Jian lamented the absurdity, Zhang Hao nearby seemed to have a seizure, trembling uncontrollably, exclaiming, "This is outrageous. 113 cards. I only have 108 cards." Sitting not far away, Zhang Nan remarked quietly, 108 cards is me. I recall you had 107 cards. Zhang Hao, feeling embarrassed and angry, retorted, "That was half a month ago. Now I have 108 cards." Zhang Nan remained unperturbed, responding calmly, "All right, you have 108 cards. Fang Ping only has 113 cards, after all." "You." Zhang Hao groaned, turning to Wu Zhihao. "Old Wu, you must tell me you're joking." Wu, casually reading, replied nonchalantly, "Why would I deceive you? It doesn't matter to me, since I have a higher score anyway." "How can you say that?" Zhang Hao lamented, "Consider our plight. We attend classes and tutoring sessions, and we must exercise daily. We cannot indulge in fried foods, barbecued skewers, or even beverages. In the scorching summer, we dare not even enjoy a creamy popsicle. That fellow Fang Ping is inhumane. Old Wu, do you not feel any envy, jealousy, or resentment?" Upon hearing this, Wu Zhihao's composure faltered. Ordinary students envied them, unaware that they too envied those who achieved such feats. In preparation for the martial arts examination, they had sacrificed significantly more, yet such sacrifices did not always yield results. As Zhang Hao had pointed out, while others feasted on delicacies, they were relegated to dietary supplements. Do you think those supplements are enjoyable? Every day, one indulges to the point of nausea, even salivating at the sight of skewered meat by the roadside. Yet, in a bid to maintain their physique, avoid unforeseen circumstances, and for the sake of martial studies, they grit their teeth and depart, despite the temptation. Typically, such sacrifices might be accepted for the sake of a brighter future. However, that rascal Fang Ping seems to indulge without restraint, entirely unburdened by such concerns. It's infuriating how some individuals can provoke such feelings. Wu Zhihao, feeling increasingly unsettled, chuckled wryly. There's nothing to be done. After all, he possesses an extraordinary talent that we cannot ignore. No way. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth and retorted. Isn't that fellow lacking in exercise? As for vitality, we may have to concede. This evening, let us invite him to the gym for a workout. A good sparring session will surely relieve this pent-up frustration. As Zhang Hao spoke, Wu Zhihao, sitting opposite him, blinked and replied with a grin, "We're all classmates. There's no need for such hostility. But if we don't vent this anger, it will gnaw at us." Wu Zhihao advised. Come on. Fang Ping merely has a slightly higher vitality, better academic performance, and perhaps a dash more charm than you. There's truly no reason to be upset when our classmates succeed. It reflects well on all of us. Old Wu, whose side are you on? Zhang Hao exclaimed in frustration. Wu Zhihao resumed his reading, not lifting his head. I'm just reviewing my notes. I'm not on anyone's side. Zhang Hao was about to continue when he felt a tap on his shoulder. Followed by Fang Ping's cheerful voice behind him. Zhang Hao, I think you should just give Fang Ping a good beating. Otherwise, you'll ruin your health by harboring such anger. Zhang Hao's lips twitched as he turned around awkwardly, saying, Just kidding. Just kidding. How could I do that? We are good brothers. Such actions are unthinkable. Despite his words, Zhang Hao's face was etched with distress. He thought to himself, forget about beating anyone. What if Fang Ping truly aces the martial studies entrance exam? Would he end up being beaten by a martial artist? Fang Ping, dismissing the seriousness, chuckled, Don't listen to Wu Zhihao's nonsense. I don't have 113 vitality. At most, perhaps around 115. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes, realizing this fellow was deliberately provoking him. Sighing, he decided not to take it to heart and, out of genuine curiosity, asked, Fang Ping, do you have any tips for boosting vitality? Of course not. If I had such secrets, I would have already become a martial artist. Fang Ping waved his hand dismissively. If there were any secrets, martial artists would be everywhere on the streets. And we wouldn't even have a chance to take the exam. Zhang Hao conceded, that's true. He sighed again, speaking with a hint of melancholy. Now, with old Wu, you, Yang Jian, and Lu Ruoqi, you four have the greatest prospects in our class. The odds of us being mere supporters are 99. We used to have 3 contenders. And now you join in. Why not just let the heavens take me? At that moment, Wu Zhihao, who had pretended to read, looked up and said, It's precarious this year. Everyone generally has higher vitality compared to last year. I'm genuinely feeling a bit unsettled. Just in our class, if we count Fang Ping, there are already 4 individuals with vitality above 110. In other ordinary classes, as far as I know, there are probably over 60 students surpassing 110. In the elite classes, despite the smaller numbers, there are still a considerable amount, at least around 40 individuals exceeding 110 vitality. Calculating the numbers, there are already 100 students with scores exceeding 110 in our school alone. Even though other schools in Yanqing may not match our caliber, they are performing admirably this year. Collectively, their figures might approximate ours. In the city of Yanqing, there are approximately 200 students scoring over 110. As he pondered this, Wu Zhihao expressed a sense of helplessness. Last year, only 9 students from Yanqing were admitted to the military academy, and if the ratio remains the same this year, it would yield at least a 20-to-1 competition. Sitting beside him, a candidate for the military academy shook his head and remarked, Zhihao, you have already achieved a score of 115. In the ordinary class, there are hardly any who surpass you. Other schools are the same. While others may claim they are under pressure, what pressure do you truly face? Although Wu Zhihao was merely an ordinary class student, his score of 115 positioned him as one of the elite among his peers. If last year's ratio holds, the ordinary class might secure 2 admissions, granting Wu Zhihao a substantial hope. As the conversation flowed, their attention drifted from Fang Ping, who was content to listen, absorbing various tidbits of information. This year, over 200 students in Yanqing's senior class have scored above 110. Of course, vitality is not the sole determinant. There will always be those who cannot surpass subsequent hurdles. However, once the physical examinations conclude, all military academies will publicly disclose the minimum vitality standards based on the feedback received. This does not constitute an admission criterion, but merely sets the threshold for the 3rd round of practical tests. In essence, those who fail to meet the vitality requirement will be eliminated after the 2nd round. The likely cutoff for this year is 110, which is merely a standard for the 3rd round. Even so, half of the students in the class might still be unable to gain admission. For a moment, Even the boisterous Zhang Hao fell silent. After years of preparation, failing to progress beyond the third round is a substantial blow for students. Each year, countless military academy candidates, burdened by such a mindset, perform poorly even in liberal arts, finding themselves at ordinary universities, truly a case of stepping from paradise into hell. They remained silent. And Fang Ping refrained from interjecting, contemplating the apparent insecurity surrounding the 110 mark. With so many candidates in Yanqing alone, who could ascertain the accuracy of Wu Zhihao's information? If the numbers were even higher, failing to reach the third round would be dire. It seemed imperative for him to enhance his vitality score promptly. As the atmosphere settled, classes commenced. Fang Ping continued his routine, alternating between cultural studies and specialized exam materials. Undisturbed except for occasional exchanges with Yang Jian in the front row and Zhang Hao beside him. Meanwhile, his deskmate Chen Fan, perhaps motivated by the prevailing tension, became increasingly focused on his work, diligently solving problems with hardly a break, save for a solitary trip to the restroom. After the morning classes concluded, Fang Ping intended to head for lunch but was summoned by Wu Zhihao to the office of their old teacher. Outside the classroom, Wu Zhihao, Yang Jian, the somewhat unfamiliar Lu Ruoqi, and Fang Ping formed a group of four. As they walked, Wu Zhihao explained, "The teacher mentioned that Senior Wang will be visiting our school tomorrow, and arrangements have been made to have someone pick him up. The teacher is doing her utmost to facilitate this, although receiving someone does not necessarily yield any benefits. An early encounter during less crowded moments might allow Brother Wang to share some valuable insights. As you are aware, the martial arts examination in Yacheng, particularly the third round of practical tests, is typically organized in collaboration with several prominent martial arts schools from Nanjing and the Education Department. It is plausible that Brother Wang possesses some relevant information. The examination content varies from year to year." Wu Zhihao elaborated for a while, while Fang Ping expressed his confusion. "But that doesn't mean we should go to greet anyone, right? There are numerous classes in our school and with 2 key classes. Class 4 of the third year doesn't stand out in any particular way." Upon hearing this, Wu Zhihao chuckled and replied, "Have you forgotten who our old teacher is? The head of the Academic Affairs Office is indeed a student of our old teacher. This is a trivial matter." His words sparked a recollection in Fang Ping. Their class's homeroom teacher is one of the older staff members at the school, and the head of the Academic Affairs Office was indeed a former student of theirs, albeit from junior high rather than high school. Lu Onghua had previously taught junior high, and it was many years later that he transitioned to high school teaching. However, this very fact means that, despite his extensive teaching experience, Lu Onghua, who began with junior high, does not possess the same prospects as those who taught high school from the outset. Even his former students have ascended to the role of head of the Academic Affairs Office, while Lu Onghua remains an ordinary homeroom teacher for a third-year class. Understanding the implications, Fang Ping realized the purpose behind their old teacher's request for him and a few others to visit the office. Nevertheless, glancing at those around him, Fang Ping felt a twinge of sentimentality. Uncertain whether it was because their old teacher had learned about the testing incident from the previous day or due to his humble background, prompting the old teacher to show him some consideration. Perhaps both reasons were at play, yet Fang Ping merely reflected on the matter, ultimately appreciating that their homeroom teacher is indeed a commendable individual. Chapter 15. Spiritual Elevation. The name Wang Jinyang was not unfamiliar to Fang Ping. On the first day he awoke, Yang Jian had already mentioned it. Subsequently, Chen Fan began to speak of him, followed by Wu Zhihao. And even the homeroom teacher joined in the conversation. In short, within a few days, despite not knowing Wang Jinyang personally, Fang Ping could assert that the name resonated like thunder. An ordinary student, whose academic performance was not particularly outstanding, managed to gain admission to the prestigious Wuke University. In the small city of Yancheng, he indeed became a figure of renown, his fame at one point even eclipsing that of other students who had been admitted to Wuke University the previous year. As Fang Ping exited the office, he continued to ponder the words of his homeroom teacher. It was true that the teacher had shown him some extra consideration this time. According to Lu Onghua, the situation for others was more favorable. They had been preparing for the Wuke entrance examination for an extended period and were well informed. Fang Ping's case was different, as his application had been rather abrupt. If Lu Onghua had harbored doubts about him yesterday, upon learning about the test results from the previous night, he began to think that perhaps Fang Ping could also create a miracle, akin to Wang Jinyang. Coincidentally, Fang Ping shared several similarities with Wang Jinyang. Neither was particularly distinguished in class, and both came from modest backgrounds. While Wang Jinyang's application to Wuke was less surprising, just before the college entrance examination, No one believed he would succeed. Lu Onghua thought that if Fang Ping attended, he might find some common ground with Wang Jinyang and gain valuable insights. Thus, Fang Ping's name was included on the list of those tasked with welcoming the new student. In the corridor outside the office, Wu Zhihao wore a joyful expression and exclaimed with a broad smile, "I never expected our teacher would be so supportive. It turns out only our class is responsible for the welcoming duties." Indeed, only 4 students from Class 4 of the senior year were assigned this task, and the school had arranged a vehicle and driver for the occasion. This was not merely a matter of the teachers asserting their authority. In fact, since Wang Jinyang had entered Wookiee University, his future accomplishments were likely to surpass theirs, and many teachers were eager to cultivate a rapport with him. However, during prior communications, Wang Jinyang had requested not to trouble the school too much, stating he would come directly to the school. Eventually, unable to resist the school's enthusiasm, he agreed that a few junior students would suffice, thus sparing the teachers from unnecessary inconvenience. Although this may have been polite rhetoric, the school ultimately decided to send only students to avoid any awkwardness. Lu Onghua had made a firm decision this time. Wu Zhihao had a strong chance of being accepted into Wuka, and initially, Lu Onghua intended for him to engage with Wang Jinyang. Upon learning of Fang Ping's situation, he sought to assist him as well, considering that both individuals would be attending. And noting that Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi from the class also seemed to be performing well, he decided they might as well all go together. Thus, early that morning, Lu Onghua positioned himself at the door of the director's office, refusing to leave until he received a response. With the principal absent, many matters fell under the director's purview. And finding himself cornered by his own teacher, the director could only respond with a wry smile. After all, it was merely a task of welcoming someone, a menial job, and even some students from the advanced classes were reluctant to participate. In the end, the responsibility for the welcoming fell upon the shoulders of the few students from Class 4. Wu Zhihao spoke. Addressing Fang Ping and the others, "There is no need to attend class tomorrow morning. Let's gather at the school gate before 9 o'clock and take the school bus together to the station. As for lunch, we will accompany Brother Wang. In the afternoon, we will return to the school together with him, and our task will be complete." Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi both nodded in agreement, while Fang Ping, curious, inquired, "What rank is Brother Wang in martial arts?" This question left Wu Zhihao momentarily speechless, and after a while, he replied with a sigh, "I do not know. The martial arts university is relatively more enigmatic compared to other liberal arts institutions, and many matters remain undisclosed. We are unaware of Brother Wang's rank as a martial artist. However, he is just a freshman. Although Nanjing Martial Arts University is quite respectable in Nanjing, it is only average among martial arts universities nationwide. I would guess he is probably around the 1st or 2nd rank." No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Ruoqi, who had been mostly silent, suddenly remarked, "1st or 2nd rank? Do you genuinely believe that all students at the martial arts university are martial artists?" After uttering this single sentence, she turned and left. Once she departed, Fang Ping pondered her words. Does this imply that not all students at the martial arts university are necessarily martial artists? Wu Zhihao chuckled wryly. "It seems so. I'm not entirely certain, but I have heard that some students may graduate without ever becoming martial artists. However, this matter feels somewhat distant from us, and we lack concrete information." Fang Ping nodded slightly, realizing that merely gaining admission to the martial arts university does not guarantee one will become a martial artist. It is no wonder that the status of martial artists is becoming increasingly revered. As for whether Wang Jinyang is a martial artist, it is difficult to ascertain at this point. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, this is the first individual related to martial arts that Fang Ping is about to meet. Having only heard tales of martial artists, he recognized that few individuals from the entire school have had contact with genuine martial artists. In that moment, Fang Ping felt a surge of anticipation. After lunch, coupled with the task of copying Wu Zhihao's notes, Fang Ping found himself once again devoid of funds. Lacking money, he felt embarrassed to invite Wu Zhihao to a meal. Of course, Wu Zhihao did not mind too much, but Fang Ping took note of this favor. In just a few days since his rebirth, he had already accumulated quite a few debts of gratitude, both to his homeroom teacher and to Wu Zhihao. Sometimes, such debts of gratitude can be far more challenging to repay than monetary ones. Setting these thoughts aside, Fang Ping continued to study and review in solitude during the afternoon. In the evening, the siblings began to bicker once more, leaving Li Weiying, who was preparing dinner, both amused and exasperated. It seemed there was never a moment of peace when these two were together. After tiring themselves from their playful skirmish, Fang Mingrong returned home. Upon entering, he immediately asked, "Did you withdraw the money?" Li Yueying nodded, and Fang Mingrong turned to Fang Ping, saying, "Later, have your mother give you 20,000 yuan. Be sure to express your gratitude to your classmate and his parents. I want to be visiting this time, after the college entrance examination. We must certainly invite them to dinner." Today, Fang Mingrong had visited the factory and inquired with the workshop director. The blood qi pill indeed costs 30,000 yuan each, and the pharmacy does not negotiate on the price. When Fang Mingrong asked if he could buy it for 20,000, he nearly faced a verbal onslaught from the director. Purchasing is indeed possible, and this matter is hardly a secret. However, what significance does Fang Mingrong truly hold? Even the director, who sought a cheaper means to procure examination drugs for his son last year, struggled to find a channel, let alone Fang Mingrong. At this point, Fang Mingrong has relinquished any desire to owe favors. Given the current state of affairs at home, life is not particularly easy. Even if Fang Ping were to excel in martial arts studies, financial resources would still be necessary. If he fails to achieve that, he would need to save even more. 10,000 yuan is no trivial sum. It is prudent to conserve wherever possible, and any debts of gratitude can simply remain unaddressed. Once his father agreed, Fang Ping felt an immediate sense of relief. With funds in hand, many obstacles become surmountable. He has been exceedingly busy these days, despite his intentions to earn some money. Time is scarce. In light of ensuring his admission to the Martial Arts Institute, acquiring some funds from his parents became a necessary course of action. After the family finished dinner, Li Yueying entered the room to hand Fang Ping the money. When the 20,000 yuan was presented to him, Fang Ping momentarily felt dazed as the data re-emerged before his eyes. Wealth, 20,000 vitality, 1. 1 spirit, 1. Fang Ping exhaled, realizing his suspicions had been confirmed. Only money bestowed by his parents could convert into wealth value. He couldn't help but chuckle at himself, recognizing that he seemed more adept than a currency validator. When money is lacking or counterfeit, he can discern it at a glance without counting. If only his skills were applicable beyond his own finances. Should he fail to gain admission to the Martial Arts Institute and become a martial artist, perhaps he could secure a position as a bank clerk and emerge as a national champion. Casting aside these trivial thoughts, Fang Ping greeted his parents before secluding himself in a small room. Inside the room, staring at the panel, Fang Ping hesitated slightly. Should he enhance his vitality or his spirit? He was already aware of the benefits of vitality. What advantages would an increase in mental acuity bring? Would it indeed improve his memory and comprehension as he suspected? Though uncertain, he quickly resolved to proceed with an enhancement. With 20,000 wealth points at his disposal, if boosting his spirit yielded no significant results, the remaining 10,000 points could still be allocated to augmenting his vitality. There was no need for excessively high vitality. The most formidable student in his school barely surpassed 120 points. If Fang Ping were to exceed 130 points, it may not necessarily be advantageous. With his mind made up, Fang Ping recalled his previous experience and softly uttered, "Enhance my spirit, or else I shall be forced to act." Yet, the data remained unchanged, leaving Fang Ping feeling somewhat embarrassed. Was this mechanism truly effective? Hadn't it functioned seamlessly before? After several attempts, he finally grasped that the incantation was irrelevant. As long as he concentrated and focused on the task at hand, the data would adjust. After a considerable expenditure of time, he successfully augmented his mental capacity. Soon, the data displayed a transformation. Wealth, 10,000 vitality, 1. 1 spirit, 1. In that fleeting moment of mental enhancement, Fang Ping suddenly felt a refreshing coolness envelop his mind. As though a gentle, delicate hand were caressing his head, an extraordinarily pleasant sensation. After a prolonged moment, Fang Ping gradually regained consciousness, exhaling a breath of stale air. Feeling refreshed as the weariness of the day dissipated into nothingness. Without haste to enhance his vitality, he swiftly picked up his textbook and began to study. The results were not as remarkable as he had envisioned. However, there was indeed some improvement, as his memory appeared to have strengthened slightly. Though the effect was not overtly pronounced, Fang Ping was uncertain whether he was merely self-reassuring or if it was indeed a reality. Nevertheless, he speculated that the modest enhancement of his mental acuity was likely a contributing factor. Just as with his vitality, which had reached 110 calories, he had not transformed into a superhuman. In fact, if he were to face Yang Jian in a one-on-one encounter, it was certain he would be thoroughly bested. Vitality and mental prowess merely represented a transformation of the body. He still needed to apply and cultivate these attributes. Having come to terms with these insights, Fang Ping no longer felt urgency. As long as there was utility in his progress, he could devise further strategies to elevate these two metrics. A mere zero. One increase was hardly significant. What if he could double it? Contemplating that he needed to pick someone up the following day, Fang Ping refrained from staying up late, refreshed himself, and soon succumbed to the embrace of slumber. Chapter 16. Wang Jinyang on April 9th, Wednesday, when Fang Ping arrived at the entrance of the first high school. Wu Zhihao and Lu Ruoqi were already there, while Yang Jian had not yet arrived. Beside them stood a middle-aged man, with a 7-seat commercial vehicle parked nearby. Upon seeing Fang Ping, Wu Zhihao quickly introduced, "Fang Ping, this is Master Zheng from the school, who will be responsible for our transportation today." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wu Zhihao glanced at Fang Ping with a hint of surprise, saying, "Fang Ping, you seem to be in good spirits. I thought you would be like me, restless and sleepless last night." Today, Fang Ping appeared quite invigorated, his eyes sparkling with vitality. Fang Ping chuckled in response, "Really? Perhaps it's the joy of the occasion. I did wake up a bit late today." Wu Zhihao, not dwelling on it, continued discussing the arrangements for picking up guests. A short while later, Yang Jian arrived, having also been unable to sleep well due to excitement, and consequently woke up late. Without wasting any time, the group swiftly boarded the vehicle and set off towards the train station. At Yangqing train station, they instructed the driver to wait outside while they entered the station together to await Wang Jinyang. After a brief conversation, Fang Ping took the initiative to ask, "We are all striving to become martial artists, yet I have yet to encounter a true martial artist. Recently, I have perused some materials related to martial science and previously searched online, but none provide insight on how to truly become a martial artist. Wu Zhihao, do you have any knowledge in this regard?" Wu Zhihao pondered for a moment before responding, "You haven't paid much attention to this before, so it is likely you are not well informed. For high school students like us, our primary objective is to gain admission to a martial science program, with becoming a martial artist being a matter for university. As for how to become a true martial artist, that information is certainly not available online. From what I know, one must either have martial artist elders in the family or attend a legitimate martial arts training program." He then added, "Not the kind of training programs you find in Yacheng, but ones that are officially licensed. Such programs do not exist in Yacheng, as regulations stipulate that to establish a martial arts class, one must at least be a mid-tier martial artist, not just in Yangqing, but throughout the entire South Jiang province. Such classes are quite scarce. The third method, and the most significant path, is to gain admission to a martial science university." Wu Zhihao continued, "Beyond these three methods, I am unaware of any others. Furthermore, these three avenues are irrelevant to us, at least before being accepted into a martial science university. We have little hope of becoming martial artists prior to the college entrance examination." Fang Ping nodded slightly and inquired, "So, how many martial artists do you think will emerge from this year's examinees?" Before Wu Zhihao could respond, Yang Jian interjected with a smile, "There is little hope for Yangqing. And not only here, it seems our affiliated Ruoxi city also lacks the prospects of martial artist candidates. Last year, only 3 individuals became official martial artists before the college entrance examination in the entire South Jiang province, and this year will likely be similar. These individuals truly are the elite among us." Yang Jian expressed a tinge of envy, contemplating the notion of becoming an official martial artist without attending university, something they scarcely dared to dream of. Fang Ping was about to ask a few more questions when someone beside him interjected with a smile, "There is no need for undue self-deprecation. It is indeed exceptional for high school students to become martial artists, but everyone's starting point varies." Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention towards the speaker. The young man, seemingly of similar age to them, was casually dressed with his hands tucked into his pockets. His appearance was unremarkable, sporting a buzz cut and an ordinary visage, yet his eyes gleamed with clarity. Noticing the gazes directed at him, the young man who had just spoken chuckled. "You are students from number 1 high school, aren't you?" Wu Zhihao quickly replied, "Are you senior Wang?" Wang Jinyang, smiling, shook his head and said, "No need for formalities. Just call me by my name or Wang Ge. We are all peers, and I've merely taken a step ahead." His words confirmed that he was indeed Wang Jinyang, the person everyone had been anticipating. Wang Jinyang was just 1 year ahead of them. If it were last year's elite class, Wu Zhihao would have recognized several of them. However, he was unfamiliar with Wang Jinyang, having only seen his photograph on the school's honor roll. Upon hearing Wang Jinyang's words, Wu Zhihao felt relieved and promptly greeted, "Hello, Wang Ge. We are third-year students from number 1 high school." He quickly introduced the others, to which Wang Jinyang listened patiently. Once they were acquainted, he resumed the previous topic, stating, when I mentioned different starting points. I believe you understand what I mean. Those students who become martial artists during high school invariably come from privileged backgrounds. Either their parents are martial arts masters, or they have formidable support from their families. I mean truly powerful individuals, at least of the fourth rank and above. We, the grassroots, who can gain admission to the martial arts program, are not inferior to them in any way. Acknowledging their talent and strength does not necessitate undermining oneself or feeling inferior. If one cannot even grasp this, the path ahead will be fraught with difficulties. This could be considered a piece of sage advice, and the crowd expressed their gratitude. Fang Ping had been attentively observing Wang Jinyang and noted that he was quite conversational and amiable, which eased his mind a little. As they walked towards the bus station, they engaged in casual conversation. Wang Jinyang posed several questions to the group, and, upon learning that they all had a blood qi level exceeding 110 calories, he could not help but exclaim, "Today's cohort is indeed stronger than ever. Just last year, in our class, those with 110 calories of blood qi were rather uncommon." Seizing the opportunity, Wu Zhihao inquired, "Wanggu, what do you think the blood qi standard will be for this year's admissions at Nanjing Martial University?" A smile crossed Wang Jinyang's face, as this was undoubtedly a concern shared by all third-year martial arts students. Last year, he had felt the same way. After some contemplation, Wang Jinyang replied, "Such standards vary depending on the circumstances of the year. Last year, the average blood qi levels were not as high as they are this year. Here in Yangcheng, it's not too bad, but in Jiangcheng, the provincial capital, I heard that many students exceed 120 calories based on previous assessments conducted at Nanjing Martial University's affiliated school. If all goes as expected, the minimum standard for this year's physical examination will likely reach 110 points. For admission, it is advisable to maintain a score above 115 points." Upon hearing this, Wu Zhihao's face lit up with joy, while Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi appeared somewhat disheartened. However, Wang Jinyang did not continue to dampen their spirits. Instead, he cheerfully remarked, "Of course, this is not set in stone. You are all currently above 110 points, and since the examination date is not yet upon us, there remains an opportunity for improvement. Every year, why is the martial arts examination scheduled so closely to the cultural examination? Because everyone is still growing, making daily progress. To provide a fair chance for all, the martial arts examination is conducted just before the cultural examination. Today you may be at 110 points, but tomorrow you could very well reach 111 points. The possibility is substantial." The group nodded in agreement, accepting this as a source of comfort. Once they exited the station, Wang Jinyang did not rush to board a vehicle. He glanced at the surroundings outside the station and reflected, during high school, my sole ambition was to gain admission to the Martial Arts Academy. It was imperative to succeed. In pursuit of this goal, I sacrificed numerous aspects of my life. Yet, upon achieving this ambition and gaining insights into previously unknown realms, I realized just how precious a carefree life truly is. Wang Jinyang was merely a first-year student, a year ahead of the others. Had he been a university student in his past life, he might not have shared such sentiments. Yet, the martial arts students of this life genuinely resonate with these feelings. In high school, they fought tirelessly for the Martial Arts Academy, and upon admission, they began to strive toward becoming martial artists. Once they became martial artists, the struggle to grow stronger continued. Those from affluent backgrounds may find it somewhat easier. But for someone like Wang Jinyang, whose family circumstances are average, the hardships endured are beyond imagination. With a sigh, Wang Jinyang said, "I won't take the vehicle. I feel stiff from sitting. If you aren't in a hurry, would you accompany me for a walk?" Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with delight. The reason they eagerly sought to entertain Wang Jinyang was to engage with him more and gain further insights. As Wang Jinyang was also a high school student last year, he understood their thoughts and offered this as a gesture of consideration. Strolling along the street outside the station, Wang Jinyang suggested, "Let's find a place to sit, as we aren't in a rush to head over to the first high school this afternoon." No one would refuse this proposal, and Wu Zhihao took the initiative to lead the way to a nearby beverage shop. Seeing Wang Jinyang was amiable, Fang Ping seized the opportunity to inquire, "Brother Wang, if you don't mind, may I ask what level your martial arts proficiency is at now?" There is no martial arts examination candidate uninterested in such matters. Upon hearing this, even Wu Zhihao, who was leading, could not help but turn his head to look at Wang Jinyang, as they were all immensely intrigued by this legendary senior. Wang Jinyang was momentarily taken aback, then smiled broadly, saying, "Some things are perhaps better left unknown. Knowing may not always be a good thing. I won't speak for myself. But if you gain admission to Nanjing Martial Arts University, you will naturally find out. However, I can share some gossip about others." With a hint of mischief in his expression, Wang Jinyang added, "Are you familiar with Li Yuanjiang?" Wu Zhihao promptly remarked, "I know. Last year that senior from the key class also gained admission to Nanjing Martial University." Wang Jinyang chuckled, "It's good that you know. Gossiping about this fellow doesn't weigh on my conscience at all. This guy shouldn't blame me for embarrassing him in front of the juniors." Among the students in the key class, he was the most arrogant. "We are all students, yet he felt the need to mock me a few times. Don't you think that's rather idle? We both got into Nanjing Martial University, and he even said it would be shameful to attend with me. Such a person deserves a good lesson." Wang Jinyang's words left Wu Zhihao and the others dumbfounded. The senior, who had initially appeared gentle, now seemed far less amiable than they had imagined. Wang Jinyang, unconcerned with their opinions, wore a sly smile as he continued, "Li Yuanjiang and I entered Martial University together. The first year is nearly over, and that fellow still hasn't become a martial artist. Moreover, judging by the current situation, it's uncertain if he will achieve it in the second year. Perhaps he'll have a chance in the third." The underlying implication of his words was not lost on Fang Ping. Wang Jinyang was indeed a genuine martial artist. As for his rank, Fang Ping harbored some doubts. It likely wasn't as simple as being first rank. Otherwise, he wouldn't have refrained from mentioning it. In comparison to Li Yuanjiang, who also enrolled in Nanjing Martial University, it became evident that Wang Jinyang, even within the confines of the university, was not to be underestimated. In an instant, even Fang Ping found himself intrigued by this legendary senior, though certainly not in that manner. Chapter 17. Ignorance is bliss. As Wang Jinyang spoke, the group had already arrived at the beverage shop. Wu Zhihao approached the bar to place an order, and there was no competition for it, as the school would reimburse the expenses. The others found a quieter corner to sit and continued to listen to Wang Jinyang's words. These matters regarding martial artists may seem distant from you, but at present, excessive discussion is futile. The key lies in passing the martial arts examination. The martial arts test, reputed for its formidable challenges, is not as daunting as it appears. Among the 5 hurdles, the political review is insignificant. The professional and cultural examinations depend on your own diligence. However, the crux lies in the physical examination and the practical test. Wang Jinyang chuckled. All of you possess vitality above 110 cards. Meeting the physical examination standards should not pose a challenge. The real difficulty lies in surpassing the admission threshold. In truth, the disparity in vitality among you is not excessively significant. If you prepare a quality medicine, such as the vitality pill, it can alter the fate of many. Of course, if the vitality pill proves insufficient, I shall impart to you a few simple techniques. To Wang Jinyang, these were mere trifles. Yet to Wu Zhihao and the others, even the simplest of techniques from a true martial artist held immense importance. The group's expressions were filled with excitement, and they dared not utter a word, leaning in attentively. The surge of vitality is not solely a matter of energy, it encompasses one's physical, mental, and emotional states. Prior to the physical examination, engaging in some warm-up exercises suffices. Do not overexert yourselves, and maintain a vigorous spirit. Do not entertain thoughts of cramming in practice on the final day. As for emotions, mastering the art of emotional regulation to maximize them is a formidable task. The extremes of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness can elevate your vitality, leading to slightly higher results in vitality assessments. However, lacking substantial experience, it is challenging to invoke such emotions to their zenith. Emotional regulation? Noticing that several were lost in contemplation, Wang Jinyang suddenly smiled and said, "In fact, I possess a method to help you elevate your emotions to their peak." The group's faces brightened, yet Fang Ping regarded him with skepticism. To him, this matter was of little concern, as he could swiftly enhance his own vitality. Wang Jinyang's demeanor while making this remark bore little difference from when he jested with Li Yuanjiang, leading Fang Ping to suspect that it was not a favorable proposition. Sure enough, Wang Jinyang grinned and continued, "Some emotions are difficult to stir, but anger is quite straightforward. Imagine this. I step on your face and spit a few times. And when you undergo your physical examination, you may recall the humiliation endured." Cough, cough, cough. Wu Zhihao and the others nearly choked. This legendary senior seemed rather unreliable. Haha. Wang Jinyang laughed heartily for a moment before adding, "Though I jest, you might consider trying it. Joy, sorrow, and happiness are challenging to reach their extremes, but anger is the simplest. In a fit of rage, an increase of 1 or 2 vitality cards is hardly unexpected. The words resonated with Wu Zhihao and the others, who truly took them to heart. If such an increase were achievable, perhaps enduring a face-stomping wouldn't be so unbearable. Observing their eager expressions, Fang Ping felt a chill. Surely these individuals would not genuinely seek out suffering, would they? Strangely enough, the likelihood appeared to be a staggering 99%. In pursuit of admission to the martial arts academy, enduring a modicum of humiliation seems trivial. Wang Jinyang, undeterred by their potential hesitations, continued. Once you surpass the physical examination, the actual assessment is not excessively daunting. It primarily evaluates aspects such as explosive power, endurance, and physical flexibility. These factors are significantly influenced by one's vitality. The higher the vitality, the greater the likelihood of success. Of course, one cannot dismiss those inept individuals who, having been raised in a medicinal environment, possess merely vitality without any other capabilities. Such individuals deserve to be eliminated. If you cannot even slay a chicken presented before you, how can you aspire to take a life? Taking a life is far more challenging than slaughtering a chicken. At the mention of killing, Fang Ping's gaze sharpened slightly. Wang Jinyang spoke of murder with a calm demeanor, as if he had indeed experienced it. Yet, in this era, even martial artists are bound by the law. Opportunities for taking lives are scarce, especially considering the other party is merely a first-year student. Seemingly aware of Fang Ping's scrutiny, Wang Jinyang smiled lightly. Some matters will become clear to you in due time, provided you successfully gain admission to the Martial Arts Academy and become a martial artist. Everyone pursues the martial path, yearning to become martial artists, yet how many ordinary individuals truly comprehend what it entails? Over the years, many have expressed discontent over the apparent favoritism towards martial artists. Strong individuals can establish companies and evade taxes or even avoid them entirely. When strong individuals hold official positions, their subpar governance is often overlooked. They enjoy numerous privileges, inciting envy and resentment among countless others. But what of it? They feel aggrieved, deeming it unfair, unaware that the strong themselves harbor similar sentiments of injustice. Wu Zhihao and his companions paid little heed, as they deemed the privileges of martial artists as natural. However, Fang Ping remained contemplative. He had previously pondered why martial artists, despite their ability to stand against 100, warranted such adulation from ordinary people. In an era of firearms, a single ordinary person could be ineffective, but 100 or 1,000 armed individuals, could even a master evade them? Wang Jinyang's words hinted at deeper implications. Yet he was reluctant to elaborate further, leaving Fang Ping to realize that these matters could only be understood upon becoming a martial artist. As they conversed, Wang Jinyang's phone rang. He answered briefly, then hung up without providing any explanation. The group, not overly concerned, continued their discussion until they eventually exited the beverage shop. Fang Ping and his companions felt it inappropriate to linger, having agreed to reconvene in the afternoon for another task, thus completing their current duty. Once Wang Jinyang departed, Wu Zhihao's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "What a fruitful encounter! Not to mention the emotional insights. We were previously somewhat unclear about that." Wang Jinyang also imparted a few techniques for the practical assessment, significantly enhancing my chances of admission to the Martial Arts Academy. Even Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi felt they had gained much and were inclined to attempt entry into the South River Martial University. Additionally, Wang Jinyang revealed that Governor Zhang of South River is indeed striving towards the 7th grade master realm. This information serves as a suggestion for everyone to consider applying to South River Martial University this year. Governor Zhang graduated from Nanjing Martial University, the sole institution in Nanjing province dedicated exclusively to martial arts. Although there are 2 other schools that combine both academic and martial disciplines, none rival the reputation of Nanjing Martial University. Should Governor Zhang break through to the master realm this year, he would undoubtedly secure greater martial resources for Nanjing. Consequently, those involved are now focused on Nanjing Martial University. On another note, Wang Jinyang glanced at his phone with a slight frown before answering the call. "Didn't we agree to meet this evening? Is there something else?" A respectful middle-aged voice responded from the other end. "Mr. Wang, I apologize for disturbing you, but we have just received intelligence indicating that the suspect has entered Songshan. Songshan spans across 2 provinces, and if they manage to escape," Wang Jinyang furrowed his brows, expressing his dissatisfaction. "It was previously agreed that they would remain in place until I arrived to take action. Now that they have fled, you didn't alert them, did you?" After a moment of silence, the other party seemed to acknowledge Wang Jinyang's suspicion. Clearly displeased, He exhaled deeply before stating, originally, the fee was 300,000. Now it must be 500,000, regardless of the outcome. The materials should be delivered to my home shortly. You need not concern yourselves with anything else. Mr. Wang, is 500,000 Wang Jinyang interjected. Let your director handle it himself. Isn't he a graduate of Nanjing Martial University? 20 years post-graduation. A second-tier martial artist, can he still take action? If not, you may seek assistance elsewhere. His tone was decidedly brusque. With a huff he added, otherwise, consult Ruiyang or the provincial office. If it weren't for my recent breakthrough requiring considerable resources and my home being in Yangcheng, I would not take on this task. After a moment of hesitation, the other party replied, we accept your terms, but the suspect must be apprehended. Additionally, the pursuit task must be completed independently by Yangcheng. Very well, we will send the materials to you promptly. We hope for a swift resolution. Rest assured. After exchanging a few more words, Wang Jinong ended the call. Rubbing his temples and sighing, I hope they haven't gone far. Otherwise, where will all the fools come from? Reflecting on the resources required for his breakthrough, he felt overwhelmed. The school would cover half, but he had to secure the other half on his own. Other students from affluent backgrounds need not concern themselves with such matters, but for him, it was a solitary struggle. Remembering the few students from the top school, he shook his head. Everyone aspired to be martial artists, yet who truly understood the hardships involved? Even Wu Zhihao, in his eyes, came from a modest background. Once they enrolled in the martial university, they would surely discover the depths of despair. Li Yuanjiang's inability to break through as a martial artist was not due to a lack of talent. He chuckled softly, unsure whether to laugh at himself or others. With his hands in his pockets, Wang Jinyang strolled leisurely back to his community. Sometimes, ignorance truly is bliss. Chapter 18. Have you taken your medicine? After bidding farewell to Wu Zhihao and the others, Fang Ping found himself with no classes in the morning. Noticing that it was still early, he lacked the motivation to head to school and instead strolled towards Jinghu Garden. As he walked, Fang Ping contemplated the words of Wang Jinyang. While he listened to the little tricks that Wu Zhihao and his friends were concerned about, he had not given them much thought, for he believed there were more pressing matters at hand. Wang Jinyang, although merely a freshman, exhibited a maturity far beyond that of a typical high school student. Through his casual remarks, it became apparent that the life of a martial artist was perhaps not as idyllic as one might envision. In modern society, martial artists appeared to blend seamlessly with ordinary people. However, this was far from the reality. They inhabited their own unique world, filled with complexities that the average person could scarcely comprehend. Although information circulated rapidly on the internet, it was crucial to remember that in this country, the government allowed such freedom. Some information, which was deemed undesirable for the general populace to know, would undoubtedly remain concealed from the online realm. Fang Ping pondered. Just how significant was the difference between martial artists and ordinary individuals? Was it merely a disparity in physical prowess? A few days prior, he had been too preoccupied to reflect on these questions. Yet, after his encounter with Wang Jinyang, a genuine martial artist, his curiosity deepened. There remained a certain level of naivety in his understanding. Shaking his head, Fang Ping acknowledged that his lower social standing contributed to his limited knowledge. Some truths, as Wang Jinyang suggested, might be better left undiscovered. He would eventually unravel these mysteries once he became a martial artist himself. There was no need for haste. After walking for a while, Fang Ping reconsidered his situation and resolved to convert the remaining 10,000 wealth points. This year's challenges were evidently more formidable than those of the previous year. With Wu Zhihao's 115 units of vitality, the preparation of vitality pills, and mastery of emotional outburst techniques, he still felt uncertain about his chances. This indicated that the competition this year would be intense. With only 110 units of vitality, Fang Ping realized that if he did not improve soon, he would be in trouble should this unreliable system malfunction. Resolutely, he focused on enhancing his vitality. Soon, the data before his eyes began to shift. Wealth, 0. Vitality, 1. 2. Spirit, 1. 1. Just as Fang Ping braced himself for the refreshing sensation akin to his first vitality enhancement, an unexpected wave of pain surged through him, causing him to cry out softly. His exposed arms, neck, and the back of his hands revealed prominent veins, creating a rather alarming sight. Gritting his teeth, he leaned against the wall of a nearby shop, clenched his fists tightly, and stifled his cries of agony. Time seemed to stretch as he became drenched in sweat. Exhaling a deep breath, Fang Ping muttered under his breath. Damn, is this a joke? The first time had been exhilarating, yet this time he felt as if he might roll on the ground in sheer torment. At the moment of vitality enhancement, he feared his veins might burst. Fortunately, the pain came swiftly and departed just as quickly, had he waited any longer. Fang Ping was uncertain if he would have remained composed on the bustling street. With a lingering sense of trepidation, Fang Ping touched his arm and furrowed his brow, pondering whether his physical constitution was inadequate. During his initial enhancement of vitality, he had not given it much thought. However, this time, he distinctly sensed that his blood vessels might be too fragile, as he nearly experienced a rupture while augmenting his vital energy. This marked only the second attempt at enhancement, and he harbored doubts that another endeavor might transform him into a veritable human fountain, spewing forth crimson blood. It was evident that only a robust physique could sustain such an elevation of vitality. Thus, it appeared that physical training must be prioritized in his agenda. The already demanding tasks at hand now seemed considerably more burdensome. Nevertheless, the enhancement of physical fitness was imperative, even if not for augmenting his vitality. A sound constitution was essential for passing practical assessments. At this juncture, Fang Ping found himself not much different from the so-called waste materials that Wang Jinyang had described, those who had grown up steeped in medicinal concoctions. The thought elicited a wry smile from Fang Ping, while others feared the inability to enhance their vitality. He ironically worried about his body's inability to endure the increase. Casting another glance at the data before him, Fang Ping mused, had he truly reached 120 calories? He dismissed the idea of testing at Wu Zhihao's home once more. Just a day had passed. And if he were to test today and reveal a peak value of 125 calories, Wu Zhihao might very well leap from a building. Of course, the greater likelihood was that he would drag Fang Ping along with him. At precisely 2 p.m., the group reconvened at the school entrance. They all boarded a vehicle together, heading toward Wang Jinyang's residence to escort him to school. The neighborhood where Wang Jinyang lived was rather unremarkable, only slightly better than Fang Ping's own residential complex, Jinghu Garden. Upon arrival, they found Wang Jinyang already waiting at the entrance of his community. Earlier that morning, he had returned empty-handed, but now he carried a bulging backpack, the contents of which were unknown. As he approached the vehicle, he suddenly turned to glance at Fang Ping, a hint of suspicion flickering in his eyes. With a slight frown, he inquired, Fang Ping, what did you do at noon? Taken aback, Fang Ping hesitated, a sudden wave of anxiety washing over him. Could it be that martial artists could discern their peers' enhancements? True to his apprehensions, Wang Jinyang frowned and remarked, while I understand your aspirations and the lengths you are willing to go for the martial arts examination, your health is paramount. Certain potent substances should never be consumed recklessly. A moment's carelessness could lead to disastrous consequences. I am unaware of what you have ingested, but your vitality has increased significantly, which could easily lead to complications. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping felt a wave of relief wash over him. He quickly responded, I understand. Thank you, Brother Wang. I lack experience. This is my first time taking any medication, and I did notice some swelling in my blood vessels. Ah, so it was your first time? Wang Jinyang murmured. As a martial artist, he possessed a keen intuition. Earlier that morning, Fang Ping's vitality had been noticeably lower than Wu Zhihao's, yet now, he appeared to exude even more vigor than Wu Zhihao, his energy surging. Unbeknownst to him, Fang Ping had consumed something extraordinary. The effects of the potion were remarkable, likely a substance with potential deleterious effects on the body. However, considering that it was the first time the other party was taking medication and was unfamiliar with it, and given that it was only now that they were trying it, it seemed their family circumstances were not particularly favorable. With this in mind, Wang Jinyang refrained from inquiring further about what they had taken, instead reiterating, in the future, when purchasing medication, always ensure to consult a reputable pharmacy before understanding the effects of the medicine. In society, some individuals recklessly prescribe medications, leading to adverse interactions that can severely harm the body. One cannot always rely on luck. Many suffer or perish each year due to such negligence. However, since this was your first time and you had a solid foundation, you managed to endure, but do not take this fortune for granted. Be cautious in the future. Yes, I will definitely be careful. Thank you, Brother Wang. No need to mention it. Wang Jinyang's demeanor softened somewhat, and he added with a smile, yet, you have not come away empty-handed this time. Once your vitality stabilizes and you refine your physique, you may have a promising future in martial science this year. Others had been listening intently to their conversation. Initially, they discerned that Fang Ping had consumed some blood-nourishing medication at noon, which seemed to have caused some harm. However, they were taken aback when Wang Jinyang mentioned that Fang Ping had prospects in martial science. It should be noted that even Wu Zhihao had not received such praise from Wang Jinyang earlier that morning. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhihao could not contain his astonishment. "Brother Wang, has Fang Ping's vitality significantly improved?" Wang Jinyang chuckled lightly. "I am no vitality gauge. I can only make a rough assessment. Nonetheless, it is evident that this young man has indeed made considerable progress." Fang Ping quickly replied with a sheepish grin. "It's just average. I feel it's about the same as before." Haha. Wang Jinyang laughed but chose not to expose him. Instead, he addressed Wu Zhihao. "Do not emulate him. He lacks understanding of these matters and has taken quite a risk this time. Medications should not be misused, especially those beyond the conventional blood vitality pills and chi blood elixirs. One must exercise utmost caution." He was fortunate this time, had his luck turned. He could have faced dire consequences from a ruptured blood vessel. Ignorance is truly terrifying. Wang Jinyang shook his head. Students knowledgeable about these matters would never dare act so recklessly. Upon hearing the consequences of a ruptured blood vessel, Wu Zhihao and his companions instinctively recoiled in fear. Wu Zhihao whispered, "Fang Ping, what medication did you take?" "You." Wu Zhihao was flabbergasted, incredulous. "Have you lost your mind? Do you trust the swindlers on the street?" "It was cheap." He claimed it was a blood vitality pill, just a few thousand yuan. "Didn't you say yesterday it costs 30,000 per pill? Are you foolish? Or is he? Something worth 30,000 cannot be sold for a mere few thousand." Wu Zhihao was utterly speechless, and Yang Jian scratched his head. Dazed, "I wouldn't dare do that. Fang Ping, you are truly reckless." Originally, they had intended to inquire further about what Fang Ping had ingested, but now they had completely lost the inclination. Consuming an unknown medication could lead to dire consequences, and moreover, the swindler who deceived Fang Ping had likely vanished by now. Such a gamble on one's life to enhance vitality is a risk that no high school student would take unless utterly desperate. Ignorance is indeed a formidable foe. At this moment, this is likely the singular thought occupying everyone's mind. Who among them would casually purchase medicine on the street? Upon witnessing the scene, Fang Ping couldn't help but exhale in relief, having successfully navigated the situation. He had not anticipated that Wang Jinyang would possess such perceptiveness. It appears that martial artists are far more formidable than he had imagined. Or perhaps Wang Jinyang is significantly more capable than he had thought. Nevertheless, being exposed is not entirely detrimental. During the health examination, Wu Zhihao and the others would not be overly surprised. Additionally, there is a silver lining. Wang Jinyang likely feels a considerable chance of his success in the martial arts examination and during their journey to the school. He offered Fang Ping a few words of advice, primarily concerning physical training. He concluded with a jovial remark, suggesting that this year, the first high school might again yield unexpected results, hoping that Fang Ping would not falter in other assessments, as perhaps in a few months they would once more be schoolmates. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhihao and the others felt a genuine mix of envy and jealousy. Yet the thought of buying medicine on the street was far beyond their resolve. Chapter 19. The Schedule and Casual Conversation. The car swiftly arrived at the entrance of the first high school. From a distance, one could see a considerable number of people gathered outside the school gate. Leading the group was the school's head of instruction, with the principal absent. The head of instruction personally welcomed visitors at the gate, a treatment akin to that afforded to municipal leaders during inspections. Wang Jinyang, now merely a freshman, commanded this level of attention primarily due to his identity as a martial artist. Had it been the previous year, the head of instruction would likely not have deigned to acknowledge Wang Jinyang. A single step made a world of difference. As Wang Jinyang exited the vehicle to converse with the school officials, Fang Ping and his companions approached Lu Anghua, who was also among the welcoming crowd, accompanied by several teachers and students. Fang Ping was not particularly familiar with these students, but Wu Zhihao was, and he whispered an explanation. Most of them were from elite classes, along with a few top students from regular classes. He clarified that he was referring not to academic disciplines, but to martial studies. Those present were the promising martial arts students from this year's intake. Had it not been for Fang Ping and his group being tasked with receiving Wang Jinyang, only Wu Zhihao would have had the privilege to be there. Of course, that was in the past. Now, Fang Ping evidently possessed that qualification. Lu Anghua was not a school leader, and while Wang Jinyang engaged in conversation, he refrained from interjecting. Upon noticing Fang Ping and the others, he quietly inquired, "So, what insights have you gained?" Wu Zhihao nodded, indicating that they had indeed gathered significant knowledge. He then expressed a hint of envy, stating, "The greatest gain belongs to Fang Ping. His vital energy has surely increased, perhaps even surpassing mine." How could that be? Lu Onguo was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe it. An increase in vital energy was not something achieved overnight, especially considering Fang Ping's modest background. It would not be easy for him to surpass Wu Zhihao. Wu Zhihao, sensing the homeroom teacher's astonishment, hurriedly provided a brief explanation. Upon learning that Fang Ping had been taking various medications indiscriminately, Lu Onguo was left speechless. Were the youth of today truly so reckless? However, since the events had transpired, and Fang Ping had turned misfortune into opportunity, Lu Onguo felt a sense of joy, remarking, "It seems this year our class may witness a miraculous outcome." With Wu Zhihao aiming for martial studies, the prospect of having another student like Fang Ping, two martial university candidates emerging from an ordinary class, was thrilling to contemplate. The mere thought left Lu Onguo exhilarated. Last year, Wang Jinyang and another student from an ordinary class had successfully entered martial university, achieving remarkable success. Yet, what truly stirred envy in Lu Onguo and his peers were the two homeroom teachers of those ordinary classes, who had each earned over 100,000 in bonuses simply for producing martial arts students. That amount equated to nearly 2 years' worth of their salaries. Beyond financial gain, there were additional rewards, such as opportunities for promotion and recognition. What if they managed to produce 2 successful candidates? Lu Onguo felt a sense of dizziness. Could it be that he was destined to become the first homeroom teacher in First High School's history to cultivate 2 martial artists from an ordinary class? Moreover, in the class, Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi are not devoid of hope. As these thoughts crossed Lu Onguo's mind, he found himself in a state of mild inebriation. A man in his 50s, he could not help but grin foolishly like a simpleton. Nearby stood other class teachers, including 2 from the elite class. Upon witnessing Lu Onguo's beaming smile, one could not resist a chuckle, remarking, "Old Lu, mind your image. The students are still present." With an air of pride, Lu Onguo instinctively shielded Wu Zhihao and a few others behind him, cheerfully retorting, "Am I breaking the law by being happy? Old Li, I hear you've been rather pleased with yourself lately, boasting to everyone that this year's Outstanding Class Teacher Award is already in your grasp." The individual addressed as Old Li was also an educator in his 50s, yet he held a significantly better position, being the teacher of an elite class. Responding to Lu Onguo's banter, Old Li chuckled, "What's this? You think it's me? Or do you reckon it's old Zhang? Our student Zhou Bin is destined to be admitted to Wuda this year, with a bit of luck. He might even secure a spot at both the Beijing and Shanghai campuses of the university. These 2 institutions are among the most prestigious in the nation for martial studies. Compared to Nanjing Wuda, the admissions process for these renowned universities is considerably more challenging." Although Lu Onguo scoffed at Old Li's boasting, he chose not to argue. It was a near certainty that Zhou Bin would gain admission to Wuda. However, the prospect of him being accepted into both esteemed universities seemed rather slim. Yet, Zhou Bin was present among the crowd, and as a teacher, Lu Onguo felt it prudent not to dampen his spirits too harshly. With a broad smile, he refrained from rebuttal, merely casting a sidelong glance at Fang Ping and Wu Zhihao, knowing that should 2 martial students emerge from Class 4 this year, the title of Outstanding Class Teacher would undoubtedly be his. Even if more students from the elite class were admitted, it was expected. As that class was primarily designated for cultivating martial students, failure to gain admission would be the true disappointment. As long as Zhou Bin did not secure a place in the 2 prestigious universities, Old Li's class having more students admitted to Wuda than Class 4 would hold little weight. Beside him, Old Li felt a twinge of discomfort from Lu Onguo's laughter. Pondering what this old fellow was thinking, not only the other teachers but also Fang Ping and Wu Zhihao felt a sense of unease. The way old Lu looked at them was akin to a father gazing lovingly at his own children. Fang Ping could somewhat empathize with Lu Onguo's sentiments, finding the situation both amusing and perplexing. Just as the group engaged in hushed conversation, Wang Jinyang concluded his pleasantries with the school leaders and soon approached the awaiting students. Surveying the crowd, Wang Jinyang smiled and nodded, saying, "Each graduating class seems stronger than the last. This year's freshmen are significantly more capable than those from our previous year. The ever-improving academic performance of our school is a testament to the diligent nurturing by our teachers." Although they were merely first-year students, Wang Jinyang's formal remarks rang with grandeur, eliciting rosy smiles from the nearby head of education. This praise came from a genuine warrior. The school leaders had been following the progress of the graduates who had been admitted to Wuda, yet the specifics remained somewhat obscure, as certain information was not widely disseminated. However, It was known that among the 5 students who gained admission to Wuda last year, only 2 truly became warriors. Among these 2 individuals, Wang Jinyang enjoys greater fame. Even some alumni of the martial arts university, who maintain connections with the school, express a complex mix of emotions and deep sighs when mentioning his name. Otherwise, it is unlikely that he would have come to this school. Wang Jinyang exchanged a few pleasantries and glanced at Fang Ping. In his perception, among the students at this school, a few possessed remarkable vitality, with Fang Ping being one of them. In fact, Fang Ping's vitality was second only to that of Zhou Bin, who was highly regarded by all the school leaders. Reflecting on how this young man had normal vitality in the morning but achieved such a breakthrough by noon, Wang Jinyang couldn't help but marvel at the fickleness of fortune. At this moment, it seemed that hardly anyone among the teachers and students noticed Fang Ping. Wang Jinyang secretly chuckled, recalling how his unexpected rise last year might once again astonish these teachers this year. He pondered whether this would lead the school leaders to question themselves. However, Wang Jinyang was disinclined to concern himself with such matters and had no intention of offering reminders. It was unnecessary. He casually praised the group of outstanding students before accompanying the director of education toward the multifunctional hall. Fang Ping and his companions followed the crowd of students toward the school's multifunctional hall. Upon arrival, they found that a considerable number of students were already seated inside. At a glance, it appeared to be no less than 200. This included all the students applying for the martial arts program this year, totaling around 300 when combined with Fang Ping and his friends. As they entered, they noticed Zhang Hao waving at them, prompting them to hurry over, where several other martial arts candidates from their class were gathered. Once seated, Zhang Hao eagerly inquired, "Did you meet Senior Wang? What insights did you gain? Is Senior Wang impressive?" He refrained from mentioning the emotional outburst, and neither Yang Jian nor Lu Ruoqi brought it up. They were uncertain if Wang Jinyang would discuss it. If he did, it would not matter whether he disclosed it or not. If he chose to remain silent, that would be even better, as it would maintain their advantage. While sharing information with Zhang Hao was acceptable, they feared his tendency to spread news rapidly, which could jeopardize the hard-earned advantages. Everyone harbors a degree of selfishness. In seeing their hesitation, Fang Ping naturally chose to remain silent. As their conversation unfolded, Wang Jinyang finally entered the multifunctional hall alongside the director of education. The moment he stepped inside, the room erupted with enthusiastic applause, accompanied by excited shrieks from some girls. Witnessing this scene, nearly all the students, including Wu Zhihao, displayed expressions of envy and admiration. Many students felt a surge of emotion within, thinking, this is how a true hero should be. This was the type of martial artist they idolized and envied. Achieving such heights seemed almost effortless. However, at that moment, Fang Ping felt little excitement. While others focused on Wang Jinyang, he was engrossed in reviewing the martial arts examination schedule issued by the school. After April 10th, the political review would commence, concluding at the end of April, after which the qualified candidates would receive their examination permits. On May 1st, the martial arts candidates would collectively travel to Ruiqing, belonging to Yang City, for a physical examination. On May 3rd, the results of the physical examination were released in the various martial arts academies. Along with the Ministry of Education, received the feedback data. By the 5th, the standards for passing the physical examination were to be established. The practical assessments commenced on May 7th, followed by the national organized professional examinations on May 10th. This outlines the entire schedule for the martial arts candidates. Once they complete the professional exams, they will await the cultural subject college entrance examinations. The timeline is indeed tight, meticulously arranged to ensure that martial arts candidates can reach their utmost potential, preventing any delays for younger students. At around the age of 18, some students may experience daily growth. Gazing at the timetable, Fang Ping could not help but feel a sense of urgency. With merely about 20 days remaining until the physical examination, he questioned whether he could truly accomplish everything in that time frame. While his vitality remained robust, the professional examination posed a significant challenge for him, necessitating a strategy to enhance his mental fortitude. Chapter 20, The Tenant. Thanks to the Moonlight Alliance leader for the generous reward in the multifunctional hall, Fang Ping pondered over strategies to amass wealth and enhance his spiritual prowess, while Wang Jinyang diligently elucidated matters concerning the martial arts examination to the students. Meanwhile, in room 201 of Building 6 at Jinghu Garden Community, a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a sincere demeanor, assured a slightly older woman, "Rest assured, I will ensure that no harm befalls your furniture. If anything were to break, you may deduct it from my deposit." The woman, upon hearing this, finally smiled and replied, "That is reassuring. I've only recently renovated this house. Although the Jinghu Garden community is old, the environment is pleasant. There are restaurants and supermarkets nearby. And the bus stop is right at the entrance of the community. At 600 yuan a month, you've certainly made a good deal. If not for my financial stability, where else could one find such a rental for that price?" Sister Chen paused to remind him, "You mentioned you live alone. Being a man, you must keep things tidy. Had it not been for your neatness, I wouldn't have rented to you. Also when bathing, please use the tub to collect water. This old building has some leaks. Moreover, there's a child downstairs preparing for college entrance exams. Please refrain from making excessive noise at home, as the sound insulation in these old houses is rather poor." The woman continued her reminders for quite a while, while the man remained patient, nodding with a gentle smile. "Most essentials are already provided. You just need to add a few personal items," he replied. "Thank you, sister. Don't mention it. I shall take my leave now." Sister Chun did not linger, and once she exited, the middle-aged man swiftly closed the door, letting out a sigh of relief as he murmured to himself, "This old community likely lacks surveillance, doesn't it?" After a moment of contemplation, he approached the balcony. Peering outside, his brow furrowed as he softly mused, "I wonder if the people of Yang City will uncover the clues I've left behind by deliberately diverting them towards Songshan. Leading them to believe I fled in that direction, they would hardly suspect me outside their territory, and thus not take much heed." Lost in thought, he rubbed his temples. The local authorities in Yang City did not concern him much. Even if discovered, it was not a grave matter. What truly terrified him was the prospect of attracting undue attention from higher powers. With his current capabilities, he could assert himself in small towns like Yang City. But in a major metropolis, he would be at a loss as to how to survive. Realizing this, he felt somewhat resigned. He needed to devise a plan to escape abroad, seeking refuge in some chaotic little nations, rather than living in constant fear within Hua country. Despite its vastness, Hua country could sometimes feel quite constricted. With surveillance cameras proliferating, it was nearly impossible for someone like him to remain undetected unless he hid in the secluded foothills. However, living in such isolation would pose its own challenges, as even a martial artist cannot subsist without food and water. Additionally, rural areas are filled with familiar faces. The presence of an outsider would only leave more traces. Once he achieves a breakthrough in his cultivation and secures a smuggling route, he would devise a means to leave Hua country. In this old community, devoid of property management, it was unlikely anyone would pay him much attention. With restaurants and small shops nearby, life would be convenient, allowing him to leave minimal traces behind. After contemplating the matter thoroughly, the man felt reassured, believing he had left no loopholes. Yet, an undercurrent of regret lingered within him. Had he known better, he would not have committed the offense in the first place. If not for a moment of folly, he could have gathered the necessary resources in a few years. However, martial artists strive for immediate results, and with his 40s behind him, the prospect of waiting for even a few more years seemed bleak for his aspirations in martial arts. With age, his vitality was waning, and he could not afford to be complacent. Still, he felt a tinge of discontent. 2 hours had passed since the martial arts exam guidance concluded amidst applause. Fang Ping had initially intended to greet Wang Jinyang, but upon seeing him surrounded by countless students, he abandoned that thought. After exchanging pleasantries with Wu Zhihao and a few others, Fang Ping was about to take his leave when Wu Zhihao, with an eager expression, proposed, "Fang Ping, why not come to my house tonight?" Fang Ping's expression darkened. Such words would be acceptable coming from a beautiful woman, but from a man, it felt inappropriate. Oblivious to the implications, Wu Zhihao continued cheerfully, "Aren't you curious about your vitality level? Brother Wang said you have potential in martial arts, and your vitality must have increased significantly. How about testing it again at my place?" Fang Ping sighed. "Could you please phrase that more clearly?" Those unfamiliar might misconstrue their relationship based on the first half of his statement. "Never mind. It's not worth the trouble." Not a problem, Fang Ping. "Do come," Wu Zhihao insisted. Fang Ping wished to avoid provoking him. Jealousy could drive one to madness. As long as Wu Zhihao remained uncertain about his vitality level, he could maintain his composure. If he were to discover that Fang Ping had already reached 120 vitality, he might falter. Wu Zhihao was a decent fellow. It would be a pity if he succumbed to despair after being outshone. Recognizing Fang Ping's firm refusal, Wu Zhihao, though still eager to learn about his vitality, had no choice but to relent. After exchanging farewells with a few other classmates, Fang Ping exited the school and headed home. Shortly after Fang Ping's departure, Wang Jinyang declined the school's invitation, opting not to join for dinner. For him, visiting the school was merely an ancillary task, doing a favor while also earning some money. A win-win situation. However, the main prize lay with the Yangcheng Police Department. While 500,000 was not an exorbitant sum, it was considerable for a small city like Yangcheng. Moreover, tasks in smaller cities were easier to accomplish, with lower risks, and could be completed swiftly if everything went smoothly. Having retrieved his backpack from the school, Wang Jinyang was soon approached by a black Volkswagen that halted before him. He entered the vehicle and immediately inquired. The information suggests that individuals have entered Songshan, where there are likely some idle tourists during the day. They should not act during daylight hours, hence they must still be within the Yangcheng vicinity? The driver responded promptly. Mr. Wang, you are correct. They are certainly still within the Yangcheng area. If they were to leave the city, we should receive notification. The director has stated that should they cross Songshan, you will be informed promptly, and at that point, you need not pursue any further. Wang Jinyang furrowed his brow slightly. Now that the individual had fled Yang City, even if there were intentions to achieve merit, it would be inappropriate to overstep jurisdiction elsewhere. The absence of a pursuit did not signify the completion of the mission. It could only be deemed a failure, given the proclivities of those in the investigation bureau. If a suspect eludes capture, financial rewards would be non-existent. Any compensation for transportation would be considered fortunate. The driver chuckled awkwardly, remarking on the suspect's vigilance. Has your director not even attempted a probe? Wang Jinyang scoffed, recognizing these seasoned individuals were quite protective of their lives and would hardly dare to take chances. Is he truly a second tier? The driver hesitated, noticing Wang Jinyang's expression darkening through the rearview mirror, and quickly affirmed, absolutely a second tier. This fellow has committed offenses elsewhere to seize relevant breakthrough resources. However, it appears he has yet to accumulate sufficient resources. Even if he had enough. Time to break through is scarce. During our surveillance in Yang City, everything has been normal. Should there be a breakthrough, we would certainly be aware. This assertion held merit. A martial artist's advancement was not something that could occur in the blink of an eye. Wang Jinyang nodded slightly, lapsing into silence. Once this mission was completed, and the promised 500,000 was secured, alongside the 60,000 from his school, he would nearly amass 2 million in funds. With an additional application for funds from the institution, he would be adequately equipped for his forthcoming needs. Reflecting on a year prior when he could scarcely afford a blood-replenishing pill costing several thousand, he now found his savings in the millions, yet it remained woefully insufficient. Ordinary individuals might struggle to fathom how much he could earn in just 1 year. Wang Jinyang chuckled at his own irony, no matter how much wealth he accumulated. It was never enough. For martial artists, unless one belonged to the higher echelons of power or operated a highly profitable enterprise, even official resources were rather limited. His rapid accumulation of wealth was indeed remarkable. Many martial artists lacked channels or connections. Those who graduated from prestigious martial arts universities fared better, whereas those emerging from societal martial arts classes often faced dire circumstances. Many remained trapped in the first tier for their entire lives. In this instance, had it been a student or graduate from the martial arts university who would dare to risk engaging in criminal activities for a few million worth of cultivation resources. Yet, the suspect could not restrain himself, illustrating that some martial artists were not as glamorous as outsiders might perceive. He hoped that following this breakthrough, he could pursue more lucrative endeavors. Perhaps associating with some small enterprises could yield benefits. However, after further contemplation, Wang Jinyang dismissed the notion. While nominally associating with small businesses may involve minimal responsibilities, it often required addressing various trivial complications. The frequency of such engagements could prove more burdensome than simply undertaking a task himself. This reluctance among martial artists to serve as nominal heads for small enterprises stemmed from the potential inconveniences involved, an unworthy trade-off. Those willing to act as nominal heads were often idle martial artists. However, not everyone was suitable. Enterprises preferred to appoint individuals with a clean background, typically students from martial arts universities, as corporate representatives. After all, according to regulations, enterprises are owned by legal entities. Those of poor character, after merely attaching their names, seize your enterprise, leaving you utterly speechless. This is also the reason why many idle martial artists in society struggle so profoundly, unless one establishes their own venture. Even small enterprises would hesitate to employ them. Wang Jinyang pondered deeply as the vehicle swiftly made its way towards the Tsongshan Mountains. Chapter 21. Perfection. Upon entering his home at Jinghu Garden, Fang Ping was greeted by the sound of a security door closing from the upper floor. Li Yueying, occupied with preparing vegetables, remarked, "It's been rented out. Just signed the lease today." "Oh," Fang Ping responded nonchalantly, a smile gracing his face as he said, "Mother, once I am accepted into the Wushu Academy, we shall move to a larger house." Li Yueying, her face beaming with joy, replied, "Once you are accepted, why would we need a bigger house? It will just be me, your father, and your sister living here. This space is ample for us." "The old house is still too small," Fang Ping countered, shaking his head. "Don't hold your breath for a demolition. In my view, it won't happen for another decade." The residents of Jinghu Garden were all anticipating a redevelopment, preferring to rent rather than sell, clinging to the annual rumors of impending demolition. Yet, the reality was that Jinghu Garden remained unchanged, and even a decade later, it would still be standing. Fang Ping couldn't help but feel a tinge of frustration about this situation. While the mother and son conversed, the sound of keys unlocking the door echoed from outside. Moments later, Fang Yuan burst through the door in a flurry. In her haste to change her shoes, she nearly knocked Fang Ping down. Before he could voice his thoughts, she exclaimed, "Fang Ping, what are you doing? You nearly scared me to death." Fang Ping turned to his sister, questioning her conscience. "Are you not the least bit guilty? You almost sent me tumbling. I didn't complain, yet you take on the role of the wronged." Fang Yuan retorted, "Did that Wang Jinyang come to give you a lecture? You know about this?" Fang Ping was taken aback. It was surprising that these middle schoolers were aware of such matters. "Of course I know. A friend's sister is at the first high school. My friend even asked her sister to get Wang Jinyang's autograph. I wonder if she succeeded," Fang Yuan explained. Then inquired eagerly, "Did you see Wang Jinyang? Is it true?" "Of course it's true," Fang Ping replied, and upon hearing this, Fang Yuan expressed her frustration. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Assuming she was merely a fan, Fang Ping smirked. "What is there to say? He's rather ordinary looking, not nearly as handsome as I am." "You're such an idiot," Fang Yuan scoffed, clearly unimpressed with her brother's lack of insight. "If you were to go pick up Wang Jinyang with a little notebook for autographs, I could sell them at school. Many students idolize him. Anyone with a bit of fame would do. An autograph could fetch 10 yuan. Get a few hundred, and we'd be rich." Fang Ping was taken aback, astonished at his sister's entrepreneurial spirit. While others were fixated on obtaining autographs, she was already contemplating selling them. Still somewhat vexed that Fang Ping hadn't informed her sooner, she hurriedly asked, "Has he left? If not, why don't you go ask him for some autographs? Once I sell them, we can split the earnings 70-30. 70 for you? 3 for me?" Fang Ping chuckled. "Fang Yuan, what a pity you're not in business. You're even trying to swindle your own brother. This isn't the first time." Fang Ping shook his head, bemused. "He has long gone. Where would I go to ask for an autograph now? Furthermore, I am not one to lose face easily." "TCH," Fang Yuan muttered. "What is there to be ashamed of? A few thousand yuan is sufficient for my needs for an entire year, not to mention tuition fees." Fang Ping remained silent. The notion had not only crossed his mind, but lingered there. Perhaps he might indeed take that step. It was a pity that he had not considered it earlier. Of course, even if he had, Wang Jinyang might not have acquiesced. As the siblings conversed, Li Yueying in the courtyard expressed her curiosity. "Wang Jinyang, is he the one who was admitted to Wushu University last year?" "Mom, you know him too?" Fang Ping was taken aback. He was merely a freshman at Wushu University, yet he had become almost a household name. Li Yueying chuckled. "I visited your school, and your teacher mentioned that name. I don't quite recall the details. In this day and age, gaining admission to Wuda is more renowned than securing a place at Tsinghua or Peking University in previous times. Particularly since Wang Jinyang's rise from a humble background has garnered even greater attention, it is not surprising that families connected to number 1 high school are aware of him." Upon hearing that his mother was also acquainted with Wang Jinyang, Fang Ping's eyes sparkled as he suddenly remarked, "Mom, since you know Wang Jinyang, this simplifies matters considerably. Isn't today the day I'm supposed to pick someone up? Initially, I intended to have Wu Jihao's father procure some medicine for me. But it turns out Wang Jinyang has some as well, provided by their school. He mentioned he had no use for it, and considering he is a student at Wuda, the medicine might be more effective, so I bought a blood-boosting pill from him." The room fell into an unexpected silence as Fang Yuan scrutinized his elder brother with skepticism. His words sounded suspiciously deceitful. Fang Ping, however, remained unperturbed. Previously mentioning Wu Jihao seemed to be the most reliable option. Reflecting on this, Fang Ping couldn't help but commend his own intellect. He was becoming increasingly adept at weaving tales. stating that Wu Jihao's father was the source had its flaws that would need addressing later, but this narrative was flawlessly constructed. Without waiting for his mother to inquire further, Fang Ping continued, Wang Jinyang, out of goodwill towards his junior, sold it to me for 20,000 yuan, and I consumed it on the spot. I must say, the results were astonishing. After taking it, Wang Jinyang assured me that my chances of passing the Wushu entrance exam this year are quite favorable. Really? Li Yueying was taken aback. Her son had procured a medicinal pill from a Wuda student and consumed it right away. This was one thing, especially since the funds had been allocated for purchasing medicine. However, for the other party to claim her son had a shot at Wushu, such assertions, in Li Yueying's eyes, bore more weight than words from officials. In that moment, she found it hard to believe. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan scrutinized Fang Ping from head to toe, stroking his chin like a miniature adult, deep in thought. Having known Fang Ping all his life, Fang Yuan felt he had stumbled upon a significant secret. Fang Ping was lying, although it was merely an instinct. Fang Yuan was convinced he was correct. This fellow was indeed fabricating stories. What a coincidence that he needed medicine, and the other party just happened to have it on hand and agreed to sell it. Fang Yuan felt compelled to don the hat of Sherlock Holmes and investigate his elder brother's background thoroughly. However, Li Yueying harbored no doubts about her son. Upon hearing that even the students of Wuhan University praised her son's chances of being admitted to the prestigious Wuku, Li Yueying was filled with joy, which invigorated her spirit in the kitchen. As she busied herself with culinary preparations, Fang Yuan seized her brother Fang Ping, who was also heading to the room, and, with a fierce demeanor, demanded, "Speak. Are you lying?" Fang Ping rolled his eyes and retorted, "Who is lying to you? If you don't believe me, go ask Wang Jinyang. Besides, whether it's a mule or a horse will be revealed once the physical examination concludes in a few days. This year, my brother is assured of entering Wuku. If you run out of money next semester, I will even sign for you to sell autographs. It just feels off." The little girl muttered under her breath, pondering Fang Ping's suggestion to inquire, wondering where she might pose such a question. Despite her suspicion that her elder brother was not being entirely truthful, she firmly stated, regardless of the truth, you must not engage in any misdeeds. Fang Ping chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek and sighed, what misdeeds could I possibly commit? Have a little faith in your brother, will you? I hope you can be admitted to Wuku as well, but I can't shake the feeling that if you can, then anyone can. Ouch. The little girl's protest was cut short as she glared at Fang Ping, feeling aggrieved from the pinch he had just given her. Fang Ping, feeling somewhat melancholic himself, pressed her round face a little harder, contemplating, am I truly such a failure? Like Li Yueying, Fang Mingrong harbored no doubts regarding his son. Most parents in the world tend to believe their children would never deceive them. Furthermore, his son had consistently been an exemplary student over the years. Fang Mingrong could hardly fathom that one day his son would dare to swindle him out of 20,000 yuan, a significant sum indeed. Knowing that the student from Wuhan University had sold the item to Fang Ping, Fang Mingrong found it more reliable than having to ask the father of Fang Ping's classmate to procure medicine for him. Although he felt a twinge of regret for not witnessing the medicine firsthand and having it consumed by his son on the spot, this minor disappointment was soon forgotten. During dinner that evening, Fang Mingrong indulged in an extra small glass of baijiu, his spirits markedly elevated. With Wang Jinyang asserting that his son had a genuine chance at Wuku, it seemed that there was indeed hope. The family shared a moment of warmth and joy, and Fang Ping felt satisfied with the alibi he had crafted. Everything was in order. As long as their parents did not encounter Wang Jinyang, the plan was flawless. Nigh Perfect Chapter 22. Injustice. For the alliance leader under the moon, Songshan is not a renowned mountain range, yet it stretches across 2 provinces. The section of Songshan near Yancheng can merely be considered a subsidiary range, lacking in formidable peaks. At this moment, Wang Jinyang finds himself amidst these mountains. With a backpack slung over his shoulder, he wields a military obstacle-clearing knife in hand. As he slices through the thorns obstructing his path, a furrow forms on his brow. Gripping a military-grade, all-weather mobile phone, he speaks. Director Zhang, are you certain the individual has truly entered the mountains? A deep, somewhat polished voice reverberates through the phone. After Huang Bin evaded our surveillance, he took a taxi to the Songshan No. 3 entrance. This was confirmed through our inquiries with the taxi company. The driver saw him enter the mountain gate. Furthermore, he carried a backpack, stocked with ample provisions and water. Having prepared food and water, you would think you could have acted sooner, Wang Jinyang retorts, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Even the smallest branch of Songshan makes it challenging to detect a person once they are inside. If only Yancheng could stall for a bit longer until he arrives. heading straight for his objective. There would be no need for such complications. The voice on the other end remains unperturbed, responding with a chuckle. This is, after all, for the safety of the public. Huang Bin is a second-tier warrior striving for the third tier. Should we act and fail to subdue him, he could inflict significant damage upon Yangqing. Wang Jinyang, uninterested in further explanations, inhales deeply and states, I have scoured the vicinity of the entrance, yet found no traces whatsoever. A second-tier warrior can easily evade detection. Given the crowds at the entrance, uncovering anything is quite difficult. I shall delve deeper into the mountains. But I would appreciate your cooperation, Director Zhang, in dispatching personnel to monitor all entrances to the mountains in Yangqing. If we cannot locate him within 3 days, I will have no choice but to abandon this mission. Wasting time is not the outcome Wang Jinyang desires. Moreover, with the martial arts final assessments approaching, although he is confident of passing, he still aims for the top spot to secure additional resources. Understanding his position, Director Zhang does not refuse. Responding affirmatively, we will reconnect upon receiving any news. If he remains elusive, we will escalate the matter to Ru Yang, coordinating with him and Su Bei for his capture. Despite his words, a tinge of regret lingers in Zhang's tone. It is unfortunate that Huang Bin is so wary. Otherwise, once Wang Jinyang arrives and apprehends him, capturing a second-tier warrior engaged in criminal activities would yield significant merit. As for Zhang himself, despite being a second-tier warrior, he has not engaged in combat since arriving in Yangqing nearly a decade ago. The probability of him being bested in a confrontation is much higher. While employing firearms could theoretically neutralize a second-tier warrior, if the adversary is intent on fleeing, once they reach a densely populated area, that would pose a true dilemma. Oftentimes, it is wiser to forego accolades than to commit a grave error. Capturing a suspect is commendable, but the loss of innocent lives would constitute a severe misstep, an outcome that cannot be rectified simply by apprehending the culprit. Thus, Yangqing has remained in a state of observation rather than aggression. Unforeseen complications arose on the final day, leaving one to ponder whether Huang Bin had uncovered Wang Jinyang's true intentions for coming to Yangqing. Yet, Director Zhang felt an inexplicable gloom. In the eyes of these martial artists, Wang Jinyang likely held little prestige, as a mere freshman at Wuda. If it weren't for Zhang's own alma mater being Nanjing Wuda and his awareness of this junior's prowess, he might not have extended an invitation. After exchanging a few brief words, Wang Jinyang ended the call and continued his ascent into the mountains, determined to push his limits over the next 3 days. In Yangqing, at Jinghu Garden Community, the atmosphere had shifted from the previous days of solitude in his room. With his vitality and physical resilience still lacking, Fang Ping felt a lingering unease. Thus, after dinner, he ventured into his backyard for exercise. He bypassed the outside world. The old community offered no gyms, and the small park was overrun by elderly residents, leaving Fang Ping reluctant to be a spectacle. Fortunately, his home boasted a yard. Otherwise, he would have struggled to find a space for physical training under the current circumstances. Without any equipment, Fang Ping resorted to basic exercises. Push-ups, sit-ups, and squats were the extent of his regimen. Observing the spaciousness of the backyard, he resolved to ask his father to build a pull-up bar the following day. The enhancement of his vitality was markedly effective. In his past life, completing 30 push-ups would have left him utterly fatigued. Yet now, he managed 50 with relative ease. Performing 101 go seemed entirely feasible. With daily commitment to morning and evening workouts, he anticipated that his body would acclimate to this newfound vitality in a matter of days. As Fang Ping trained in the yard, he noticed the lights illuminating the second floor and instinctively glanced up. The upper floor remained quiet, the glow of the lights betraying no sign of life. Casting a cursory glance, he redirected his focus to his exercises. On the second floor, Huang Bin caught a glimpse of the youth training below, a complex expression crossing his features. Once upon a time, he too had been like these young aspirants, striving to gain admission to a martial arts academy. However, reality proved harsh. He failed to secure a place not only in a martial arts institution, but even in a reputable liberal arts university. Instead, he ended up at a university that, even back then, was deemed subpar, leading him to a life working in a state-owned factory. Years of toil accumulated a modest savings. Yet he was unwilling to resign himself to a lifetime within the factory walls. Thus, he invested all his savings into a martial arts training program. Perhaps fortune favored him. He indeed learned a great deal at the training center. After several more years of labor, he finally amassed the resources necessary to break through to the realm of a first-grade martial artist by the age of 30. He had believed that achieving this status would transform his life. elevating him to a higher existence. Alas, reality dealt him another crushing blow, being self-taught. He found that the martial artists from training centers could not compare to the students of Wuda. Achieving first-grade status at 30 placed him at the bottom of the martial artist hierarchy. Nevertheless, he was still a martial artist, and life was marginally improved compared to before. Had Huang been chosen to resign himself to a corporate job, he might have effortlessly accumulated a fortune of several millions by now. Yet, he yearns for ascension. And in pursuing this path, he discovers the arduous nature of martial arts. He is neither one of the warriors from Wu University, nor an official martial artist, nor affiliated with any major enterprise. The pursuit of martial arts demands substantial financial investment, equipment, training resources, techniques, and elixirs all require significant funds. Consequently, his expenditures far exceed his income. As he juggles work while striving to sustain his training, perpetually falling short financially. After several years of meager progress, having barely achieved a second-tier rank, he finds himself once again impoverished. The thought of advancing to the third tier, which would cost hundreds of thousands, nearly plunges him into despair. In the blink of an eye, he finds himself in midlife at 40, with the third-tier martial realm still an elusive dream. Some of the resources required for such a breakthrough are even restricted. Huang Bin has contemplated joining an official organization or a prestigious corporation with his second-tier status. He would not be without options. However, the prospect of undergoing evaluations, completing missions, and enduring several more years of waiting seems a grievous waste of time. Driven by a sense of desperation, he resorts to robbing an individual whom he was trading with, and once he embarked on this path, there was no turning back. The spoils came too swiftly. He seized items worth millions in a single night, a feat that would have taken him at least a year under ordinary circumstances. As the allure of easy gains consumed him, Huang Bin repeated his transgressions. The inevitable outcome was clear: secrets cannot be kept forever. And soon he found himself wanted by the authorities. Is it truly so easy to pass the martial examination? If one fails, the hardships are boundless. And he is living proof of that. Residing in such a neighborhood speaks volumes about his family's circumstances. His youth, the most formative period, was marked by a lack of resources. Could the family of the boy downstairs provide him with the nourishing herbs and ingredients necessary for his growth? Life seems profoundly unjust. Huang Bin muttered a curse at fate, questioning why some are born into wealth while a few 100,000 is mere pocket change. Why, even as a martial artist, must he remain inferior to those graduates of Wu University? Take, for example, the head of the investigative bureau in Yang City. Should that individual stand before him now, Huang Bin is confident he could defeat him within 10 minutes. Yet, this man is the director of the bureau in Yang City. Should Huang Bin wish to join such ranks, he would inevitably find himself taking orders from someone like him. Achieving such a position would require no less than 5 years of dedication. In Huang Bin's eyes, all of this is fundamentally unfair. As for the young lad downstairs, Huang Bin scoffs, hoping that the boy does not succumb to despair. However, Fang Ping is far from despondent, for he has never entertained the notion of failing the martial examination. Unbeknownst to him, he is under the scrutiny of the individual above. But even with a slightly heightened mental acuity, he cannot sense Huang Bin's far superior presence. Meanwhile, the apartment above remains as serene as ever, allowing Fang Ping to forget that it is even occupied. Chapter 23. Frightening oneself. The following day, April 10th, Thursday, Fang Ping awoke to a sensation of muscle soreness. However, it was less severe than anticipated. For one who has long abstained from physical exercise, experiencing muscle discomfort after sudden exertion is inevitable. Yet, due to his robust vitality, this adverse reaction was mitigated to its bare minimum. At that moment, Fang Ping began to comprehend why vitality is a requisite for martial artists. A strong constitution wards off ailments and even alleviates fatigue. It is individuals of such vigor who possess the audacity to aspire to martial mastery. Otherwise, the exertion from the previous day alone would suffice to leave Fang Ping in discomfort for several days. When he rose, his parents had already departed as per their usual routine. Fang Yuan, still in a state of drowsiness, brushed his teeth and washed his face. Children of this age tend to be more slothful. He was aware that Fang Ping had exercised vigorously the night before. With eyes half open, he observed his elder brother brimming with energy, and a twinge of envy arose within him. Fang Ping, are you not tired? He inquired. Not at all. I feel invigorated and am ready to devour anything. Fang Yuan pouted, recognizing his brother's penchant for provocation. The siblings quickly tidied up, partook of the breakfast prepared by their mother, and set off with their backpacks. Upon exiting, Fang Yuan tossed his bag toward Fang Ping. exclaiming, "Aren't you not tired? Help me carry it for a bit." Fang Ping chuckled, shaking his head without further comment, and casually took hold of the backpack. As they stepped out of the corridor, a middle-aged man approached, carrying breakfast. Fang Ping cast a cursory glance and noted the man heading toward their unit, which surprised him slightly. He soon realized that the man was likely a tenant from upstairs. In an old building with merely a dozen households, unfamiliar faces were a rarity. However, as they did not know each other, Fang Ping chose not to greet him and simply walked past. As Huang Bin brushed past Fang Ping, his brow, which had been calm, suddenly twitched. A martial artist can vaguely sense the vitality of an ordinary person. This was something Wang Jinyang had previously demonstrated. However, such perception requires proximity, as the strength of a low-tier martial artist is somewhat limited. Last night, Huang Bin had been upstairs without noticing anything amiss. But at that moment, as they passed each other, he instantly perceived Fang Ping's anomaly. This young lad possesses remarkable vitality. At least, in comparison to the average person, it was exceedingly high. Huang Bin furrowed his brow, a surge of jealousy washing over him. Just last night, he had believed that the youth downstairs would undoubtedly face despair in the future. Feeling a sense of unfairness on Fang Ping's behalf. Coming from an ordinary family, he was inherently at a disadvantage. Yet now, he suddenly realized that the boy he had pitted had a notably high vitality. Given the information he possessed, should there be no issues with other assessments? The likelihood of Fang Ping being admitted to a martial academy was considerable. With this realization, Huang Bin felt as though he had been struck. What right did he have to pity another? In comparison to this youth, he would not have been worthy to carry Fang Ping's shoes when he himself was of the same age. He had failed to gain admission to the martial academy, while some of his peers had become martial artists by the age of 20. In contrast, he had taken an additional 10 years and a fortune to achieve martial status by 30. The young man before him, if admitted to the martial academy, would likely become a martial artist before the age of 20. With the support of a prestigious institution, a youth from such a background, possessing such vigor, undoubtedly indicates commendable talent. Perhaps, within a few years, he may ascend to the second rank, or even the third, eventually looking down upon me. Am I truly feeling sympathy for him? How pitiful I find him. The more he contemplated this, the darker Huang Bin's expression became. Jealousy is a universal sentiment. Some individuals manage to restrain it, while others do not, or rather, choose not to. In a previous iteration of himself, Huang Bin might have been able to suppress such feelings. However, as his inner limits were repeatedly breached, coupled with the pressure of being hunted down, leaving him to scurry about like a rat, he found it increasingly difficult to control those primal desires. Thus, when he crossed paths with Fang Ping, his countenance appeared exceedingly grim, even igniting an impulse to eliminate the young man. Fortunately, Huang Bin ultimately restrained himself. For now, discretion was paramount. There was no need to jeopardize his own affairs for the sake of this youth. However, should he encounter the young man again before departing, a subtle act of sabotage might not be out of the question. Why should others enjoy life more freely than he? The heavens are so unjust, even in seeking refuge. One encounters a prodigy, which seems even more inequitable. Huang Bin walked away as if unperturbed, yet a flicker of trepidation lingered in his mind. Casting a glance back, he could merely discern the silhouette of the tenant above. Fang Ping furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Fang Yuan, noticing his reluctance to leave, inquired curiously, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing much, just the tenant from upstairs," Fang Ping replied. "Oh, Aunt Chun and her family have left. The place has been vacant for quite some time. I wonder if the uncle has a daughter." Fang Yuan lamented, "There are no girls my age in our unit. I wish there were someone to play with." Fang Ping shook his head. "It's just the uncle living upstairs." "Just one person?" Fang Yuan murmured. "That uncle must have quite the appetite. I saw him carrying a dozen buns, and I thought he had a family to feed." A dozen buns. The speaker may have been oblivious, yet the listener was keenly aware. Fang Ping had not paid much mind to the middle-aged men as breakfast earlier, but upon reflection, it indeed seemed to be a substantial bag. Could one person consume that much? Or was there someone else? Yet the previous night had been remarkably quiet upstairs, not indicative of a bustling household. What might that imply? Fang Ping felt a vague suspicion arise within him. What sort of person could consume such an amount? Naturally, a martial artist. Martial artists require substantial nourishment. This is a given. Their bodies undergo significant wear and tear, necessitating the maintenance of their vitality. Those with means may consume special supplements to sustain their physical needs without excessive eating, while those without must rely on ordinary food to replenish their bodies. This leads to the reality that if martial artists do not exercise restraint, their consumption of regular food can be several times, or even dozens of times, greater than that of ordinary individuals. Could it be that the person upstairs is a martial artist? As Fang Ping walked, he found his mind wandering. And recalling the sudden surge of fear he had experienced earlier, he swallowed hard. A martial artist, in Yang City, undoubtedly occupies the highest echelon of society. Would such an individual deign to rent an apartment in an old neighborhood like Jinghu Garden? Could it be that they are here to confront someone? It is no wonder that Fang Ping harbors a sense of narcissism. After all, he is a distinguished reincarnated figure, albeit accompanied by an unreliable system. In recent days, his vitality has surged dramatically. The sudden emergence of a martial artist residing in the apartment above him has left Fang Ping in a state of unease, especially since he found himself contemplating this issue. Could it be that the other party has discovered his uniqueness? A parched sensation enveloped his throat. Was that not a hint of murderous intent he had just sensed? The more he pondered the implications, the more plausible it seemed. Someone intends to kill me. Or perhaps they seek to unearth some secret from me. Fang Ping began to frighten himself, his complexion paling. He had never witnessed a martial artist in action, yet even the mere thought of it filled him with dread. After all, in an era dominated by firearms, martial artists are elevated to the upper echelons of society. Should this individual choose to strike, he would likely lack the strength to resist. Is their current restraint merely a guise for covert observation, an attempt to uncover my secrets? What should I do? Should I alert the authorities? Yet, who would believe that a martial artist would target a senior high school student? Moreover, could this person be an influential figure in Yang City? If I report this, might I inadvertently provoke them? Countless thoughts flooded Fang Ping's mind in an instant. Fang Yuan could not have anticipated that his offhand remark would lead Fang Ping to such elaborate speculations, even prompting him to consider whether it was time to relocate his family in haste. On the way, Fang Ping parted ways with his sister. Yet his thoughts remained fixated on the recent events, particularly the tenant above. With nothing to hide, he should feel untroubled. However, the secret he harbored rendered his sense of security fragile. The abrupt arrival of a suspected martial artist in the apartment above felt decidedly unnatural. What should I truly do? Fang Ping experienced a throbbing headache. Would feigning ignorance serve any purpose? Or should he observe the situation further? Yet a gentleman does not linger beneath a precarious wall. If this individual truly intended to confront him, there was no telling when their patience might wear thin, perhaps leading to a swift and fatal conclusion. With a tinge of anxiety and disquiet, Fang Ping entered the school, his mind elsewhere. His deskmate, Chen Fan, noticed his furrowed brow and inquired, "What is the matter?" "Nothing. Nothing." Fang Ping replied dismissively, before suddenly asking in a hushed tone, "What would you do if a martial artist were to try to kill you, or rather, if there was a possibility of such an event?" Chen Fan looked at him, bewildered. Was this fellow merely idle? He retorted with irritation, "Are you planning to wait until you become a martial artist to chase me down?" Fang Ping quickly insisted, "I'm being serious. The martial arts exam might very well pose such questions. I just wanted to hear your thoughts. Are they really going to ask that in the exam?" Chen Fan pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Call the police. But if the other party has yet to make a move, would that be futile? Then just run." He added, "The monk may flee, but the temple remains. Where can one escape?" With so many constraints, Chen Fan lamented, "There is no remedy. We might as well await our demise." Fang Ping, with a troubled expression, inquired, "Is there no alternative to waiting for death?" Chen Fan jested. "Unless a master fortuitously passes by, vanquishes this martial artist with a single blow, and declares that your innate talent is extraordinary, taking you as his disciple. Thus, you would embark on the path of supreme power. How does that sound? Are you satisfied now?" Fang Ping, momentarily lost in thought, murmured, "A master?" Instantly, the figure of Wang Jinyang flashed through his mind. If one were to speak of masters, Wang Jinyang was the only person he knew. Yet, he had already departed from Yang City. Moreover, even if he had not left, it would be unreasonable to seek assistance. As his head began to throb again, Fang Ping could only console himself. "It's not about me. It's not about me. But, if it's not about me, why does he reside above me? It is evident that he is indeed seeking me." Chapter 24. Temptation in Times of Safety and Security. Fang Ping did not perceive any wrongdoing in his thoughts, after all. His life was his own. Contemplating potential dangers, even if it meant unsettling himself, was preferable to the loss of life. If the other party bore no ill intent, that would be most fortunate. However, should there be malice, it was prudent to be prepared rather than caught unawares. In Fang Ping's view, Discerning the intentions of others was quite a straightforward task. If the individual in question was indeed a martial artist, the likelihood of malicious intent was considerably high. The modern era is not akin to ancient times. Martial artists constitute a unique stratum of society. The notion of seclusion is virtually non-existent. Moreover, who would be foolish enough to rent a residence in an old neighborhood for the purpose of hiding? Thus, as long as he could ascertain whether the person was a martial artist, he could make a rough assessment of the situation, even if he were to misjudge. What of it? Forcing himself to remain calm, Fang Ping, who had previously been anxious, now believed that his current peril was minimal. If the other party truly wished him harm, they would likely observe him first. After all, there was no necessity for them to rent a room. As an ordinary student, it would not be trivial for a martial artist to eliminate him. Given the absence of immediate danger, he could attempt to verify the other person's identity. Merely considering the buns from that morning did not provide sufficient evidence. There are indeed ordinary individuals with hearty appetites. Throughout the day, Fang Ping occupied himself with writing and drawing, while occasionally engaging Wu Zhihao and others in indirect inquiries. By the time school dismissed in the afternoon, Fang Ping had formulated a plan. Although he was not a martial artist, he was no longer a mere teenager, approaching 30. He possessed a psychological advantage over these high school students. Upon returning home to the Jinghu Garden neighborhood, Fang Ping first entered the bathroom, then wandered around the backyard. Fang Yuan, who was watching television, looked slightly surprised. Had her brother undergone a change? In recent days, Fang Ping's most frequent action upon seeing her had been to pinch her cheeks. With a cheerful demeanor, he remarked, "I am as broke as a church mouse. I have no money to squander." Raising his voice slightly, he called out, "Mom, is that gentleman upstairs at home?" "What is the matter?" Li Weiying inquired from the kitchen, curious about her son's inquiry regarding the upstairs tenant. "I just checked the bathroom. It seems there might be some water seeping from the ceiling. I hope the new tenant upstairs isn't careless while bathing," he responded. "Is that so?" Li Weiying hadn't paid much attention to the matter and casually replied, "If it's not serious, let it be. Old houses are like that. It's worth mentioning, though. The gentleman upstairs is home. I'll go say hello. He is new here and likely isn't very familiar with things. The sound insulation between the floors is poor. One can hear the creaking of doors quite clearly." Fang Ping did not press further and stepped outside, preparing to ascend the stairs to seek the individual. Fang Yuan, observing her brother's intent to greet the tenant, felt somewhat speechless. Fang Ping had never cared much for such matters before and seemed increasingly peculiar of late. On the second floor, Fang Ping inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain composed. He reached out and knocked on the security door. The interior was eerily quiet, as if no one were present. Undeterred, he knocked once more and called out, "Hello, is anyone home? I am from downstairs. Is anyone home?" After knocking several times, the door within the security door was opened. Huang Bin furrowed his brow slightly, but soon revealed a simple smile, saying, "I didn't hear you just now. Who are you?" "Hello, uncle, I am from downstairs. I heard my mother mention that Aunt Chin's house has been rented out." Fang Ping briefly explained, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Uncle, it's like this. Our community's buildings are quite old, and the plumbing is severely deteriorated. Moreover, when Aunt Chin renovated, the waterproofing in the bathroom was not done well. I just checked, and it seems there is a bit of seepage in my bathroom. Uncle is probably unaware of this. I came up to take a look." Huang Bin raised an eyebrow. The landlord did mention this yesterday, and he hadn't paid attention while showering last night. Was this a confrontation? However, it was merely a minor issue, and Huang Bin did not wish to create a scene that would attract attention. He quickly smiled and said, "I apologize. I just moved in and am not very familiar with things. I will be more careful next time. It's nothing. These are old issues." While Fang Ping spoke, noticing that the man did not open the door, he added, "Uncle, would you mind if I come in to check your bathroom? It's possible that the problem isn't from your side, but rather a leak in the main pipe. If the main pipe is leaking, we would need to call someone to repair it. Otherwise, in a few days, it will be unmanageable." Huang Bin frowned slightly, but soon nodded, saying, "All right, take a look. If it is my problem, I will make arrangements for repairs." "Thank you for your trouble," Fang Ping said politely, and Huang Bin opened the security door, allowing him inside. Fang Ping casually glanced around the room. He had visited the upstairs before when Aunt Chin lived there, and there had not been much change. Huang Bin had only just moved in yesterday, so it was unlikely he had made any alterations. After a brief inspection, he noticed the balcony curtains were half drawn, but he said nothing. A grown man, lounging at home during the day with the curtains half drawn, seemed somewhat unusual. Huang Bin casually explained, I just started in Yangqing and am looking for a job. I haven't officially begun working yet. Oh, what do you do, uncle? My father works at a ceramic factory in the suburbs and has been there for many years. They are hiring at the factory. Perhaps I could mention it to my father. No need, no need. I have almost found a job, so it's not a bother. Huang Bin appeared somewhat impatient. This kid was rather talkative. Observing this, Fang Ping chose not to say more, but noted it mentally. Was he not from Yangqing? Upon entering the bathroom, he looked around seriously, examining the plumbing. After a while, Fang Ping sighed in relief and said, "It shouldn't be an issue with the main pipe. Uncle, in the future, it would be best to use a basin to catch water while showering. I apologize for the inconvenience. It's nothing. I will certainly be more careful in the future." Huang Bin was agreeable but somewhat impatient. He had matters to attend to, and this boy was still lingering. Fang Ping did not linger for long. He casually glanced at Huang Bin's hands and then smiled, saying, "Uncle, I shall take my leave now. Since you have just moved in, should you require any assistance, feel free to reach out to me or my father." Huang Bin responded affirmatively, assuring him to speak up if anything arose. After exchanging a few words, Fang Ping departed under Huang Bin's gaze, making his way downstairs. Once Fang Ping had descended, Huang Bin finally closed the door, shaking his head, seemingly indifferent. Downstairs, Fang Ping furrowed his brow. Although their conversation was brief and casual, he discerned quite a bit. The other party was most likely a martial artist. While martial artists may appear indistinguishable from ordinary individuals, a meticulous observation reveals subtle characteristics. Had he not encountered martial artists before, Fang Ping might have overlooked many details. However, his recent encounter with Wang Jinyang made him more perceptive. Wang Jinyang appeared no different from an average person, yet his eyes were strikingly bright, a minor yet telling trait. Additionally, Wang Jinyang's hands were coarse and calloused. Practicing martial arts is not akin to cultivating immortality. It does not involve simply meditating to advance. The rigorous training of the body is arduous, and it is common for one's hands and feet to be covered in calluses. Moreover, the longer one practices martial arts, the thicker these calluses become. The notion of a complete transformation, with delicate skin, is unrealistic for low-level martial artists, and even high-level practitioners remain uncertain in this regard. During his conversation with Huang Bin, Fang Ping had, seemingly casually, glanced at the latter's hands. Huang Bin likely never considered that a student would test him and had concealed nothing. The calluses on Huang Bin's palms were abundant, distinct from those resulting from mere labor, revealing a significant difference. Coupled with his substantial appetite, Fang Ping felt he could draw a conclusion. Huang Bin was indeed a martial artist. Even if he were not, he had likely immersed himself in martial arts training for quite some time. Without a job and seemingly lacking the desire to seek employment, he appeared entirely preoccupied within his rented accommodation. All these signs collectively indicated that something was amiss with this individual. Confirming his suspicions, Fang Ping realized he needed to take this matter seriously. A seemingly unsavory character residing above him, while he himself harbored issues, compelled him to prepare for the worst. What should he do? Fang Ping fell into contemplation. Should he passively wait? Waiting indefinitely could prove perilous. Should he contact the authorities? The other party had not actually attacked him, rendering such action questionable. Seeking assistance from a skilled individual seemed ludicrous. Where would he find one? After much deliberation, he concluded that he must rely on himself. Should he take the initiative? This thought suddenly surged within him, startling Fang Ping. When had he become so audacious? The other party was a martial artist. Setting aside the question of whether he could manage to confront him, what if he was mistaken? Would that not amount to a criminal act? Hesitation gripped his heart, yet soon, with a firm resolve, Fang Ping decided to test the waters. He did not intend to take a life. In truth, he lacked the courage to commit murder, regardless of whether the individual was a villain or a virtuous person. As long as he refrained from causing death, he could simply report the incident afterward. If the individual were indeed good-hearted, he could offer an explanation, which would likely pose no significant trouble. He is a student, filled with youthful fervor, perceiving the other as a villain. He assists the police in apprehending wrongdoers, believing that even if he makes an error, the worst consequence would be a reprimand. However, if the individual truly is a criminal, then the situation becomes manageable. Proactively addressing the crisis is far superior to passively awaiting its arrival. As for the method of apprehension, martial artists are not omnipotent, and in contemporary society, there exist numerous strategies to resolve such matters. If Fang Ping were also a martial artist, the adversary would likely be on guard. Huang Bin probably never contemplated that even before he could confront Fang Ping, Fang Ping was already preparing to complicate his life. Chapter 25. Arrangements. Although Fang Ping believed that self-reliance was preferable to dependence on others, he found it imperative to deliberate carefully at this critical juncture. After some contemplation, he decided to contact the authorities, thinking it prudent to test the waters first. If that proved futile, he would devise another plan. That evening, under the pretext of leaving his residential complex, Fang Ping utilized a public telephone to report his suspicions. He refrained from disclosing his identity, merely expressing his concerns about the potential malfeasance of the tenants above. Unsurprisingly, the operator, clearly at a loss, offered little more than platitudes, assuring him that they would safeguard the community's safety and send patrols to investigate. It was evident to Fang Ping, without the need for deep contemplation, that the likelihood of genuine follow-up was slim, given the limited resources of law enforcement and the absence of concrete evidence. It was unreasonable to expect a significant police presence based solely on suspicion. If that were the case, officers would spend their days addressing such trivial matters, inundated by the volume of false reports. Unless Fang Ping claimed an immediate threat to his life, the chances of a response were minimal. Furthermore, his refusal to identify himself only diminished the likelihood of any action being taken. Fang Ping was not averse to reporting his concerns under his real name. His primary apprehension lay in the possibility that the individuals above might possess connections that could lead back to him. Should he report them openly, any ill intent on their part could prompt immediate retaliation. By presenting himself as an anonymous bystander, even if his identity were eventually uncovered, the multitude of residents in the complex would make it challenging for anyone to deduce that it was him. After attempting to perform the role of a vigilant citizen, Fang Ping felt a tinge of frustration when his efforts yielded no results. Yang City, after all, was not a sprawling metropolis, and police resources were scarce. Moreover, with limited oversight, many situations were often resolved by merely avoiding complications. Cases of non-criminal activity, such as anonymous reports made from public telephones, rarely garnered attention. Thus, Fang Ping reluctantly abandoned the idea of seeking assistance from the police, resolving instead to rely on his own ingenuity. He contemplated incapacitating the individual above and searching for evidence. Should he find any, reporting it to the authorities would still be an option. If evidence eluded him, he pondered, he would still stir the pot. If he could not uncover incriminating evidence against the tenants above, he would turn the spotlight on himself. As a passionate young man determined to aid the police in apprehending wrongdoers, he could confess to having acted outside the bounds of propriety, thereby drawing official attention. Regardless of whether the individuals above were indeed criminals or innocents, the police would take notice. If they were good people, all the better. He could subsequently admit his missteps and make amends. If they were indeed nefarious, it would yield a more permanent resolution, and he might even earn a commendation. Having weighed the potential outcomes, Fang Ping concluded that, regardless of the result, the worst he would face would be a reprimand, a minor consequence compared to the threat to his safety. With this understanding, he felt a renewed sense of calm, emboldened to strategize on how to neutralize the perceived threat. That night, as Fang Ping continued his physical training in the backyard, he could not shake the feeling that someone was watching him from the second-floor window. He sensed their scrutiny, an unsettling notion that he was being observed. Fang Ping reached a conclusion, increasingly convinced that the fellow upstairs harbored ulterior motives. In truth, this could be seen as a fortunate misinterpretation. Huang Bin indeed glanced briefly at the scene from above, but he himself had matters to attend to, and his observation was rather fleeting. The following day, Huang Bin, having not recognized Fang Ping the previous morning, naturally felt no need to greet him. However, upon their evening encounter, he acknowledged Fang Ping, thus establishing a semblance of acquaintance. Consequently, when they crossed paths again, Huang Bin, eager to maintain his image as a straightforward individual, greeted Fang Ping with a naive smile. Had he chosen silence, it would have prompted Fang Ping to suspect that this man was feigning ignorance. This notion of suspicion is akin to the fable of the suspicious neighbor. When one doubts another, every action seems to confirm their suspicions. Currently, Fang Ping suspected Huang Bin's intentions were malevolent, leading him to perceive this man as untrustworthy. Convinced of Huang Bin's ill intent, Fang Ping resolved to take preemptive action against him. With determination and cunning, he felt confident in his ability to subdue his adversary. During the morning at school, Fang Ping appeared engrossed in his studies, yet in reality, he was plotting his next move. As soon as the morning classes concluded, he vanished in an instant. Chun Fan, witnessing his swift departure, could only express admiration for his physical prowess. By the time of the midday class, Fang Ping arrived just on schedule, unnoticed by anyone, with several small bags discreetly tucked into his pockets. To incapacitate someone, sedatives and tranquilizers are most effective, however. These are prescription medications, notoriously difficult to procure. Fang Ping had no intention of purchasing such drugs, as their efficacy is generally limited and slow to manifest. Moreover, his target might possess a warrior's constitution, rendering them more resistant than an ordinary individual. Standard sedatives would likely prove ineffective unless administered in substantial quantities. But the individual upstairs was no fool. He would surely resist a heap of white tablets. Alas, Fang Ping was not an average student. At noon, he visited an adult novelty store. In a previous life, a friend of his, a journalist, had conducted a covert investigation into a widely circulated rumor about a memory-erasing drug. The findings revealed that a substance capable of rendering someone unconscious and amnesiac within seconds was mere fantasy. If such a drug existed, the field of anesthesiology would have long been rendered obsolete. Nonetheless, there do exist substances similar to anesthetics, which surpass them in effectiveness. These narcotics amplify the sedative properties with little regard for the consequences, often resulting in severe side effects such as nausea and dizziness lasting for days. Fang Ping's friend, having personally experimented with a small amount of a forgetfulness-inducing liquid, found himself not unconscious, but in a state of hazy awareness, utterly fatigued. Fang Ping was present during this episode and, in a moment of audacity, pilfered his friend's wallet. Later, his friend recounted that he was aware of the theft but found himself powerless to intervene, his limbs weak and his voice stifled. However, the efficacy of the drug was not as astonishing as rumored. He succumbed to a state of drowsiness for nearly 20 minutes. Perhaps it was due to the small amount consumed, yet he feared that drinking more might be detrimental to his health, so his friend refrained from further experimentation. It was through this experience that Fang Ping discovered where to procure such items. In fact, at that moment, several adult stores openly sold them at reasonable prices. During midday, Fang Ping visited a few establishments and spent 400 yuan to purchase 3 small packets. According to the rather unsavory shopkeeper, the effects were remarkably potent. And he also suggested that Fang Ping acquire some aphrodisiac products. The type Fang Ping purchased rendered women as unresponsive as corpses, which he was advised against using. Dismissing the shopkeeper's sordid intentions with a scoff, Fang Ping thought, "Am I really that kind of person?" Yet, as a young man venturing into an adult store, it was undeniable that to any onlooker, he appeared to fit the stereotype. Having procured the drug, his next consideration was how to ensure the other party ingested it. Fang Ping worried that a martial artist might possess a strong resistance. The shopkeeper claimed that for an ordinary person, 5 milliliters would suffice. This time, Fang Ping bought 3 small bottles, totaling 50 milliliters. With a tenfold dosage, even a martial artist would surely be rendered incapacitated and disoriented, wouldn't they? However, the thought of potentially causing a fatal overdose led Fang Ping to decide on a smaller quantity, even if the side effects were more pronounced. It was better than causing a death. The individual upstairs had a habit of eating out rather than cooking. In those moments, there were no delivery services like Meituan or Ele.me. One had to resort to ordering takeout. Yet, Fang Ping had observed the person upstairs carrying a lunchbox when discarding trash the previous night. Without a delivery person, executing his plan would be significantly more challenging. Fang Ping continued to strategize on how to facilitate the other's consumption of the drug. Given his current status as a student and his identity as a downstairs neighbor, he presumed the individual would not be wary of him. Throughout the day, Fang Ping plotted to incapacitate that person. It wasn't until after school that he shook his head, feeling somewhat disheartened, as he couldn't shake the impression that he resembled a villain. Suppressing such thoughts, Fang Ping reassured himself that, at worst, he would only induce dizziness for a few days, and he could later offer compensation. He was not a woman. Surely he could gain some advantage from the encounter. If he were truly a wrongdoer, then he would consider himself a benefactor to society. Upon returning home, Fang Ping promptly isolated himself in his room, combining several vials of the liquid sedative. After some contemplation, he changed into a long-sleeved shirt and donned a jacket over it to better disguise his intentions. When he emerged from his room, Fang Yuan looked on in astonishment, questioning what had come over her brother. "Fang Ping, aren't you hot?" Although it was April and not yet summer, the temperature remained quite high. With their parents absent during the day and Fang Yuan attending school, it seemed prudent to act during daylight hours to avoid any unforeseen complications. With this in mind, Fang Ping hastily removed his jacket, smiling as he replied, "It's nothing. Just felt a bit chilly. Are you feeling unwell?" Fang Yuan inquired with concern. Fang Ping was initially inclined to deny, but after some contemplation, he nodded and remarked, I seem to be feeling a bit unwell. If it persists, I shall take leave tomorrow morning. A good night's rest should suffice. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan approached and gently touched his forehead, noting the absence of a fever, which alleviated his concern somewhat. Later that evening, upon learning of Fang Ping's discomfort and his intention to take leave the following morning, Fang Mingrong and Li Yueying expressed their worries with genuine concern. Fang Ping reassured them that he was not in grave trouble. Although the couple remained slightly anxious, they ultimately refrained from further words. Yet, they pondered that if he continued to feel unwell by tomorrow, a visit to the hospital would be necessary. Li Yueying had initially planned to take leave the next day to care for her son, but Fang Ping's firm refusal changed her mind. Observing that her son did not appear severely afflicted, she acquiesced and, later that evening, handed him 100 yuan, instructing him to take a taxi to the hospital if needed. With everything arranged, Fang Ping felt a measure of reassurance and awaited the opportunity to act the following day. Chapter 26, Calculations on April 11th, a Friday, Fang Ping utilized his father's antiquated mobile phone to request a morning off from his homeroom teacher. Lu Onghua expressed considerable concern, urging Fang Ping over the phone to take care of himself and recuperate. The current Fang Ping was not the same as before. He had prospects in martial arts. With the impending martial arts examination, the thought of falling ill would bring Lu Onghua to tears. Only after Fang Ping assured him that he was merely feeling slightly unwell did Lu Onghua relent, offering his unequivocal approval for the leave. At this juncture, Fang Mingrong and his wife were wholly convinced that their son indeed had a bright future in martial arts. The teacher's genuine concern was evidence enough. Such care would be unwarranted if there were no prospects. Previously skeptical of his older brother's boastfulness, Fang Yuan now found it hard to dismiss the possibility that her brother might genuinely excel. Observing the disbelief in her eyes, Fang Ping found himself both amused and exasperated. In no time, their parents departed for work, and Fang Yuan left for school, leaving Fang Ping alone at home. Although the upper floor was eerily quiet, he was certain that the occupant above remained at home, a quintessential recluse. Aside from meals, Fang Ping had never witnessed this individual venture outside. Unlike other homebodies who might indulge in the internet, television, or other pastimes, the resident above had neither surfed the web nor turned on the television. The internet had long been disconnected, and the television had never been switched on. Such a person, confined within the walls of home, raised Fang Ping's suspicions about what mischief might be brewing. He was profoundly dubious about whether martial artists possessed heightened abilities in all aspects, including hearing. Thus, even within the confines of his home, he exercised caution, refraining from uttering anything out of the ordinary. When he had previously observed the individual upstairs, he had adhered strictly to protocol, taking each step methodically to avoid arousing suspicion, not in haste to ascend the stairs in search of an opportunity. Fang Ping meandered through the house, donning a jacket and discreetly sliding a small vial containing a potion into his sleeve, with the opening facing his palm. After several attempts to pour the liquid into his own cup, he felt confident that he could do so swiftly and finally exhaled in relief. The potion emitted no discernible odor, but he remained uncertain about its taste. A bit apprehensive, Fang Ping extracted a minuscule quantity from the vial, mixing it with water, and cautiously took a sip. The sensation on his tongue revealed no significant difference from ordinary water, prompting him to spit it out immediately, a smile creeping onto his face. Colorless and tasteless, it surpassed his expectations. Martial artists are still human. Even if their senses are heightened, they likely wouldn't detect such subtleties easily. Fang Ping believed it improbable for anyone to maintain constant vigilance, especially as he considered himself a diligent student. After reclining on his bed for a while, he finally rose around 9 in the morning and made his way to the kitchen. Entering the kitchen, he picked up the kettle and muttered to himself, "Is there no hot water left at home? How can I take my medicine without hot water?" With a sigh, Fang Ping, carrying a few cold medicine tablets and a water cup, strode outside. On the second floor, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Huang Bin, rummaging through a package, felt his expression shift slightly upon hearing the sound. Hastily, he shoved the package beneath the sofa, holding his breath to remain still. "Uncle, are you home?" came the voice from outside, prompting Huang Bin to frown. "Not this kid again." A hint of annoyance crossed his face. He preferred solitude and was reluctant to engage with outsiders. This boy had visited twice in the last 2 days. At the door, Huang Bin opened it, revealing a broad grin as he inquired, "No school today?" Fang Ping rubbed his forehead, visibly troubled. "I'm not sure if it's the pressure lately, but I've been feeling a bit dizzy, so I took the morning off." Uncle, do you have hot water? I was about to take some medicine. But there's no hot water at home, and boiling it will take a while, so I came up. Huang Bin understood, feeling increasingly vexed. This kid truly did not see himself as a guest, borrowing water even when his own was unavailable. Despite his irritation, Huang Bin forced a smile. I have hot water. Come in. Thank you, uncle. Don't mention it. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fang Ping entered the house with his cup. Huang Bin gestured towards the kitchen. The kettle is over there. Can I help you? No. Uncle, please don't trouble yourself. I can manage. Fang Ping quickly waved his hand, then casually glanced at the half-drawn curtains on the balcony, commenting, It's a bit dark in here. Are the curtains broken? They're not broken. Oh. I thought they might be. Huang Bin felt increasingly speechless. Why did this boy feel the need to meddle in everything? Yet, upon reflection, Huang Bin recognized that it was indeed inappropriate to keep the curtains drawn during the day. As Fang Ping headed towards the kitchen, Huang Bin chose not to follow but instead walked towards the balcony to draw the curtains open. Fang Ping internally sighed in relief. He had carefully considered this dialogue multiple times in his mind. Huang Bin was predictably following his usual routine. In truth, even if Huang Bin had not gone to the balcony, Fang Ping had other plans in mind. This saved him some trouble. Without wasting time, Fang Ping entered the kitchen, lifted the kettle, and poured himself a cup of water. He then swiftly retrieved a small medicine bottle from his sleeve, opened it in an instant, and poured the liquid directly into the kettle. After completing this task, he tucked the medicine bottle back into his pocket, secured the cap, and carried the water cup towards the kitchen exit. Exiting the kitchen, he found Huang Bin had already drawn the curtains and was approaching. Fang Ping, maintaining his composure, raised his water cup with a cheerful smile. Thank you, uncle. Not at all. Huang Bin, having said this, paused. This boy should be leaving soon after finishing his water. Or so he thought. Yet, Fang Ping seemed oblivious to Huang Bin's impatience, showing no intention of departing. Fang Ping was at a loss, without surveillance. How could he know when Huang Bin would drink water? One could only watch, observing as the other drank water, waiting for the opportune moment to act. Otherwise, if the moment were to slip away, even if the other truly consumed the water, it would be of no consequence if one remained unaware. This individual, even if initially indifferent, would undoubtedly sense something amiss afterward. The likelihood of securing a second chance would be nearly non-existent, and one would inevitably become a suspect. Thus, the opportunity was singular. In light of this, Fang Ping naturally chose not to depart, opting instead to remain until he witnessed the other drink. Ignoring Huang Bin's thoughts, he held the cup, sipping while consuming a few cold medicine tablets, then inquired, Uncle, do you usually stay home alone? Yes, my family is in the countryside. I came to Yanqing to work alone. Fang Ping silently cursed, wishing the lies were more artfully crafted. Did he truly think him so naive? Those who work do not seek employment while renting a place alone. One could easily spend dozens to hundreds on takeout daily. Did he believe Fang Ping had never encountered laborers before? Regardless of his internal rebuke, Fang Ping feigned sympathy, saying, Your son must miss you dearly. By the way, uncle, is your television functional? My father removed the smart card from our TV, stating that since I am in my final year of high school, I am not permitted to watch television, and I haven't seen it in ages. Huang Bin's face turned pale. This audacious young man had the audacity to ask to watch television while merely seeking water. Had he considered Huang Bin's feelings? Yet, considering the youth's lack of worldly experience, Huang Bin suppressed his impatience and replied, Well, about that. Before he could finish, Fang Ping had already strolled into the living room, seized the remote, and turned on the television. As the screen flickered to life, Fang Ping's excitement was palpable. Uncle, may I watch a bit of television here? Huang Bin cursed inwardly. He hadn't even consented, yet Fang Ping had taken the liberty to switch on the TV and settle onto the sofa. What could he possibly say? He had almost contemplated claiming the television was broken, but now, what alternative could there be? Portraying himself as the good-natured host, with no one else around. He found himself lacking an excuse to usher Fang Ping out. Should he claim he needed to step out? But at that moment, he wished for the solitude of anonymity. What if he attracted unwanted attention during the day? After some internal deliberation, Huang Bin forced a smile, saying, It's fine. If you enjoy it, watch for a while. Uncle, do you like watching sports? Shall we watch together? No need. I can watch anything. Huang Bin sighed internally. He resolved to endure this for a brief period, after all. This young man must eventually return to school. Hadn't he mentioned taking a morning off? Surely, he could only stay until mealtime at the most. Having reconciled these thoughts with Fang Ping present, Huang Bin felt it inappropriate to engage in other activities and thus sat on the sofa's edge, staring blankly at the television. Fang Ping, too, was captivated by the screen, though a sense of impatience brewed within him. When would this fellow drink water? Once he did, Fang Ping could depart and return to knock on the door after 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, the medicine should have taken effect, even if he did not faint. He ought to feel utterly weak. Yet, after watching television for nearly half an hour, Huang Bin had shown no inclination to drink water. Fang Ping, feeling helpless, rose with a water cup in hand and said, "Uncle, I shall fetch more water. I am quite parched, and I'll pour a cup for you as well." Without waiting for Huang Bin's refusal, Fang Ping proceeded directly into the kitchen. Instead of pouring water immediately, he grabbed the thermos and returned to the living room, first filling his own cup before pouring a generous amount into the cup before Huang Bin. At that moment, Huang Bin had no desire to engage in conversation. He found this young man rather too familiar. Had it not been for the wish to avoid drawing attention, he would have been tempted to hurl this individual out of the window. However, Fang Ping remained oblivious to Huang Bin's thoughts. A fleeting glance at the cup in front of Huang Bin revealed that Fang Ping did not touch his own drink, instead becoming engrossed in the television as if entranced. Forgetting to drink. Human beings are easily swayed by psychological cues. When there is no water before you, one may not consciously seek it out. Yet, when a cup of water is placed within reach, even in the absence of thirst, one often finds themselves instinctively taking a sip. Particularly when someone else has poured the water, the majority would drink even if they are not thirsty. Fang Ping's act of pouring water for Huang Bin was a deliberate attempt to establish such a psychological suggestion. Fang Ping was fortunate. He could divert his attention to the television, while Huang Bin, evidently not inclined to watch, found himself with nothing to do. Taking a sip of water could alleviate his agitation. A few minutes later, Huang Bin shifted in his seat, leaning forward and casually grasping the water cup before him. For a brief moment, Fang Ping felt his heart nearly cease. To conceal his anomaly, he muttered softly at the television, "Hurry up and score." In reality, Fang Ping was overly cautious. Huang Bin was on guard against many, the Investigation Bureau, foreign martial artists, and other dubious characters, yet he never considered suspecting Fang Ping. A teenager, still a student, posed no threat to him. Even if Huang Bin had previously contemplated doing harm, he had not acted on it. In such circumstances, would a youth conspire against him? Not only Huang Bin, but anyone else would likely dismiss such an idea. When Wang Jinyang visited the school, Fang Ping and his peers hosted him, offering drinks. Would Wang Jinyang suspect that someone had poisoned his beverage? If everyone were so paranoid, their nerves would have long since frayed. Thus, many of Fang Ping's precautions were ultimately futile. Huang Bin never contemplated such matters. Hence, drinking water felt entirely natural to him. He lifted the cup and took a hearty gulp. For a martial artist, drinking water is not akin to the delicate sips of a lady. A single swallow could empty half the cup. Observing this, Fang Ping felt it prudent to make his exit and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, I think I forgot to turn off the gas at home. Uncle, I must head down now." Huang Bin, eager for him to leave, smiled and replied, "All right, do come by often." "Thank you, uncle. I'll return once I sort things out," Fang Ping responded. Huang Bin felt a twinge of regret for his own words. He had unwittingly encouraged this overly familiar young man, questioning if he had lost his senses. Unfortunately, there is no remedy for regret. Huang Bin exchanged a few more pleasantries before watching Fang Ping hastily depart. Once he was gone, Huang Bin rubbed his temples, feeling parched, and raised the cup to take another sip of water. Shaking his head and disregarding Fang Ping, Huang Bin retrieved the package from beneath the sofa. Anticipating that the young man might arrive shortly, he took the package and entered the room, lest the young man catch sight of it. Chapter 27. The Archvillain Fang Ping for the Alliance leader Ye Chao. Additional update, downstairs. He was concerned that the other party might not yet be affected by the drug. Realizing that he had plotted against him and would seek him out for trouble, Fang Ping remained exceedingly vigilant towards martial artists. Although he had inadvertently spilled 3 vials of potion, it would be a blessing if it did not result in any fatalities. However, martial artists are resilient. Fang Ping believed that death was unlikely, and perhaps the adversary still possessed some strength. He decided to wait outside for a while before going upstairs to test the waters. Room 201. Huang Bin entered the chamber, concealing his package, when he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Shaking his head, he was abruptly struck by weakness in his legs, almost succumbing to the urge to collapse. Oh no! In that moment, Huang Bin's first thought was not of Fang Ping, but of the Yang City Criminal Investigation Bureau. He realized he had been discovered and ambushed. How had he been ensnared? With his mind clouded, Huang Bin was overcome with dread and disbelief. He was certain that upon relocating to this area, there was no one monitoring him. Each day before leaving, he had been vigilant, aware of those in Yang City surveilling him. He had noticed last time when they were tailing him. Moreover, he had only ventured out that morning to buy some breakfast. Could it be that the food had been tampered with? Yet, it had already been 2 or 3 hours since he consumed it. What kind of drug would take effect so slowly? Even now, Huang Bin had not thought of Fang Ping. With his mind in a haze, he could not afford to ponder further. Feeling his limbs grow increasingly weak, Huang Bin felt a surge of urgency. He could not allow this to continue. He bit down hard on his tongue, tasting the metallic tang of blood. Ignoring the discomfort, he struggled to turn and grasp his package, then painstakingly crawled towards the window ledge. To his dismay, he discovered that the window was fitted with security bars. Damn it! Huang Bin felt a splitting headache as his limbs grew ever more numb. The thought that the operatives from the Yang City Criminal Investigation Bureau might be waiting outside filled him with trepidation. He dared not exit through the front door, so he resolved to leap from the window in search of an escape. Struggling from the room to the living area, Huang Bin pounded on his legs in desperation. At that moment, he felt utterly powerless over his own limbs. Fang Ping had administered an excessive amount of the drug, while martial artists possess formidable resistance. Huang Bin was merely a second-tier fighter. Fang Ping had dosed him with 10 times the amount suitable for an ordinary person under such circumstances. A normal individual would likely be drooling and unconscious by now. Yet, Huang Bin was still able to move, which spoke volumes of his resilience. He had no time to take pride in his fortitude. Fueled by an indomitable will to survive, he finally managed to inch his way to the balcony. Just then, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Uncle, I came to watch television. Uncle, are you home? Huang Bin, in his dazed state, struggled to maintain consciousness, and at that moment, he had no inclination to respond to the little one outside. In such dire straits, he could no longer conceal his identity. Suddenly, Huang Bin's consciousness began to clear. Yes, take a hostage. At this moment, even if he were to leap from the window, the likelihood of escape was exceedingly slim given the current circumstances. However, if he could seize a hostage, especially a senior student preparing for the martial arts examination, it was certain that the authorities in Xianxia would not dare to disregard the life of this young man. Clutching at this last glimmer of hope, Huang Bin summoned all his strength and turned to move towards the door, seizing the opportunity before the investigative bureau personnel became aware of his predicament. He resolved to take down this young man first. At the door, Fang Ping continued to knock. After a series of raps, silence greeted him from within. He surmised that the man inside had likely fallen victim. Yet, Fang Ping dared not feel entirely at ease. He still held a moderately thick wooden stick in his hands behind his back. If no one answered the door, that would be ideal. He could later climb over from his own yard to take a look. If someone did open the door, he would have to assess the situation. Should the other party be incapacitated, he would consider giving him a taste of the stick. If he was not incapacitated, he would simply claim that the sewer was blocked and that he had come to clear it. Yes, clearing the sewer. Fang Ping silently encouraged himself and meticulously planned his next steps. He continued to knock, calling out innocently, "Uncle, are you home? You haven't gone out, have you? If so, I'll come back later." As he spoke to himself, he suddenly heard the faint sound of footsteps from within. After a moment, the door to the fortified entrance swung open. Huang Bin was in a daze, barely registering the figure outside, and managed to mumble, Come in. Uncle, are you all right? Fang Ping was hesitant to enter at that moment, instinctively taking a cautious step back. You seem unwell. Are you sick? Huang Bin felt as if he were on the brink of fainting and had no time for idle chatter. With great difficulty, he opened the fortified door and gasped heavily. Come in. Uncle, do you want me to help you find a doctor? I can call the police too. Your condition doesn't seem too good. Huang Bin's head felt as if it would explode. To hell with the police. This young man had been lingering for quite some time, and the officers from the investigative bureau downstairs might very well be coming up soon. With the last of his strength, Huang Bin disregarded any further conversation and reached out to grab Fang Ping. Fang Ping had anticipated this and quickly retreated a few steps. Huang Bin momentarily froze, and at that moment, Fang Ping recognized that he was in very poor condition. There was no doubt, this man had just attempted to seize him, clearly indicating he was no good. According to the logic of a decent person, when feeling unwell, one would naturally ask for help to call a doctor. Yet, this man had only considered capturing him. If he were truly a good person, Fang Ping would dare to swallow the stick he held. At this moment, Fang Ping was completely convinced that all his previous suspicions were correct. No longer hesitating, he understood that a martial artist was seeking to trouble him. Perhaps even wishing for his life, there was no need to show any courtesy to such a person. With his right hand, which had been resting behind his back, he swiftly raised the wooden stick and brought it crashing down towards Huang Bin's head. This despicable wretch. This was Huang Bin's immediate reaction. The other party was actually wary of him and had even prepared a stick. Despite his foggy mind, he was aware of who had plotted against him. It turned out not to be an enemy, nor members of the investigation bureau, and certainly not those foreign martial artists. Huang Bin, indeed, had fallen prey to a foolish young man. The curse remained unspoken, as there was no time to utter it. At the moment the stick descended, Huang Bin managed to raise his right hand, not to strike back, but to shield his head. Under normal circumstances, he would have retaliated and kicked the young man dead before the blow landed. But now, with his limbs weakened, merely standing was a testament to his extraordinary willpower. Bang! The wooden stick did not strike Huang Bin's head, but instead hit his arm. A flicker of change crossed Fang Ping's eyes. For an ordinary person, receiving such a blow would likely result in a fracture. Though he was still unaware of the true terror of martial artists, Fang Ping recognized the sheer strength of his opponent's physique. These thoughts flickered momentarily. Fang Ping, previously hesitant to exert his full strength for fear of causing fatal harm, now had no time to dwell on it. Bang! The wooden stick was once again blocked by Huang Bin's arm. After 2 strikes, the pain jolted Huang Bin from his stupor. The realization that he had been outsmarted by a foolish young man ignited a fierce rage within him, prompting him to bite down hard on his tongue. In an instant, he felt a surge of motivation and took a small step towards the door. Then, abandoning all defense, Huang Bin swung his fist forward with all his might. As a peak second-tier martial artist, even in this state, he wanted this fool to understand that martial artists were not to be trifled with. Fang Ping, noticing the movement, had no time to think. As Huang Bin swung his fist, Fang Ping also struck with the wooden stick once more. Crack! Fang Ping's expression changed drastically. Huang Bin's punch, while appearing slow and lacking focus, unexpectedly shattered the stick in Fang Ping's hands. At that moment, the force of the blow caused the stick to rebound, inflicting sharp pain in Fang Ping's palm, rendering his hand numb. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he dared not release the broken stick and continued to swing the remaining piece with all his strength towards Huang Bin's head. However, that last strike had pushed Huang Bin to his limits. At this point, he could hardly feel his limbs. Thud! The stick struck Huang Bin's head for the first time. And contrary to expectations, there was no bloodshed. His skull was tougher than that of an average person. Fang Ping nearly cursed aloud. Was this what martial artists were like? Despite the numerous sedatives, he had not fainted and still had the strength to retaliate. When he finally lacked the power to counterattack, his bones were still more resilient than those of ordinary folk, leaving Fang Ping's hand tingling with numbness. With no time to ponder these revelations, Fang Ping summoned every ounce of strength he had, his face flushed, and relentlessly struck Huang Bin again and again. At this moment, he did not even consider the possibility of causing death. It was terrifying. A person like this actually sought to deal with him, if he had not acted first. A single slap from Huang Bin could very well end his life. Huang Bin could no longer stand, and Fang Ping struck him fiercely with several blows. Huang Bin's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, although he had not completely lost consciousness, his eyes widened in fury as he glared at Fang Ping, seemingly attempting to intimidate him with his gaze. Fang Ping, however, paid no heed to the look in his eyes. Even as his opponent lay incapacitated, he continued to swing the wooden stick with unrelenting ferocity. He first targeted Huang Bin's head, and upon seeing blood ooze from his forehead, he swiftly changed his focus to other areas. Fang Ping struck at every conceivable threat, his hands, legs, chest, repeatedly delivering blows to all vulnerable spots. In the corridor, the only sounds were the dull thuds of wood-meeting flesh and Fang Ping's labored breaths. Fang Ping lost count of how many times he had struck Huang Bin, only stopping when his own limbs began to weaken, panting heavily. It was then that he turned to look at Huang Bin, who lay on the ground, his head now a crimson mess. His limbs, having endured a barrage of strikes, twitched and convulsed. A slight rise and fall of his chest indicated that he was still alive. After catching his breath for a moment, Fang Ping felt a surge of apprehension. He could hardly fathom the outcome had he not drugged Huang Bin beforehand. Though Fang Ping had been in fights before, this was not merely a scuffle. It was him assaulting an utterly defenseless individual to the point of exhaustion, something he had never experienced. He moistened his dry lips and cautiously nudged Huang Bin with his foot, receiving no response. As he glanced around, he noted that it was still daylight and that everyone else had gone to work, leaving the corridor eerily quiet. Looking back at the unconscious Huang Bin at the doorway, Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. This individual was undeniably dangerous. Would he not wake up? Without further hesitation, Fang Ping picked up the wooden stick and delivered a few more blows to Huang Bin. The latter merely twitched, confirming for Fang Ping that he was indeed out of strength. Setting the stick down, Fang Ping stepped into the room and dragged Huang Bin inside, swiftly closing the door behind him. Inside the room, Fang Ping searched around until he found a bedsheet, using it to wrap Huang Bin securely. This method of binding was far more reliable than rope. Concerned that one sheet might not suffice, he rummaged around and found another, wrapping Huang Bin once more. He then added a quilt, leaving only Huang Bin's head exposed. Still apprehensive, he searched the second floor for rope but instead discovered a bundle of wire. Without delay, he began wrapping the quilt with the wire, securing it tightly with layer upon layer, ultimately twisting the ends shut with pliers. At this point, Fang Ping wiped the sweat from his forehead and gasped, "If you manage to break free from this, I'll concede that you are truly remarkable." Huang Bin's limbs, having sustained potential fractures from Fang Ping's assault, were now bound without any room for movement, enveloped in several layers, with the outermost layer encircled by wire. If he could escape from this, he would indeed be superhuman. Having secured his captive, Fang Ping applied several layers of tape both inside and out, sealing Huang Bin's mouth shut. At this juncture, Fang Ping suddenly felt that something was amiss. He murmured to himself, "Why does it seem that I am the villain?" It was difficult not to entertain such thoughts, for he had intruded into another's home, administered a drug, and subsequently left the individual in a near-death state, binding and gagging them in the process. Is this not the conduct befitting a notorious antagonist? If Huang Bin were a woman, the imagery would be even more fitting. Fang Ping's cheeks twitched slightly. At this moment, if anyone were to walk in, it was unlikely that they would perceive him as the hero. Shaking his head, he cast another glance at Huang Bin, and a headache returned. Having rendered someone in such a state was decidedly problematic. He was now convinced that this individual was undoubtedly a nefarious character. Yet, if he could not uncover any evidence, simply handing the matter over to the police would likely lead to more than mere reprimands. Initially, Fang Ping had no intention of being ruthless. A simple fainting would suffice. However, when the dosage tenfold had failed to incapacitate his opponent, and they had even retaliated, he was compelled to resort to severity. This was indeed troublesome. Fang Ping muttered under his breath, yet he did not feel excessively fearful. There would always be a solution. Chapter 28, Harvest Room 201. In the living room, as he gazed at Huang Bin bound nearby, Fang Ping felt a twinge of fear and a pang of guilt for his impulsiveness. Although he had long harbored doubts about this individual being a martial artist, he had not anticipated such formidable strength. To Fang Ping, Yang City seemed merely a small locale. Here, even Wang Jinyang, a martial arts university student, commanded great respect, while martial artists were seldom seen. Thus, he had subjectively concluded that the man upstairs, even if he were indeed a martial artist, would lack substantial prowess. A low-tier martial artist, having just transcended the realm of ordinary individuals, couldn't he possibly be that formidable? With tenfold the dosage of the sedative, incapacitating him should have been effortless. Yet, the outcome was utterly unforeseen. Fang Ping felt a sense of relief that he had opted to leave rather than stay and wait. Had he remained during the onset of the drug's effects, with Huang Bin still possessing some strength, he might have found himself in dire straits. Lost in such thoughts, Fang Ping took a moment to rest on the floor before rising to search the room. He was uncertain whether he might uncover any incriminating evidence, given that Huang Bin had only recently moved in. Nevertheless, he understood that he must devise a means to extricate himself from this predicament. If nothing could be found, he contemplated the possibility of framing this man. Modern society, unlike ancient times, would not permit the disposal of a corpse without consequence. In the past, one could simply leave a body in a mass grave without anyone caring. Yet today, a death would undoubtedly warrant an investigation. As for how to frame him, Fang Ping was already pondering whether to employ a strategy of self-inflicted harm. It seemed improbable that anyone would believe a martial artist could be so easily subdued. Nor would they accept that a mere high school student could orchestrate the downfall of a martial artist out of sheer boredom. Disregarding such musings, Fang Ping commenced his search throughout the residence. 10 minutes later, he emerged into the living room, clutching a large parcel. The entirety of the room indicated that Huang Bin had not brought many belongings, possessing only a few daily necessities and a change of clothes. However, in the end, Fang Ping had discovered the parcel on the balcony. It appeared to be Huang Bin's sole possession. After scrutinizing the package for a moment, Fang Ping hesitated before unzipping it. At the moment the zipper was drawn open, his pupils constricted. The first sight that greeted him was none other than a nearly 40-centimeter long military dagger. Military personnel? Fang Ping swallowed hard, but quickly shook his head. While the military dagger could be considered military equipment, it had, in recent years, been gradually phased out by the armed forces, and many civilians were now selling such items. Those who carried such a weapon were often not soldiers. Exhaling lightly, Fang Ping reached for the dagger, inspecting it closely. Upon noticing dried blood within the groove, he couldn't help but cast a glance at the tightly wrapped Huang Bin. This individual had likely taken a life. Even if he had not, the dagger had certainly seen bloodshed. Cautiously placing the dagger aside, ensuring it was a considerable distance from Huang Bin, Fang Ping was wary of allowing the man any opportunity to make contact. With the dagger set aside, what Fang Ping next encountered was nothing less than a bundle of bright red banknotes within the parcel. A stack upon stack of banknotes, somewhat haphazardly stuffed within the package. Some already scattered about. Fang Ping hastily retrieved the bills, counting for a while. There were a total of 20 bundles, amounting to approximately 200,000 yuan. The loose cash amounted to less than 10,000 yuan, which Fang Ping did not bother to count. In this day and age, few individuals carry such large sums of cash. Aside from certain businessmen, it is rare for anyone to venture out with substantial cash, particularly someone like the tenant Huang Bin. Fang Ping completely dismissed the notion of Huang's military affiliation and was certain that he was not an official. No one in an official capacity would risk carrying such a large amount of cash under surveillance. A lone wanderer? A fugitive? These two identities were Fang Ping's initial thoughts. The act of carrying a large sum of cash, combined with Huang Bin's usual furtive behavior, led Fang Ping to believe he could breathe a sigh of relief. Huang Bin likely did not possess a legitimate identity. A few minutes later, all the contents of the package were laid out before Fang Ping. One Mitsubishi dagger. Cash amounting to just under 210,000 yuan. A set of change of clothes. Additionally, there were several bottles, 6 in total. Among them, 3 bottles bore advertising logos and resembled ordinary medicine bottles, complete with prescribed names. 2 bottles contained blood qi pills, and 1 contained qi blood dan. Each bore a production date, manufacturer, and production address, confirming their status as legitimate, compliant pharmaceuticals. Fang Ping counted the blood qi pills. Together, the 2 bottles contained a total of 18 pills. The bottles were 10-count packages, indicating that Huang Bin had consumed 2. As for the qi blood dan, 8 pills remained, with 2 also consumed. Fang Ping's breath grew heavier. He had heard of the blood qi pills and qi blood dan from Wu Zhihao in a reputable pharmacy. A single blood qi pill costs 30,000 yuan, while a qi blood dan is priced at 100,000 yuan. For Wu Zhihao and his peers, purchasing a qi blood dan before the college entrance examination was their greatest reliance. 100,000 yuan is no trivial sum, even for Wu Zhihao's family. Procuring such pills would be a significant strain. Yet now, before him lay 18 blood qi pills and 8 qi blood dan. According to pharmacy prices, these 2 medications alone would amount to 34 million yuan. Adding in the cash, the total value surpassed 5 million yuan. Not to mention, there were also 3 bottles of substances that Fang Ping did not recognize. Upon inspection, they appeared to be round pills, clearly intended for martial artists. Yet these 3 bottles lacked any labels. For a moment, Fang Ping could not ascertain what kind of pills they were. Regardless of their nature, their value would not be insignificant. The pills used by martial artists are notoriously expensive. This is evident from the qi blood dan, which is a common necessity for martial science examinees, whereas the items lying before him belonged to a true martial artist, implying the medications might be even more superior and costly. Fang Ping's limited experience rendered him unable to determine the worth of these items at a glance. Aside from these, the remaining contents comprised some food and bottled water. 6 bottles of pills, cash exceeding 200,000 yuan, a military dagger. This was all Fang Ping had discovered thus far. Subsequently, he couldn't help but cast another glance at Huang Bin. Just moments ago, when I bound Huang Bin, he neglected to undergo a search. Judging by the contents of his bag, which included provisions and weapons, the likelihood of his escape was considerable. Such individuals typically conceal their most valuable possessions, as they would not want to leave them in a bag that could be discarded. After all, if the items are small enough, They ought to be kept on one's person. I pondered that he might still be hiding something of great worth on him. However, given that Huang Bin was now tightly restrained, I dared not release him to conduct a search. Shifting my gaze back to the items before me, I furrowed my brow. I had acquired the money, yet my wealth value had not increased. Logically, elixirs should possess considerable value, yet my wealth value remained unchanged. This indicated that, according to the system's assessment, these items were not yet mine. After all, they still belonged to Huang Bin. He was alive and had not bequeathed these possessions to me. This ownership remained with him. Even if I held them, they could not augment my wealth value. Soon, another thought crossed my mind. Since I had Huang Bin under my control, if I consumed the elixirs, they could arguably be considered mine. Yet the system had not credited me with any wealth value, suggesting that money does not equate directly to wealth value. Perhaps the system discourages such actions? I found myself at a loss, shaking my head to suppress these thoughts for the time being. The pressing concern was not the issue of wealth value, but rather that of Huang Bin himself. Although I had uncovered these items, and weapons and cash clearly indicated Huang Bin's dubious character, I lacked any direct evidence to substantiate his malevolence. Moreover, how should I deal with these valuables exceeding $1 million in worth? Should I involve the authorities? Would I then have to surrender everything? I felt reluctant, contemplating whether I should discreetly keep some for myself, having risked my life in this endeavor. Although in reality, I had not sustained any significant injury, I had only experienced a slight strain in my hand while striking Huang Bin. A few minutes later, I stuffed everything back into the bag and turned my attention to Huang Bin. After observing the unconscious figure for a while, I suddenly remarked, martial artists are indeed formidable. After consuming so many potions and enduring my blows, he has awakened so swiftly. Huang Bin remained motionless. I scoffed derisively, stating, "Do you take me for a child? While unconscious, your breathing was irregular, and your body twitched. Yet now, you lie completely still, as if feigning death. Either you are truly dead, or you have regained consciousness. Are you unaware of the phrase hiding one's ears while stealing a bell? If you do not hold your breath, I might overlook it, but just moments ago, your inhalation was quite pronounced, and now it has suddenly ceased. Do you truly believe my hearing is deficient?" In the modest living room, it was just the two of us. The silence was palpable, and Huang Bin, with his mouth obstructed, had been breathing audibly. However, in that fleeting moment when the sound vanished, I, not being deaf, took note of it. It seemed Huang Bin was unaware of his unconscious state, instinctively holding his breath, oblivious that this was his most significant flaw. At the utterance of Fang Ping's words, Huang Bin, who had previously kept his eyes shut, gradually opened them. His gaze swept across the vicinity, revealing only Fang Ping's solitary presence, which elicited a subtle sigh of relief from Huang Bin. This was far better than he had anticipated. He had feared that upon awakening, he might find himself within the confines of the Criminal Investigation Bureau, face to face with the corpulent officer from Yang City. Instead, only Fang Ping stood before him, a scenario he deemed the most favorable outcome. Had he indeed been taken to the Bureau, given his current state, there would have been no possibility of escape, not even in his prior condition. However, now, a glimmer of hope for liberation persisted. His head throbbed painfully, and his body felt ensnared in layers of binding, rendering even Huang Bin incapable of breaking free. Thoughts raced through his mind as he turned his gaze toward Fang Ping, his eyes darting about. At this moment, he found himself unable to articulate his thoughts. "Nonetheless, I am disinclined to grant you the opportunity to speak. Individuals of your perilous nature are best left to the authorities." Huang Bin struggled slightly, shaking his head as he lifted his chin to indicate the package in front of Fang Ping. Noticing that the package remained unopened, he assumed Fang Ping had not yet examined its contents. Inside lay a considerable sum of cash and several elixirs that would undoubtedly be of use to Fang Ping. Huang Bin believed that a youth from an ordinary family background would not remain indifferent to such temptations. Given the chance to speak, he was confident he could negotiate his own escape. Although the young lad before him was cunning, he was still merely a teenager, having previously been caught off guard. Huang Bin now felt assured that, with his defenses raised, he could outmaneuver a youth lacking in worldly experience. Chapter 29. Warriors are truly wealthy. Fang Ping was acutely aware of a fundamental principle: villains often perish due to their verbosity. Huang Bin, eager to speak, actually sought to prevent Fang Ping from uttering any words. However, his current ignorance of many matters, dictated by his social status, hindered his access to valuable information. Reluctantly, Fang Ping resolved to engage Huang Bin in conversation, unperturbed by the latter's potential outbursts, as it was evident he was of dubious character after all. He had threatened to alert the authorities, prompting Huang Bin to struggle immediately. Moments later, Huang Bin began to gasp for breath, tightly bound and with his mouth sealed. He felt as though his chest had been fractured, making respiration exceedingly difficult. Once Fang Ping had made a small incision in the adhesive tape with a combat knife. Huang Bin's first instinct was to inhale deeply. After catching his breath, he turned his head to gaze at Fang Ping, who stood a distance away, a hint of crimson flashing in his eyes. He couldn't believe he had fallen into the hands of this young man. Yet, unable to restrain himself, Huang Bin asked, "We have no grudges, do we?" He failed to comprehend why this boy sought to confront him. If it were a seasoned warrior, he could understand. But this individual was not even a warrior. In truth, Fang Ping had begun to suspect that he had misjudged the situation. It was highly probable that Huang Bin was not targeting him, but rather attempting to conceal his own identity. The cash, weapons, food, and water he had prepared suggested a higher likelihood of him being a fugitive. Yet, could Fang Ping admit to an error? When Huang Bin inquired, Fang Ping casually replied, "I am but a diligent student, and capturing wrongdoers is our calling." "Your calling, indeed." Huang Bin cursed inwardly, feeling disgraced to have fallen into the hands of this brat after traversing the world. Fang Ping denied him the opportunity to pose further questions, retrieving several vials of elixirs from his bag. "What are these potions? Do not conceal the truth from me. If you fabricate tales, I can discover the facts myself." Huang Bin did not hesitate to divulge information. As Fang Ping had pointed out, he could indeed verify it. Noticing Fang Ping's interest in the elixirs, Huang Bin felt a sense of relief. Having something to offer was better than nothing. Among the vials, 3 bore labels, which he had likely seen. 2 contained blood chi pills, while 1 was a chi blood pill. "Do warriors also require such elixirs?" Fang Ping inquired. "Certainly," Huang Bin responded promptly. "These are medicinal preparations that replenish vital energy. Warriors need to restore their vitality and cannot rely solely on food for sustenance. Thus, blood chi pills and chi blood pills are staples for most warriors." Understanding dawned upon Fang Ping as he picked up a slightly smaller vial and asked, "And what about this one?" "This too is a chi blood pill. Yet it is not of the ordinary kind. It is a first-grade chi blood pill," Huang Bin elaborated, adding, "This superior grade of chi blood pill is primarily utilized during a warrior's final breakthrough. Such first-grade chi blood pills are essential for aspiring warriors when attempting to ascend to the ranks of true warriors. They provide a more substantial replenishment of vital energy. However, for me, they are mainly employed for daily restoration of vitality. In the face of combat or long-distance pursuits, they prove far more effective than blood chi pills or standard chi blood pills." "Are elixirs categorized by grades?" Huang Bin remained silent, deeming the question trivial. Upon observing Fang Ping brandishing a military dagger, seemingly searching for an opportunity to strike, Huang Bin promptly remarked, "The classification of these items corresponds with the ranks of martial artists. How much does one of these cost?" Fang Ping inquired, glancing at the 3 first-grade blood essence pills. 3 of them are priced at 300,000. Fang Ping felt a pang of discomfort. It seemed that martial artists treated money as trivial, as a single pill could cost tens of thousands. The market price for the blood essence pills and ordinary blood essence pills had reached 1.34 million. Adding the 3 first-grade pills, the total surged to 2.24 million. Fang Ping then pointed to the remaining 2 vials of pills. These 2 vials contained merely 1 pill each. Without needing to ask, Huang Bin eagerly explained, "The bone refining pill, as its name suggests, is a concoction designed to enhance the strength of one's bones. For martial artists, particularly those of lower ranks, the primary focus of their cultivation is indeed their skeletal structure. Only with robust bones can one harness the explosive power of blood essence. External injuries to muscles and skin are not regarded as severe by martial artists. However, bones differ as they heal at an exceedingly slow rate. Consequently, martial artists prioritize bone refinement, ensuring that both explosive power and daily training do not inflict severe harm. This principle also applies during combat. If one's bones are frail and a punch is thrown, resulting in a fracture, continuing the fight becomes impossible. Strong bones beget a strong physique." The protecting organs pill is similarly named, primarily serving to safeguard the internal organs. The organs within the human body are quite delicate, and low-ranking martial artists are generally not involved in their cultivation. During regular training, this may be manageable, but upon a breakthrough, the necessity for the protecting organs pill becomes significant. Without it, should the explosive power exceed limits, damage to the internal organs may occur. After elaborating for a while, Huang Bin hastily added, "These are the pills I intend to use for breaking through to the 3rd tier, and they are exceedingly costly. Both the bone refining pill and the protecting organs pill are second-grade pills, scarce and highly valued. The bone refining pill, though slightly cheaper, still commands a price of 1 million. The protecting organs pill is even more exorbitant, with a market price of 2 million for a single second-grade pill. Fang Ping swallowed hard, instinctively gripping the two vials in his hands. With the second-grade bone refining pill at 1 million and the second-grade protecting organs pill at 2 million. Why does it feel like money has lost its value? In truth, these two pills had been procured by Huang Bin specifically for his breakthrough to the third tier. In regular practice, not even social martial artists like Huang Bin, nor those from large corporations or the esteemed martial arts university, would indulge in such extravagant resources for training. The 6 vials of pills had a market value of 5.24 million. In reality, the prices for martial artists tend to be somewhat lower. Institutions akin to the martial arts university would offer even more favorable rates. However, Huang Bin lacked such connections, and his purchases were thus subject to the prevailing market rates. Naturally, most of the pills in Huang Bin's possession had been acquired through less than honorable means. To attain first-grade and second-grade pills, he had long depleted his finances. Although he had accumulated some savings over the ensuing years, it was merely sufficient to cover his usual expenses. To break through to the third tier, students like Wang Jinyang from the Martial Arts University might only require 3 to 4 million. Huang Bin, having gathered sufficient resources, realized that a mere 10 million might not suffice. The arduous task of earning money is far more challenging than spending it. It was out of despair and unwillingness that Huang Bin resorted to the act of robbery. Wang Jinyang had previously remarked that individuals like Fang Ping, who come from ordinary backgrounds, find themselves in a deeper state of hopelessness upon gaining admission to the martial arts university. The costs of daily training, the need to replenish vitality, and the expenses associated with breaking through realms all require financial investment. There is never a time when money is unnecessary. The reason why Li Yuanjiang, who was admitted to Nanjing Martial University last year, has been unable to break through to the martial artist level lies in this very predicament. A prospective martial artist must at least prepare a first-grade vitality pill and a first-grade bone refining pill. As for the protective pill, it may be omitted at this stage, albeit at a certain risk. Those from affluent families can afford to prepare such items, ensuring greater safety. Individuals with average means might suffice with a single first-grade vitality pill. Yet that poses significant risks that many dare not undertake. The bone refining pill is valued at 500,000, and coupled with the vitality pill, the total amounts to 800,000. Even within the university, where resources are provided at a reduced cost, students must still procure over 300,000 in funding. This is merely the first attempt. A prospective martial artist may not succeed in breaking through on the first try, and should a second attempt be necessary, the university will no longer provide resources. Li Yuanjiang failed on his first attempt, and thus bore the costs of the second attempt himself. For a martial arts student who is not yet a martial artist, maintaining their daily needs and preparing for another breakthrough requires at least 1 million in funds. How can one generate such wealth without being a martial artist? Individuals like Wang Jinyang achieve breakthroughs in one go. Some might even find that one vitality pill suffices, as the resources provided by the school are adequate. Once they become martial artists, they gain access to income streams, which underpins the disparity of strength where the strong grow stronger and the weak grow weaker. Failing to take that first step often results in martial arts students graduating without ever becoming martial artists. From Huang Bin's words, Fang Ping gleaned some insights. This individual was not merely a martial artist, but a second-grade one, preparing for a breakthrough. Realizing this, Fang Ping felt a rush of fear. He had acted impulsively. Impulsiveness is a devil. He must exercise caution in the future. Noticing Fang Ping tightly clutching the vial, Huang Bin's eyes flickered as he murmured, "These items now belong to you. Along with the cash in your bag, their total value exceeds 5 million. However, should you turn me over to the police or the investigation bureau, these possessions will undoubtedly be confiscated." In that moment, Huang Bin's sole concern was to avoid being delivered to the police. He did not fear ordinary people, however. As a wanted criminal, he was on record at the station. If recognized, he would promptly be transferred to the investigation bureau. Once in their hands, it mattered not that he was a second-grade martial artist. Even a fourth-grade individual would be brought to their knees in their stronghold. At present, he could only entice with wealth. Would this youth, having never encountered such a fortune, truly comprehend its magnitude? Seeing Fang Ping remain silent, Huang Bin quickly added, Do not entertain thoughts of silencing me. The leads I have set up will only divert official attention for at most 10 to 15 days. In a few days, they will certainly locate me. If I perish, you will undoubtedly be implicated. You are still young, with a promising future ahead. I can see that your vitality is high, and you have great potential in martial arts. To perish together with me would be a futile endeavor. If you release me now, I shall depart at once, leaving all these possessions to you. You need not worry for your safety. I shall not seek revenge. Although this statement carries an air of empty assurance, Huang Bin continued, you could arrange for someone to wait at the police station's entrance or be ready to alert the authorities at any moment. If I were to retaliate against you, I would be unable to escape. Should anything happen to you, the authorities in Yang City would undoubtedly pursue and apprehend me. Hence, I shall not take such a risk. Life is far more valuable than wealth. I have not yet had my fill of living. How does this sound? Huang Bin spoke earnestly, and much of what he said was indeed truthful. As for his claim of not seeking revenge, even he himself found it hard to believe. Having been outsmarted by this young man to such an extent, he would never find peace in his life unless he dealt with him. Just as Huang Bin awaited Fang Ping's response, Fang Ping suddenly smiled and said, you must possess something of great value, perhaps even more precious than these elixirs. A second-tier warrior carrying items worth millions, martial artists truly possess great wealth. The corner of Huang Bin's mouth twitched, even at this moment. You still concern yourself with matters of money? Did you not hear what I just said? Chapter 30. The conditions for becoming a warrior. Huang Bin was eager to escape. Yet he refused to acknowledge that he possessed something even greater within himself. Naturally, he dismissed Fang Ping's words. Fang Ping, unfazed, lightly tapped the floor with his military dagger, pondering before he inquired, it seems you have committed serious offenses. You must have taken many lives. Haven to you? Huang Bin remained silent. At that moment, he was not particularly interested in discussing his past. After a brief contemplation, Fang Ping finally broached the subject that intrigued him the most. Huang Bin responded cautiously, ask away. What defines a warrior? This question seemed rather juvenile, and many might chuckle upon hearing it. It was indeed laughable for someone oblivious to the essence of a warrior to pursue the path of martial arts. However, Huang Bin harbored no inclination to mock. Aside from true warriors or those with a rich heritage, how many ordinary individuals truly grasp what a genuine warrior is? Fang Ping was not merely inquiring about the concept of a warrior. Rather, he sought to understand how one becomes a warrior, the standards and definitions surrounding this noble title. Such knowledge was, in fact, considered a secret. The authorities had not disclosed this information to the general populace for various reasons, and typically, only those who gained admission to the martial university would become privy to such insights. Were it Wang Jinyang in this situation, he might have said, once you enroll in the martial university, you will naturally understand. But Huang Bin was not Wang Jinyang at this moment. He was so preoccupied with his own troubles that he could not concern himself with these not-so-secret secrets. He contemplated deceiving Fang Ping. But realizing how far Fang Ping was from becoming a warrior, he concluded that there was little point in such trickery. With these thoughts in mind, Huang Bin spoke candidly. A warrior is essentially a group of ordinary individuals who have surpassed the limits of their physical bodies. The crux of becoming a warrior lies in transcending these limitations. Let us set aside the mid to high-tier warriors for now. As they are still a distant goal, let us first discuss low-tier warriors. As I previously mentioned, low-tier warriors primarily focus on bone tempering, with muscle refinement as a supplementary practice. Qi and blood serve as the foundation for the training of muscles, bones, and skin. In summary, a robust qi and blood flow forms the basis, complemented by sturdy bones, thus qualifying one for the breakthrough into warrior status. As Huang Bin elaborated, Fang Ping gradually began to comprehend the path of the warrior. Simultaneously, he recalled some remarks made by Wang Jinyang in the past. During the time he went to pick up Wang Jinyang, Yang Jian and others had been discussing the warriors among the college entrance examination candidates. Wang Jinyang had remarked that these individuals were not solely endowed with talent. They also had prestigious family backgrounds, with nearly all of them having a fourth-tier warrior backing them. Initially, Fang Ping had not understood the implications of those words, but now he grasped their meaning. According to Huang Bin, there were at least 3 conditions to meet in order to break through to warrior status. First, the qi and blood. Students admitted to the martial sciences typically had qi and blood levels of at least 110 calories, yet this did not equate to the standard of a warrior. To become a warrior, one must achieve a minimum of 150 calories. Of course, higher levels are preferable, but exceeding 200 calories would not be beneficial for a non-warrior physique. as an excessive qi and blood flow could prove detrimental. Second, the strength of the bones. For an ordinary person to transcend into a warrior, their bone strength must be considerable, at least sufficient to withstand the explosive qi and blood that follows the breakthrough. The refining of one's bones cannot be accomplished merely through the consumption of medicinal substances. It necessitates the guidance of specialized techniques. This constitutes the third prerequisite, the cultivation method. A foundational cultivation technique typically possesses the ability to enhance both vitality and skeletal strength. Otherwise, relying solely on supplements, it is exceedingly challenging for an ordinary individual to elevate their vitality to 120 cards, let alone surpass 150 cards. Naturally, the practice of cultivation techniques requires a solid foundation. Generally, one must possess a vitality of at least 110 cards to engage in such training. Otherwise, insufficient vitality may lead to detrimental consequences, potentially resulting in illness after practice. This elucidates why martial universities mandate elevated vitality levels for student admissions. However, the dissemination of cultivation techniques is not to be taken lightly. Individuals below the fourth rank of martial practitioners are prohibited from sharing these techniques. To do so would be a violation of the law. When Huangbin spoke of this matter, he exhibited understanding rather than resentment. Why are those beneath the fourth rank barred from transmission? It is not merely to restrict lower-ranked practitioners and ordinary individuals, but rather to ensure their protection. When a novice martial practitioner breaks through to a higher level, the surge of vitality can be quite overwhelming. Without the guidance and supervision of a mid-tier martial practitioner, any misstep could lead to ruptured blood vessels and the violent impact of vitality on the internal organs. The consequences may range from severe injury to the loss of life. Consequently, martial arts training institutions in society are also required to have instructors of at least the fourth rank to prevent the indiscriminate sharing of techniques. Without proper guidance and protection, the risks are immense. In previous years, the dissemination of cultivation techniques was relatively unrestricted. However, many ordinary individuals who acquired these techniques sought to become martial practitioners, often at great peril, resulting in numerous fatalities each year. While there are indeed successful cases, they are but a fraction. Among 100 individuals practicing cultivation techniques, less than one can genuinely break through to become martial practitioners without guidance. The rest either lack the courage to continue their training or suffer from blood vessel ruptures during their practice or breakthroughs. Modern times differ significantly from ancient eras. Human life remains of utmost importance. To mitigate such occurrences, restrictions on the transmission of cultivation techniques have been imposed. Only those of at least the fourth rank possess the capability to provide the necessary supervision and control during the breakthroughs of ordinary individuals. Consequently, the authorities have implemented a series of regulations, including the stipulation that martial arts training institutions must have at least a fourth-rank practitioner as a legal representative. Ordinary individuals aspiring to become martial practitioners will, unless they lack the necessary conditions or are compelled otherwise, typically have a fourth-rank practitioner present to oversee their breakthrough. The costs of martial arts training institutions are exorbitant. The techniques themselves are not the primary focus. Rather, safety and security are paramount. Those enrolling in training programs have the right to request assistance from fourth-rank practitioners during their breakthroughs. In martial science universities, a similar situation prevails, where students may petition for the presence of practitioners above the fourth rank during their breakthroughs. Vitality, bone strength, and cultivation techniques. These three elements serve as the foundational prerequisites. Additionally, resources such as vitality elixirs, bone-tempering pills, and protective pills for the internal organs are essential. Those with favorable conditions should prepare ample resources, while those with less advantageous circumstances should prepare sparingly. Hence, in families lacking a fourth-rank practitioner, it is rare for individuals to become martial practitioners before their college entrance examinations, as the risks are excessively high. Even a third-tier martial artist cannot suppress an opponent's vital energy during a breakthrough failure to prevent their body from exploding. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping furrowed his brow and remarked, "Does this mean that in the absence of a fourth-tier martial artist, an ordinary person cannot become a martial artist?" Huangbin understood Fang Ping's thoughts all too well. This was not merely Fang Ping's perspective. Who among ordinary people does not yearn to become a martial artist? Otherwise, the incident regarding the prohibition of martial arts techniques would not have occurred. The sheer number of individuals with such aspirations, combined with the rarity of fourth-tier martial artists, has led many to take perilous risks, culminating in the ban on these techniques. As for Huang Bin's own family members, he would certainly clarify the situation. even if he were to break through to the third tier. He would invest resources to seek assistance from a fourth-tier martial artist for support when his children aimed to ascend. But who was Fang Ping? An adversary who has plotted against him. Thus, when Fang Ping inquired, Huang Bin quickly replied, "It is not strictly necessary for a fourth-tier martial artist to be present. As long as the foundation is solid, the risks are present but not overly significant." In the past, not everyone was protected by a fourth-tier martial artist. Most older martial artists relied on their own abilities. If one can achieve a successful breakthrough in one attempt, then there is no danger at all. Many prodigies do not require guardians, for they succeed on their first try. After saying this, Huang Bin glanced at Fang Ping, clearly implying, "You are a genius. Do not fear. Just break through, and you will not perish." The youth, unaware of the vastness of the world, often believe themselves to be exceptional. It is critical to flatter young individuals. When praised, they are elated, but when belittled, they feel slighted and underestimated. Huang Bin understood the psyche of these young people, having once been in their shoes himself. In his youth, he too was brimming with confidence, believing he could successfully break through to martial artist status without protection. Yet, he failed to consider that even students at the martial arts university had a 50% chance of failure each year. During his time in the martial arts training class, Huang Bin nearly lost his life due to a failed breakthrough, a memory that still haunts him. If Fang Ping wishes to attempt it, Huang Bin would be pleased, provided that the lad survives until then. Seeing Fang Ping inquire about martial artists, Huang Bin secretly hoped the boy would break through immediately, as a fatal outcome would be ideal. Unfortunately, the young man was not yet qualified and had no opportunity to attempt a breakthrough. Fang Ping was not truly a mere 17 or 18 years old. He was well aware of Huang Bin's intentions and inwardly scoffed. Yet, he could not deny that he harbored some similar thoughts. Whether he was a genius or not, he possessed a unique advantage which could be considered a form of genius. Could it not? However, he was still far from meeting the standards for breaking through to martial artist status, so he did not dwell on it. If he were to be admitted to the martial arts university with a mentor to protect him, there would be no need for him to take unnecessary risks. Contemplating these matters, Fang Ping inquired once more, "Do you possess a martial arts technique?" Indeed, although there may be some differences, typically they pertain to the order of tempering. The human skeletal structure is vast. Some techniques prioritize the legs and feet, while others focus on the hands and arms first. These variations are not significantly different. It is merely a matter of sequence. The tempering of bones is not an overnight endeavor. The transition from to martial artist entails only slight reinforcement of the skeletal structure. Even a low-ranking martial artist, even upon reaching the third rank, is persistently refining their bones. But what of your martial techniques? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Huang Bin's eyes as he continued, "I have studied the foundational techniques for 20 years. They are ingrained in my mind. So I do not need to carry any manuals with me. The techniques reside in my thoughts, and if you release me, I shall immediately share them with you." His claim of not possessing any manuals was credible to Fang Ping. Had he truly carried such materials, Fang Ping would have uncovered them long ago. However, even if Huang Bin were to provide the techniques to him, Fang Ping would remain skeptical. With his inquiries about the techniques concluded, Fang Ping's thoughts shifted to how to deal with this individual. Should he kill him? As Huang Bin pointed out, the official authorities of Yang City would inevitably discover the truth. After all, this man was clearly evading capture. Furthermore, despite Fang Ping's mature mindset, he had never taken a life, and at this moment, he would likely hesitate even if Huang Bin urged him to do so. Yet, sparing him posed its own risks. Huang Bin was a second-rank martial artist, and thus a considerable threat. The only viable option was to turn him over to the police. The crux of the matter, however, lay in the package before him. If he handed Huang Bin over, would the authorities relinquish these valuable possessions to him? It was a laughable notion. The wealth contained within was worth millions, and certain items, such as bone-refining pills and organ protection pills, were priceless and currently unavailable to Fang Ping. How then should he manage Huang Bin? Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. This man was becoming increasingly perilous. Sending him away was a certainty, but the method of delivery was crucial. He could not simply drop him off at the police station, or he might end up with nothing. As an ordinary person, he had little chance of negotiating with the officials. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Ping arrived at a tentative resolution. Ignoring Huang Bin's eager expression, he searched for the half-broken wooden stick he had discarded earlier. Upon seeing Fang Ping retrieve the stick and approach him, Huang Bin's face darkened, anxiety flooding through him. What are you doing? You're too dangerous. It's better to be unconscious than awake. Don't Don't come closer. If you scream, others might hear. And you'll be in a worse predicament. Huang Bin yearned to cry out, to scream in terror, but the thought of drawing attention silenced him. Yet, Fang Ping showed no mercy. With a resounding crack, the stick struck Huang Bin's head once more. At that moment, Huang Bin wished for nothing more than to succumb to unconsciousness. Yet, even if he feigned fainting, Fang Ping showed no signs of restraint, delivering blow after blow. 5 or 6 times in rapid succession. Only when Huang Bin's groans became feeble did Fang Ping relent, muttering to himself, "What a hard head you have." Chapter 31. Seeking aid a few minutes later, Fang Ping emerged from room 201, securing the door behind him while carrying a black plastic bag. He had not taken the cash or the military dagger. Instead, he had chosen to bring along 6 bottles of precious elixirs. These potions were exceedingly valuable, and he could not risk leaving them behind, for if a thief were to take them, he would have no place to lament his loss. As for Huang Bin, Fang Ping had once again gagged him and concealed him beneath the bed. Upon exiting the community, Fang Ping furrowed his brow slightly. Having brought the elixirs with him, he pondered whether they counted towards his wealth. Was it a matter of unmet conditions, or did these tangible items not qualify as wealth, with only cash being considered? It seemed unlikely to be a cash issue, given that he had just handled the money moments ago. After a brief, internal deliberation, Fang Ping surmised that the cash and elixirs might not yet fully belong to him. If the situation were mishandled, these assets might not ultimately be his. The lack of an increase in his wealth value did not concern him for the moment. His immediate priority was to resolve the troublesome matter of Huang Bin. Though he had successfully captured him, according to the original plan, he should simply hand him over to the police. However, Fang Ping was reluctant to do so. Huang Bin was no mute. Should he divulge information upon entering custody, all that Fang Ping had acquired could be lost. Currently, he could not withstand the pressure from the authorities. After much contemplation, Fang Ping realized he needed assistance to share the burden of this predicament. At worst, they could divide the spoils. If Fang Ping had the capacity to manage the ensuing matters, his nature would incline him to take everything for himself. However, at present, he lacked such capability. His only option was to make concessions, which was preferable to walking away empty-handed. Whom could he turn to for support? The image of Wang Jinyang flashed through his mind. This was a desperate choice, not because Fang Ping was aware that Wang Jinyang was pursuing Huang Bin, but because he knew only this one warrior. Those who were not martial artists lacked the ability to withstand the pressure, whether they were his parents, teachers, or other acquaintances. Among all the individuals he knew, only Wang Jinyang possessed the capability and the potential to safeguard these assets. Moreover, as a student of the martial arts university, Wang Jinyang held a significant status. From their conversations, it was apparent that he was not of a malicious nature. Even if the spoils were unevenly distributed, it was unlikely he would resort to violence over a few million, as his future was bright. The worst-case scenario would be that Wang Jinyang took all the benefits for himself. In a more favorable outcome, he might take the lion's share while leaving Fang Ping with some advantage. Ideally, they would share the spoils equally, which would be the best outcome for Fang Ping. Having considered all factors and ensuring his safety, Fang Ping was resolute in his decision. At this moment, his singular thought was that he was still too weak. If only he were stronger, a martial artist, he could have claimed everything for himself without hesitation. Upon apprehending a fugitive, an unfortunate incident resulted in the death of the individual, which could be construed as justifiable self-defense. Yet, could the authorities of Yang City still pursue him? The martial artists in Yang City are few and hold high status. Even if it is known that he has reaped benefits from the situation, it would not be publicly acknowledged. Whether Huang Bin is deceased or taken to the police station, as long as any connection to Fang Ping is discovered, Fang Ping shall not expect to gain any substantial advantage. At best, he might receive a modest reward for acting heroically. However, compared to the millions of wealth at stake, such a reward is hardly worth his attention. After more than 10 minutes, it was past 11 a.m. at Yizhong. As Wu Jihao exited the classroom, he spotted Fang Ping, who had taken leave that morning, waving at him from outside. Curious, Wu Jihao approached and inquired, "Fang Ping, are you unwell?" "This morning, the teacher mentioned that you were feeling ill." "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued from overexertion." "A short rest will suffice," Fang Ping replied succinctly before continuing. "Do you still have Wang Ji's phone number from when we picked him up together?" "Of course," Wu Jihao affirmed. He had retained Wang Jinyang's number, provided by the school for convenience during their previous pickup, especially considering that he was a martial artist. It would be unwise to discard such a contact. "May I borrow your phone?" Fang Ping asked. Wu Jihao hesitated. "Are you planning to call Wang Ge?" Yes, I need his assistance with something. Surprised, Wu Zhihao quickly cautioned. Fang Ping, remember that Wang Gu is a martial artist. While he has been courteous towards us, this seems rather unwarranted. Understanding his concern, Fang Ping smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, it's for a good cause. If you're worried, just give me the number, and I'll make the call myself. Wu Zhihao appeared uncertain but ultimately handed over his phone, saying, Go ahead, but remember to be polite. If he declines to help, don't take it to heart. Just be careful not to offend him. Am I that foolish? Fang Ping chuckled, taking the phone and swiftly browsing through the contacts. Upon locating the entry for brother Wang Jinyang, he promptly dialed the number. Meanwhile, in Songshan, at the entrance to Yang City, Wang Jinyang had spent the day searching the mountains after entering on the afternoon of the 9th. By the evening of the 10th, he had traversed nearly all the mountains within Yang City's jurisdiction. Unsurprisingly, his efforts yielded no results. Emerging from Songshan, Wang Jinyang bore a fatigued and somewhat vexed expression. 3 days had been squandered, and aside from minor successes at Yizhong, the significant reward remained elusive, having failed to secure the 500,000 bounty. He realized that gathering resources would likely take additional time. It appeared that he would not be able to break through to the 3rd tier this semester. Exhaling a deep breath of frustration, Wang Jinyang was not one to dwell on misfortune. He could always seek out additional tasks. Just as he reached the roadside at the mountain entrance, his rarely used phone vibrated in his backpack. Due to his pursuit of the fugitive, he had neglected the device, leaving it tucked away in his bag. The subtle vibration was barely perceptible. Had he not been a martial artist, he might not have noticed it at all. In the mountains, Wang Jinyang would undoubtedly have been disinclined to answer, for those who possessed this phone number were not of significant importance. However, with no other pressing matters at hand, he opened his backpack and retrieved his mobile device. Glancing at the number, he noted it was a local Yangcheng number. Uncertain whether it was a call from the school or perhaps from some local business magnate seeking him out. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Jinyang decided to answer the call. Brother Wang? As soon as the connection was established, a familiar voice resonated from the other end, prompting a slight raise of his brow. He had not yet become so forgetful. After merely 2 or 3 days, even with the voice somewhat distorted, he recognized who it was, his junior from elementary school, who had unexpectedly found fortune and experienced a surge in vitality. It's me, Fang Ping Jr.? Wang Jinyang furrowed his brow slightly, but refrained from disclosing that he was still in Yangcheng. With a faint smile, he remarked, I wonder what brings you to contact me. Fang Ping, if it's convenient, feel free to discuss it over the phone. This matter is a bit troublesome. Honestly, I'm unsure whether reaching out to Brother Wang would be of any help. The only martial artist I know is you. I can't discuss the specifics over the phone, but it involves a fellow whom I suspect might be a fugitive. Inadvertently, I ended up injuring him. Now, I find myself in a bit of a predicament. I am uncertain whether I should directly hand him over to the authorities. I fear that if I cause him harm, it might lead to complications, especially since I am on the verge of my college entrance examinations. Missing those would be disastrous. Fang Ping briefly articulated his concerns, knowing that Wang Jinyang would not offer assistance without a significant reason. Yet, Fang Ping did not delve into excessive detail. His primary intent was to seek aid. This served as a subtle test of Wang Jinyang's character and capability to manage the ensuing troubles. Upon hearing Fang Ping's words, Wang Jinyang felt a sudden twitch in his brow. He had become highly sensitive to the term fugitive. In an instant, he thought of Huang Bin. However, that notion was quickly dismissed. Huang Bin was a peak-grade martial artist, and even Wang Jinyang would approach him with caution. Since Fang Ping mentioned he had injured the individual, Wang Jinyang instinctively ruled out Huang Bin. Yet now that he was in Yangcheng, and considering Fang Ping's robust vitality and promising prospects in martial studies, it was quite possible that Fang Ping could gain admission to Nanjiang Martial University this year. Extending a favor would not be out of the question. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Wang Jinyang replied readily, I believe I understand the situation. Since I happen to be in Yangcheng, let us find a place where you can share the details with me. If it's not too troublesome, I can lend a hand and make a few inquiries. I need to visit the investigation bureau anyway. Even if they haven't apprehended anyone, it's necessary to inform them. If Fang Ping's issue is minor, I can casually mention it to that portly fellow. After all, what is a fugitive injury in the grand scheme of things? Naturally, if the situation proves to be more complex, Wang Jinyang would not overextend his involvement. He and Fang Ping were not particularly close, and merely making an introduction would suffice to honor the request. At the entrance of the first high school, Fang Ping ended the call with a smile gracing his face. He had not anticipated that Wang Jinyang was still in Yanqing, which made things considerably more convenient. Moreover, without mentioning wealth, he merely requested a favor, and to his surprise, Wang Jinyang readily agreed. At that moment, Fang Ping felt significantly more at ease. Given Wang Jinyang's character, even if he claimed the lion's share, he would undoubtedly allow Fang Ping to partake in some benefit. This was perhaps the most favorable outcome attainable at present. Yet, a twinge of reluctance lingered with a soft murmur. Fang Ping shook his head, recognizing the inevitability of the situation. At this juncture, the repercussions of selfishly reaping all the rewards would be dire. Reflecting on this, Fang Ping clenched his teeth in determination. He must excel in the martial arts examination. Otherwise, he feared that such circumstances might recur in the future. Chapter 32. Are you not joking? 1:20 p.m. At a milk tea shop near Yizhong. Fang Ping had initially intended to seek out a CAF, but in the current economic climate of Yang City, he found no coffee shops after a thorough search around Yizhong. Considering he was still a student, he ultimately opted for the milk tea shop. Fang Ping had already been waiting for nearly half an hour. After finishing another glass of orange juice, he glanced outside and suddenly stood up, calling out, "Brother Wang, over here." Outside, Wang Jinyang smiled and strode towards Fang Ping. Fang Ping promptly rose to greet him and ordered a glass of lemon juice from the barista before inviting Wang Jinyang to sit down. Wang Jinyang observed this and couldn't help but smile. His junior seemed far more mature than the average high school student. Once seated, Fang Ping wasted no time and spoke first. "Brother Wang, I must admit, I was quite surprised that you could come. When I called, I was merely testing the waters, never expecting you would actually show up." Wang Jinyang did not rush to respond. After the server brought the lemon juice, he chuckled. "I happened to be in Yang City, so it was on my way. Also, please don't take it the wrong way. To be honest, if the matter is simple, I can lend a small hand. But if it's complicated, then I fear I may not be of much assistance." Of course, Fang Ping nodded. This was to be expected, after all. He was not a close friend of Wang Jinyang, merely an acquaintance. Without further ado, Fang Ping got straight to the point. "Brother Wang, I'll be frank. What I mentioned over the phone wasn't entirely false. However, the situation is far more intricate than I described. The person I injured. If it were merely a simple injury, I would have contacted the police directly. The ensuing issues, I believe, are not insurmountable. After all, he is a villain. And having apprehended him, I should be rewarded by the authorities." Wang Jinyang nodded slightly, sipping his lemon juice, and smiled faintly. "Go on." "The crux of the matter lies not in this, but rather that the individual is not ordinary. He is akin to you, Brother Wang." Wang Jinyang's heart raced. And instead of speaking, he looked up at Fang Ping, encouraging him to continue. "I subdued him, and while he sustained some injuries, I have concealed him in a certain location. I discovered quite a few valuable items at the scene, far beyond my expectations. To be candid with you, Brother Wang, I considered keeping some for myself, yet I fear the complications that may arise. The primary reason I sought you out is for this." Wang Jinyang's eyes flickered. This junior of his was bolder than he had anticipated. He had captured a martial artist, and now, motivated by greed, he hesitated to turn the matter over to the police, fearing he might not be able to safeguard these treasures. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Jinyang understood Fang Ping's intentions. Fang Ping wished to keep some for himself, but feared the repercussions, hence seeking his assistance. This was feasible, but it all hinged on the potential benefits involved. Gently tapping the table, Wang Jinyang was not the kind of antiquated individual resistant to change. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke softly. "I shall refrain from inquiring how you managed to subdue your opponent for now. Instead, I have a few questions. First, are you certain that the individual in question is akin to me? Second, can you confirm that they are of ill repute? Third, what is the magnitude of their worth? Fourth, how do you intend to allocate the spoils? If the gain is meager, I have no intention of involving myself in this matter. Should the individual be virtuous, then engaging in such an act would be unlawful. Even if I do not escort Fang Ping to the police station, I shall not be complicit with him. For the sake of a trifling sum, to engage in criminality is a venture I shall not undertake, as it is simply not worth it. Hence, these matters must be clarified beforehand. Confirmed, they are of your ilk. As for whether they are truly malevolent, I cannot assert with absolute certainty. There is a 90% probability that they are, given that the individual remains unscathed and has requested I refrain from reporting them to the authorities. Regarding the potential reward, Fang Ping extended his hand. 500,000? Wang Jinyang lowered his voice. He had not anticipated such a small sum. As a martial artist, If Fang Ping sought him out for a mere 50,000, that would be foolish. Tenfold. Coughing lightly, Wang Jinyang was somewhat taken aback. 5 million, even for him, constituted a substantial fortune. 5 million for a martial artist. Suddenly, his expression shifted. A martial artist possessing 5 million in wealth was not unheard of. In Yang City, it was likely that many martial artists had amassed such fortunes. The crucial point, however, was Fang Ping's earlier assertion that the individual was a fugitive. The thoughts he had previously dismissed surged back into his mind. Yang City did not have an excess of law-breaking martial artists, while martial artists were not rare. The city itself was not vast enough for such coincidences to occur. A middle-aged man, in his early 40s, approximately 175 centimeters tall, appears somewhat honest and guileless. This was Wang Jinyang's description. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping's eyes flickered slightly, and after a moment, he nodded. Indeed, do you know him, Brother Wang? Wang Jinyang was momentarily stunned. Who on earth had this young man captured? Are you jesting with me? Was he injured beforehand? No, you cannot be jesting. At this point, Wang Jinyang voiced his thoughts. If Fang Ping was not lying, then the individual in question was Huang Bin, a peak second-tier martial artist. And he may have even breached into the third tier. How could such a formidable entity be apprehended by a mere high school student? If he had been gravely wounded and taken advantage of, Wang Jinyang could accept that. However, to believe that an unscathed, at least second-tier peak martial artist could be captured by Fang Ping was a stretch. Noticing Wang Jinyang's astonishment, Fang Ping chuckled awkwardly. It was unexpected. Truly unexpected. I was just. He had not finished his sentence when Wang Jinyang abruptly rose, his eyes gleaming with clarity. Let us proceed. You shall lead me to him. He refrained from further questioning, knowing that upon seeing the individual in person, the truth would be revealed. As for the division of the spoils, that could be addressed later. Very well. Fang Ping was not one to dither. At this juncture, they could only take a gamble. On the way, Wang Jinyang posed several questions, and he had already confirmed that the individual was indeed Huang Bin, even after Fang Ping had explained how he had subdued the opponent. Wang Jinyang still found it hard to believe. A peak second-tier martial artist had fallen so easily. A few bottles of narcotics, costing merely a few $100s, brought down a pinnacle second-tier martial artist. Huang Bin truly deserves to perish. Reflecting upon himself, Wang Jinyang realized that his strength was not far removed from Huang Bin's. This implication suggested that had he found himself in Huang Bin's predicament, he too could have fallen prey to such cunning. Merely contemplating this sent a shiver down Wang Jinyang's spine. Observing Fang Ping, his expression morphed into one of eerie strangeness. Should this incident become public knowledge, Huang Bin would undoubtedly become a laughingstock within the martial arts community. Conversely, even if Fang Ping never ascended to become a martial artist, he would gain notoriety within certain circles. After a brief interval of approximately 10 minutes, the two men arrived at the Jinghu Garden residential complex, specifically room 201. Witnessing Fang Ping drag Huang Bin out from beneath the bed like a lifeless dog, Wang Jinyang's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. It was indeed Huang Bin, despite the bloodied visage. Wang Jinyang recognized him from the photographs. A pinnacle second-tier martial artist had genuinely met his downfall at the hands of Fang Ping, not yet eager to inspect Huang Bin. Wang Jinyang turned his gaze towards Fang Ping, his tone imbued with a complexity he had never before experienced. Fang Ping, in my lifetime, I have seldom admired anyone. Yet you are an exception. Truly impressive. Beyond that single word, he found himself at a loss for words to convey his feelings. After all, a pinnacle second-tier martial artist had been reduced to a mere ragdoll by an ordinary individual. If someone like Fang Ping could achieve such a feat, what purpose remained for their martial training? Fang Ping chuckled awkwardly. It was quite unexpected. Brother Wang. This fellow, you know him, right? A villain, I presume? Indeed, a fugitive. Wang Jinyang did not shy away from the truth, offering a wry smile. He bears the blood of 3 lives on his hands, and not just any lives. 2 were first-tier martial artists, and 1 was second-tier, all martial practitioners. If those 3 were aware of their nemesis being subdued, they would surely be unable to rest in peace. As he spoke, while Fang Ping remained silent, Huang Bin, lying on the ground, began to thrash about violently. At that moment, Huang Bin's eyes blazed with ferocity directed at Fang Ping. He understood the gravity of his predicament, the individual capable of recounting his deeds, with a spirit so fervent that Huang Bin felt inferior, could only be a martial artist. Falling into Fang Ping's grasp was an entirely different matter than succumbing to another martial artist's might. This time, he had truly landed in dire straits. As Huang Bin struggled, Wang Jinyang, who had been previously cordial with Fang Ping, suddenly executed a sidekick. Fang Ping barely registered the movement before witnessing Huang Bin sent sprawling across the floor. Wang Jinyang's gaze remained calm as he regarded Huang Bin, stating coolly, "I initially came for you. I tracked you across Songshan for several days, only to find you here. Fate has played its hand. You evaded me, yet fell into this situation instead. Were I in your shoes, I dare say I would prefer death to this fate." Huang Bin's once bloodshot eyes began to lose their luster. Wang Jinyang spoke the truth. Being caught by Fang Ping indeed felt far worse than being captured by him. Wang Jinyang then inquired, what items did he possess? Blood qi pills, blood qi elixirs, and additionally a bone-tempering pill and a vitality-guarding pill. Fang Ping replied without reservation, though he refrained from disclosing their quality. In truth, even without his input, Wang Jinyang could surmise their general value. After all, Fang Ping had previously mentioned value, and Huang Bin was currently preparing to break through the third tier. Wang Jinyang did not rush to speak, his mind racing with thoughts of how to divide the spoils. At that moment, Fang Ping added, he might still have some items on him. I did not dare to search him. It wasn't a matter of fear, but rather that he had forgotten in the chaos of the opponent's unconsciousness. Afterward, he could not afford to loosen his grip on the man, thus rendering a search impossible. Wang Jinyang's eyes suddenly brightened, and his breath quickened slightly as he asked, before you took him down, he should have been caught off guard, right? This question was somewhat redundant. Had he been on guard, it would be Fang Ping lying there like a dead dog. Nevertheless, Wang Jinyang was indeed somewhat excited. For Huang Bin had been preparing for a breakthrough to the third tier. Achieving this breakthrough required not only medicinal pills, but also other essential items. These were the most valuable possessions. He had not considered this before, as someone like Huang Bin would surely destroy anything rather than leave it for his adversary when facing certain doom. However, this time, Fang Ping had unexpectedly subdued him. Huang Bin might not destroy these items. Otherwise, Fang Ping would not have been able to obtain the pills. Without waiting for Fang Ping to speak, Wang Jinyang directly approached Huang Bin. Fang Ping did not dare to search him or loosen his restraints, but Wang Jinyang held no such reservations. Chapter 33. The division of spoils concludes a few minutes later. Huang Bin found himself liberated from his restraints, yet he lay motionless on the ground, his chest rising and falling faintly. Wang Jinyang, having discovered an object resembling jade on the opponent, promptly stowed it away in his bosom. He then approached Fang Ping and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. You have no use for the second-tier bone refining pill and the vital protection pill. I shall give you a first-tier bone refining pill and a vital protection pill, which will be beneficial when you make your breakthrough as a martial artist. Of course, the value differs significantly. Wang Jinyang regarded him for a moment, then continued, I can also compensate you with an additional 1 million in cash. The market value of the second-tier bone refining pill and the second-tier vital protection pill combined is 3 million. In contrast, the first-tier bone refining pill is worth 500,000, and the vital protection pill is valued at 600,000, totaling approximately 1,100,000. Essentially, I'm taking resources worth 1,900,000, while compensating you 1 million, thereby acquiring resources valued at less than 1 million. However, with Huang Bin in his possession, he could exchange him for 50,000 in bounty. Wang Jinyang had given no thought to whether the Yangqing Investigation Bureau would demand these spoils back, and Huang Bin had no opportunity to voice any objections. Naturally, Wang Jinyang did not disclose the item he had just taken. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping refrained from mentioning the item Wang Jinyang had appropriated and hastily replied, There is no need for that, Brother Wang. If that is the case, wouldn't you be acquiring significantly less than I am? Wang Jinyang cast a penetrating gaze at him, and, after a lengthy pause, remarked, You are indeed astute. We shall undoubtedly have further dealings in the future. I wish to clarify certain matters today to prevent any enmity between us later on. Although the value of these pills is considerable, I can afford them. I am currently on the brink of a breakthrough and can procure the necessary pills myself. Yet I still lack one essential item, which is quite costly. Even I cannot afford it at the moment. The item I just took is that very necessity, albeit you cannot utilize it now. Furthermore, you have no use for the second-tier pills, and selling them would attract unwanted attention, making them perfect for me. However, rest assured, once I achieve my breakthrough, gathering resources will be far easier than it is now. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to seek me out. With the conversation laid bare, Fang Ping, prepared for the exchange, feigned ignorance. However, since Wang Jinyang had broached the subject, Fang Ping no longer hesitated and nodded in agreement. Then I shall not be difficult. Without your assistance, Brother Wang, I fear I would obtain nothing at all. Ha ha ha, that is hardly the case. Even in a city as stingy as Yangcheng, there is still a bounty of 80 to 100,000 to be had. However, being too conspicuous may not be advantageous. With Fang Ping's agreement, Wang Jinyang's demeanor brightened. Although he could have hoarded the spoils for himself, Fang Ping would have been powerless to object. Yet, this young man, merely a high school student, had devised a plan to bring down a peak second-tier martial artist, showcasing his formidable character. With strong vitality and audacity, he had a high probability of gaining admission to the Martial Science Academy. By seizing these items for a mere few million, he might have unwittingly forged a significant rivalry with Fang Ping, and once he ascended to the third tier, a few million would no longer seem a substantial sum. Is it truly necessary to offend a formidable character for such a meager sum? Moreover, he has obtained what he desired, more than he had anticipated and of superior quality. Seeing him smile with delight, Fang Ping contemplated before saying, Brother Wang, I no longer require the 1 million. I seek merely a foundational cultivation technique. A technique? Wang Jinyang raised an eyebrow and nodded. Basic techniques are not particularly valuable. Once at Wu University, everyone receives a copy. Though it is forbidden to disseminate, if it were to be shared, it would not be a significant issue. You currently possess elixirs and wealth, and with a technique, you would be well prepared for your future breakthroughs as a martial artist. However, I must caution you, without guidance, reckless practice can easily lead to complications. He continued, Of course, if you have any doubts, feel free to call me. Nevertheless, I am preparing for a breakthrough myself and may not have ample time to address your queries after offering his advice. Wang Jinyang ceased speaking. Fang Ping was not foolish. Even a simpleton would not underestimate Huang Bin, and he conveyed the essence of his message adequately. In addition, regarding the elixirs before Wang Jinyang could finish his thought, Fang Ping produced 2 vials containing second-tier bone refinement elixirs and internal organ protection elixirs, handing them to Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang graciously accepted them, inspecting the contents with a glimmer of joy in his eyes. With the elixirs in hand and the essential items secured, he was now ready. All that remained was the breakthrough. Originally, the prospect of reaching the third tier seemed uncertain, but now he felt considerably more confident. A year to the third tier. As this thought crossed his mind, Wang Jinyang's eyes sparkled even brighter. Within the entirety of Nanjiang Wu University, including those seniors, how many could possibly rival him? Having received the elixirs from Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang retrieved 2 elixirs from his own bag, offering Fang Ping a first-tier bone refinement elixir and a first-tier internal organ protection elixir. The 2 concluded their agreement, and Wang Jinyang approached Huang Bin, observing him momentarily. After a brief contemplation, he turned to Fang Ping and said, You may leave now. I will deal with this fellow tonight. Fang Ping hesitated slightly, whispering. Regarding Yang City, he was not afforded the opportunity to finish. As Huang Bin, just regaining consciousness from his stupor, heard this, he immediately struggled to rise. Wang Jinyang disregarded him, delivering a swift punch to Huang Bin's head, stating coolly, Murder, resisting arrest, shot dead on the scene. A chill ran through Fang Ping, and he nodded, avoiding a glance at Huang Bin, unconcerned about the latter's fate, as he grabbed the package he had previously left behind and made to exit. Just as he was about to step out, Wang Jinyang interjected, Once the martial science examination concludes, even if you achieve scores surpassing those of Wu University, unless you aim for the 2 prestigious schools, it is advisable to apply to Nanjiang Wu University. This year, I shall break through, and next semester, I will compete for the position of Martial Arts Society President. With Director Zhang's impending breakthrough, increasing the school's training resources, I shall extend you certain privileges. Fang Ping nodded again. Wang Jinyang was formidable, at least he was unafraid of Huang Bin. According to Fang Ping's analysis, this time he would likely also reach the third tier. A third-tier martial artist among the students would certainly hold considerable strength. Having such an acquaintance to look after him was undoubtedly superior to applying to other martial universities. As for the 2 prestigious schools, Fang Ping had not even contemplated. It was simply too daunting. Even if he exerts himself, the likelihood of his success is slim. Unless he becomes a martial artist before the martial arts examination, a slight deficiency in his academic performance might be overlooked. However, with only a little over 20 days remaining, Fang Ping does not believe he can achieve a breakthrough. Thank you. I anticipate that next semester, Brother Wang will see me at South Jiang Martial University. Very well. I shall await your arrival. Outside the door, Fang Ping suppressed other thoughts and ceased pondering Huang Bin's fate. That fellow is doomed. As for whether he deserves to die and whether Fang Ping should feel guilty, he dismissed these considerations. Wang Jinyang's earlier remarks illuminated certain truths for Fang Ping. Martial artists are engaged in fierce competition. They vie for status, resources, and the means to grow stronger. Wang Jinyang, in his pursuit of gain, showed no hesitation and did not even contemplate granting Huang Bin an opportunity to plead. As for the authorities, having been deprived of their benefits by Fang Ping, they would inevitably come to reclaim them. However, if Wang Jinyang swallows the benefits without concrete evidence or witnesses, who would raise the issue? The disparity lies in the differences in strength and status. Without power or status, one evidently lacks the authority to speak. Shaking his head, Fang Ping cast aside these thoughts and began to calculate his recent gains. 18 blood sheet pills, 8 ordinary blood sheet pills, 3 first-grade blood sheet pills, 1 first-grade bone refining pill, and 1 protecting organs pill. Moreover, there was over 200,000 in cash from Huang Bin, and Wang Jinyang would soon transfer 1,000,000 to him, along with a martial arts manual. The market value of these pills amounts to an astounding 340,000, with 1,200,000 in cash. Even without considering the manual, Fang Ping's total gains exceed an impressive 4,500,000. Murmuring about the riches amassed without committing any heinous acts, Fang Ping was astonished at how swiftly he had acquired such wealth. Yet these were not all his spoils. Just moments ago, he noticed a change in his wealth status. Wealth, 2, 403, 800, vitality, 1, 2, spirit, 1, 1. The wealth value seemed puzzling, even without accounting for the 1,000,000 yet to be transferred by Wang Jinyang. By Fang Ping's calculations, it should approximate 3,500,000. Yet now, there was a reduction of 100,000 in wealth. Fang Ping speculated that the system perhaps calculated relative value. While the market price of these pills is slightly over 300,000, it does not necessarily reflect their true worth. Until Fang Ping sells them and converts them into cash, the value of the pills remains uncertain. Similar to Wang Jinyang and others, purchasing at school offers significant discounts, while societal martial artists pay a premium through other channels. Thus, the system likely computes relative true value rather than market price, deducting a third from the pill's worth. If calculated this way, it aligns quite closely. Complaining about the disparity between assembly line products masquerading as innovative ones, Fang Ping muttered, yet a smile broke across his face. With a wealth value of 2 per million, and should Wang Jinyang transfer an additional 1 million, Fang Ping himself never anticipated that he would amass such a substantial fortune in such a brief period. This gain truly exceeds his wildest expectations. Chapter 34, Data Transformation. Fang Ping was momentarily elated by his recent achievements. However, his expression shifted abruptly as he hastily grabbed his bag and made his way home. In room 101, Fang Ping's countenance soured, and he inwardly cursed. "I knew you were unreliable. It's just as I suspected. Could it be that you've become greedy and absconded with my wealth?" Just moments ago, in his excitement, he had suddenly lost sight of the 3 lines of data. It vanished as suddenly as a power outage, leaving him in total darkness. This wretched system, which had provided no manual, had always felt dubious to him, an assembly line product indeed. After painstakingly gathering over 2 million units of wealth, he hadn't even had the chance to revel in it before it was snatched away. If this was an act of greed, what could it possibly be? Despite his frustration, Fang Ping refused to concede defeat. He widened his eyes and fixed his gaze intently on the seemingly blank void. As tears welled up from straining his eyes, the dark panel before him suddenly flickered. In no time, the 3 lines of data reappeared, and Fang Ping exhaled a sigh of relief, rubbing his eyes. "If you're going to upgrade, at least give me a heads up." To disappear without warning. Were you trying to frighten me? His dissatisfaction with the malfunctioning system only deepened. No manual was one thing. Appearing and disappearing at will was quite another. Grumbling aside, he focused on the newly manifested data. Wealth, 2, 403, 800 vitality, 121 mentality, 110. The changes were minimal, merely a data transformation. Had the small vitality gauge morphed into a large vitality reservoir? Fang Ping pondered the implications of such a change. At the very least, he would save on medical examination costs. This upgrade seemed to have occurred because his wealth had reached a certain threshold, transitioning from a rudimentary version to a more accurate one. Soon, he speculated that there might be a second benefit. Previously, Enhancements were based on increments of 0, 1, where 10,000 wealth units would yield a 10-point increase in vitality. Now, could it be that 1,000 wealth units would enhance it by 1 point? After a moment's contemplation, Fang Ping decided it was worth testing. No longer hesitating, he was now wealthy enough not to fret over the cost of 1,000 wealth units. He silently contemplated enhancing his vitality by 1 point. Before long, the data before him shifted. Wealth, 2, for 103, 800 vitality, 122 mentality, 110 indeed. Fang Ping felt a surge of joy. It truly worked. The newly rendered data was not merely a way to save on vitality examinations. It allowed him to gain a clearer understanding of his physical condition. Previously, every enhancement had been in increments of 10 points. The last time, he had barely met the requirements, enduring excruciating pain. Now, however, with the 1-point enhancement, the sensations were not overwhelmingly intense, enabling him to manage his body more effectively and avoid the risk of bursting a blood vessel. In addition to this, Fang Ping soon contemplated another advantage. One can more effectively avoid the revelation of secrets. A sudden enhancement of 10 cards would enable a martial artist like Wang Jinyang to quickly sense the difference. Previously, Fang Ping had to concoct excuses to obscure the truth. Had the increase been just 1 or 2 cards, the enhancement would not have been so conspicuous, making it difficult for Wang Jinyang to notice. Fortunately, Fang Ping currently interacts with only a limited number of martial artists, with Wang Jinyang being the sole individual. However, once he enters Wu University, he will be surrounded by numerous martial artists. If he were to suddenly gain 10 cards of vitality overnight, it would be entirely reasonable for others to perceive something amiss. Had he instead increased his strength gradually over a week or 10 days, the likelihood of detection would have been significantly diminished. Realizing this, Fang Ping felt a great sense of satisfaction. This upgrade proved to be quite effective, even manifesting specific units. This was indeed a positive development, demonstrating reliability. Fang Ping silently praised the system, yet could not help but grumble, noting its opportunistic nature. When funds were scarce, not even a manual was provided. Everything had to be discovered through trial and error. Now that his wealth had increased, even the specific units were displayed. How superficial. As the data reappeared, Fang Ping refrained from hastily enhancing his mental strength. With Wang Jinyang still upstairs, any immediate increase might attract unwarranted attention. He resolved to wait until Wang Jinyang departed before utilizing his enhancements. Given that Wang Jinyang was upstairs and another troublesome spirit loomed overhead, Fang Ping felt a twinge of discomfort. Not wishing to linger at home, he secured his cash, took his elixirs, and, with his backpack in tow, set off for school. As he walked, he pondered whether to purchase a house or perhaps rent one. His current living space felt too cramped. His parents were generally respectful of his privacy and rarely ventured into his room. However, the unreliable Fang Yuan, with her insatiable curiosity, often rummaged through his belongings in search of snacks, comic books, or anything entertaining. In short, the girl was fascinated by everything. Presently, his room contained over 220,000 yuan in cash, including the 20,000 his parents had given him. Although he had concealed it, such a substantial amount could not be easily hidden. If Fang Yuan were to discover it, the consequences would be dire. Fang Ping mused, especially considering that the 1 million yuan from Wang Jinyang had yet to be transferred. Moving forward, he contemplated practicing his martial arts and physically training. As his home was inadequate for such endeavors, he could not continually exercise in the yard. When he was short on funds, this had not been a concern. Now that he possessed wealth, establishing a secret lair became paramount. Whether renting or purchasing a property, he made a mental note to explore this possibility come Sunday. Still, he felt a twinge of unease about the cash hidden at home and feared Fang Yuan might stumble upon it. Upon arriving at the foot of his building, Fang Ping felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. It seemed that a more ominous occurrence had transpired than merely Fang Yuan discovering his money. In the corridor, outside his door, stood an unexpected visitor, Wang Jinyang. Although Wang Jinyang had mentioned he would leave in the evening, Fang Ping thought it unlikely that this individual would venture out during the day. Who would have thought that he would swagger out so nonchalantly? If it were just Wang Jinyang alone, Fang Ping would not have minded. But at this moment, Wang Jinyang was actually engaged in conversation with Fang Yuan. Fang Ping's head felt as heavy as a bull's, and he hurried over. Wang Jinyang, who was in the midst of speaking, noticed Fang Ping and greeted him with a cheerful nod. "What brings you here?" "Fang Ping, what a coincidence. I unexpectedly ran into Senior Wang," Fang Yuan exclaimed excitedly. then curiously added, "Aren't you two acquainted?" Fang Ping's expression soured. Of course, he was familiar with him. The crux of the matter was, how did the two of them end up chatting together? And that scoundrel Wang Jinyang, why was he not dutifully guarding the corpse but instead downstairs? Fang Ping. I didn't realize Senior Wang has relatives living here. If my classmate hadn't shown me a signed photo of Senior Wang yesterday, I wouldn't have recognized him at all. I had previously lamented not encountering Senior Wang, and lo and behold, today I actually did. Fang Ping's face grew increasingly green. Not for any other reason, but because he had spun a seemingly perfect lie last time. He thought that his family would no longer have any interaction with Wang Jinyang, which is why he had claimed that Wang Jinyang had sold him elixirs. If his sister brought this up, it would undoubtedly expose his deceit. However, given Fang Yuan's excited demeanor, it seemed she hadn't had the chance to mention it yet. Fang Ping quickly interjected, "Don't disturb Brother Wang. He is busy. You should head inside first." Fang Yuan's previously joyful expression instantly fell, and she mumbled, "No, Senior Wang hasn't said he is busy." Fang Ping hastily scolded her, then forced a laugh toward Wang Jinyang, saying, "My sister insisted I get your autograph last time, claiming she could sell a few hundred for some profit." At this moment, Fang Ping could only divert the conversation. Wang Jinyang chuckled at this remark, while Fang Yuan glared at Fang Ping with gritted teeth, thinking him a scoundrel, as she had intended to ask Wang Jinyang for his autograph herself. Now, thanks to her brother's comment, the little girl felt too embarrassed to admit it. She quickly shook her head at Wang Jinyang, then opened the door to her room, hurriedly stating, "You two chat. I'm off to do my homework." Bang! The door shut loudly, clearly reflecting the little girl's annoyance at Fang Ping for spoiling her plans. Fang Ping couldn't help but chuckle, glancing at Wang Jinyang, wondering why he had come out during the day. As if sensing his thoughts, Wang Jinyang chuckled lightly, "No need to be anxious. I am not a villain. If it weren't for the fear of causing panic by being seen during the day, I could walk out freely at this moment." Fang Ping managed a dry smile, remaining silent. Wang Jinyang, rarely offering an explanation, continued, "I didn't bring a luggage bag, which is inconvenient. I just went out to buy one, along with some fast food." Saying this, he raised the fast food in his hand. When he mentioned the luggage bag, Fang Ping could easily deduce its purpose. However, the mention of fast food sent a shiver down his spine. Could this guy really be normal? The thought of him eating while admiring Huang Bin's corpse struck Fang Ping as rather unsettling. Wang Jinyang, however, was oblivious to such concerns, chuckling lightly. "I just happened to encounter your sister on the way, quite an amusing little girl. Do not harbor any intentions towards my sister." This exclamation slipped from Fang Ping's lips, causing Wang Jinyang to momentarily pause, only to have a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "You must be a siscon, right? Surely." What a perplexing thought. There were countless beautiful women pursuing him at Wuda, including many from other schools. Beautiful mentors, class beauties, daughters of wealthy families. When had Wang Jinyang ever stooped so low as to covet a mere little girl? Just moments ago, Fang Yuan had recognized him and, being quite familiar, chattered away with him. Wang Jinyang found it rather amusing, and since their paths aligned, he had not deliberately avoided her. Yet here was Fang Ping, audaciously questioning his character. Wang Jinyang cast a somewhat hostile glance at Fang Ping, who appeared somewhat sheepish. "It's merely a habit, a habit." In his previous life, Fang Ping had encountered many who harbored ill intentions towards his sister, and he had often intervened to protect Fang Yuan from such individuals. Thus, when Wang Jinyang had made that remark, it had instinctively triggered his response. Daring, meticulous, and additionally ruthless, he was well aware of the balance required in life. This was Wang Jinyang's entire impression of Fang Ping. Consequently, Wang Jinyang found himself intrigued and eager to discover whether this individual would undertake more captivating pursuits upon becoming a martial artist. Fang Ping smiled and nodded. Choosing not to elaborate further, Wang Jinyang, too, did not linger, casually carrying his takeout upstairs. Once he departed, Fang Ping exhaled softly. After all, the other was a martial artist. Despite his amiable demeanor, Fang Ping still felt a degree of pressure. As night deepened into stillness, upon hearing the faint sound of a door closing upstairs, Fang Ping, feigning interest in his book, murmured, "At last, he has left." Wang Jinyang's presence had been a source of constant pressure for him. Chapter 35. All is ready for the night. Not long after Wang Jinyang's departure, Fang Ping commenced his journey of self-improvement. Before long, the numerical data before him began to shift. Wealth, 2, 370, 800. Vitality, 124 cards. Mental strength, 140 Hz. Having expended over 30,000 wealth points, Fang Ping maximized both his vitality and mental acuity. With 124 cards of vitality, he once again experienced the sensation of his veins almost bursting. The mental strength of 140 Hz transitioned from an initially refreshing clarity to a state of slight dizziness and discomfort. Fang Ping recognized that this was his current limit, refraining from further enhancement. Feeling somewhat dazed, Fang Ping opted not to test the effects of increasing his mental strength further that night, choosing instead to retire for a restful slumber. The following day, April 12th, Saturday. Upon awakening, Fang Ping felt no trace of fatigue, only a sense of invigorating clarity, as if the very air around him had become more refreshing. Unlike before, he had no inclination to linger in bed. He promptly rose and attended to his morning routine. After washing up, he vigorously knocked on Fang Yuan's door, exclaiming, "Time to get up. You're going to be late." Fang Yuan, still enveloped in slumber, appeared more rounded with each passing moment. After a series of forceful knocks, she yawned and, with half-closed eyes, opened the door, casting a disgruntled glance at Fang Ping. The young girl instinctively made her way toward the bathroom. As she washed up, a lingering sense of something amiss nagged at her, though she could not immediately pinpoint what it was. "Fang Ping, I feel like I've forgotten something." "What is it?" Fang Ping feigned ignorance, offering a casual response. Indeed, what could it be? Lost in thought, she contemplated whether she had forgotten to ask Wang Jinyang for an autograph or perhaps neglected her homework. Homework. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her, and she shot a somewhat accusatory look at Fang Ping, grinding her teeth as she declared, "Fang Ping, what day is it today?" "I forgot. It's Saturday." Fang Yuan's face puffed up in indignation, her temper flaring. "You have classes on Saturday, while I do not. Why did you wake me?" Fang Ping remained remarkably calm, responding nonchalantly, "I simply forgot. Besides, rising early is beneficial for one's health. I did it for your sake." "You infuriate me." The young girl, flailing her arms, seemed ready to take on Fang Ping in a brawl. A few moments later, with her cheeks still reddened from being pinched, Fang Yuan glared at Fang Ping in frustration. Outmatched in strength, she found herself at a loss, her round face only appearing more so. After teasing Fang Yuan for a while, Fang Ping was in high spirits and decided against further provoking her ire. He retrieved a 100 yuan bill from his pocket and, amidst Fang Yuan's astonished gaze, handed it to her, saying, "It's a holiday today, so don't just stay at home. Go out and enjoy the day with your classmates. Take some time to unwind." With over 220,000 cash still at home, Fang Ping had taken over 20,000 with him. The remaining 200,000 remained in his room. He was concerned that this girl, with nothing to occupy her time, might venture into his room out of curiosity, so he aimed to send her off first. "Tomorrow, when I have a day off, I will handle this cash, whether to purchase a house or deposit it in the bank. In any case, it cannot remain at home indefinitely." Fang Ping took out 100 yuan, a sum that seemed rather insignificant to him. However, for Fang Yuan, 100 yuan was a considerable amount of pocket money that she had seldom encountered. Aside from the new year, she hardly ever possessed 100 yuan at once. Today, her usually stingy elder brother actually gave her 100 yuan to spend for leisure. What a surprise. Fang Yuan, astonished, could not help but ask, "Fang Ping, are you still unwell from yesterday?" Fang Ping, with a dark expression, retorted brusquely, "Do you want it, or not? So you must have done something wrong and are trying to bribe me?" "Yes." Fang Yuan eagerly snatched the banknote from Fang Ping's hand, her face brimming with delight. Before continuing to chatter, "Did Mom give this to you?" "She is so biased. She always gives you more than me." "Fang Ping, did you really give this to me? How about I give you 10 yuan in return so you can save it for lunch?" Fang Ping, ignoring her, continued to enjoy his breakfast. Once he finished, he picked up his backpack and stood up, saying, "I'm going out for a stroll to clear my mind. Make sure to eat well at noon. By the way, you are not allowed to go out with the boys, only with the girls." As if I would go out with the boys." Fang Yuan replied with a defiant expression. Fang Ping shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "I was just saying that. Which boy in your class would want to go out with a chubby girl like you? It's simply embarrassing." "Fang Ping, you shouldn't hit where it hurts or speak ill of other shortcomings." Yet, Fang Ping did just that, infuriating Fang Yuan to the point where she almost wanted to hit him on the head. After teasing her for a while, before she could explode with anger, Fang Ping cheerfully left the house with his backpack. At number 1 high school, class 4 of the senior year, it must be said that the students preparing for the martial arts examination are quite diligent. They arrive at school early. Fang Ping noticed that every time he arrived, the other martial arts students were already present. Upon entering, he heard Zhang Hao excitedly announce over the loudspeaker, "Zhou Bin measured his vitality yesterday, 125 points. Incredible. This year, we might actually have someone from our school who can gain admission to 2 prestigious universities. Last year, the admission standard for those universities seemed to be around 125 points. Right?" Zhang Hao inquired, to which the bearded Yang Jian quickly nodded in affirmation. Last year, the minimum admission standard for Wu University in Magic City was indeed 125 points. Zhang Hao, aware of the reason behind the question, merely sought to garner support for his own enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, he quickly added, "There is still plenty of time before the physical examination. Let us eat a vitality pill before the exam. I suspect Zhou Bin's vitality test results might even reach 128 points. Could it be that Zhou Bin might truly gain admission to 2 prestigious universities? If that happens, our school would gain fame." Zhang Hao gesticulated excitedly, as though he himself had achieved a vitality score of 125 points. The other martial arts students exhibited a mix of envy and nervousness. Ordinary liberal arts students are predominantly filled with envy, yet they harbor no sense of urgency, as it is of little consequence to them. Upon entering, Fang Ping felt rather indifferent. Zhou Bin, the most formidable contender from the first high school, currently possessed a vitality of merely 125 points, while Fang Ping had 124 points. The disparity between them was a mere 1 point, nearly negligible. Furthermore, Fang Ping boasted a considerable wealth of resources. Were it not for his physical limitations, surpassing Zhou would be a trivial endeavor. In truth, Fang Ping was not competing with these students at all. His thoughts were occupied with Wang Jinyang, who was merely a year his senior, yet was already preparing to break through to the 3rd rank of martial arts. Compared to Wang Jinyang, these senior students, despite their higher vitality, failed to capture Fang Ping's attention. Ignoring their discussions, Fang Ping picked up a book and began to read. He had been excessively fatigued the previous night and had not taken the opportunity to test the effects of his enhanced mental fortitude. The issue of whether he could gain admission to the martial arts program was not contingent on his vitality. Rather, it lay in his academic performance. Should his mental enhancement prove effective, it would form the foundation for his acceptance into the program. Uncertain, he had not yet undergone testing. Yang Jian felt a twinge of curiosity. He did not genuinely wish to inquire about Fang Ping's vitality. Upon hearing Fang Ping's remarks, Yang Jian grinned foolishly and said, "Last night, my father insisted that I get a checkup at the hospital. I accompanied him, and as a result, my vitality has increased by 1 point. I am now at 113. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. If one must boast, could they not do so without resembling a simpleton? Fang Ping, do you think if I take some medicine during the checkup, I could reach 115? Surely you must be higher than me. Why not go for a test tomorrow as well?" Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. This loquacious fellow was relentless. Ignoring his chatter, Fang Ping lowered his head and resumed his reading, focusing on experiencing the effects of his enhanced mental capacity. As the morning study session concluded, Fang Ping closed his book and entered a state of contemplation. The results were quite promising, with a mental capacity of 140 Hz. Fang Ping was uncertain whether this was considered impressive. However, the effects were unmistakable. His mind felt exceptionally clear and alert. Having previously studied the high school curriculum and performed well, he viewed this as a review, albeit one that required time due to the years he had set it aside. Even with a mental capacity of 140 Hz, he anticipated that as he acclimated to this newfound mental acuity, further improvements would ensue. At that point, the outcomes should be even more favorable. Fang Ping felt that he had already cleared a significant portion of the final hurdle for the martial arts examination. Throughout the morning, Fang Ping voraciously absorbed and digested this amalgamation of old and new knowledge. During the lunch break, he stepped out briefly. He spent 10 yuan to acquire a bank card, 1,200 yuan on a mobile phone, and 100 yuan for a phone card. Without a mobile phone, many tasks would be cumbersome. Upon receiving the phone and activating the SIM card, his immediate action was to send a text message to Wang Jinyang at South Jiangwu University, having recently arrived on campus. Wang Jinyang chuckled upon seeing the string of numbers on his phone screen. This guy is amusing. Yesterday, Fang Ping was exceedingly courteous, stating that the 1 million was no longer needed. Even if it was, there was no rush. He assured that Brother Wang could transfer the funds at his convenience. In essence, the words were quite pleasant. Yet, less than a day had passed when that fellow sent over his bank account number. After a brief moment of amusement, Wang Jinyang had no intention of shirking his responsibilities and made a trip to the campus bank to complete the transfer. At Wuhan University, a transfer of 1 million is hardly substantial. The internal bank often handles transactions amounting to hundreds of millions daily. With the financial matter settled, Wang Jinyang packed some of his textbooks along with a fundamental cultivation manual, arranging for them to be sent to Fang Ping via courier. He was not concerned about potential loss. Without a solid foundation in cultivation, one would be courting disaster. At worst, he could simply send another copy to Fang Ping later. Meanwhile, far away in Yanqing, Fang Ping, upon receiving the text message notification, could hardly contain his joy, exclaiming, "How generous! Old Wang truly is a straightforward person. Even though this time he may have profited more than I did." Chapter 36. The eager Fang Yuan upon receiving a transfer of 1 million from Wang Jinyang. Fang Ping's wealth surged to an impressive 337 million. Considering that even enhancing his spirit and vitality to 200 would only consume a mere tens of thousands of wealth points, Fang Ping felt an immense joy at that moment. However, this elation was short-lived as he soon sensed an invisible malice encroaching upon him. Could such opportunistic eyes truly allow him to feel this comfortable? Fang Ping mused to himself, suspecting that this malevolence stemmed from the rather unreliable opportunistic system. Although merely an instinct, he found it to be quite credible. The increase in wealth points and funds filled Fang Ping with delight. He eagerly anticipated a subsequent message from Wang Jinyang. "The package has been dispatched. Please keep an eye out for its arrival." He read the brief line repeatedly. Compared to money, Fang Ping held a greater fascination for the martial arts techniques. Having experienced a life with wealth, albeit modest, he had managed to accumulate a fair amount over the years. However, when it came to cultivation techniques, he had yet to encounter anything beyond the mundane. Even if he did, he would not pursue them seriously. No one would take them to heart. The thought that the package might arrive in the next couple of days made Fang Ping almost restless with anticipation. After school, Fang Ping declined an invitation from Wu Zhihao and others to join them for training. At that moment, he was still acclimating to his body and digesting his previous gains. Exercising with them would not offer significant benefits. Once he had walked a fair distance alone, a martial arts candidate from Class 4 remarked uncomfortably, "Fang Ping is rather arrogant." Wu Zhihao shrugged it off, responding with a smile, "If he doesn't want to go, then so be it. He never participated in our activities before. It's probably just his nature." With this, the others fell silent. The student who had spoken earlier expressed curiosity, "Zhihao, how much vitality do you think he has?" The news of Fang Ping's recent enhancement in vitality was already known among them, as Yang Jian had a tendency to divulge information. Even Wang Jinyang had praised Fang Ping, indicating that his vitality was certainly not low. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Zhihao replied, "Perhaps around 120 cards. Is it really that high?" Someone exclaimed. Their face a mix of envy and jealousy. Fang Ping had not previously stood out, yet it was astonishing to learn that his vitality reached 120 cards. It is worth noting that among all the senior martial arts candidates in the school, only Zhou Bin and another top student from a key class surpassed that threshold. The likelihood of anyone concealing their true abilities was minimal. Students are generally inclined to showcase their prowess. Hiding achievements would be rather foolish. "I'm merely speculating. But the difference shouldn't be significant," Wu Zhihao remarked as he glanced at the others. "However, it's best if we refrain from emulating him. Otherwise, we might not even realize how we met our demise. Even if we fail to enter the martial arts program, it is better than losing our lives. If we cannot succeed now, we can always repeat a year. If that fails, we could wait until we earn enough to attend a martial arts training class." As the crowd nodded in agreement, the notion of risking their lives for a chance seemed far too daunting for anyone. The discussions occurring among a few classmates were, of course, unbeknownst to Fang Ping. He did not perceive himself as arrogant. Rather, he simply was not particularly close to those peers. Moreover, with the martial arts examination looming, the prospects of future interactions remained uncertain, rendering any attempts at fostering relationships rather futile. In Jinghu Garden, as Fang Ping opened the door to his room, Fang Yuan stealthily peeked out from her own room and whispered, "Fang Ping, come in." Fang Ping found himself bemused and replied, "Am I a thief in my own home?" "Shoo." He chuckled, changed his shoes, and entered his sister's room. Once inside, Fang Yuan hurriedly shut the door and promptly thrust a plastic bag into his arms. Without allowing him a moment to inspect its contents, she whispered, "I'll give you half, but you mustn't ask me for money. I've already exchanged 100 yuan for reserve snacks. It's all gone. Also, you mustn't tell Mom. At worst, I want to take my allowance this month. I'll give it all to you." Fang Ping remained silent as he accepted the plastic bag and peered inside. revealing an assortment of snacks. While Fang Yuan was not typically extravagant with her spending, it was only natural for a child to desire treats. Their parents seldom indulged her in such delights, deeming it a waste of money and unhealthy. In times past, any pocket money Fang Yuan received had been primarily spent on snacks. This time, however, her older brother had generously gifted her 100 yuan, and she initially intended to purchase just 10 or 8 yuan worth of goodies. Yet upon entering the snack shop, the little girl found herself overwhelmed by choices. When it came time to settle the bill, she was astonished to discover that she had significantly reduced her haul, nearly exhausting the entire 100 yuan. Concerned that Fang Ping would chastise her for being wasteful, she pondered for a long while at home before ultimately deciding to share her spoils with him. Half for each of them seemed reasonable enough, didn't it? Noticing her somewhat guilty demeanor, Fang Ping chuckled. All right, you bought them, so enjoy. I want to touch these. No way. Despite her keen interest in the snacks in Fang Ping's possession, she resolutely shook her head, insisting, you must take half. Otherwise, you'll surely tell on me. Do I really need to? Fang Ping rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, what do you take me for? I'm not so petty. 100 yuan is of little consequence to me now. Moreover, he had no particular fondness for snacks at his age. He tossed the bag of treats onto the bed and remarked with a smile, keep them for yourself. I've recently earned a bit of money. If you ever find yourself in need of pocket money, feel free to ask me. Some matters, after all, were best shared in moderation. Now that Fang Ping had purchased a mobile phone, he needed to venture out tomorrow to either rent or buy a house. With their parents often absent, the risk of exposure was minimal. However, Fang Yuan was different. She frequently spent time with Fang Ping. Thus, revealing a bit of information now could serve as a useful foundation for future discussions. Upon hearing Fang Ping's words, Fang Yuan looked at him with curiosity, asking, You've made money? Yes. How much? That's not for you to inquire. Just know that your brother is not in want of funds. How did you earn it? Did you get a job? No. Suddenly, Fang Yuan had a realization and, with a fierce determination, sought to confront Fang Ping. Fang Ping, you are utterly despicable. Surely you sought Wang Jinyang's autograph and then sold it, didn't you? This was my idea. I told you yesterday that you wouldn't let me speak to Wang Jinyang. And now it all makes sense. You villain, stealing my hard-earned. Fang Yuan was infuriated, especially after feeling profoundly grateful to her elder brother earlier that day for his generous gift of 100 yuan. It turned out he had profited significantly from her idea. Fang Ping, with a furrowed brow, marveled at the girl's vivid imagination. Yet, he chose not to deny her accusation. If this was her interpretation, so be it. Moreover, it was indeed true that this windfall was linked to Wang Jinyang. Fang Ping's silence only reinforced Fang Yuan's belief that she had guessed correctly. With a frown, she pressed. Come clean. How much did you sell it for? Not much. 1,000? She ventured cautiously. Aha. 2,000? Aha. Fang Yuan gasped. Realizing why her brother had been so generous, he must have earned more than 2,000. After a moment of shock, her eyes began to sparkle with mischief. And she smiled brightly. Brother, how about a 50-50 split? Did I hear you correctly? What did you just call me? Fang Ping feigned ignorance, pretending to clean his ears. Brother, I said, how about a 50-50 split? If that's not possible, even 40-60 would do. The young girl showed no signs of embarrassment after all. He was her elder brother. Calling him brother wouldn't cost her anything, and once she secured his money, she would call him whatever she pleased. Fang Ping chuckled heartily and waved his hand dismissively. Don't get your hopes up. Besides, what do you need so much money for? When you run out, I'll give you more. And from now on, be sure to please me properly, and don't be so informal in calling me Fang Ping. Fang Yuan, slightly displeased at not being able to share in her brother's spoils, eventually smiled sweetly, resolving to empty her brother's little treasury sooner or later. Fang Yuan was particularly affectionate towards Fang Ping, even going so far as to serve him food during dinner. The transformation in the young girl left their parents astonished. Though the siblings shared a good relationship, bickering was the norm between them. When had Fang Yuan learned to serve Fang Ping? Fang Mingrong observed with a hint of envy. Abandoning his drink to tap his empty bowl, casting several glances towards Fang Yuan. His expression clearly conveyed, You've served your brother, what about me? Fang Yuan, being a clever girl, quickly picked up on her father's displeasure and sweetly served him some food while also helping Li Weiing with their rice. Her antics created a delightful atmosphere for dinner. Although the meal was not particularly lavish, the family enjoyed it immensely. With the family in high spirits, Fang Ping felt elated as well. During his evening workout, he managed to do 160 push-ups in a single go. A remarkable improvement from the 100 he could manage just the day before. After completing the push-ups, Fang Yuan was on the verge of exclaiming 666 in admiration. While flattery played a part, she genuinely believed her older brother was quite impressive. The sheer number of push-ups he managed to accomplish far exceeded her expectations. Chapter 37. Enjoying wealth first. The following day, on Sunday, an early rising Fang Ping, having refrained from teasing his sister, deliberately knocked on the door. After freshening up and donning a somewhat more mature outfit, he stuffed all the cash he had hidden in his room into a backpack. Today, he intended to explore potential residences, ideally those with a gym. If he found an affordable option, he would purchase it. If the price were steep, he would opt for a rental. Lacking the necessary equipment, there were certain exercises he could not perform on his own. Additionally, with his martial arts technique nearing completion, Fang Ping sought a more suitable environment for practice. The urban area of Yang City was not particularly vast. Fang Ping was disinclined to purchase property in the suburbs, as it would place him too far from Yizhang and his home, making it inconvenient. Therefore, his housing options were limited to neighborhoods that were reasonably close to both Yizhang and Jingguayuan. The community needed to be new, preferably with exquisite renovations, so he would not have to undertake any refurbishments himself. If he could not find a newly decorated home, a second-hand option would suffice. The environment also had to be pleasant, and the price should be affordable. With all these considerations, Fang Ping found his choices rather constrained. After 7 or 8 minutes, he arrived at Guanhu Garden. This community was situated at an intermediate distance between Yizhang and Jingguayuan, slightly askew from both. Officially launched in 2006, residents did not begin to move in until 2007. Now, 2 years post-launch, the properties in Guanhu Garden had yet to be sold out, and the sales office remained operational. The unsold units were not due to poor environment or inferior quality. Rather, it was primarily because the demand for housing in Yang City was not significantly high at this time. In 2008, larger cities experienced a shortage of housing, and speculative buying was commonplace. However, Yang City, being a smaller central city, rarely attracted speculators. It simply was not worth their while. Upon entering the sales office, Fang Ping found it remarkably quiet, nearly devoid of visitors. After 2 years since the opening, the remaining properties consisted mainly of a few leftover units. The staff, engaged in conversation, paused momentarily upon his entrance. After a while, a woman in her 20s, clad in professional attire, approached him. "Sir, which unit have you taken a liking to? If you wish to view a property, I can accompany you." The staff exhibited a commendable level of enthusiasm, not overly concerned with Fang Ping's age. It was not unusual for someone of his age to be contemplating marriage, which naturally necessitated a marital home. Instead of inquiring whether he intended to purchase a property, she directly asked which unit he was interested in, employing a common sales tactic. Given that the properties at Guanhu Garden had been on the market for 2 years, even the once inexperienced sales representatives had now garnered ample experience. When a client entered, they would be asked about their preferences and taken to view properties. If a client hesitated, it was prudent not to overwhelm them with choices. Should one unit not meet their approval, immediately presenting another could exacerbate their indecision. Many clients tended to be hesitant, and excessive viewing could lead to further uncertainty. Often, the properties that resulted in successful transactions were those seen during the initial visit. Furthermore, younger individuals like Fang Ping could be more easily persuaded. In contrast, dealing with middle-aged couples could prove to be quite the challenge. The sales representative, reflecting on this, smoothly recited phrases she had uttered countless times before. Fang Ping refrained from interrupting her. Once she finished speaking, he inquired, "Are there any exquisitely decorated units available?" "Indeed, there are." The saleswoman's spirit was invigorated. Those who made demands were indeed prospective clients. In contrast, those who entered with vague intentions of merely browsing often turned out to be just that. After acknowledging her, the saleswoman swiftly approached a nearby model of the development, gesturing towards several buildings. Buildings 8, 9, and 10 are all fully furnished apartments. However, they are nearly sold out. "I wonder, sir, do you have any preferences regarding the floor?" The top and ground floors are still available for the mid to high levels. Only Unit 1604 in Building 9 and Unit 1801 in Building 10 remain. In my view, the ground floor has its merits. Not only are the prices more affordable, but access is also convenient. The saleswoman fervently recommended the ground floor, noting that these units, along with the top floors, have become harder to sell. Currently, The remaining units in the Guanhuiyuan development predominantly consist of these two types. Fang Ping listened intently for a moment and pondered. Are the top floors duplexes? The saleswoman confirmed. Yes, there are duplexes as well as those with lofts. The difference between the two isn't significant, but duplexes typically have a higher ceiling, while lofts can feel somewhat constricted. Fang Ping considered that during his training, he might occasionally create some noise. The ground floor was not ideal, as passers-by could easily see in. A top-floor duplex, on the other hand, would be far better. Wu Jiao's home was a duplex, allowing for noise to remain contained within the second floor. With specific criteria in mind, Fang Ping's options were limited. At that moment, duplexes were not particularly in demand, and their prices were also steep. In Guanhuiyuan, only 4 duplex units remained on the top floor of Building 9, 2 of which had already been sold, leaving just 2 available. Once the saleswoman finished her introduction, Fang Ping promptly said, "Please take me to see them." "Certainly, I will fetch the keys." "Please wait a moment," she replied, hurrying to the counter with a sense of eagerness. Despite Fang Ping's few words and youthful demeanor, individuals who express clear intentions to view properties often tend to make swift decisions when the price is right, provided they have the financial means. Moments later, Fang Ping and the saleswoman arrived at the top floor of Building 9. As she opened the door, Fang Ping stepped inside and was immediately impressed. The light was abundant, and the layout was quite reasonable, devoid of the typical cramped feeling associated with many duplexes. Some duplexes sacrifice common areas to maximize space, resulting in narrow entrances that create an oppressive atmosphere. After all, the public area only counts towards the square footage of the ground floor and does not contribute to the property deeds area. In larger cities, true duplexes are increasingly rare. What many refer to as duplexes are often merely split-level apartments. In smaller cities like Xianxia, where property prices are relatively modest, the focus remains on livability. Although marketed as fully furnished, this merely entails finished flooring, walls, doors, and windows. Other essentials are typically absent. The ground floor comprised a living room, dining area, kitchen, bathroom, and 1 bedroom, in addition to a reasonably sized balcony. The second floor featured 2 bedrooms, a small study, a room suitable for a gym, and another bathroom. Excluding the void area in the living room, the upper rooms of the duplex are indeed counted as part of the actual living space. Fang Ping took a brief glance and felt quite satisfied. The decor, though simple, suited his needs perfectly, as he did not require extravagance. His stay in Yangqing would be brief. Once he moved to Wuhan University, the residence would naturally be left for his parents. For now, it sufficed to be livable. Moreover, the renovation had been completed over a year ago, and there was no lingering odor. After surveying the space, Fang Ping directly inquired about the price. "Sir, you have an excellent eye." The saleswoman complimented him before promptly stating, "Room 2601 is our finest layout. We do not calculate the area of the void space. Consider it a complimentary addition. Furthermore, the duplexes in our Guanhu garden are unlike those in other neighborhoods. Many complexes that advertise duplexes merely offer lofts with low ceilings. A combined height of 3 to 4 meters is quite common, creating a rather oppressive atmosphere. Our design, however, adheres to standard ceiling heights, achieving an impressive 5.8 meters across 2 levels." The saleswoman disparaged the other complex's duplexes while extolling the virtues of Guanhu Garden. This was not mere disparagement, but rather a necessary clarification prior to quoting the price. The inability to sell these 2 duplexes was closely tied to their pricing. Many prospective buyers expressed satisfaction during viewings, yet hesitated when it came time to purchase, citing various concerns. Other complexes did not count the second floor area, and their prices were lower. Therefore, when Fang Ping inquired about the cost, the saleswoman had to ensure she was well prepared. After her self-promotion, she finally disclosed the crucial information. The property measures 186 square meters, and the void area is complementary. If we were to calculate it as a standard 2-story unit, the area would exceed 230 square meters. The pricing is quite favorable. If you purchase now, we will refund the deed tax and maintenance fund. Additionally, we offer a fully furnished home, should you opt for your own renovation. The costs would easily reach several $100,000. However, we are currently selling the last units, and the company is eager to expedite the sale, thus providing even greater discounts. Having flattered Fang Ping further, she sensed his indifference and lowered her voice slightly to reveal the total price: 860,000 yuan. In 2008, purchasing a property in Yangqing for 860,000 was indeed substantial. With such a sum, one could acquire a small villa in the suburbs. Divided, it amounted to over 4,600 per square meter. Comparatively, local property prices hovered around 3,500 to 4,000. Even for a well-furnished unit, this level of decor was not excessively costly. Had the price been 4,000 per square meter, this property likely would have sold long ago. Yet, at over 4,600, even with the void space, the pool of interested buyers was limited. After quoting the price, the saleswoman hurriedly added, "Sir, the adjacent unit is slightly smaller, but the layout is quite similar." Fang Ping waved his hand dismissively. He had a habit of spending when he had the means. Currently, with ample resources for his cultivation, he felt no financial worries. Thus, he believed in enjoying the fruits of his labor while he could. Fang Ping found the apartment quite satisfactory. Although the price of 4,600 per square meter was somewhat steep, the pleasant environment of the community and the appealing layout of the unit made it worthwhile, especially since he could comfortably afford it. Compared to Wu Jihao's duplex, this unit was more spacious and featured a more rational design. With the ease of his financial situation, Fang Ping promptly left, just as the saleswoman began to show signs of disappointment. As he walked away, he remarked, "Let us return to the sales office and negotiate a lower price. I will pay in full." Upon hearing this, the saleswoman was elated. Indeed, young people tend to be decisive. She had shown this apartment to potential buyers more than 10 times, yet she had rarely encountered someone as straightforward as Fang Ping. In no time, an array of complimentary remarks, bordering on excessive flattery, overwhelmed him. Chapter 38. The delivery has arrived. In the sales office, upon confirming Fang Ping's intention to purchase a property, the supervisor on duty personally attended to him. The Guanhuiyuan estate, having been on the market for 2 years, had few units remaining, and the developer was keen to minimize further expenditure in this area. Particularly for those purchasing outright, the discounts were indeed substantial. A full payment would yield a 5% discount, with exemptions on deed tax and maintenance fees. After careful calculations, the supervisor, appearing somewhat regretful, resolutely stated, "Mr. Fang, if you provide a 20 deposit today, I can apply to my superiors for an additional reduction in the price." Ultimately, Mr. Fang would acquire the property for a total of 810,000 yuan. This sum covered 186 square meters of exquisitely decorated space, translating to approximately 4,350 yuan per square meter. Even though the developer's standardized renovations were less costly, the expenses for utilities, flooring, and wall finishes were not insignificant. In reality, the bare unit price was likely below 4,000 yuan per square meter. For a duplex at this price, it was quite reasonable, especially when compared to typical residential complexes. End units were inherently less expensive, and the additional area of the second floor made the space feel more generous. Affluent residents of Yang City now reside in suburban villas, while ordinary families willing to invest over 800,000 yuan in real estate are plentiful in large cities, but the clientele in smaller towns is scant. Even if they desired a duplex, residents of Yang City preferred to purchase those tiered units that did not count the second floor's area. As the supervisor presented the offer, Fang Ping found himself somewhat distracted, his thoughts drifting to Huangbin. 3 first-grade qi blood pills cost 900,000 yuan. 4 Huangbin, a peak second-grade martial artist. These pills were merely routine supplements for vitality. In a lavish lifestyle, he might consume them within a month. If he were frugal, 1 a month would suffice, leading to depletion in merely 3 months. A second-grade martial artist, in need of replenishing vitality, would consume a sum equivalent to a grand residence that Fang Ping's parents could never afford in their lifetimes. This exemplifies the stark divide between ordinary individuals and martial artists, a chasm indeed, particularly for a martial artist like Huang Bin, who did not excel among his peers. Lost in thought, Fang Ping noticed the supervisor across from him appeared somewhat anxious. "I can sign the contract today and provide a deposit of 210,000 yuan. The remaining amount I shall transfer upon completion of the paperwork and handover," he declared. Upon hearing this, even the supervisor felt a surge of admiration for the young man's decisiveness. He was straightforward and succinct, and most importantly, he had the funds. If Fang Ping were to negotiate, it seemed plausible that the final price could reach 800,000 yuan. However, given Fang Ping's ease in acquiring funds, the supervisor would likely need to seek approval from higher-ups. This back and forth could lead to unforeseen delays. At this moment, Fang Ping was preoccupied with numerous matters, preparing for martial arts examinations, studying cultural subjects, and maintaining his physical fitness. Time was of the essence. It would be impractical to make multiple trips over a few thousand yuan. To Fang Ping, the situation felt decidedly unworthy of his time. Thus, he resolved to proceed without hesitation, much to the supervisor's delight. Purchasing the property outright simplified the process, eliminating the need for mortgage arrangements and significantly reducing the number of steps involved, especially since Fang Ping was willing to provide more than a 20 deposit. The transaction became even more straightforward. Before long, both parties affixed their signatures to the purchase agreement, without the need for a mortgage. Fang Ping merely required copies of his identification card and household registration book. As he prepared to leave in the morning, he ensured he had his ID with him. While retrieving the household registration document from his parents' room, he made several copies on-site, signing the purchase and delegation contracts before extracting 210,000 yuan in cash for payment. Both parties were pressed for time, facilitating a remarkably smooth process. The only minor interlude occurred when the supervisor, upon seeing Fang Ping's age on his ID, lauded him profusely. Although it was already known that Fang Ping was quite young, being merely 18 years old was even more surprising. For someone of such tender years to independently purchase a property indicated either that his family was exceedingly affluent and indifferent to the substantial sum involved, or that he was notably capable, earning his family's trust to the extent that they felt no need for further discussion regarding the acquisition. Of course, the latter scenario also necessitated financial means. Regardless of which situation applied, it underscored Fang Ping's exceptional status, at least within the context of Xianxia. In less than half an hour, the supervisor, wearing a broad smile, bid Fang Ping farewell. "Mr. Fang, we have been operating at Guanhu Garden for 2 years now, and the paperwork is expedited. With your delegation agreement in place, you need not be present for the formalities. In a few days, once the property certificate is ready, you may simply come to collect it. At that time, ensure you have the remaining payment prepared for the handover." He reminded Fang Ping to have the funds ready, assuring him that all other matters were of no concern to him. In this era, wealth conferred great privilege. Without money, one would face the complexities of mortgages, requiring countless trips to the bank. However, for Fang Ping, paying in full rendered these complications non-existent. As he departed the sales office, Fang Ping felt quite pleased with himself. He had purchased a substantial duplex for 810,000 yuan, well within his financial capacity. His current funds exceeded 1.22 million yuan. Even after acquiring the property, he would have over 400,000 yuan remaining, sufficient for purchasing some fitness equipment, and the leftover amount would be adequate for the time being. Additionally, he possessed a considerable quantity of elixirs, ample for advancing to the martial artist level. Until he achieved that status, financial concerns would not weigh on his mind. Once he became a martial artist, his new identity, coupled with the system's grasp of broader trends, would alleviate any worries about future monetary issues. Having concluded the property transaction, Fang Ping did not linger outside. He was eager to see if Wang Jinyang's package would arrive today. Upon returning home, he found Fang Yuan just awake, seated on the sofa, watching television. This girl, having just woken from her slumber, had evidently forgotten yesterday's events. She had previously resolved to call him brother before raiding his small treasury, yet now referred to him by name, clearly having overlooked that plan. Fang Ping chose not to admonish her, casually inquiring, "Shall we step outside for some fresh air? Have you had breakfast?" "Not yet," Fang Yuan replied, yawning widely. "Has any delivery come?" "I don't think so," she wondered. "Did you buy something?" "Yes, some textbooks for martial arts examinations." Upon hearing that it was a textbook, Fang Yuan immediately lost interest and lazily inquired, "What are we having for lunch?" She hadn't even had breakfast yet, and here she was thinking about lunch. At that moment, Fang Yuan recalled that Fang Ping had a small stash of money, with her older brother possessing such a fund. It was only natural that they would indulge in a delightful meal. "I haven't tried it yet. My classmates say it's particularly delicious." Fang Ping dismissed her enthusiasm, questioning the allure of fast food. However, Fang Yuan's next words nearly choked him. "Brother, you should give it a try. I heard that the parent company of KFC has a president in Huagua who is a 7th-tier master. If you eat their chicken wings, you might gain some insights and become a martial arts expert." Cough, cough, cough. Fang Ping was genuinely taken aback. What connection could there possibly be between the two? Setting aside the fact that the president of Yum Brands in Huagua was indeed a 7th-tier master, could consuming their chicken actually lead to martial prowess? Amused yet bemused, Fang Ping ultimately acquiesced, not because he believed his sister's whimsical claim, but rather due to her earlier remark about never having tried it. Fang Yuan, now in her second year of middle school at the age of 14, came from a family that was moderately well off. For a girl her age, dining at KFC was hardly extravagant. Although the Fang family was not particularly affluent, they could certainly afford such treats. The crux of the matter lay in Fang Yuan's thoughtfulness. She never brought it up with their parents, instead teasingly nudging her brother for a little indulgence. Previously, Fang Ping had little pocket money, but now that he was earning, Fang Yuan felt somewhat entitled to coax her elder brother. With over 10,000 yuan in cash, Fang Ping found it quite reasonable to treat his sister to a foreign fast food meal. After waiting at home for the morning without the delivery arriving, he decided to take Fang Yuan out for a meal. Excited for her first experience at KFC, Fang Yuan exuberantly declared everything delicious. Initially, Fang Ping, who had a modest appetite, found himself eating more under her infectious enthusiasm. The siblings ended up spending over 100 yuan on the meal, a significant splurge for Fang Yuan. You just said it wasn't good, yet you ate so much? Fang Ping teased. Fang Yuan flushed slightly and retorted, it's because you ordered too much. I didn't want to waste it, so I ate more. She then declared, no more of this in the future. Also, you're too extravagant with your money. Let me hold on to the leftover cash, and I'll give it back when you need it. Fang Ping shot her a glance, incredulous that she could utter such words. It was far more likely that she would hand the money over to their parents, a strong possibility indeed. Ignoring her, he continued walking until they reached the ground floor of their building, where he spotted a delivery vehicle. Hastily, he approached and asked, do you have a delivery for 101 in Building 6? The delivery man, who had been about to make a phone call, sighed in relief upon hearing the question. I just knocked on your door, but no one was home. I was about to call you. So, you are from 101? Yes, I am Fang Ping. Perfect. Please sign for this package. Having confirmed Fang Ping's identity, the courier swiftly retrieved a cardboard box from the delivery vehicle. Fang Ping cast a curious glance at it. Was it truly necessary to pack a book in such a manner? While signing for the parcel, he gave the box a slight heave, discovering it to be quite weighty, suggesting it contained more than just a mere book. What exactly had Wang Jinyang sent him? Wang Jinyang had remained silent on the matter, and Fang Ping had refrained from inquiring. It appeared that old Wang had likely dispatched something more substantial. After completing the delivery process, Fang Ping carried the box homeward, his steps brisk and his expression animated. Compared to the earlier excitement of purchasing a house, his current emotional state was far more turbulent. Chapter 39. Fundamental Training Methods. Within the confines of the room, Fang Ping secured the door. On the desk lay 6 or 7 texts. Fundamental Training Methods compulsory. 16 postures compulsory. Basic fist techniques elective. Basic leg techniques elective. An overview of cold weapons elective. Fang Ping, not hastening to explore further, first reached for fundamental training methods. The book was comparable in size and thickness to a conventional textbook, entirely unlike the thin pamphlet he had envisioned. Upon opening the tome, the first thing that caught his eye was a line of small print on the title page. Warriors dare to lead the way. Disregarding the title page's inscription, Fang Ping continued to peruse the pages. The first recto of fundamental training methods presented a detailed illustration of the human skeletal structure. An adult skeleton comprises a total of 206 bones, categorized into 3 primary sections: cranial bones, trunk bones, and limb bones. Among these, there are 29 cranial bones, 51 trunk bones, and 126 limb bones. The human body is fundamentally constructed upon its skeletal framework, with flesh, veins, and internal organs serving as auxiliary components, thus forming a complete anatomical structure. In a warrior, vitality and bone strength are interdependent. Mere strength of vitality without robust bones can lead to the disintegration of the body after a battle. Conversely, substantial bone strength without adequate vitality is akin to a rootless reed, lacking endurance and sustainability. To ascend to the status of a formal warrior, one must first cultivate sufficient vitality to nourish the skeletal and muscular systems. For an ordinary individual, the threshold of physical endurance is set at 150 calories. Surpassing this limit necessitates a more formidable physique. Generally, when one's vitality reaches 150 calories, the entire skeletal structure undergoes initial tempering to withstand the explosive force of 150 calories. At this juncture, an ordinary person may opt to break through and evolve into a formal warrior. As Fang Ping absorbed the text's explanations, he nodded in comprehension. Soon, he encountered handwritten annotations within the pages. These instructional materials bore the personal notes of Wang Jinyang, who had also provided insights during lectures. The 150-calorie vitality serves merely as a standard benchmark. For non-warriors, the goal is to transcend human limits. But what constitutes a limit? It is the point where one can ascend no further, replenish no longer, and experiences a stagnation or decline in vitality, thus failing to consolidate one's foundation. To attempt a breakthrough before reaching this limit is to squander one's potential, rendering oneself indistinguishable among peers, devoid of distinction within the warrior ranks. Fang Ping was uncertain whether these remarks were Wang Jinyang's or those of his instructor. According to Wang Jinyang, while 150 calories represented the threshold for non-warriors, even achieving a breakthrough at this level would still be rather mediocre. Fang Ping, upon becoming a warrior, aspired not to be among the weakest. Perpetually bested by peers of the same rank, he could not bear such humiliation. In addition to vitality, the process of bone tempering is equally crucial. For non-warriors, the requirements for bone tempering are not stringent. It suffices to meet the demands of vitality's explosive potential. However, upon officially breaking through to the first rank, warriors begin to pursue lethality. First and second rank warriors focus on refining the bones of their limbs. A first-grade warrior possesses the ability to temper either the bones of the upper limbs or those of the lower limbs. The choice merely reflects a different direction. Regardless of whether one opts to refine the upper or lower limb bones, upon completion of the tempering process, the warrior exhibits formidable singular lethality. Their bones become as resilient as iron, and their vitality surges like a raging torrent, allowing their strikes to rival that of cold weaponry. At this juncture, a warrior can effortlessly dispatch an ordinary person with a mere punch or kick. Should one choose to temper the upper limb bones first, there are a total of 64 bones involved. Once the tempering is achieved, both hands and arms can be wielded like cleavers, exhibiting tremendous power. Upon completing the upper limb tempering and achieving the requisite vitality, a warrior can then transcend to the second grade and commence the refinement of the 62 bones of the lower limbs. Similarly, those who begin with the lower limb bones must subsequently refine the upper limb bones after reaching the second grade. The text cautions against the folly of only tempering the bones on one side of the body. Some students, in a moment of unorthodox inspiration, ponder whether to refine limbs without regard to sequence. For instance, how would one temper one hand and one foot? Such individuals are not uncommon. Yet many find themselves stagnant at the first grade for life, resembling malformed beings as their vitality wanes. The elders imparted their lessons through the blood of experience, advising that one must either concentrate on the upper limb bones or the lower limb bones exclusively. An elite second-grade warrior, like Huang Bin, has already completed the tempering of all four limbs. At this stage, had Huang Bin not been schemed against by Fang Ping, his hands and feet could serve as instruments of war, and dispatching Fang Ping with a kick would pose little challenge. When Fang Ping struck Huang Bin with a wooden stick, even in a state of weakness, Huang Bin managed to break the stick with a single punch. Ultimately, Fang Ping rendered Huang Bin unconscious, due in part to the effects of a sedative and also to the significant blows to his head and chest. Despite numerous strikes to his limbs, Huang Bin exhibited no signs of fracture, thanks to the completed tempering of his limbs. As one advances to the third grade, the focus shifts to the tempering of the torso bones. A pinnacle third-grade warrior can confront firearms head-on, provided they protect their vital cranial areas. While a bullet may still inflict injury upon entering the body, such warriors are far less likely to sustain fatal damage and can maintain their combat effectiveness. Of course, a bullet to the head would still result in demise. Those unfortunate enough to be struck through the gaps in their bones may find their vital organs pierced, which would likewise lead to death. Nevertheless, third-grade warriors exhibit significantly greater defensive capabilities compared to their first- and second-grade counterparts, with a broader defensive range. Lower third-grade warriors aim to refine both their limb and torso bones. As for the skull, it is deemed too perilous, and the text does not specify when one should commence its tempering. Furthermore, the book provides scant details on the cultivation above the third grade. As the basic cultivation method primarily focuses on the practices of the lower three grades, the tome is substantial, and Fang Ping perused it for quite some time without finishing. However, the subsequent sections primarily delve into the tempering of the limbs and torso, which bears little relevance to him. At present, Fang Ping only needs to comprehend the earlier content to enhance vitality, refine bones, and transcend as a warrior. Within the basic cultivation method, there exists a chapter on tempering techniques, specifically designed for those like Fang Ping, who are not yet warriors. Once one's vitality reaches 110 units, They may commence practicing the tempering techniques, refining both vitality and skeletal structure. The difficulty for non-warriors in enhancing their vitality lies in their blood energy being superficial. It appears full and rich yet is incapable of further augmentation. One of the effects of the refinement technique is the compression of this vitality. Just as a sponge can be compressed, so too can the blood energy be condensed, allowing the body to endure a greater force of vitality. As the vitality is compressed, it simultaneously cleanses the outer skeletal structure, enabling the bones to absorb this energy and thereby fortify their strength. At this juncture, profound skeletal refinement is unnecessary. When one feels that both their vitality and skeletal strength have reached an impasse, it may then be time to contemplate a breakthrough into the realm of warriors. However, this breakthrough carries considerable risk. Some individuals mistakenly believe they have reached their limits, thinking their skeletal strength is sufficient to withstand the impact of vitality. In reality, they may not have achieved the necessary refinement, leading to insufficient vitality during the breakthrough or an overwhelming force that exceeds the bone's capacity for endurance. This is where true danger resides. Each year, there are those who meet their demise in such a manner. The refinement technique, when paired with stance training, can significantly enhance skeletal refinement. Upon reading the introduction to the refinement technique, Fang Ping picked up another essential text, 16 Stances of Standing Practice. This book discusses various methods of standing postures. There are many types of standing practices, and the book enumerates the 16 most commonly used forms. After years of experimentation, while these 16 may not be the most effective, they are undoubtedly the most stable and easiest to practice. Some stances yield impressive results, but are challenging to master. The initial learning phase can take anywhere from 3 to 5 years, or even 8 to 10 years in some cases. Ultimately, even if the results are superior to other stances, after a decade of practice, others may have already progressed to the 3rd or 4th rank, while one remains uninitiated in martial arts, rendering such efforts futile. Fang Ping did not delve deeply into the text, merely skimming through the names of the 16 stances: the infinite stance, the round stance, the 3-body posture, the horse stance. Each stance is elaborately described, detailing foundational training methods, including illustrative explanations and concise summaries. One can select any of the 16 stances. The differences among them are not vast, though there are variations in focus. Some emphasize the lower body, some the upper body, while others strive for a balanced approach, albeit with slightly diminished efficacy and longer training durations. After a brief overview, Fang Ping chose not to continue reading. Closing his eyes in contemplation, he murmured, "The refinement technique and stance training serve as the primary cultivation methods for both non-warriors and warriors alike. Non-warriors need not concern themselves with practical combat. Actual combat training will only be imparted once one becomes a formal warrior, encompassing techniques such as boxing, leg techniques, and cold weaponry. These options are plentiful. The refinement technique offers no alternatives. However, one may select a stance that aligns with future endeavors. Whether to refine the upper or lower body at the first rank will determine the choice of stance, which may lead to disparities in progress at this stage. My objective is to refine the bones. I need not worry about vitality. Bone refinement primarily consumes vitality to nourish the skeletal structure. In this regard, Fang Ping's eyes suddenly sparkled with insight, recognizing that for the average person, bone refinement is challenging to achieve in a short time frame due to insufficient vitality. Even with the aid of medicinal supplements, there remains a necessary period for digestion and integration. Upon consuming a qi blood pill, an ordinary individual typically requires over half a month to fully absorb and digest it. Excessive intake may even lead to a development of resistance. However, that pertains to the average person. Each time the system replenishes my qi and blood, it seems to materialize from thin air, seamlessly merging with my existing vitality. Does this imply that when refining my bones, I need not concern myself with the issue of qi and blood replenishment? Once my qi and blood run low, I can promptly enhance them. For many, the bone refining stage lasts anywhere from 3 months to 5 years. If I engage in continuous refinement day and night, without the need to consider qi and blood replenishment, could I not complete the bone refining stage in a remarkably short time? With no need to worry about qi and blood, the bone refining process could indeed be accelerated, provided my physique meets the required standards. Fang Ping's eyes sparkled with clarity. Perhaps his thoughts were indeed feasible. If so, he might soon break through to the realm of a martial artist. Given that lower-tier martial artists primarily focus on bone refinement, does this not suggest that he may proceed in the same manner? Could he potentially expedite the refinement of the bones in his limbs and torso? Perhaps it is worth a try. Now that Fang Ping has surpassed 120 points of qi and blood, he is qualified to cultivate martial arts techniques. With this thought igniting in his mind, he found himself increasingly restless. Chapter 40. The first cultivation of the refinement technique. The cultivation of the refinement technique is paradoxically challenging yet deceptively simple. Mastery of this practice extends beyond mere literacy. It requires a foundational understanding of specialized knowledge akin to the rigorous examinations faced in high school, which serve as a precursor to cultivation. The refinement technique encompasses the intricate circulatory systems of human blood, as well as a comprehensive awareness of the body's meridians and skeletal structure. Without a fundamental grasp of the circulatory system of vital energy, possession of the cultivation method is futile, rendering one incapable of practice. Nonetheless, this technique is considered a fundamental practice, designed primarily for educational purposes. Thus, it does not delve into excessive complexity. The components of the circulatory system of vital energy primarily focus on the main meridians. Typically, even if one initially deviates from the correct path in practice, the consequences are not fatal. Injuries may occur, but are unavoidable. As for succumbing to demonic deviation, Fang Ping has yet to reach that level. With his current energy level at 124, any missteps during the refinement process will not yield catastrophic results. In fact, the risk is considerably lower compared to a previous instance when he experienced a sudden increase of 10 energy points, which posed a greater danger due to the disruption in his internal energy flow. Before commencing his practice, Fang Ping felt a twinge of apprehension. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved his phone and called Wang Jinyang. At Nanjing Martial University, Wang Jinyang had been focusing on self-cultivation and recovery, preparing for a breakthrough at the peak of his condition. Upon receiving Fang Ping's call, expressing his intent to begin cultivation, Wang Jinyang furrowed his brow. After a brief pause, he replied, "The refinement technique can indeed be practiced. Even if there are minor issues at the outset, the repercussions will not be severely detrimental. However," Fang Ping leaned in attentively. "However, there are certain matters I must caution you about. First, engaging in the refinement technique involves refining your vital energy, which consumes a substantial amount of it. Vital energy does not materialize out of thin air, even though the body can regenerate it. The replenishment cannot keep pace with the rate of consumption. Once you undertake the refinement technique, your upper limit of vital energy will increase, but your actual energy levels will significantly decrease. Should you fail to replenish it adequately, especially with your impending college entrance examination, your health assessments could pose significant challenges." Fang Ping furrowed his brow. "The energy will decrease?" "Indeed." Wang Jinyang chuckled lightly. "Refining the bones requires nurturing through vital energy, and refining the meridians demands the same. Do you not see the magnitude of consumption? If your current energy level is 120, a single session of cultivation could reduce it to 115. While recovery is typically quicker than growth, even consuming a standard energy pill will take over 3 days to restore your levels. 3 days for just one ordinary energy pill. What is the cost? How many families can afford such an expense? If you cannot keep up with replenishment and your energy decreases without recovery, the marginal gains you made in cultivation will swiftly diminish. Fang Ping, you do possess some resources." Wang Jinyang continued. "However, they are finite and should not be squandered frivolously. In my opinion, your time at the university will present the optimal opportunity for cultivation. The institution can provide half of the necessary resources for your practice. It would only delay your progress by a few months, which is far better than depleting your family's savings." Fang Ping did not pay much attention to this and pondered for a moment before saying, "If the replenishment of vitality and blood keeps pace, can the upper limit of vitality and blood increase? Indeed, it is inevitable, otherwise. How could the refinement technique elevate the vitality of non-warriors to its zenith? You mentioned the first point. What other drawbacks are there?" "The second." Wang Jinyang's tone was more serious than before as he solemnly replied, "Secondly, practicing the refinement technique will not inflict significant harm given your vitality. However, that does not mean there is no risk. Should the primary meridians, especially those near the brain, sustain injury, even if they can be healed, it could leave you bettered for months. Fang Ping, with the college entrance examination approaching, please exercise caution. The initial practice carries the greatest risk if you sustain severe injury. You might very well miss this examination. A rupture of capillaries isn't a major concern. With your vitality recovery, you can recuperate swiftly. But you must absolutely avoid injuring the primary meridians." "Brother Wang, I will be careful," Fang Ping hurriedly responded. Upon hearing Fang Ping's resolve, Wang Jinyang shook his head and said, "Do as you wish. If you do get hurt, you can always come back next year. 1 year's delay versus a few months' delay, consider it carefully." Wang Jinyang was not Fang Ping's father and would not insist further once Fang Ping had made up his mind. After discussing this matter, Wang Jinyang continued. Next is the choice of stances. Among the 16 stances, have you decided which one to select? Honestly, I have no particular thoughts. Brother Wang, could you recommend one? It primarily depends on the direction you wish to take in the first grade realm. After a pause, Wang Jinyang elaborated, in the first grade realm. Focusing on the upper limbs is relatively safe and conventional. Concentrating on the lower limbs allows for both combat and agility, providing a solid foundation. However, refining the lower limbs carries some risks. If injured, it could lead to a limp. At Wu University, you often see first-grade practitioners with limps running around campus, which is rather unsightly. An injury to the upper limbs is less noticeable, whereas an injury to the lower limbs can sometimes render one unable to walk. Isn't refining the lower limbs stronger than the upper limbs in the first-grade realm? That varies from person to person and depends on actual combat situations. However, under equal conditions, a warrior refining their lower limbs can escape even if they cannot overpower their opponent, whereas one refining their upper limbs would find it difficult to catch up. At this point, Wang Jinyang suddenly chuckled. I refined my lower limbs in the first grade realm and can run exceptionally fast. I once sparred with a senior who had just entered the second grade realm. He focused on refining his upper limbs while his lower limbs were only beginning to be refined. In the end, I managed to exhaust him. Wang Jinyang recounted this amusing incident casually, though at the time, it had created quite a stir. The two had sparred earnestly, with Wang Jinyang and that senior running over 30 laps around the South Jiangsu Martial University. In the end, the senior was left panting and unable to catch up, vowing never to face Wang Jinyang again until he had fully refined his lower limbs. Fang Ping, of course, was unaware of these details. Upon hearing that refining the lower limbs was superior to refining the upper limbs, he quickly asked, "Brother Wang, then I shall refine my lower limbs. Which stance do you think is appropriate?" The horse stance. This is the preferred choice for refining the lower limbs of martial artists. The two engaged in a lengthy discussion regarding their training. Wang Jinyang, displaying remarkable patience, emphasized the importance of clarity in communication. Any ambiguity could lead to complications. A real injury could jeopardize this year's college entrance examination, and a year's gap is not easily bridged. In Wang Jinyang's perspective, there was no need for Fang Ping to rush. Entering the martial arts university would provide additional resources. The resources Fang Ping possessed, when conserved alongside the school's allocation, would suffice for reaching the second rank. However, if he continued to squander them recklessly, he might find himself depleted after attaining the first rank. Finding another Huang Bin would require favorable circumstances, a stroke of luck that Fang Ping might struggle to encounter. After nearly an hour on the phone, it must be said that Wang Jinyang was quite generous. Fang Ping had gained considerable advantages, and old Wang's after-sales service was commendable. Upon ending the call, Fang Ping took a few deep breaths. At 3 p.m., he commenced his inaugural formal training session. He had grasped the training method to a reasonable extent. Even if he made a mistake, the worst outcome would be a couple of days of recovery, provided he avoided recklessly challenging his vital arteries. Lacking the ability for internal observation, Fang Ping had to rely on his instincts. Stripping off his shirt, he focused intently while practicing the refinement technique, simultaneously monitoring the intricate network of his entire body. As his vital energy began to condense, the areas of heightened vitality revealed previously inconspicuous veins. There was a slight throbbing discomfort. His body was somewhat unaccustomed to the initial training. Once he passed this phase, he knew that the potential of the human body was boundless. Fang Ping continuously assessed his gains and losses. As the vital energy condensed near his temples, he felt a surge of anxiety. While ruptured blood vessels in other areas might not pose significant danger, a rupture near the brain could have dire consequences. Within the refinement technique, the pathways flowing through the brain were scarce, with only a singular primary vessel. Fortunately, the foundational training method adhered to an established circulatory system without branching out. Before long, Fang Ping successfully navigated through the primary vessel in his head. Half an hour later, he had completed his first refinement. It went remarkably well. Fang Ping grinned, verbally expressing his satisfaction, while internally he cursed in frustration. At that moment, his body was covered in blood. While the primary vessel remained intact, several capillaries had ruptured, causing blood to seep from his body. If Fang Yuan or Li Weiying were to walk in at that moment, they might very well be terrified. Following the completion of his first refinement, Fang Ping felt a significant relief in the previously throbbing veins. As for the bleeding, it was inconsequential. He had ample vitality to spare. Focusing on his status panel, Fang Ping sought to ascertain whether there had been a decline in his vitality. Wealth, 370, 800. Vitality, 120. Mental strength, 140. In other words, he had lost 100,000 vitality in a single training session. Fang Ping grimaced, now understanding more profoundly why so few candidates became martial artists before the college entrance examination. Even if all conditions are met, spending money becomes indistinguishable from a mere flow of water. Who among the non-affluent would dare to squander such wealth? Moreover, there are inherent dangers. Martial arts techniques can only be acquired by warriors, and most high school students simply do not have this opportunity. However, while others may harbor such concerns, Fang Ping is untroubled. Wang Jinyong worries that he might deplete his resources, yet in truth, Fang Ping has no intention of utilizing those elixirs. Without further hesitation, Fang Ping immediately began to concentrate on enhancing his vitality. Wealth, 365, 800. Vitality, 125. Mental strength, 140. His upper limit increased by 1. Fang Ping's eyes sparkled. A single session of training had raised his limit, and this pace is not slow at all. Of course, this is relative to him. Other students typically require around 3 days to restore their vitality, taking 3 days to increase by 1 point. Often at a cost of 100,000 yuan, and not many would be willing to attempt it. I recover vitality without a digestion period. While others train once every 3 days, as long as my body can endure, I can do it as many times as I wish. So this is how the system operates. Old Wang, a third-tier status is nothing. Just wait, I shall astonish you. Fang Ping mused to himself, unable to conceal the joy on his face. Covered in blood, should someone happen upon him at this moment, they might truly frighten a child to tears. Chapter 41. Spending money like water. Bang. 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 Just as Fang Ping was filled with pride, preparing to continue his training, the door was incessantly battered. Without needing to inquire, Fang Ping immediately recognized the distinctive knocking style. Sure enough, outside the door, Fang Yuan shouted while pounding, "Fang Ping, what are you doing?" Laughing foolishly and panting. Do you realize how inappropriate that sounds? I must remind you, with such lewd behavior, you'll never find a wife. I'm still so young. Don't lead me astray. Fang Ping's face turned a shade of green. What have I done? I was merely practicing. How could that lead you astray? Who is being lewd? Who is corrupting innocent children? I was earnestly exercising, training. Do you understand? From outside, Fang Yuan scoffed. Who are you trying to fool? Can't you practice in the yard? Regardless, I don't care. You must stop panting. It sounds quite inappropriate. Fang Ping felt like crying without tears, increasingly convinced that he needed to find a different place to train. This old house had nearly non-existent soundproofing. After just finishing a round of the refinement technique, his blood surged, and it was entirely normal to catch his breath. Yet, Fang Yuan outside could hear everything clearly. He wondered what absurd notions she must have about him. During the day, hiding in his room, panting and laughing foolishly. Even Fang Ping himself thought he had been up to no good. Originally, he had intended to try practicing the stance technique, but at this moment, he decided against it. The stance practice was far noisier than the refinement technique, and he could only imagine how Fang Yuan would react then. After tidying himself up, Fang Ping changed into a fresh set of clothes. His previous outfit had been marred by some blood from his ruptured vessels, with numerous stains on his trousers. Once he was dressed, he intended to head to the bathroom with his soiled garments. However, this action only further convinced Fang Yuan that her older brother was up to no good. Fang Ping, you really should find a girlfriend. All the boys in my class already have girlfriends, and you're still a singleton. Being single is one thing, but secretly hiding in your room watching those unhealthy things is quite bad. What if mom and dad saw you? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Fang Ping, how about I introduce you to someone? Shut up. Fang Ping snapped, his face darkening as he scrubbed the clothes. From now on, stay away from those dubious friends of yours. How old are you, and what are you thinking? I'm only 18. What does being a singleton mean? I'm training, do you understand? Fine, whatever. If you don't want to admit it, that's your choice, Fang Yuan muttered nonchalantly. My classmate's sister is very beautiful. Fang Yuan. All right, I'll be quiet now. Fang Yuan wore a look of mock sympathy that deeply wounded Fang Ping. I truly haven't watched any inappropriate films, nor any magazines featuring impoverished models, or anything else. I was practicing. Fang Ping, feeling somewhat helpless, decided it was best not to explain further. It was futile trying to clarify things with her. That evening, Fang Ping ceased his practice of the forging technique and instead perused the 16 stances of standing meditation, particularly focusing on the horse stance. In martial arts, neglecting foundational training leads to a futile endeavor in the long run. Here, foundation refers specifically to standing meditation. Failing to master the stance not only hampers the refining of one's bones and meridians, but also diminishes practical combatability. Within the martial arts community, practitioners who excel in standing meditation are often dubbed the unmovable. A proficient horse stance, characterized by a posture akin to riding a horse, is subdivided into 3 essential layers. The first layer is stability. One must stand firm, impervious to being pushed over. The second layer is solidity. One's feet must be as steadfast as granite, deeply rooted in the earth, rendering one unassailable. The third layer is emptiness. Achieving this layer is what earns one the title of the unmovable. A martial artist's combat prowess is not solely determined by their rank. Even those of lower rank, who master their stances, can evade attacks from higher-ranked opponents. Moreover, standing meditation can strengthen bones and refine muscles, accelerating the process of physical enhancement. When combined with the forging technique, the results are remarkably effective. Albeit the consumption of vitality is considerable, Fang Ping perused the instructional materials for a while before attempting to hold the horse stance. Nearly 5 minutes into the practice, he found himself trembling, drenched in sweat. Standing meditation proved to be more arduous than he had anticipated. After 10 minutes, he was on the verge of collapse, his legs quaking violently. A mere push would have sent him toppling. This underscored how far he was from mastering even the first layer of stability. With his chest level, back rounded, and head aligned, he silently recited the essentials of the stance, perspiring profusely. Soon, he found himself gasping for breath, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. This was without the aid of the forging technique. The exertion was already overwhelming. Should he attempt to integrate the forging technique, he felt certain he would be unable to concentrate effectively. He glanced at his status. Wealth, 365, 800, vitality, 122, spirit, 135. A flicker of concern crossed his face as he noted not only a decrease in vitality but also a decline in spirit. Was this the toll of mental exertion? He mused, beginning to comprehend the source of his diminished spirit. The intense focus required during standing meditation exacted a significant toll, depleting both vitality and spirit. Reflecting on this, he began to quietly recite affirmations to bolster his vitality and spirit. Wealth, 357, 800, vitality, 125, spirit, 140. The consumption was greater than he had anticipated. In less than a day, he had expended 13,000 in wealth. Initially, he had thought that even if both attributes reached 200, it would only require a few tens of thousands of wealth. In hindsight, he realized he had been overly optimistic. Vitality and spirit are not static. They diminish with exertion and training. Ordinarily, one would recover through sleep, nourishment, or medication. However, Fang Ping, seeking to avoid wasting time, could only restore his vitality through the expenditure of wealth. Each recovery necessitated a substantial drain on his resources. The wealth of over 3 million appears substantial, however. At this rate, how long can it sustain such consumption? Unless Fang Ping relinquishes his rapid advancement and, like others, gradually recovers through natural sleep and nourishment. The integration of zhuanggong with the refinement method will only exacerbate the depletion. For an ordinary non-martial artist, the duration of recovery after training is extensive and the resource expenditure is considerable, which explains the scarcity of martial artists in society. Common individuals can only rely on slow progress. Yet as age advances and the body solidifies, breaking through one's limits becomes increasingly challenging. In youth, aside from familial support, young individuals often lack the financial means to pursue training. Yet, how many can afford such significant expenditures? Even if the refinement method and zhuanggong were offered to individuals like Wu Zhihao, they might hesitate to engage in such practices. The rate of wealth consumption exceeded Fang Ping's expectations. Over the next 2 days, Fang Ping attended classes and studied during the day, while practicing standing meditation in the evenings. By Tuesday night, after concluding his training in the refinement method, he glanced at his data, feeling a sense of loss. Wealth, 320, 800, vitality, 126, mental strength, 142. Both his vitality and mental capacity had improved, yet this was accompanied by a significant depletion of wealth. From an initial 37 million in just 2 or 3 days. Fang Ping had consumed 50,000 in wealth. The result was that his vitality reached 126, and he sensed that even a further increase to 127 should now be achievable. An increase of 1 unit in vitality required at least 20,000 in wealth. This was when his vitality was still relatively low, once it reached its limit of 150. The cost for further enhancement would likely be even greater. I was indeed too naive. Fang Ping chuckled at himself, recalling how he had previously boasted that a mere 100,000 in wealth could propel him past the 200 mark. Now, he fully comprehended that the system was indeed a vast pitfall. The rate of increase was nearly 1 unit per day. After some contemplation, he decided to elevate his vitality once more, spending 1,000 in wealth to reach 127. As he moved his body, he felt little strain and was somewhat satisfied. If he could enhance his vitality by 1 unit daily, he might reach the minimum threshold of 150 by the time of his health inspection. Of course, whether this pace could be sustained remains uncertain. As for revealing such elevated vitality, that would depend on the circumstances. Increasing vitality is arduous, while consumption is effortless. If Fang Ping wished to avoid drawing attention, he could engage in intensive training prior to the health examination, significantly depleting his vitality to drop it back to 120 with ease. Just as he prepared to freshen up, his phone, which had been cast aside, began to vibrate. Fang Ping picked it up and upon answering, immediately recognized the voice of the sales department supervisor. Mr. Fang, I apologize for the interruption. The paperwork for your property has been finalized. If convenient, tomorrow. All right, I will come by tomorrow at noon. Without indulging in pleasantries with the overly courteous supervisor, Fang Ping ended the call. The speed at Guanawiyuan is quite commendable. The contract was signed on Sunday, and tomorrow is only Wednesday. All formalities have been duly completed. Once the property is secured, I intend to purchase some fitness equipment and other necessary items. This will undoubtedly incur a significant expense. Currently, aside from the property payment, I have just over 410,000 in cash. After acquiring these items, I fear my remaining balance will dip below 400,000. Money flows like water, Fang Ping mused, fully comprehending why those esteemed martial artists are so fervently amassing wealth. Even he, who is not yet a martial artist, finds himself spending heavily for the sake of cultivation. This is with the advantage of a system. For those without such a system, daily expenditures are staggering. Without funds, it is challenging to not only cultivate but even to maintain one's current level. Earning money is imperative, Fang Ping muttered. Yet he knows this endeavor must wait until after the college entrance examination. At present, he has no time to engage in such pursuits. Chapter 42. The Gym on Wednesday. As soon as the morning class concluded, Fang Ping hurried to the sales office at Guanhu Garden. After settling the final payment, he received various documents and keys, proceeding to inspect the property, marking the completion of his acceptance. With the payment finalized, Fang Ping's savings dwindled to a little over 410,000 yuan. Once the sales personnel departed, a sense of relief washed over him, free from any distractions. He wandered around the spacious, vacant rooms, feeling quite elated. In just a few days, he had acquired a magnificent house. The thought of Fang Yuan's reaction upon learning about his new abode promised to be amusing. However, for now, he was reluctant to share the news with his family. He would wait until after the college entrance examination. Once he secured admission to Wuka, he could easily attribute his success to his collaboration with Wang Jinyang or early investments from a major enterprise, providing a convenient excuse. Revealing this to his family now would only invoke unnecessary worry from his parents. Fang Ping decided against purchasing furniture for the time being, opting instead to buy some fitness equipment and essential items like a sofa and table, as he would need somewhere to sit. Additionally, he realized he required a bed, as he might occasionally stay at the new place. After contemplating his needs, he wasted no time and left. An hour later, Fang Ping emerged from the largest furniture store in the city. He had ordered everything he needed, paid the deposit, and arranged for delivery in the next couple of days. He hadn't splurged on extravagant furniture, he simply selected items that were functional. However, he chose mid to high-end fitness equipment, knowing that even after he was done using it, it could be passed down to Fang Yuan, thus avoiding waste. After tallying up his expenses, he calculated that he would have about 390,000 yuan left after settling the payments. Upon returning to school, Chen Fan expressed mild curiosity. Fang Ping, why do you seem so elusive lately? They often ate together in the cafeteria or outside, but recently, Fang Ping had been seldom seen. Just been a bit busy, Fang Ping replied. Even though you've applied to Wuka, remember that it's a tough exam. Don't let your guard down in your studies, Chen Fan reminded him persistently. Fang Ping smiled and nodded, recognizing that such concerns stemmed from genuine friendship. If they were not close, he would have preferred that others neglect their studies, reducing competition. In recent days, Fang Ping had been focusing on the effects of his blood and energy enhancement. He felt there was no need to join his peers for workouts. But now that he had learned the techniques, he found himself somewhat restricted in practicing at home. The new house was empty, and he wasn't inclined to visit yet. So observing others' training methods seemed like a worthwhile endeavor. After some thought, Fang Ping agreed. All right, let us go together tonight. Yang Jian had casually suggested this. Having previously invited Fang Ping to join him a few times without success, he was taken aback by Fang Ping's acceptance this time, but quickly broke into a grin. Great. Let us go after school. Fang Ping, there will be a multitude of people there, including numerous outstanding students from the school engaged in training. Observing the training methods of others may prove beneficial for you. All right. The two agreed to go together after school, and without further ado, they began to wait for the teacher to start class. Soon enough, the afternoon lessons concluded. While some of the liberal arts students would attend evening self-study sessions, Fang Ping and his fellow martial arts students were unlikely to do so. Tonight, Fang Ping would also partake in the collective training, and Wu Zhihao and the others were already aware of it. As they walked outside, Wu Zhihao chuckled, Fang Ping, I bet you've never been to the gym. Have you? It will surely broaden your horizons. The gym he referred to was a facility built by the school specifically for martial arts students to hone their bodies. Not every student could possess a private gym. Even if they did, the atmosphere would be entirely different. Wu Zhihao had the means to train at home. Yet he preferred the camaraderie of the gym. The larger crowd, though somewhat chaotic, provided motivation through mutual comparison. Training alone could be monotonous, and many could not withstand such solitude. Fang Ping laughed. Broaden my horizons? Do others really engage in such flamboyant exercise? Before Wu Zhihao could respond, Zhang Hao snickered. Fang Ping, you obviously don't get it. Not all martial arts students are male. There are plenty of girls as well. When training, do you think they wrap themselves up like dumplings? TSK, you'll understand once you see for yourself. Before he could finish, Zhang Nan, one of the two female martial arts students in their class, retorted sharply, stop being so lewd. Do you think Fang Ping is like you? Always eyeing the girls. Making our class lose face. Zhang Hao, unfazed, turned to Fang Ping and grinned. Did you catch Zhang Nan's drift? Let us not stare at the girls from other classes. We can just focus on her. Get lost. Zhang Nan rolled her eyes. Don't be so fierce. The more you act tough, the less I dare to look. If no one looks, aren't you the one missing out? Zhang Hao, are you looking for a fight? The two engaged in their usual banter, and the others were accustomed to it. Wu Zhihao disregarded the exchange, laughing as he walked. Don't pay attention to Zhang Hao's nonsense. Watching girls is one of the perks, but that's not the main point. There are many top students from other classes at the gym, each with their own training methods. We can observe, and if something proves effective, we can adopt it. However, we are already quite set in our ways. Fang Ping, you might take the opportunity to learn systematically. Fang Ping nodded, and amidst their idle chatter, they arrived at the entrance of the gym. The gym was staffed and not open to the public. However, students from the school, whether in liberal arts or martial arts, could enter, albeit for a fee. The cost was modest, merely 2 yuan per visit, not charged by duration. Fang Ping paid the fee, while the others did not. Those who frequented the gym could obtain monthly passes. The fee was primarily to prevent overcrowding, ensuring that not everyone rushed in at once. Although 2 yuan was not a substantial amount, it served to deter those who were not genuinely committed to training from wasting money merely to spectate. Upon entering the second floor of the gymnasium, Fang Ping was immediately enveloped by a wave of warmth. The atmosphere was filled with exuberant voices and continuous cheers. The layout resembled that of an ordinary fitness center, yet at this moment, it was bustling with youthful boys and girls. As Wu Zhihao and his companions arrived, shouts erupted. Zhihao, over here. Zhihao, let us compete. Young Jian, what is your stamina like? As they were all students from the same school. With fewer than 300 martial arts candidates in the first high school, the number of regulars here was even less, probably under 200. Wu Zhihao boasted considerable stamina, placing him among the elite in this crowd, and many were familiar with him. Hearing the calls, he responded with a cheerful smile, not today. We'll focus on our own training. Fang Ping quietly inquired, compete in what? Oh, nothing much. Just some friendly competition, like push-ups, pull-ups, and occasionally testing strength. Wu Zhihao casually explained, leading Fang Ping and a few others to a less crowded area. The others had their own routines, each seeking available equipment to commence their auxiliary workouts. Wu Zhihao chose an unoccupied multifunctional training machine and began to instruct Fang Ping. Although Fang Ping was aware of how to use the equipment, Wu Zhihao's enthusiasm made it difficult for him to decline. While listening to Wu Zhihao's explanations, he glanced around. The second floor of the gymnasium was bustling, yet spacious enough to avoid feeling cramped. Among the crowd, there were indeed many young women. Their workout attire decidedly minimal. However, to be frank, Fang Ping felt little interest and found no significant allure. A group of vibrant high school students, if encountered by the beach, might have drawn his gaze a little longer. Yet in this setting, all were sweating profusely, and the scent of perspiration from the girls was no more appealing than that of the boys. He had no desire to draw closer. As Wu Zhihao guided Fang Ping on the usage of the equipment, he whispered, "There's also a third floor. The third floor is less populated, but it has more intriguing activities. First-time visitors often enjoy exploring that area," Wu Zhihao explained in a hushed tone. "You see, our school is the best in Yang City, and it is not devoid of martial artists. The children and grandchildren of these martial artists often attend our high school, though not many emerge each year. There are still a few. In our current cohort, there are 2 descendants of martial artists, including those in the first and second years. There are a total of 7 students whose families have martial artist lineage. These 7 frequently come here to train, but they usually prefer the third floor." Fang Ping, "Are you interested? We could go take a look." Fang Ping was slightly taken aback. "Of course, the school hasn't prohibited it, but we rarely go up there. The equipment on the third floor is limited, and since these individuals all have martial artist relatives, we don't really engage with them. However, they won't mind if we take a glimpse. Generally, first-time visitors are drawn to the excitement. Of course, those who frequent the place often lose interest after a while." Intrigued, Fang Ping stood up and said, "Let us head up there. Are these individuals exceptionally strong? It is rather unremarkable, slightly superior to us, yet still limited." Wu Zhihao led Fang Ping upstairs and lowered his voice once more, remarking, "The martial artists in Yang City are not particularly high in rank, and their resources are constrained. Who among the truly formidable would remain in Yang City? Those of higher rank have their offspring either studying at Rueyang No. 1 High School or in major cities." Fang Ping understood. It was no wonder that there were seldom reports of exceptionally strong second-generation martial artists at No. 1 High School. The second-generation martial artists studying there typically had ancestors who were first- or second-tier martial artists, predominantly the former. Moreover, most were societal martial artists, whose own cultivation resources were limited, and naturally, they could not provide much for their children. Even if their vitality was somewhat stronger, it still fell short compared to the average. As they spoke, the 2 had already reached the third floor. It was spacious and tranquil. This was Fang Ping's initial impression. In stark contrast to the sweltering heat below, there were very few people. Although there were 7 second-generation martial artists at No. 1 High School, not everyone came here. Nor did they always come together. Fang Ping glanced around. In the expansive third floor, there were only 5 individuals, 2 of whom were clearly there merely to observe the spectacle, leaving only 3 who were genuinely engaged in training. Indeed, they were training, not in the refinement technique, which lower-tier martial artists would hesitate to allow their children to practice, but rather in standing meditation. Having already seen the 16 postures of standing meditation, Fang Ping instantly recognized that the 3 individuals upstairs were engaged in this practice. Chapter 43, The Scapegoat King Zhuanggong? Fang Ping murmured softly. Beside him, Wu Zhihao nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, the second-generation martial artists typically practice standing meditation. Standing meditation is not a secret. The Martial Academy has compiled 16 commonly used techniques. However, there exists a plethora of standing meditation styles beyond these, and those who seek to learn can certainly find opportunities. Even the techniques from the 16 styles of standing meditation can be acquired with a modest investment." Wu Zhihao continued, seemingly unfazed by Fang Ping's thoughts. "Do you know why these second-generation martial artists are not particularly renowned? It is precisely because of this. Standing meditation emphasizes long-term results. Its true efficacy only manifests once one enters the martial academy. It is said that those who master standing meditation at the academy become martial artists at a significantly accelerated pace compared to their peers. Thus, these second-generation practitioners do not strive for immediate excellence. Their primary goal is merely to gain admission to the martial academy. Once they secure a place, That is when their opportunity to shine arises. He shook his head, adding, however, we need not emulate them. Standing meditation is a time-consuming and laborious endeavor. In terms of short-term results, it is not superior to ordinary training, which often yields faster increases in vitality through dietary and medicinal supplements. Generally, only second-generation martial artists engage in standing meditation during their high school years. Standing meditation is predicated on long-term benefits, and it achieves maximum efficacy only when paired with the refinement method. Otherwise, practicing standing meditation alone does not enhance vitality as effectively as regular exercise. Of course, this pertains to those who have not yet reached a high level of standing meditation. If one can achieve a solid foundation in standing meditation prior to becoming a martial artist, the benefits will far exceed those of conventional training. The descendants of lower-tier martial artists do not aspire to become martial artists before their entrance examinations. Their sights are set on the future. They first focus on standing meditation to meet the Martial Academy's standards for vitality, and once admitted, they build upon that foundation with their refinement method. At that point, the results will become evident. Moreover, they can leverage the school's resources, alleviating the burden on their personal supplies. Practicing standing meditation independently consumes resources comparable to those required for the refinement method, thereby easing the pressure on these lower-tier martial artists. Wu Jihao's succinct explanation prompted Fang Ping to reflect on these insights. At that moment, Fang Ping understood why, despite the knowledge of standing meditation, Wu Jihao and his peers chose not to pursue it. Everyone's current objective is the martial sciences examination. If ordinary training promotes a more rapid increase in vitality than standing meditation, why engage in the latter? As for the future, it remains distant. Failing to gain admission to the martial sciences program renders all efforts futile. In contrast, the descendants of martial artists almost universally aim to become martial artists themselves. Therefore, these individuals can dedicate themselves to the time-intensive practice of standing meditation, even if they do not gain entry to the martial academy. They will continue their pursuit along the martial path. As the two conversed quietly, Fang Ping observed the trio engaged in standing meditation. 2 males and 1 female, both young men were practicing the horse stance, while the young woman was performing the round stance. Standing meditation is easily distinguishable by the postures assumed. As Fang Ping watched, the practitioners noticed Wu Jihao and his companion. Among the 2 young men, one, with a rugged appearance and a buzz cut, suddenly broke his stance. Laughing heartily, Wu Jihao, it's been a few days since I've seen you. How is your vitality? In recent days, there has been no measurement. Tanhao, what is your count? 118 cards. Tanhao spoke loudly, wiping his sweat with a towel, while lamenting, by last year's standards, I could have slept soundly at home. However, this year, I've heard that everyone's vitality is remarkably high. Even 118 cards are not a guarantee. There's no choice but to muster more effort while there's still time, aiming for 120 cards. Tanhao, with a robust physique somewhat resembling Yang Jian's, cast a glance at Fang Ping while speaking. Although unacquainted, he did not offer a greeting. Wu Jihao, however, took the initiative to introduce, this is Fang Ping, the powerhouse of our class, with a vitality even higher than mine. He then turned to Fang Ping with a grin, this is Tanhao from Class 2. A second-generation martial artist. Get lost. What second-generation martial artist? Tanhao retorted, somewhat irritable, what do I count as? My father is merely a first-class martial artist, and he emerged from a martial arts training class. I'm as broke as they come. I haven't consumed as many elixirs as you. Wu Jihao chuckled. Don't be so shameless. Who has really consumed more is clear to all, right? Haraha. Enough of this nonsense. You really think Fang Ping has a higher vitality than you? At that moment, Tanhao's interest peaked as he scrutinized Fang Ping. Meanwhile, another boy, more delicate in appearance and with slightly longer hair than Tanhao, seized his stance. Having overheard their conversation, the handsome boy approached with mild curiosity. Wu Jihao, is what you said true? This year, our cohort has 2 second-generation martial artists, and they are brothers. Don't let their current vitality, which is lower than Zhou Bin and Xiao Liang's, fool you. Once they enroll in the martial arts university, these 2 brothers will be formidable. In our high school, these are the only 2 second-generation martial artists. The girl nearby, a sophomore, continued her practice without engaging in their chatter. Brothers? Fang Ping regarded the 2 before him, one rugged and tall, the other refined and handsome. Are they really brothers? He mused inwardly, though he maintained a smile and greeted them. Before the 2 brothers could respond, Fang Ping, intrigued, inquired, were you just practicing the horse stance? Yes, you know about it. Tanhao laughed heartily, Although it sounds impressive, the effects are rather mediocre. If it weren't for my father insisting we practice stances, I would have stopped long ago. If I trained like Wu Zhihao, my vitality might even surpass Zhou Bin's. Can you not boast? Tan Tao interrupted with a hint of exasperation. Zhou Bin's vitality is 125 cards. That guy is indeed exceptional. 120 cards is a threshold. Even if we reach that, it doesn't guarantee we can break through. 120 cards is a threshold? Fang Ping pondered. Since when is there a threshold? I was unaware of this. Furthermore, these two brothers were quite verbose. I had mentioned the horse stance, yet they swiftly transitioned to Zhou Bin. Tan Tao regarded Fang Ping with curiosity, asking, Fang Ping, is your vitality really higher than Wu Zhihao's? Wu Zhihao's vitality is not low. He previously recorded 115 cards, comparable to theirs. At present, Wu Zhihao did not comment, and they were unaware of the extent of their abilities. If Fang Ping surpassed Wu Zhihao, it might suggest that he was quite comparable to the two brothers. There are very few who possess a vital energy exceeding 115 cards. Previously, Fang Ping's name was not known. Zhihao merely stated this. I have not tested it, and am not entirely certain. Approximately half an hour, then? Does that imply he has reached the stability of the first tier? Oh, you are aware of this too. The rugged man, Tan Hao, expressed surprise once more. Then quickly chuckled. It took me 3 years of standing practice to achieve stability only recently. Tan Hao was rather coarse, while Tan Tao was a touch more meticulous. Upon hearing this, he scrutinized Fang Ping once again. After a while, Tan Tao suddenly inquired, Fang Ping, do you also practice standing? Wu Zhihao could not help but glance at Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not deny it and smiled. Yes, I also practice standing. Specifically the horse stance, like you both. However, I have yet to achieve stability. I noticed you are much steadier than I am, and I feel a bit envious. Whether one practices standing postures is not easily discernible without careful observation. Yet, upon closer inspection, there are subtle differences in walking posture and presence. Fang Ping did not walk, and Tan Tao only asked out of curiosity. Upon hearing Fang Ping acknowledge his practice of the horse stance, Tan Tao immediately became intrigued and asked, how long have you been practicing standing? Quite a considerable time. You are the first genuine practitioner of standing I have encountered. In the future, may I observe you while you practice? He has not yet reached stability at the first tier, and practicing the refining method while standing is quite challenging and fraught with danger. Therefore, Fang Ping ardently wishes to break through to the first tier of stability before attempting to cultivate both methods simultaneously. However, understanding certain aspects solely from diagrams can be rather difficult. If only there were a tangible template for reference, breaking through to stability would be much easier. Although Wang Jinyang can provide guidance, he is located in Jiangqing and is currently focusing on his own breakthroughs, so Fang Ping is hesitant to disturb him frequently. Now that he fortuitously encountered these two brothers, both of whom have attained stability at the first tier and practiced the horse stance as well. Hearing this, Tan Hao jovially replied, feel free to observe, it is not a secret. Essentially, standing practice is all about perseverance. Tan Tao and I began practicing standing in our first year of high school, and it was only recently that we broke through to the first tier. Knowing that Fang Ping also practices the horse stance, the Tan brothers became more talkative. Having just completed their standing practice, they did not continue, but rather engaged Fang Ping in discussion about their insights on the horse stance. As high school students, their depth of scheming is not profound. Though it was their first meeting with Fang Ping, they shared their personal experiences and insights without reservation. This made Fang Ping feel that his visit was indeed worthwhile. Presently, Fang Ping also stood for a while, and the brothers assisted in correcting some of his postures. After about half an hour, Tan Hao asked, Fang Ping, do you also practice standing? Yes. Wu Zhihao hesitated, for standing practice generally entails a slow progression of vital energy, and both medicinal and dietary supplements are essential. How could this fellow afford such support at home? Fang Ping seemed to perceive his thoughts and casually remarked, in the past, I merely tinkered with my training, with no urgency for progress. Otherwise, my vitality would not have remained so low. However, after taking medicine, my energy has significantly increased, which prompted me to revisit my foundational practice. Although Wu Zhihao still harbored some doubts, he refrained from further inquiry, merely sensing that Fang Ping was indeed a person of considerable depth. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was indifferent to his curiosity, allowing him to wonder as he pleased. If necessary, he could always shift the blame onto Wang Jinyang. With the scapegoat Wang available, Fang Ping felt no fear of suspicion from others. Would these individuals dare to question Wang Jinyang? Even if they did, Wang Jinyang would undoubtedly take responsibility. He would ensure thorough follow-up regarding Huang Bin's matters. In Jiacheng, Wang Jinyang, having just completed his breakthrough, suddenly sneezed. Shaking his head, he was struck by an unsettling premonition. Yet, the thought of having ascended to the third tier brought a smile to his face, causing him to dismiss any lingering concerns. Chapter 44. Wu Jihao's speculation. Once the first experience is attained, the second naturally follows. In the days that ensued, Fang Ping frequently observed the Tan brothers practice their standing postures. Over this period, he reaped substantial benefits. The Tan brothers were amiable and did not mind being watched as they trained. During their breaks, Fang Ping would pose questions, and the brothers were always willing to provide answers. The art of standing postures is considered a semi-public secret, devoid of any shortcuts. It fundamentally relies on the passage of time to refine one's skills. However, unbeknownst to them, Fang Ping was not an ordinary individual, while others, after prolonged periods of standing, would find their vital energy depleted and their spirits waning, necessitating rest, often requiring a day or even two to recuperate. Fang Ping was different. When his vital energy diminished, he replenished it with wealth points. When his spirit flagged, he replenished that as well. The Tan brothers, having reached a stable level in their standing practice, could only manage half an hour of standing each day. They could continue, but the depletion of their vital energy and spirit was too great, leaving them lethargic for several days afterward. Vital energy could be restored through supplements or elixirs, but for low-grade martial artists, the exhaustion of mental strength was nearly insurmountable. Aside from sleep, they had no means to recover their mental vigor. Fang Ping, however, operated under a different paradigm. According to his pace, a session lasting 20 minutes would be a maximum. Yet, this fellow consumed wealth points with reckless abandon. After half an hour of cultivating the body refinement technique, he stood for over 4 hours. He hardly took a break before midnight. Were it not for the necessity of sleep, he might have stood until dawn. His consistently abundant vital energy and mental state, combined with extended periods of uninterrupted standing practice, allowed him to achieve in one session what would take the Tan brothers half a month or even a month to accomplish. In just a few days, Fang Ping felt he was on the cusp of mastering the first level of stability. When Saturday evening arrived and Fang Ping sought the brothers' guidance once more, Tan Hao remained relatively unaffected, yet Tan Tao's gaze held a hint of something different. This fellow was becoming somewhat intimidating. Just days prior, he had been inquiring about rudimentary knowledge, and now he was delving into the intricacies of reaching the first level of stability. After a moment of hesitation, Tan Tao could no longer contain himself. Fang Ping, you're not about to break through, are you? Tan Hao's mouth fell open, incredulously uttering, breakthrough? Fang Ping chuckled, no, I'm merely asking. Your guidance has been invaluable. I've been able to clarify many concepts that previously eluded me and have gained immensely from it. Although I haven't yet broken through, I believe it is imminent. I truly must thank you both. When you have time, I would be delighted to treat you to a meal. The Tan brothers, whether indifferent or magnanimous, had indeed been a tremendous help to Fang Ping. Without their insights, he would have struggled to identify errors in his techniques, and achieving the first level would have taken months. Could he really be on the verge of a breakthrough? Tan Tao pondered quietly, glancing at Fang Ping with a tinge of envy. Despite having higher vital energy than the brothers, they were not particularly concerned about this disparity. A few extra points of vital energy mattered little. They had a martial artist father, which afforded them knowledge beyond that of others. They have entered the first layer of their stance training and have gained admission to the martial arts university, where they have access to mentors and resources. Within a year, their chances of becoming martial artists are significantly heightened. However, for Fang Ping and those with robust vitality, as long as their energy levels are not overwhelmingly high, what does it matter if Zhou Bin has 125 cards? Upon entering the university, they will start from the basics of stance training and, coupled with the refining techniques, it remains uncertain how long it would take to achieve stability. It is quite probable that their brothers will break through to become martial artists, completing the refining of their limbs, before these individuals stand a chance at advancement. But that was in the past. Now, Fang Ping is on the verge of breaking through to the first layer of his stance training, placing him on equal footing with them. Tan Tao expressed his envy for a moment and politely remarked, "There's no need for a meal now. Everyone is busy. Let us wait until the martial sciences exam concludes, and then we can dine together." Fang Ping's vitality is commendable, and he has reportedly performed well in his academic courses. This fellow has a high probability of being admitted to the martial arts university. Once he secures a place in the martial sciences program, they will all be students of the same institution, making it a good opportunity to strengthen their camaraderie over a meal. Though they lacked time, Fang Ping was equally occupied. After expressing his gratitude once more, he took his leave. Once he departed, the two brothers found Wu Zhihao downstairs. The rugged Tan Hao seized Wu Zhihao by the collar and, in a fit of indignation, exclaimed, "Little Wu, you've deceived your elder." Wu Zhihao, bewildered, retorted angrily, "Get lost, you big oaf. Let go. Don't think I'm afraid of you two. If you dare, let us settle this one-on-one. One-on-one, my foot." Tan Hao cursed under his breath, but ultimately released his grip, feeling somewhat vexed. Didn't you say Fang Ping comes from an average background? Recently, his stance training has progressed astonishingly, and his vitality is ample. This shouldn't be the case. Wu Zhihao, irritable, replied, "Is that what you're worried about? I had my suspicions about this matter previously. However, now I believe I'm beginning to understand." With others distracted, Wu Zhihao lowered his voice and said, "This kid probably has someone backing him." "Who?" "Brother Wang." Wu Zhihao's eyes sparkled with insight. "The last time Brother Wang visited the school, Fang Ping asked for his phone number. It seems they met at least once. I don't know the specifics, but it's highly likely he received Brother Wang as support. Otherwise, do you think he could progress so rapidly?" "Brother Wang Jinyang?" The brothers exchanged glances, astonished. Wu Zhihao was unaware of the deeper context, but they had a martial artist father who was privy to some insider information. Just a few days ago, the most remarkable talent in Yang City in nearly a decade single-handedly defeated a peak second-tier martial artist. How old is Wang Jinyang? A freshman, just 19. He killed a peak second-tier martial artist. What tier is Wang Jinyang? Second-tier peak? Third tier? Individuals of such caliber are even acknowledged by their father, who advises them to befriend him if they can gain admission to Nanjing Martial University. It is about establishing connections, not merely forming friendships. Wang Jinyang, a prodigy in his freshman year, upon graduation, may very well attain a mid-tier level. Such individuals, once graduated and entering the political arena, would at the very least hold a position equivalent to a military commissioner. The head of a city is considered a military commissioner, while a provincial-level official is regarded as a governor. Yangqing is merely a county-level city, hardly deserving of the title of governor. After a few years of experience, Wang Jinyang may very well become a provincial governor in the future. Such a figure, how could one not seek to curry favor? Both brothers felt a twinge of envy, wondering if Fang Ping had truly ingratiated himself with Brother Wang. Wu Zhihao, noticing their expressions, whispered, "I believe there is a significant possibility. So your envy is futile. Besides, Uncle Tan is also a martial artist, leaving little for you to covet. I should be the one feeling envious." "You know nothing," Tan Hao retorted irritably. Even with his father present, he would not dare to compare himself to Wang Jinyang. One is a nearly 50-year-old first-grade martial artist, while the other is a 19-year-old second or even third-grade martial artist. Is there truly a basis for comparison? The old man now relies on his sons to achieve greatness, while he himself barely cultivates beyond maintaining his vitality. Cultivating requires resources, do you understand? If the entire family were to cultivate, relying on the meager benefits of the old man, they would have long since gone bankrupt. However, Wang Jinyang is different. He is young, of a higher grade, and still a student, making it easier for him to acquire resources. With his support, Fang Ping might as well indulge in vitality pills as if they were candies. Of course, this is merely speculation. Even if Fang Ping could consume them, he would struggle to assimilate them rapidly. What could have drawn Brother Wang's attention to Fang Ping? Alas, could it be due to their previous encounter? If only they had known, they would have gone as well. What a regret. The brothers sighed deeply. With Wu Zhihao lamenting further, "Let's not even talk about it. I went to receive him, yet I was left out." He speculated that perhaps it was Fang Ping's remarkable surge in vitality after taking medicine that caught Wang Jinyang's eye. It could also be related to Fang Ping's bold demeanor. That fellow dared to actively reach out to Wang Jinyang, a trait Wu Zhihao found admirable. In martial arts, one must dare to strive. Many have heard this saying, yet how few young ones truly comprehend it. At this moment, Wu Zhihao felt a flicker of understanding. Had Fang Ping not dared to reach out, that phone call might not have led to Wang Jinyang's patronage. Although his conjecture was not entirely accurate, the outcome remained unchanged. Had Fang Ping not made that phone call, he likely would not be where he is now. However, Fang Ping was prepared, employing a strategy of mutual benefit. Had Wu Zhihao been the one to make that call, even if Wang Jinyang were benevolent, he might offer only a few pointers, without extending further assistance. Wu Zhihao's wild speculations were unknown to Fang Ping. But such was Fang Ping's plan. He had no intention of overly concealing matters. He had already resolved to place the blame on Wang Jinyang. Yet, that was a concern for after the martial arts examination, not for now. Currently, as Wu Zhihao and the others pondered this, Fang Ping would not deny it if he learned of their thoughts. In recent days, everything had arrived, and Fang Ping had arranged for installation. This afternoon, he enlisted the help of a cleaning company to tidy up. By evening, the new house was immaculate. After surveying the space, Fang Ping shed his outer garments and began his cultivation of the refinement technique. Half an hour later, the practice of the refinement technique came to a close. Since obtaining the cultivation method, merely a week has passed. However, Fang Ping's strength has experienced remarkable growth. Wealth, 240,000. Vitality, 129. Mental strength, 150. The wealth value has become an integer due to his parents providing him with an additional 200 yuan for meals and pocket money over the past few days. Although Fang Ping was inclined to decline this assistance, he reconsidered and ultimately accepted it. Rejecting their support would only heighten their concerns. He decided to accept the money for now, promising himself to reveal the truth after the martial arts examination concludes. Last weekend, prior to acquiring the cultivation method, Fang Ping's wealth stood at over 37 million, with a vitality of 124. In just 1 week, his vitality has risen by 5, and his mental strength has surged by 10. Previously, based on Fang Ping's consumption rate, 15,000 in wealth would have sufficed. Yet this time, he expended over 130,000, nearly a tenfold increase. Nevertheless, he remains content. Although his earlier consumption was modest, the increase in upper limits was challenging, relying solely on his physical training, which could be taxing on his body. With the introduction of the refinement method and the stance practice, not only is he consuming vitality and mental strength, but his physical and skeletal resilience is also improving. The increase in wealth is thus reflected not only in vitality and mental strength, but also in overall enhancement. With 11 days remaining until the physical examination, he wonders how much his vitality will increase by then. Today is already April 19th, and Fang Ping perceives that as his vitality rises, further enhancement becomes increasingly difficult. Yesterday, he reached a vitality level of 129, and after a day of training, he noticed no increase in his upper limit. It seems he must wait for a breakthrough in his stance practice, combining it with the refinement method to augment his progress. He anticipates that a breakthrough in stance practice will occur within the next few days. With these thoughts in mind, he quickly freshened up, shouldered his backpack, and set off towards Jinghu Garden. Chapter 45, Breakthrough in Standing Meditation. Evening. Jinghu Garden. In the backyard, Fang Ping wasted no time and resumed his standing meditation. Initially, he maintained a fixed posture. Any slight movement could disrupt his state. However, at this moment, the upper half of his body swayed gently. Fang Yuan, squatting on a small stool nearby, widened her eyes in amusement as she observed her elder brother's swaying form. Although the little girl often delighted in teasing Fang Ping, she was acutely aware that she must not disturb him during his training. Though she yearned to utter a few sharp remarks, she held her tongue this time. The horse stance, akin to riding a steed. Spine like a dragon, form like a pillar, steps as light as a cat's tread. Standing meditation, while often touted as simple, can prove elusive. Some take years to even begin to grasp it. At this moment, after days of diligent practice, Fang Ping finally sensed a breakthrough. Whereas he once stumbled out of his stance with the slightest movement, he now found that even subtle shifts in his legs and feet could be made while still maintaining his meditative state. Steady, unyielding. Suddenly, Fang Ping's eyes sparkled as he called out to Fang Yuan, "Come push me." "Huh, push me." Understanding her brother's peculiar request, Fang Yuan, though puzzled, decided to indulge him. With a playful grin, she rose and approached Fang Ping. "Are you really going to push me?" "Push." Though Fang Ping's upper body swayed, the movement was minimal. Fang Yuan, giggling, extended a finger toward his forehead. A few days prior, she had managed to topple him with just a single finger. To her, overpowering her elder brother was an effortless task. As her finger made contact with his forehead, she exerted a gentle push, yet Fang Ping remained steadfast. "Have you not eaten today?" he quipped. Fang Yuan puffed her cheeks in indignation. "You asked for this." Initially reluctant to exert too much force, Fang Yuan now decided to push harder, replacing her finger with her entire hand. However, despite using considerable strength, her hand slipped as if his head were slick with oil. "Put some effort into it, Fang Yuan." Fang Yuan, slightly vexed, resolved to push harder. She pressed against Fang Ping's head with determination, but he remained unmoved, his toes gripping the ground as his body swayed slightly once more. Come on, Fang Yuan, hit me. With gritted teeth, Fang Yuan felt the urge to unleash her strength. You eat so much you'd have no power, all that weight for nothing. Fang Yuan felt she was on the verge of exploding with frustration. If you knock me down, I'll take you to KFC tomorrow. Fang Ping continued to provoke her, relishing the growing intensity of their playful exchange. At this moment, Fang Ping felt as though he was merely a step away, just a fraction of a moment from success. Previously, he had anticipated that it might take several days, or even a week, to hope for a stable stance. Yet, just after beginning to practice the stance, he had begun to sense something tangible. When Fang Yuan pushed him, it appeared as though Fang Ping moved only slightly, but he was actually altering the points of force, allowing Fang Yuan's full strength to exert less than 30% of its potential upon him. Not being toppled over was not merely a matter of brute force. It was about skillfully dispersing the pressure through the practice of stance. Fang Ping felt he had grasped the crux of the matter and was nearing the state of stability. Perhaps it was only a heartbeat away. At that moment, Fang Yuan's small universe erupted. How dare Fang Ping provoke her so? If her uncle could endure, then certainly her aunt could not. Previously, she had pushed with one hand, but now both hands were engaged, no longer aiming for his head. She perceived that her elder brother was slick with sweat. Changing her approach, the little girl thrust both hands forcefully toward Fang Ping's chest. This is for calling me round and chubby. She fumed, showing no signs of restraint. Fang Ping stood firm, refusing to evade or dodge, maintaining his horse stance even as his upper body began to sway once more, his 10 toes curling to grip the soles of his shoes. As Fang Yuan's hands connected with his chest, that familiar sensation of diminished resistance returned. Although her hands struck directly at his chest, they inexplicably slid apart. Fang Yuan, exerting excessive force, found herself tilting and tumbling toward him. In a swift motion, Fang Ping extended his hands to catch the little girl, disregarding her unsteady steps. His feet, firmly anchored to the ground, began to shift gently, causing his upper body to sway even more dramatically. Suddenly, Fang Ping leaned backward. Fang Yuan, just regaining her composure, cried out in alarm, "You're going to fall. Not a chance." "I've succeeded." Fang Ping's expression brightened. In that fleeting moment, he had finally grasped the essence of stability. Though he stumbled slightly, his feet were sore from gripping the ground. He was unconcerned. He had already mastered the key to standing firm. As he resumed his stance, he realized he could do so effortlessly, just as before. Haha, I truly am a genius. Fang Ping felt a surge of pride, despite only a week having passed. He had made remarkable progress. Yet, the reality was that his mental fortitude far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. The enhancement of his mental acuity naturally facilitated his comprehension abilities. Observing Fang Ping's unabashed glee, Fang Yuan clenched her teeth in frustration. This fellow was insufferably arrogant. If only Fang Ping had offered a few words of consolation, the little girl might have chosen to overlook his provocations. However, lost in his own self-satisfaction, Fang Ping had completely forgotten the earlier incident. Just as he intended to check his energy expenditure, a sudden gust of air swept in before him. At that moment, Fang Ping was not in a stable stance. With a loud thud, he found himself unceremoniously acquainted with the cold, hard concrete beneath him. With a whoosh, Fang Ping drew in a sharp breath, hurriedly rubbing his injured posterior, and exclaimed in irritation, "Fang Yuan, what are you doing?" "What am I doing, you ask?" Fang Yuan, observing his fall, couldn't help but display a smug expression. "Did you not just ask me to push you? You even accused me of not having eaten, saying I had no right to gain weight. You never instructed me to stop, so I merely fulfilled your request. You little rascal," Fang Ping muttered, momentarily forgetting the matter in his delight. He chose not to dwell on the girl's antics, having enjoyed the playful banter. Not willing to rise, he focused intently on the data before him. Wealth, 3, 240, 000, vitality, 124, mental strength, 140. The consumption of energy in that brief moment far surpassed the expenditure of standing still for half an hour. Particularly striking was the mental energy, which had diminished by 10. The breakthrough in his standing technique led Fang Ping to believe he could now elevate his abilities. As thoughts of enhancing his vitality and mental strength filled his mind, the data swiftly transformed. Wealth, 3, 224, 000, vitality, 130, mental strength, 152. 130 vitality. Fang Ping's eyes sparkled. The number was not the crux of the matter. Rather, The breakthrough in his standing technique signified that he could now intertwine the refinement method with his standing practice. Both Wang Jinyang and the Tan brothers had asserted that a true warrior's journey begins only after achieving stability in the standing realm. At this juncture, a prospective warrior could merge their training methods, officially embarking on the path toward human limits. He was eager to experiment with the effects of this combined training. However, glancing at Fang Yuan beside him, he quashed the thought. The initial attempt at combining the two practices carried some risks. The confines of the room were too restrictive. Practicing in the yard might lead to distractions. It would be wiser to wait until tomorrow and try it out in the new house. Noticing Fang Ping sitting on the ground, Fang Yuan inquired with concern, "Are you all right? Did you really hurt yourself?" She approached, anxious to assist him. "It truly hurts. Fang Ping, please don't scare me. How about this? If you take care of the household chores tomorrow, like laundry, I won't hold this against you." Initially anxious, Fang Yuan's expression shifted upon hearing this, and she retorted in indignation, "Fang Ping. Haha. How infuriating." Even though he had achieved a breakthrough, Fang Ping did not allow himself to relax. That evening, he continued to practice his standing technique in his room, meticulously savoring the sensations of stability associated with the first level. Meanwhile, at Nanjing Martial University, Wang Jinyang strolled leisurely along the campus path, hands tucked into his pockets. Students passing by either regarded him with awe, stepping aside, or brimmed with vitality, eager for a challenge. Some young women gazed at him with hopeful anticipation, wishing to capture his attention. Wang Jinyang, however, remained indifferent, ambling along as he murmured softly to himself, "Should I inform that fellow? This audacious young man, bold and cunning, is undoubtedly suited for the path of martial arts. Regrettably, he can only rely on his own efforts and struggles, with no familial support to lean upon." Reflecting upon Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang inevitably draws parallels to his own situation. Their similar backgrounds illuminate the arduous journey of rising from the common class. With Huang Bin's elixir to aid him and having acquired the techniques for cultivation, this individual should make significant progress, perhaps even thrive. Nevertheless, it is best to inform him tomorrow. Whether he succeeds in his endeavors is ultimately his own responsibility. Wang Jinyang murmured to himself, oblivious to those around him. Tomorrow, he will challenge the vice president of the Martial Arts Society, determined to secure that position this semester. Next semester, with the current president graduating, he will have the opportunity to vie for the presidency of the Martial Arts Society. As he envisions himself in that role, a smile graces Wang Jinyang's lips, for he may soon find himself ascending to the mid-tier realm. Chapter 46. New benefits the following day, Sunday. After rising early to practice standing meditation for a while and freshening up, Fang Ping prepared to head to his new residence. Fang Yuan had yet to awaken, and Fang Ping chose not to disturb her, knowing that waking her would make his own departure inconvenient. Just as he was about to leave, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out and glanced at the screen with some surprise before answering. "Brother Wang, is there something you need?" Typically, unless Fang Ping reached out to inquire about certain cultivation matters, Wang Jinyang would not initiate a call to him. "How has your cultivation been progressing?" he asked. "Fairly well. I feel I'm advancing quite rapidly," Fang Ping replied, choosing not to mention his recent breakthrough in standing meditation, as he feared it might discourage Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang did not press for details, sensing from Fang Ping's tone that he was indeed making commendable progress. With resources at his disposal, rapid advancement was to be expected. "Governor Zhang has broken through to the 7th rank." "Huh?" Fang Ping responded, somewhat puzzled by Wang Jinyang's sudden mention of this. On the first day of his reincarnation, Yang Jian had been discussing how Governor Zhang of Nanjing province was striving for a breakthrough to the 7th rank. However, back then it was mere speculation. Now it had been confirmed. I mentioned before that with Governor Zhang's breakthrough to the 7th rank, he has ascended to the Master Realm and can secure greater martial resources for Nanjing. In the past, the most exceptional students from Nanjing's college entrance exams had often gone to other provinces' martial universities. The local ones, including several martial universities in Nanjing province, were typically left with the students that others had overlooked. With Governor Zhang's recent achievement, the province hoped to retain more talented individuals this year. Previously lacking resources for cultivation, they now found themselves in a position of capability. In an effort to attract these outstanding martial science students, the province introduced new policies and incentives. "What are the new benefits?" Fang Ping inquired eagerly. "The cultural subjects are a non-negotiable standard, so I want to elaborate on that. The focus is primarily on vitality." Wang Jinyang paused briefly before continuing. "This year, For students with vitality exceeding 125 cards who are willing to apply to local martial universities in Nanjiang, there will be rewards. A vitality of 125 cards will earn a cash reward of 100,000 yuan and 3 ordinary vitality pills. For those reaching 130 cards, the reward increases to 200,000 yuan, 3 ordinary vitality pills, and 1 first-grade vitality pill. A vitality of 135 cards will yield 500,000 yuan, 1 first-grade vitality pill, and 1 first-grade bone-tempering pill. The market price for a first-grade vitality pill is around 300,000 yuan, while a first-grade bone-tempering pill can reach 500,000 yuan. Fang Ping was poised for more information, but suddenly there was silence on the other end. "What next?" he urged. "What do you mean, what next?" Wang Jinyang chuckled. Students with vitality exceeding 140 cards have all applied to the prestigious universities. They do not lack resources, and even with incentive policies, it is quite difficult to retain them. If that is the case, why bother with the policies at all? If no one ends up staying, it would only become a source of ridicule. Thus, the current plan only extends to 135 cards. If there truly are promising candidates willing to apply to Nanjiang's martial universities, they will naturally reach out to you for discussions. So why worry about the rewards being insufficient? That does make sense. Fang Ping mused thoughtfully, unable to resist contemplating the implications, having already attained 130 vitality points. With merely 10 days remaining until the physical examination, reaching 135 points should pose no significant challenge. Should I indeed achieve this milestone, the reward alone, when converted to the current market value, would amount to an impressive one. 3 million. Such a reward is undeniably substantial. With the sum, even in the absence of school resources, it would suffice to advance to the first tier, provided that fortune does not frown upon me. For some individuals do falter in their attempts to break through, though Fang Ping currently possesses a considerable quantity of elixirs. These rewards seem less substantial compared to his overall wealth. It is worth noting that Fang Ping's plunder came from a peak second-tier warrior, a rare exception. For an ordinary martial arts student, amassing over 1 million in resources without familial support is akin to chasing a dream. Contemplating this, Fang Ping inquired, "Brother Wang, will there be any rewards for applying to the 2 prestigious schools with 135 vitality points?" Wang Jinyang chuckled and replied, "Of course not. Each year, numerous warriors apply to these 2 renowned institutions. They do not extend rewards to mere martial artists. If you are a warrior, however, the 2 schools compete fiercely for talent, and some rewards may be offered. By the way, do not compare last year to this year. The minimum acceptance threshold for vitality points at these 2 schools was 125 last year, which was merely the baseline, with other scores being exceptional. Generally, one needed around 128 vitality points to gain entry, landing at the bottom of the acceptance list. This year, I estimate it to be above 130. A score of 135 would indeed signify exceptional talent in Nanjiang, but it would likely still be at the lower end of the acceptance spectrum for these 2 institutions. Fang Ping, sometimes it is better to be a leader among the modest than a follower among the elite. Wang Jinyang spoke with a serious tone, adding, "Many perceive that choosing to be a leader among the modest is an act of avoidance. In reality, such a perspective is remarkably short-sighted. How many students populate these 2 prestigious schools? If you are at the bottom, who will care about you? How much of the school's resources can you truly access? And will any mentor provide you with individual guidance? When the school possesses valuable resources, commendable tasks, and enticing rewards, will they be allocated to you? However, the situation is markedly different at an ordinary martial arts university. As for being surrounded by individuals weaker than yourself leading to despair," Wang Jinyang remarked thoughtfully, "that is not necessarily the case. If you genuinely feel no pressure, you can certainly create your own. In such instances, the school, in an effort to maintain its reputation, will not hesitate to invest resources in your development. But if you are merely an average student at a prestigious school and you come to our university causing a ruckus, you would likely be disregarded." Upon hearing this, Fang Ping sensed something amiss and suddenly asked, "Brother Wang, this experience couldn't possibly have been yours, could it?" Coughing slightly, Wang Jinyang confessed, "Indeed, I have faced such a situation myself. When I was attempting to break through to the second tier, I had exhausted my resources, and the school's provisions had run dry. I ventured to the martial arts university in Modu with great ambition, only to find myself soundly defeated. Yet, I was deemed promising. It was merely a matter of a slight push to break through to the second tier, and resources were subsequently allocated to me. Once I achieved that breakthrough, I could pursue my ambitions anew. Thus, I successfully advanced to the second tier. Of course, while one can afford to make such a venture once, attempting it a second time with failure may lead to less leniency from the school administration. Moreover, only exceptional students receive substantial resources. The school would not be foolish enough to invest heavily in those lacking potential. Old Wang felt a twinge of regret. Had he known that pursuing this endeavor at the pinnacle of the second rank would yield a greater influx of resources, he would have acted sooner. Fortunately, having broken through to the third rank, he encountered Fang Ping, and in the end, things turned out favorably. As a side note, Wang Jinyang added, "Today, I called you to discuss this, hoping you can strive to reach 125 points during your physical examination." 125 points? Fang Ping's mouth twitched in disbelief. Do you truly underestimate my prowess? Wang Jinyang seemed to recall something and continued, "Of course, if you spare no expense and consume all the elixirs available, there is a possibility of reaching 130 points. However, that would not be wise, as the rewards from the elixirs and cash would not compensate for the resources expended. With the quantity of blood essence pills and vitality elixirs in Fang Ping's possession, if he were to consume them recklessly, attaining 130 points would not be out of the question. Yet, how much would it cost to consume so many elixirs? In pursuit of these rewards, the endeavor may not be worthwhile. It would be better to take a more measured approach, as elixirs require a digestion period. Consuming them in large quantities over a short time would waste much of their efficacy. Fang Ping refrained from explaining further and quickly responded, "Brother Wang, if my vitality becomes excessively high, it may draw unwanted attention. You can simply say that the elixirs were provided by me. It's of no consequence." Wang Jinyang was unfazed. Based on his calculations, even if Fang Ping consumed all the elixirs currently available, he would only reach a maximum of 130 points. After all, with the approaching martial arts examination, there is a limit to how much elixirs can be absorbed in such a short time. Such a vitality level would indeed be notable and would cause quite a stir in Yang City. However, Wang Jinyang, now a third-rank martial artist and a brilliant student at Nanjing Martial University, felt that nurturing a talent with 130 vitality points was hardly a significant undertaking given his status and abilities. In reality, Fang Ping was currently expending considerable energy training in the refinement technique and stances. Wang Jinyang believed that reaching 125 points would be commendable. As for whether anyone might think he was overly indulgent with Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang was indifferent. If anyone were dissatisfied, it could come to him directly. Old Wang took it upon himself, and Fang Ping felt a sense of relief, since Old Wang had assured him that he could address any issues. Even if he were to reach 135 or 140 points, he need not conceal his strength. With this thought, Fang Ping expressed his gratitude multiple times. Wang Jinyang, unconcerned, concluded with a heartfelt statement. "Fang Ping, given our backgrounds, the path of martial arts is more arduous for us than for others. If you aspire for longevity in this journey, seize every opportunity. Recently, you may want to ease off on the refinement technique, as concentrating on vitality refinement may lead to a decrease in your vitality. The true benefits lie in experiencing the refinement technique a few days earlier." This was a moment of deeper connection. Wang Jinyang understood the yearning for cultivation among those not yet martial artists. However, with only 10 days remaining until the physical examination, it would be prudent for Fang Ping to temporarily set aside the refinement technique. He could enhance his vitality further, provided he had not yet reached his current limits. Should he reach those limits, then both the refinement technique and stances would become essential. Fang Ping did not mind and responded with a smile, once again thanking Wang Jinyang profusely. The call ended. Fang Ping murmured to himself, "There are indeed additional benefits. It seems imperative to achieve a score exceeding 135. However, he hesitated, pondering whether, upon reaching the admission thresholds of the two prestigious universities, he should still apply to Nanjing Military University. If he chose not to apply to the local military university, he would forfeit those rewards. Perhaps it is best to focus on the exams first, he concluded. The two esteemed institutions not only demanded high physical vitality, but also imposed rigorous requirements for practical assessments, specialized tests, and cultural subjects. Even if his vitality met the standards, he could not be certain about the other criteria once the exams were completed. If he truly met the admission benchmarks of the two elite universities, he could worry about this matter then. Furthermore, it seemed that Wang Jinyang had already received advance notice about the provincial affairs. This fellow was evidently doing quite well. Fang Ping's imagination ran wild as he contemplated what it would be like if he indeed attended Nanjing Military University. He wondered if surpassing old Wang would lead him to regret having encouraged him to apply there. Chapter 47. The Enthusiastic Fan of Horses, Room 2601, Guanhuan. Fang Ping stripped off his shirt, harboring a rather mischievous curiosity about the scenes of female practitioners during their training. Each time he practiced the refinement technique, he would remove his shirt. This was partly to facilitate the observation of the effects of refining his vital energy and blood, and partly because each training session would expel some impurities from his body. This expulsion was not akin to urination, but rather a process of sweating out through the pores. However, upon reflection, he considered that it was entirely possible for women to remain clothed. They could simply prepare several outfits. Surely some would choose not to change clothes frequently during their training. Fang Ping concluded that it was essential to delve deeper into this matter. Yet, it was merely a fleeting thought, and he chuckled to himself, casting aside such distractions. A few minutes later, Fang Ping cleared his mind and began to assume a horse stance, entering a state of stillness. The horse stance, coupled with the refinement technique, resonated through his bones and vital energy, accelerating the refinement process. Typically, when engaging in such practice, one would begin with a single limb. An ordinary person, even a non-martial artist, would find it impossible to undergo a full-body refinement due to insufficient energy, even at the maximum limit of 150 units of vital energy. The combination of these two practices significantly increased the rate of energy consumption. When one's vital energy was low, it sufficed to refine just one limb. However, once the energy surpassed 140 units, refining two limbs became the limit. Attempting a complete full-body refinement, even while consuming medicinal supplements, would not keep pace with the energy expenditure. But I am not an ordinary person. A proud smile adorned Fang Ping's face as he reveled in his genius. While others struggled to replenish their energy with supplements, I rely on my wealth. By consuming wealth points, he could swiftly restore his vital energy and mental strength. Thus, while others refined a single limb, Fang Ping resolved to undertake a full-body refinement. Let us see the results of my first full-body refinement. Fang Ping felt an exceptional surge of energy today, anticipating great rewards. The established horse stance underwent a subtle transformation. His muscles and bones began to quiver slightly. The oscillation was minimal. From a distance, one would perceive him merely as a tranquil figure in a horse stance. Yet, a closer inspection would reveal the faint tremors coursing through him. Simultaneously, Fang Ping divided his focus and commenced the practice of the refinement technique. On his left arm, a vein that usually appeared indistinct swiftly transformed into a deep purplish hue, becoming strikingly pronounced in an instant. The condensed vital energy relentlessly surged against the outer layers of his bones. The meridians in Fang Ping's left arm visibly rippled with a wave-like motion. Minutes later, his right arm mirrored the left, with its veins becoming prominent and beginning to pulse. At this moment, Fang Ping was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. The refinement of his limbs had significantly accelerated his energy consumption, leaving him acutely aware of his growing weakness. It was time to replenish his vital energy and restore his mental fortitude. In his mind, Fang Ping silently recited a phrase, choosing not to dwell on the depletion of his wealth. As a surge of fresh vitality coursed through him, he proceeded to refine his other limbs. The comprehensive refining process proved to be far more time-consuming and laborious than Fang Ping had anticipated. During this endeavor, he mentally invoked restoration of both his vitality and mental fortitude several times. Even without observing the data, Fang Ping was acutely aware that the expenditure this time was undoubtedly substantial. After nearly an hour had elapsed, upon completing the external refinement of his skull, Fang Ping's taut concentration finally relaxed, and he collapsed onto the ground. Gasping for breath, the sound echoed throughout the empty chamber. At that moment, Fang Ping's skin was marred with a mixture of blood and sweat, rendering him somewhat ghastly. Neglecting to cleanse himself, the exhaustive depletion of his vitality and mental energy left Fang Ping eager to ascertain just how much wealth he had expended and the extent of his enhancements. Focusing intently on the display before him, the data swiftly materialized. Wealth, 3, 181, 000, vitality, 122, 133, mental energy, 144, 154. The corners of Fang Ping's eyes twitched, and disregarding his financial distress, he hastily elevated both his vitality and mental energy to their utmost limits. Moments later, his vitality and mental energy reached their peak. Wealth, 3, 160, 000, vitality, 133, mental energy, 154. Through this combined cultivation effort, Fang Ping's vitality ceiling had risen from 130 to 133, while his mental energy had also seen an increase from 152 to 154. However, the expenditure was staggering. After concluding his standing meditation the previous evenings, Fang Ping had a remaining wealth of 3,220,000. The recent cultivation session, including the restoration to peak levels, had cost him 60,000 in wealth. This coarse refinement of his entire being had enhanced his vitality by 3 points while consuming 60,000 of his wealth. As his vitality approached the limits of non-martial practitioners, the difficulty of further enhancement and the consequent expenditures grew increasingly formidable. With over 3 million in wealth, he might only afford around 50 sessions of cultivation. Fang Ping felt a pang of discomfort. According to his estimates, the efficacy of the initial combined cultivation would likely yield the best results. Future sessions would undoubtedly yield diminishing returns. Thus, if he aspired to elevate his limit to that of an average individual at 150, he would require at least another 10 to 15 sessions of cultivation, which would necessitate nearly 1 million in wealth for the endeavor. Achieving the 150 mark could potentially incur even greater costs for further enhancements. It was conceivable that his wealth of over 3 million would be entirely consumed following his breakthrough to the first grade. This expenditure surpassed even the costs associated with purchasing medicinal enhancements. Fang Ping felt a wave of despondency wash over him. However, he understood the necessity of his pursuit of swiftness, for he did not rely on natural recovery of his vitality and mental energy. The human body's vitality and mental fortitude could be partially restored through nourishment and rest. By foregoing this recovery time, his continuous cultivation inevitably led to greater consumption than that experienced by the average person. Exchanging wealth for time was a trade Fang Ping was willing to make. Yet, witnessing his wealth diminish relentlessly left him with a heartache that was difficult to bear. Regardless of the pain, life must continue. In the following days, Fang Ping experienced a tumultuous blend of agony and joy. A considerable amount of wealth was invested, and the effects of the refinement technique in the training of stances were immediately evident. As the time for the physical examination approached, news of Governor Zhang's breakthrough to the 7th rank began to circulate widely. Alongside this announcement came an official document issued to various schools, a new reward scheme. Upon arrival at Class 4 of the senior year, Fang Ping had anticipated discussions among his peers regarding the new scheme, especially considering the staggering rewards amounting to millions, which would undoubtedly provoke envy. However, when he reached school that Friday, he found no one engaged in discussions about the proposal. Despite the lack of conversation on this matter, the classroom buzzed with excitement. How terrifying! Just by watching the video from such a distance, I was frightened. One student exclaimed, "Masters are truly formidable. Did you see? Master Ma obliterated a mountain with a single punch. Come on, that's nonsense. I saw the video, it was so unclear that all I could see was some rocks exploding. How do you know it was Master Ma who destroyed the mountain?" Of course it was Master Ma. The news has even been announced by Penguin. They are officially entering the Asian market, and Google hasn't said a word. This must mean that Timo lost. Not necessarily. The results haven't been published yet. Are you even Chinese? If Master Ma didn't win, then who did? That foreigner? Why are you getting defensive? I'm not saying Master Ma lost. It's just that Timo has been at the 8th rank for years. The classroom was filled with a cacophony of debates and disputes. It wasn't just the martial arts students engaged in this discourse. Even the liberal arts students were visibly animated. Yang Jian, who was conversing with Chen Fan, turned red with excitement upon seeing Fang Ping enter. "Fang Ping, did you see the video from last night? It was absolutely exhilarating. Truly remarkable." The clash of two grandmasters shook the earth, their fists tearing through mountains. Grandmasters are invincible. Observing Yang Jian's fervent, incoherent enthusiasm, Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. "I didn't watch it. My home doesn't have a computer." "Are you discussing Master Ma and Timo's battle? You actually didn't watch it?" Yang Jian exclaimed, his expression one of incredulity. The internet went wild last night. When the two 8th-ranked grandmasters faced off, although the specific location wasn't disclosed, a reporter managed to catch the action around 7 p.m. The grandmasters couldn't unleash their full potential indoors. Master Ma and Timo fought in a mountainous area of the deep city, even though the reporter was too far away to capture images. You could tell from the sounds just how terrifying it was. And when the reporters went to the scene afterward, you wouldn't believe how horrifying it looked. There were craters everywhere. It was a rocky mountain, and it looked like a beehive had been smashed to pieces. Yang Jian was virtually bubbling over with excitement, waving his fist and spitting as he spoke, prompting Fang Ping to step back. Once he managed to calm down, Fang Ping quickly asked, "Is the video available online?" "Yes, it's online. You really ought to take a look." Yang Jian replied eagerly. "It's a pity we didn't see the outcome. But it's certain that Master Ma emerged victorious." Zhang Hao chimed in loudly, "Absolutely." Amidst the fervent discussions among the crowd, another individual entered the classroom. None other than Wu Zhihao, whose presence had previously gone unnoticed. Typically composed, Wu Zhihao appeared visibly exhilarated at this moment. Upon entering, he exclaimed loudly, "The rankings of the Grandmasters have just been updated. Master Ma has ascended 64 places, soaring from 92nd to 28th. How remarkable. He has entered the top 30. A voice from the crowd quickly retorted, "Master Ma defeated Tame. He should be in at least the top 20. Did he not win yesterday?" Some speculated. Supporters of Little Ma were not pleased with this, and one angrily responded, "He undoubtedly won. Otherwise, how could he have made it to the top 30? The debate grew heated, leaving Fang Ping somewhat overwhelmed. Although he had personally interacted with martial artists and was currently training himself, the fervent adoration for Little Ma, who could supposedly shatter mountains with a single punch, felt rather disconcerting to him. Listening to their passionate arguments, Fang Ping found himself intrigued. He resolved to visit the Internet CAF at noon to witness firsthand the prowess of these formidable grandmasters. Despite the consensus that no footage had been captured, witnessing the scene would provide him with some insight. At this juncture, Fang Ping still lacked a tangible understanding of the destructive capabilities of martial artists. As for Governor Zhang's breakthrough to the 7th rank and the unveiling of new welfare initiatives, they seemed to pale in comparison at this moment. Chapter 48, Video Afternoon. Blue Sky Internet CAF. On ordinary days, the CAF is devoid of patrons, but at this moment, it is teeming with people. Occasionally, one can hear startled exclamations echoing through the air. In a corner of the CAF, Fang Ping gazes intently at the screen, murmuring, "What a bunch of fools. I actually thought there was a genuine video of the master battle." The lively discussion in class that morning had filled Fang Ping with immense anticipation for the video. However, upon finally watching it, he found himself somewhat disenchanted. It was not that the masters were weak, but rather that the footage was woefully inadequate. The so-called intrepid reporter, who claimed to have risked his life to capture the scene, was at least 100 meters away from the epicenter of the clash. To make matters worse, the sky was darkening, and a small hillside obstructed the view. Beyond the thunderous roars, Fang Ping could discern nothing. Faintly, he could see debris flying from the other side of the hill. Was the claim of demolishing the mountain really referring to these scattered rocks? Fang Ping conceded that being able to strike stones 100 meters away was indeed impressive. But what happened to the promised feat of shattering a mountain with a single punch? Despite his disappointment, Fang Ping did not turn off the video. He continued to watch in hopes of seeing more from the reporter on site. This self-proclaimed daring journalist was quite the chatterbox. While filming, he boasted, the specific location of this duel between the two masters was not disclosed beforehand. Through my incessant analysis and judgment, I, Lu Dali, have pinpointed the most likely area of their confrontation. The facts have proven my analysis correct. This alone is a testament to my wisdom and courage. My perilous approach to the battleground is a contribution to the public. Should I, Lu Dali, perish here, may the audience remember my name, Lu Dali. As he spoke, the camera focused on his own visage. On the screen appeared a man in his 30s, his face dominating the frame. He was not unattractive, but his smile had an off-putting quality that made one wish to deliver a punch that would leave him bruised. At that moment, Fang Ping felt a strong urge to do just that. In the dim light, Lu Dali grinned, "Everyone, remember my face. Even in death, I shall die with purpose. To fall at the hands of two 8th-tier masters is a fate more glorious than any." This loquacious reporter continued his incessant ramblings. Just as Fang Ping began to grow impatient and contemplated fast-forwarding, Lu Dali suddenly smiled widely and declared, merely observing, "One cannot fathom the terror of the masters. Now, I shall conduct an experiment. If I happen to meet my demise here," he rambled on, lamenting his plight. Finally, with a serious expression, he stated, "From my estimation, I'm currently over 120 meters away from the core area of the masters' confrontation. I, Lu Dali, a 3rd-tier martial artist, with my limbs fully tempered and my torso mostly refined, can effortlessly shatter blue stones without injuring my hands." As he spoke, this individual, whom Fang Ping found somewhat theatrical, suddenly struck the ground beside him with a palm. This is Stone Mountain, where the ground is not composed of soil but rather rock. Lu Dali struck down with a powerful hand, causing a muffled sound to emanate from the video. Subsequently, he directed the camera towards the ground, with a hint of pride, declaring, "Do you see? The blue stone has cracked, and my hand is completely unscathed. Of course, I am not boasting. I merely wish to demonstrate that my strength is indeed formidable. Though I claim not to brag, one can easily discern the underlying arrogance in my tone." At that moment, if someone were to shower him with compliments, he would likely beam with even greater delight. Now, I shall employ these hands capable of shattering stone to catch a fragment of debris that flies my way. I am eager to ascertain whether the prowess of a master truly renders them invincible. With my formidable strength, can I withstand the residual force of a master-s battle, thereby indirectly showcasing their terrifying might? Fang Ping was somewhat taken aback. Initially, he believed this individual was merely here for amusement. The so-called perilous candid filming was evidently a gimmick. However, when Lu Dali shattered the blue stone with a single strike, Fang Ping's expression shifted. Is this the strength of a third-tier martial artist? Or is this merely a capability possessed by those who have undergone bone tempering? The stones on the mountain, from the perspective of the video, appeared to be solid blue stone. This unreliable reporter demonstrated his strength by breaking the bluestone slab with a single blow. Even if he did not witness a master duel today, Fang Ping felt he had gained considerable insight, still lost in the image of Lu Dali shattering the bluestone. The video revealed Lu Dali's expression turning solemn as he spoke gravely. "Ladies and gentlemen, I will catch it with my hand. Yet, errors can occur at any moment, and I have yet to temper my skull. Should the force of the debris be too great and strike my cranium, I may meet my demise here. However, I, Lu Dali, do not fear death. Everyone, stay tuned." After uttering these words, Lu Dali set the camera aside and focused intently ahead. Soon, as Fang Ping's breath grew heavier, Lu Dali suddenly extended his hand, seemingly to catch the stone. The footage was somewhat dim, and Fang Ping could not see clearly. At the very moment Lu Dali reached out, a muffled grunt echoed through the video. "Damn, that hurt. I'm done for. Never again." In the frame not far away, Lu Dali cradled his hand, cursing and inhaling sharply. The force was indeed substantial. The might of a master is extraordinary. I wish to impart my experience to everyone. When masters clash, low-tier martial artists should run as far away as possible. Look at my hand, capable of splitting stone, now pierced by debris. Keep in mind, I, Lu Dali, have caught bullets before, although it was from a small caliber handgun at that time. The bullet did not penetrate my palm. You may refer to my earlier video, Lu Dali catches bullets with bare hands. Remember, be sure to watch it on a legitimate video platform. I risked my life to take bullets, and the fee is quite modest, merely 10 cents for a single viewing. Lu Dali spent some time promoting himself and his video streaming website before continuing the previous topic. The aftermath of the clash between the 8th grade masters generated shockwaves that were more potent than bullets. This is indisputable, for I, Lu Dali, personally conducted the experiment for everyone. In the video, Lu Dali rambled on, appearing quite comical. Yet Fang Ping did not underestimate him in the slightest. His palm had indeed been pierced. The sight was gruesome, and even Fang Ping felt a pang of pain just by looking at it. However, despite having cried out in agony at first, this fellow still had the audacity to boast, showcasing a level of endurance that was beyond the ordinary. Subsequently, Lu Dali filmed some footage of the ground pierced by flying debris. He dared not approach the scene of the master's duel, relying solely on his conjecture to provide a narrative. Indeed, it was mere conjecture. Listen, Master Taimu has made his move. What a stunning technique. Thunderclap strike, impressive, truly impressive. Quick, listen. Master Ma is retaliating with his renowned move, galloping hordes. This fellow spoke with such fervor that saliva flew from his mouth, leaving Fang Ping utterly astounded. Were it not for the display of prowess Lu had previously exhibited, Fang Ping would have been tempted to hurl a barrage of insults at him. Yet, given that the man had demonstrated skill, Fang Ping hesitated, uncertain whether the claims were fabricated. Perhaps a third-grade martial artist could indeed discern the truth? With a touch of skepticism and uncertainty, Fang Ping had no choice but to endure Lu Dali's continued exposition. After nearly 20 minutes, Lu Dali leaped up, his face alight with joy, exclaiming, "It has ceased. I wonder if it's over? Let me go see, and you all can bear witness that I walked away unscathed." Despite his bravado, he was clearly terrified and lingered for quite some time before finally moving forward. A minute later, the camera captured a breathtaking scene. In a small valley, the ground appeared as though it had been bombarded by countless artillery shells. Numerous craters dotted the landscape, some several meters deep, others shallow by mere centimeters. To the uninitiated, It would be hard to believe that this devastation was wrought by the clash of living flesh. A gentle breeze stirred, causing a fine dust of shattered stone to swirl in the air. Lu Dali casually kicked the ground, sending a thick cloud of debris into the air. The camera panned around, and Lu Dali, seemingly relieved, chuckled. Unfortunately, the two masters have departed, and the outcome remains unknown. However, in my estimation, Master Ma has likely been defeated. The craters on the ground should be attributed to him. Having just broken through to the 8th grade, he would have struggled to control his power, resulting in such significant aftershocks. Conversely, Master Taimu has been at the 8th grade level for several years, adept at managing his strength, and would not have caused such extensive disruption. Of course, this is purely speculation, and I sincerely hope for Master Ma's victory. From the perspective of a journalist, I cannot betray my conscience. This individual once again indulged in self-praise, ultimately presenting several close-up shots of the valley. There were colossal boulders shattered into countless fragments, and what Lu Dali claimed to be footprints made by stepping on the ground. Fang Ping found it difficult to fathom how one could leave a footprint the size of a wash basin and over half a meter deep upon the rocky mountain. Additionally, there were depressions resembling artillery craters, purportedly formed by fists. Having finished watching the video, Fang Ping was profoundly shaken and lost interest in Lu Dali's commercial appeals. This fellow was once again lamenting, claiming he nearly lost his life and urging everyone to visit a certain website to view paid content. Fang Ping glanced at the website he had opened, confirming it was a well-known legitimate site, and found it somewhat peculiar that there was no mention of any charges. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of a certain video platform, Lu Dali was utterly distraught. Is it a crime to suggest that Master Ma might have lost? They even sent me a lawyer's letter, forbidding me from profiting from the video. My finances are at stake. I am going to the rooftop, and no one shall stop me. Chapter 49. Impatience on the way back to school. Fang Ping reflected on the degree of destruction observed at the scene, which allowed him to assess the might of the masters. It should also be noted that they possess intelligence, agility, ample vitality, and essentially infinite ammunition as humanoid RPGs. While the destructive capacity of a master may not rival that of a missile or a nuclear warhead, the true measure of lethality is not so straightforward. Missiles and nuclear weapons are inanimate. With proper fortifications, even if attacked, survival is not an impossibility. A sealed city, subjected to a barrage of missiles, may not necessarily face total annihilation. However, should a being like a master, a humanoid RPG, be unleashed within a confined urban space, devoid of concerns regarding vitality expenditure, exterminating the entire populace would be an effortless task. Moreover, evasion would be exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, can we truly ascertain if what he witnessed represented their full capabilities? The two masters were merely engaging in a demonstration for the sake of corporate interests, not a battle to the death. Who could definitively say how much effort was exerted during such a spar? Perhaps, when faced with true peril, these individuals could unleash even greater destructive potential. With this thought in mind, Fang Ping suddenly found himself cursing, "Damn that Huang Bin." His ire was directed at Huang Bin for having misled him regarding the nature of martial artists. A peak second-grade martial artist had been subdued by him using merely a few bottles of tranquilizers. During those days, Fang Ping genuinely believed that martial artists were not much to be feared. At least, those of the lower third grade seemed no different from ordinary individuals. Yet just moments ago, that comical Lu Dali had effortlessly shattered a piece of blue stone and had previously caught bullets with his bare hands. Was this truly human? If Fang Ping continued to regard lower third-grade martial artists as mere apparitions like Huang Bin, he would be courting disaster. If Huang Bin were aware of this in the afterlife, he would haunt Fang Ping without respite. Afternoon arrived, and the videos of the duel between the two masters remained a hot topic of discussion. Although Fang Ping was cognizant that those present had not even glimpsed the figures involved, it did not diminish the fervor with which they spoke. It wasn't until the end of classes that the discussions began to fade. Just as Fang Ping was preparing to gather his belongings and leave, the homeroom teacher, Luanghua, entered the classroom. The other students, not lingering, hurriedly departed. A few of them dashed out particularly swiftly, their faces alight with excitement, as if something delightful had occurred. Once they had left, Fang Ping found himself pondering more deeply and could not resist asking, "Teacher, who will clean the classroom?" Luanghua was momentarily taken aback. Wu Zhihao and a few others appeared similarly stunned. This inquiry was surprisingly astute. Today was not their turn for duties, and the designated cleaners had already vacated. Surely, it would fall to them to tidy up now, wouldn't it? Luanghua felt a bit speechless and, after a pause, replied, "You all can take care of it shortly." Now sit down, let us discuss serious matters. Old Lu felt somewhat awkward and hastily shifted the topic. Who still remembered about cleaning? It was only Fang Ping who was so chatty. Fang Ping chuckled to himself, realizing that he had been somewhat vexed by the recent cleaning duties, which prompted his inquiry. Currently, he was solely responsible for maintaining cleanliness at the Guanhuiyuan, and the absence of household chores made him unaware of the burdens of such labor. Fang Ping believed that every trip to clean felt more cumbersome than his own cultivation. As he indulged in his musings, Luanghua cleared his throat and addressed the matter at hand. Today marks the 25th, leaving only 5 days until the physical examination. Although the results of the political assessment have yet to be announced, the school has received the list. All the students in our class have passed this time. The political assessment rarely eliminates candidates, with only a few being disqualified, those who harbored a sense of false hope or encountered issues post-registration. The school has made arrangements for the examination. On the morning of the 30th, everyone is to gather at the school, where transportation will be provided to Ruoyang. Additionally, accommodations have been booked in Ruoyang for a unified trip. Of course, those who prefer not to follow this arrangement may travel to Ruoyang independently, but they must not miss the examination time. Furthermore, for those feeling pressed for time in these days, attendance at school is not mandatory. With the martial arts examination approaching, it is only fair to grant these martial arts students a few days to rest and recuperate. Luanghua continued, urging everyone to take care during this period, emphasizing the importance of balance between work and rest, and cautioning against excessive physical exertion. Having reiterated the specific assembly time, Luanghua took his leave. Just as he was about to exit, he recalled something and turned back, saying, "Everyone, please remember to tidy up the classroom." Upon hearing this, Wu Zhihao and the others turned their gaze toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping, with an innocent expression, responded, "Why are you looking at me? Even if I don't mention it, it's our responsibility to." Wu Zhihao, uninterested in prolonging the topic, grabbed a broom and inquired, "We've discussed Master Ma's matters all day, yet I forgot about the rewards. Fang Ping, do you have confidence?" At this, the others looked expectantly at Fang Ping. Yang Jian could not help but exclaim, "Wu Zhihao, are you joking? Starting off with 125 cards, you think Fang Ping?" Wu Zhihao, wearing a knowing smile, gazed at Fang Ping and asked, "What do you think? Mind your own business and sweep your floor." Fang Ping retorted, exuding an air of understanding. Yang Jian chuckled, "Take medicine, enhance your vitality, and train. My energy should be slightly higher than before. Although I haven't checked, I feel confident I have at least 114 cards. Just before the examination, I'll take a vitality pill and employ the emotional eruption method that Wang Ge mentioned. If I can reach 116 cards, I believe my chances of passing the martial arts examination would be significantly high." Upon hearing Yang Jian's words, the group expressed envy. Reaching 116 cards indeed seemed promising. Last year, the minimum was 112 cards, with most around 115. This year would likely be somewhat higher, but 116 cards was not out of reach. Zhang Hao enviously chided Yang Jian and then turned to Wu Zhihao, asking, "Zhihao, you should have around 116 cards by now, right?" "Pretty much. Though I haven't checked in the last few days," Wu Zhihao sighed. "If only last year had been the case, this year is truly uncertain. Tan Hao and Tan Tao mentioned to me yesterday that they would likely reach around 120 cards during the examination. Zhou Bin had already achieved 125 cards. And Chen Jie from Class 2 also had around 120 cards. By this reckoning, there are already 4 of them above 120 cards. No, 5. Wu Zhihao cast another glance at Fang Ping, thinking to himself that this fellow must have over 120 points of vitality. Last year, the school had a total of 5 students reaching this mark, and this year, there are already 5 exceeding 120 points. If the ratio remains the same as last year, Wu Zhihao would have little hope. Moreover, there are 4 or 5 others in the school with vitality comparable to his own. By calculations, there are at least 10 individuals above 115 points, possibly even 15. Take Yang Jian, for instance, while he may not currently be in contention. A sudden surge from a temporary boost could elevate his score. Could the school truly produce 15 martial arts students? Even though vitality isn't the sole criterion, Wu Zhihao felt his chances were dwindling. In this moment, he could only console himself with the thought that other schools were inferior, and this year, his school had surged ahead. Last year, nearly 10 students from Yangcheng were admitted to Wuda. If other schools are indeed lacking, there remains a glimmer of hope for him. As they engaged in casual conversation, the cleaning was completed. Others had revealed their vitality scores to varying degrees, but Fang Ping consistently deflected inquiries. Upon exiting the school, Fang Ping felt somewhat helpless. It wasn't that he was unwilling to share, rather, he knew they would not believe him. Last weekend, he had combined the refinement method with stance training for the first time, achieving a vitality of 133 points. Now, 5 days later at his pace, he was certainly progressing swiftly. Looking at his status panel, Fang Ping sighed, knowing that even old Wang would find it hard to believe. Wealth, 2, 965. 000 vitality, 139 points spirit, 160 hertz. This was the result of being stuck at 139 points for 2 days. Fang Ping understood that he was encountering the minor hurdle the Tan brothers had previously mentioned. However, he sensed that today he would likely overcome it. Spending 3 days to break through this minor barrier was indeed time-consuming. After all, when he reached 120 points, he had done so in just 3 seconds. Today, Fang Ping aimed to surpass the 140-point threshold. In the gym, he removed his shirt and commenced his training, with only 5 days remaining until the physical examination. Fang Ping wondered if he could reach the extreme of 150 points in that time. He speculated that 149 points might be achievable, but 150 would likely present a significant challenge. After all, for most individuals, 150 points is considered the human limit. Contemplating these thoughts, he couldn't help but wonder how high the vitality of masters might be. 1,000 points? 5,000 points? Or perhaps even more. The strength of vitality and the robustness of bones contribute to formidable explosive power. With his vitality at 139 points, Fang Ping summoned his energy and delivered a punch that surpassed that of an average adult, yet his strength remained limited. Those masters could effortlessly turn a mountain of stone into a beehive, wielding a vitality force that exceeded imagination. Setting aside these thoughts, Fang Ping focused intently on his training. An hour later, he stepped out of Guanawiyuan, a smile gracing his face, his spirits high. Wealth, 2, 913. 000 vitality, 140 points spirit, 162 hertz. His vitality had finally surpassed 140 points, even though his wealth was depleting at an increasing rate. However, for the challenges that do not break the integrity of tin, the consumption is somewhat lesser. Fang Ping believes that with his vitality reaching 150, he can at least retain 2 million wealth points. Having witnessed the formidable power of the masters, Fang Ping is now somewhat impatient to become a martial artist. Previously, he regarded martial arts merely as a tool for transcending social strata. However, after seeing the valley that had been mercilessly ravaged, he realized that martial arts are not merely a tool, whereas he once hoped the martial science examination would be delayed. He now fervently wishes for it to conclude swiftly so he can enter the martial university. Yang City is too small. It is small enough that everyone knows of martial artists, yet few have truly encountered one. It is so small that Wang Jinyang, a martial university student, can walk through Yang City with impunity, requiring no display of his prowess. Entering the martial university to explore the unknown world. This has become Fang Ping's singular aspiration. Chapter 50. Departure. In the ensuing days devoid of classes, Fang Ping devoted a considerable amount of time to his training. Before long, it was April 29th. That evening, in Jinghu Garden, Li Yueying helped her son organize his attire, still feeling a twinge of unease as she asked, "Ping Ping, are you truly certain you don't want me to accompany you?" "Mother, the school has arranged accommodations and meals for us. There is no need to trouble yourself." But Li Yueying remained apprehensive about her son embarking on a journey alone. Fang Ping shot her a glance, prompting her to scold. What nonsense. The physical examination was set for the 1st, with results to be announced on the 3rd. However, should he pass, he would need to remain in Ruiyang to prepare for the practical assessment on the 7th and the professional examination on the 10th. The duration of his stay in Ruiyang would correlate with the number of hurdles he could overcome, with a longer stay enhancing his chances of gaining admission to Uda. Feeling the weight of his mother-s and brother-s stares, Fang Yuan sheepishly remarked, "I'm not trying to provoke Fang Ping. I merely want him to enjoy a few extra days in Ruiyang." With that, Fang Yuan's spirits lifted as she tentatively suggested, "How about I accompany you to look after you?" "You looking after me?" Fang Ping's expression darkened. "How incompetent would I have to be to require your assistance?" Disinclined to engage further, he was taken aback when Li Yueying appeared somewhat tempted by the notion. "Ping Ping, perhaps mother." Fang Ping swiftly interrupted, with Fang Yuan's temperament. "It's unclear who would be caring for whom. It would be a miracle if she doesn't cause me trouble. Besides, she has classes tomorrow. She can't possibly accompany me." Fang Yuan protested, slightly disgruntled. "Don't forget, I've been the one washing your clothes these past few days. Why don't you mention how much you charge per item? Fang Ping rolled his eyes, recalling how Fang Yuan, during her recent holiday, had volunteered to wash his clothes while he trained, having been too lazy to do it himself. Now, she had the audacity to take credit for her assistance. Faced with her mother's questioning gaze, Fang Yuan felt a pang of guilt. I'm saving you money. Who has charged you? Fang Ping found himself both amused and exasperated, choosing not to expose her. Once the clothing was sorted, Li Weiying handed him a stack of cash. Clearly no less than 1,000. Fang Ping declined, smiling, Mother, I have enough on my end. Moreover, the school will cover meals and accommodations as part of the registration fee. A few days prior, he had purchased a considerable amount of snacks for Fang Yuan, which had been discovered by their parents. Seizing the moment, he casually mentioned the profits from selling Wang Jinong's signatures, deftly shifting the blame onto Old Wang. Old Wang had no grounds to argue, and Fang Yuan had always believed this to be the truth. Though Fang Mingrong and his wife regarded Fang Ping's actions of selling martial artist signatures as somewhat reckless, they ceased to inquire further upon hearing that Wang Jinong was aware of it. Despite Fang Ping asserting his financial independence, Li Weiying insisted on giving him money. Concerned about her son venturing out alone without sufficient funds, as it would be challenging to navigate the world without it, she remained attuned to society and often heard tales of families spending significant amounts to prepare their children for martial arts examinations. Some have sold their homes. Others have taken out bank loans, and some have borrowed from relatives. Yet, in their household, ever since Fang Ping resolved to prepare for the martial arts examination, they have expended around 30 to 40,000 yuan. To the Fang family, this sum is considerable. However, for an ordinary candidate of the martial arts examination, this amount barely covers the cost of medicinal pills required before the physical examination. In recent days, Fang Mingrong has been contemplating purchasing a medicinal pill for Fang Ping before the examination, even if it means settling for a less potent option. Nevertheless, Fang Ping has resolutely declined, expressing his confidence, leaving Fang Mingrong with no choice but to concede. His son is sensible, not wishing to impose further burdens on the family. Yet, both parents feel a sense of unease, harboring guilt towards Fang Ping. Li Weiying forcefully pressed some money into Fang Ping's hands, offering a few words of encouragement before heading out to clean. Fang Ping, pulling out the cash stuffed into his pocket, immediately recognized it as 2,000 yuan. A trip to Ruizhang could last anywhere from 3 days to over 10 days. Receiving such a substantial amount was indeed a significant gesture from the Fang family. After some contemplation, Fang Ping ultimately accepted it. Their household has not yet reached a point of dire need, and the martial arts examination is approaching. Once it is completed, all issues will naturally resolve themselves. Mother has passed away, but Fang Yuan remains. The little girl is still quite eager about the trip to Ruiyang and, propping her chin in her hands, looks at Fang Ping, saying, Fang Ping, are you really not taking me along? I can do your laundry, for free. And during your exam, I can carry your bag and your clothes. If you don't pass, I can comfort you. Fang Ping, without a second thought, directly refused. While he didn't think Fang Yuan would be a nuisance, he was unwilling to carry an extra burden. Fang Yuan, feeling a bit disappointed, remarked, You're leaving. And I'll be so bored at home alone during the May Day holiday. With Fang Ping gone, she knew boredom would be inevitable. Fang Ping chuckled as he ruffled her hair, suggesting she should go out and play with her classmates instead, reminding her to call him if anything came up, and to remember his number. Yes, Fang Yuan was aware of Fang Ping's new phone, which he had purchased with the money earned from selling autographs. She did not doubt him, but felt increasingly resentful that her brother had profited from her idea without sharing the spoils. This was also the reason why she recently started charging for laundry services. After all, Fang Ping was frivolously spending money. Fang Ping laughed and teased, From your tone, it sounds like you've saved quite a bit. Not at all. Fang Yuan quickly denied, fearing Fang Ping would discover the extent of her savings. In recent days, she had been devising ways to transfer funds from Fang Ping's little stash to her own. Last night, she counted her savings and was astonished to find nearly 300 yuan. This secret must remain hidden from Fang Ping. Fang Ping chuckled, You little money grubber. When your brother passes the martial arts examination, what's a few hundred yuan? This year, for those with high vitality, the entrance scholarship alone exceeds 1 million. At that time, I shall procure a larger residence for our family, indulge you with delectable treats, and adorn you with new garments. As Fang Ping recounted his plans, Fang Yuan found himself somewhat bewildered, ultimately losing track of how they exited the room. The following day, at precisely 7:50 a.m., Fang Ping arrived at the school entrance. A backpack in tow, At that moment, a multitude of 8 or 9 buses were stationed at the front of the first high school. Beneath the buses, students clustered in small groups, engaging in hushed conversations. In addition to the buses, a considerable number of private vehicles were parked nearby, significantly more than usual. As Fang Ping prepared to locate his classmates from Class 4, he heard someone calling his name. Turning his head, he spotted Tan Hao, the eldest of the Tan brothers, waving at him. Upon seeing Fang Ping, Tan Hao bellowed, "Fang Ping, over here." His voice was notably loud, drawing the attention of several nearby individuals. At the moment Tan Hao shouted Fang Ping's name, a middle-aged man conversing with several school leaders nearby also turned to glance in Fang Ping's direction. As Fang Ping approached, the man's expression shifted from casual to one of astonishment. When they were within 3 meters of each other, the look of surprise in the man's eyes became unmistakable. Similarly, as the distance between them diminished, Fang Ping, whose mental acuity far exceeded that of the average individual, found his attention drawn to the man. He turned to acknowledge him with a smile and a respectful nod. This prompted even greater astonishment from the middle-aged man. Did this young man recognize him? Their silent exchange remained unnoticed by Tan Hao, who, seeing Fang Ping pause, chuckled. "Fang Ping, have you made progress with your martial arts practice these days?" "Not bad." As they conversed, the man behind Tan Hao stepped away from the school leaders, smiling as he approached. Hao, is this the Fang Ping student you mentioned?" Tan Hao promptly replied, "Yes, Dad, this is Fang Ping." He then added an explanation for Fang Ping, who had already surmised the man's identity. Accompanying Tan Hao were several school leaders, their expressions tinged with a hint of flattery and an aura of superiority. Putting 2 and 2 together, Fang Ping quickly deduced the man's identity, surprised to find that Tan Hao's father was present as well. Tan Jinping scrutinized Fang Ping for a moment, and when Fang Ping greeted him, Tan Jinping nodded and smiled, saying, "Fang Ping, for this physical examination at Yangcheng Martial Science, I will be representing the city as the team leader, responsible for the negotiations regarding the martial examination. Should you have any queries, do not hesitate to seek me out." Once in Ruizhang, Hao and Tao will accompany the martial students from the first high school. If you cannot locate me, you may reach out to them. Upon hearing this, Tan Hao displayed mild surprise. However, considering Fang Ping's backing from Wang Jinyang, he thought little of it. The school leaders from the first high, on the other hand, were taken aback. What was happening? These leaders, tasked with leading the team, were largely unfamiliar with Fang Ping. As the city's representative in this initiative, Tan Jinping's standing was significantly higher than theirs, and he was the only martial artist among the delegation. Yet, his words left the leaders momentarily perplexed. Fang Ping was somewhat astonished, not by Tan Jinping's courtesy, but by the fact that the team was led by the father of Tan Hao. The martial arts examination was of great significance, particularly as it took place in Ruyang, necessitating the accompaniment of high-ranking officials from Yangcheng. Without the status of a martial artist, navigating emergencies in Ruiyang would prove exceedingly challenging. Hence, it was customary for an official martial artist to lead the team each year. Fang Ping had not anticipated that this individual would be Tan Jinping. He vaguely recalled hearing Wu Zhihao mention that Tan Hao's father held a position in the government, though he had not inquired further about the specifics. Grateful for Tan Jinping's politeness, Fang Ping promptly expressed his thanks. "Thank you, Uncle Tan. No need for formalities. You all continue your conversation. Once the other high school teams arrive, we shall depart together," Tan Jinping replied, reiterating his points. At this moment, even Tan Hao felt that his father was being excessively courteous. Although Fang Ping had the support of Wang Jinyang, the latter was not present, raising the question of whether it was necessary to clarify even such trivial matters with Fang Ping. While Tan Hao pondered this, he shrugged it off. Meanwhile, Tan Tao, who had been silent, exchanged a glance with his father. Tan Jinping, offering no further comments, smiled and turned back to converse with several school leaders. Despite engaging with others, Tan Jinping's attention remained partially focused on Fang Ping. He had previously heard his son speak of Fang Ping and the rumors of Wang Jinyang's endorsement. However, Tan Jinping had not paid it much heed, considering that Fang Ping had no familial ties to Wang Jinyang. Even if Wang Jinyang regarded Fang Ping favorably and provided some guidance and support, it did not seem significant. As a martial artist himself, Tan Jinping had experienced similar situations. It was not unusual to offer a few words of encouragement upon encountering promising talents. Yet, whether those talents would remember such encouragement later was uncertain. However, the moment Fang Ping approached, Tan Jinping sensed something amiss. The young man exuded an astonishing level of vitality. As a pinnacle first-tier martial artist, Tan Jinping could not perceive lower levels of vitality, unlike individuals such as Wang Jinyang. In the past, Wang Jinyang had sensed Fang Ping's vitality when it reached 120 cards. Yet Tan Jinping, unable to reach such a threshold, could not discern the differences. The fact that he was able to detect something unusual indicated that Fang Ping's vitality was remarkably high. He could even faintly sense the vitality surging within Fang Ping, hinting at an imminent breakthrough. Tan Jinping was all too familiar with the implications of such signs. A non-martial artist exhibiting these indicators was already straddling the threshold of martial artistry. How much vitality did this young man possess? Tan Jinping speculated, ultimately concluding that this student named Fang Ping likely had vitality exceeding 140 cards. This was indeed alarming. It suggested that Fang Ping was almost certain to gain admission to the martial arts university, and should he meet the academic standards, he would also have a strong chance of entering the prestigious institutions. Such a person, if encountered again in the future, might surpass him in martial prowess. In this context, even if Tan Jinping wished to maintain his dignity and refrain from ingratiating himself, a modicum of courtesy was inevitable. Chapter 51. The importance of humility. At the entrance of Yizhong, as he departed, Tan Jinping dismissed several leaders from the school. After gazing at Fang Ping's silhouette for a moment, he softly remarked, "Xianxia has become much more intriguing over the past 2 years." Tan Hao, puzzled, inquired, "Dad, what are you talking about?" Tan Tao, contemplatively, added, "Are you referring to Fang Ping? Not just Fang Ping, but also your senior, Wang Xuecha." Tan Jinping chuckled lightly, opting not to elaborate further. A 19-year-old third-tier martial artist, heralded as the future pillar of Nanjing Martial University, and an 18-year-old high school senior on the cusp of officially joining the ranks of martial artists. Such individuals emerging in a metropolis or within martial aristocracies is hardly remarkable. Yet, both hail from humble backgrounds, originating from a small city like Yanqing. It is undeniable that the odds are exceedingly slim. The emergence of Wang Jinyang has already astonished some formidable figures in Jiang province. The potential appearance of another like Fang Ping. Of course, the current Fang Ping is still far from remarkable. Approaching the first-tier martial artist status is not definitive. The journey ahead is long. Transitioning from first to third tier can be achieved through the passage of time and the infusion of resources. However, surpassing the third tier transcends mere resources and time. Wang Jinyang captivates attention, not solely due to his third-tier prowess. Contemplating these matters, Tan Jinping shook his head with a gentle smile. Regardless of what the future holds for these individuals, it bears little relevance to him. No matter how extraordinary Wang Jinyang may be, he would not extend special consideration to fellow townsfolk. Nor would Fang Ping. Casting a glance at his 2 sons, he recognized them as his true hopes, the hopes of the Tan family. He had been frugal, clearly capable of finding ways to break through to the second tier. Yet he refrained, saving those resources for his sons. Approaching 50, Tan Jinping had long lost his edge. Even if he could break through, his future prospects were limited. Yet, his sons were different. They were still young. With this thought in mind, Tan Jinping set aside his musings about Fang Ping and cheerfully encouraged, "A Tao. Do your best in the upcoming exams. If you get into martial university, you will soon step into the world of martial artists. The school provides resources. And with my savings, both of you will surely stabilize your foundations. Although your current vitality may not be high, I believe that once you enter martial university, your advancement will undoubtedly surpass that of Zhou Bin." Fang Ping, what did Director Tan say to you just now? As Fang Ping arrived at class 4, Wu Zhihao quietly inquired. "Director?" Fang Ping responded, somewhat perplexed. "Which director is Uncle Tan?" "The Education Bureau, though he is merely the deputy director." "What?" Fang Ping exclaimed, astonished. "Isn't Yangcheng lacking martial artists?" Uncle Tan only managed to become. In Fang Ping's view, Tan Jinping was at least a martial artist. With only 2 or 3 dozen martial artists in Yangqing, half of them were engaged in business. The remainder were not necessarily all in government roles. In other words, regardless of how poorly Tan Jinping fared, he would rank among the top 10 figures in Yangqing's officialdom. Yet, such a person only attained the position of deputy director of the Education Bureau? Certainly, the official perspective does not solely focus on martial prowess. However, it appears that Tan Jinping's circumstances are rather dismal. Wu Zhihao expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "What is the matter? Isn't the deputy director of the Education Bureau formidable?" The Education Bureau is one of the 3 major power institutions in Yangqing. Although it may not rival the educational authorities of larger cities, it certainly cannot be deemed insignificant. The Yangqing Municipal Government, the Criminal Investigation Bureau, and the Education Bureau, attaining the position of deputy director is quite an achievement for Director Tan. with a sense of disbelief. Fang Ping pondered the status of the Education Bureau. Wu Zhihao, noticing Fang Ping's confusion, sighed. You ought to pay more attention to current affairs. Though we are still high school students, we are on the verge of entering university. It is beneficial to be informed about such matters. Yangqing is a county-level city without a military division, which places the Education Bureau in a third-tier position. In contrast, Ruizhang has a military presence, leading to 4 major power institutions: the government, military, Criminal Investigation Bureau, and Education Bureau. Naturally, Ruiyang's Education Bureau ranks lower due to limited resources and lesser strength. Conversely, Xianxia stands apart, as it is home to several prestigious military universities, granting its Education Bureau abundant resources and considerable power, placing it ahead of the Criminal Investigation Bureau in ranking. Fang Ping was momentarily speechless, having never paid much attention to institutional matters, focusing instead on martial universities and practitioners. As a high school student, few peers engaged in such discussions, leaving him unaware of the significant disparities within the system. To him, the Education Bureau had not seemed particularly vital, yet it now appeared as a primary power institution. He recalled hearing Wang Jinyang mention the Criminal Investigation Bureau, which seemed to exist solely to address issues pertaining to martial practitioners. Shaking his head, Fang Ping thought it trivial, knowing he had encountered human RPGs before. This difference hardly mattered. Yet Wu Zhihao's insights revealed that Tan Jinping was indeed faring reasonably well, serving as a deputy in one of the 3 major power institutions, which was commendable considering the opponent's first-tier strength. After Wu Zhihao briefly elucidated these matters, he returned to their previous topic. Fang Ping nonchalantly offered a few remarks before inquiring. Why are you taking the school bus? I thought you were heading to Ruiyang alone. Wu Zhihao, looking incredulous, retorted, Am I foolish? Do you think traveling alone is free? What about hotel reservations or dining expenses? I'm trying to stretch my budget as far as it will go. Why waste money unnecessarily? Fang Ping was left speechless. It turned out Wu Zhihao was frugal as well. Yet, why should he say as well? After all, he himself was not stingy. As they chatted idly, buses from other high schools began to arrive one after another. Unlike the first high school, which had 8 or 9 buses, some schools could not even muster enough martial students to fill a single bus. Additionally, several rural high schools had already set off for Ruiyang, gathering there. By 8:20, all vehicles had assembled. A total of more than 20 buses, accommodating nearly 900 individuals, with the first school alone comprising almost 1/3 of that number. Once everyone had gathered, Tan Jinping exchanged a few brief words with the heads of various schools before embarking in their respective vehicles, setting forth towards Ruiyang. The long convoy departed from the first school's gates. Some teachers who remained outside sighed, pondering how many would still be present after the third. One individual shook their head, lamenting the difficulty of the medical examination, suggesting that it would be commendable if 100 individuals managed to pass. 100? I find that unlikely. This year, the total number of senior students in Yang City approached 20,000, with nearly 1,500 applying to the military university. In a metropolis like Kyoto or Shanghai, that ratio would undoubtedly be higher. However, in Yang City, based on our previous estimates, the medical examination threshold this year is projected to be at least 110 points. The likelihood of passing that stage is probably around 5. Nevertheless, those who do pass the medical examination have a comparatively higher chance of being accepted into the military university. Big cities certainly have their allure. Some elite high schools collectively apply to the military university, which is simply incomparable. The teachers engaged in animated discussions, some displaying expressions of envy. Yet, life in a big city is not without its challenges. The exorbitant housing prices and numerous residency requirements pose significant obstacles. These teachers from prominent high schools may be considered social elites, but moving to a big city does not necessarily guarantee a more comfortable existence than in Yang City. On the bus, Fang Ping and Wu Zhihao occupied one row, while the others from Class 4 were seated in front and behind them. Alongside these individuals were some students from other classes, mostly from the regular stream. However, the Tan brothers were amidst them on this bus, seated to the left of Fang Ping and his companions. Initially, since they were not from the same class, everyone engaged in their own conversations. But soon enough, inspired by the more animated Zhang Hao and a few others, the group began to converse freely. Sitting in the front row, Zhang Hao exclaimed with excitement, "Our bus is something else today. Tan Hao, Tan Tao, Wu Zhihao, Zhou Ming, and Fang Ping, all with vitality exceeding 115 points. Yang Jian, Lu Ruachi, and Lan Pei are also above 112 points. If it were last year, we could have had 10 students from our bus enter the military university. The others were already familiar with Tan Hao and his companions, as Zhou Ming was also a key player from Class 3. However, Fang Ping was somewhat of an enigma. When Tan Hao had called out names earlier, only a handful had recognized Fang Ping. Thus, when Zhang Hao mentioned him, someone beside him hesitantly inquired, "Zhang Hao, is Fang Ping from your class?" Zhang Hao immediately grasped the implication. In their own class, everyone tended to mind their own business, lacking a sense of collective pride. Yet, with students from other classes present, Zhang Hao proclaimed loudly, "What are you talking about? Do you think our class only has Wu Zhihao as its star?" When Fang Ping went to pick up Senior Wang, he remarked that Fang Ping would surely pass the military university entrance exam. "If you don't believe me, ask Zhihao. Doesn't Fang Ping's vitality exceed 115 points? Wu Zhihao looked at Fang Ping with a grin, while Fang Ping, disinterested, rolled his eyes and continued to gaze out the window. Seeing that he was unconcerned, Wu Zhihao chuckled. "It's not just 115 cards. Fang Ping is far more formidable than I am." Upon hearing this, the others in the vehicle could not help but cast their gazes toward Fang Ping. Beside them, Tan Hao boldly proclaimed, "This fellow Fang Ping is almost certain to pass the martial arts examination at Wu University. He might just be the top scorer in Yang City's martial arts program this year, perhaps even surpassing Zhou Bin." The moment these words were uttered, even the students with high vitality, such as Zhou Ming and his companions, could not resist turning their heads. A contender for the top scorer in Yang City's martial arts? They were skeptical of Zhang Hao's loud declarations, but with Wu Zhihao's assertion, they believed it to be a third truth. However, with Tan Hao's endorsement, their faith soared to 8/10. Instantaneously, the once lively bus fell into a profound silence. Fang Ping felt somewhat exasperated and shot a glance at Tan Hao and the others. Were they deliberately attracting animosity for him? The individual who had previously questioned him clearly underestimated Fang Ping, audaciously doubting whether his vitality reached 115 cards. Did they truly look down upon him? Maintaining the image of a seasoned expert, he could not refute such claims. Yet, these few supporters were undeniably helping him, delivering a satisfying slap to the face of his detractors. Fang Ping felt a swell of pride within, though his expression remained composed as he rolled his eyes at Wu Zhihao and the others. "What are you doing? Am I the type to flaunt my prowess? Honestly, can't you be a bit more discreet?" Chapter 52. The Cruel Taste. 3 hours later, in Ruijiang City, Anping District, at the Shiri Hotel. This establishment serves as the designated accommodation for senior high school students preparing for the martial arts examination. Room 1608. Fang Ping set down his luggage and glanced at the 2 beds in the room, then began to contemplate a rather serious dilemma. The school had been frugal, booking a room meant for 4, yet there were only 2 beds. How would 4 individuals manage to sleep? With 4 grown men, who would share a bed with whom? And who might inadvertently cross boundaries in the dead of night? Such uncertainties were indeed troubling. Casting a glance at the other 3 occupants of the room, Wu Zhihao, Zhang Hao, and Yang Jian, Fang Ping noted the imposing presence of Yang Jian, a rather robust fellow, which seemed to pose a considerable risk. As for the other 2, after a moment of reflection, Fang Ping spoke up. "Just a heads up, I have foot odor, I snore while sleeping, I tend to kick off the covers at night, and I roll around quite a bit. How coincidental, I have the same issues." Wu Zhihao chuckled heartily. Zhang Hao shot a disapproving glance at the 2, retorting, "You 2 fools. Fine, you can sleep on the floor, while Yang Jian and I take the beds." The 4 exchanged glances and couldn't help but burst into laughter. After a moment, Zhang Hao complained, "The school is truly stingy. Couldn't they book a few more rooms?" Wu Zhihao astutely remarked, "It's not that they're stingy. They calculated it well. A large group is departing on the 3rd. Once they leave, the remaining individuals will each have their own room. I've inquired about it." "Damn it." Zhang Hao swore, realizing the harsh reality. Fang Ping, unfazed, chuckled and said, "We'll just have to squeeze in for the next few days. Just don't wander over towards me at night." This was a genuine warning. "My recent breakthrough in martial arts has endowed me with formidable power. Proceed at your own risk." "Get lost." The others retorted, "Who was interested in you?" As for the so-called power he mentioned, Wu Zhihao pondered it, while the other 2 dismissed it lightly. Yang Jian, grinning foolishly, suggested, "Why don't we consult Lu Ruoqi and her friends? Perhaps we could arrange a room swap?" Fang Ping and the others stared at him in unison. All right. They all thought he was just a simpleton, but it turned out he was the most coy among them. Yang Jian hastily clarified, "I meant their room might be larger. We could collectively switch." "Huh. An explanation is merely a disguise. Who believes you? As the three continued to tease Yang Jian, there was a knock at the door. Yang Jian hurried to open it, and as he did, the Tan brothers entered. Tan Hao stepped in and exclaimed, "Big news. I just overheard my father chatting with several team leaders from other counties and districts. Can you guess what I heard? The standard for this year's physical examination might be raised to 112. As soon as Tan Hao finished speaking, Zhang Hao quickly interjected, "No way." Although everyone had speculated. Zhang Hao initially believed that 110 would suffice. His vitality, while not yet at 110, could potentially reach that mark with a vitality pill tomorrow. At the very least, passing the physical examination would validate their efforts in the martial arts test. If they failed the physical, then this trip would have been in vain. Indeed, Tan Hao elucidated, this year, the vitality levels have significantly increased for everyone. Take our Yang City, for instance. According to the statistics from the Education Bureau, there are at least 100 individuals with vitality levels exceeding 110, adding those who are on medication and individuals like Fang Ping, who are more dubious. Fang Ping retorted, speechless, "Don't drag me into this." Tan Hao chuckled, "All right, let us not mention you. Regardless, if we include those not accounted for, particularly the recent breakthroughs, there may be as many as 200 people in Yang City with vitality levels above 110. Other regions are similarly affected. I've heard that Ruiyang has also seen a surge this year. Based on previous ratios, unless Wu University significantly increases its enrollment this year, surpassing the 112 vitality threshold for physical examinations is a certainty." Tan Hao's words did not significantly impact the others. Among them, Zhang Hao was the only one who could not meet the standards, and he appeared notably disheartened. Although he claimed that it was inconsequential to accompany the prince in his studies and that being eliminated didn't matter. The reality of potentially failing the physical examination after years of effort weighed heavily on him, despite his outward indifference. Sorrow welled up within him at the thought of 112 vitality. Zhang Hao's smile was more painful than tears. He had no hope of being admitted to Wu University, and now he couldn't even linger a few more days. "I'm fine." Zhang Hao forced a smile and said, "I was prepared for this anyway. However, I had hoped to wait until after the cultural exams to find out whether I had been eliminated, giving me at least a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this is for the best. I can now focus on the cultural subjects, and later on, I can join the martial arts training classes." Noticing that his words had darkened the atmosphere, Tan Hao awkwardly remarked, "I only heard this from my father and the others. I'm not sure how accurate it is. Let us change the subject. By the way, why does your room seem a bit small?" Fang Ping, are you sharing a room with Wu Zhihao?" "What? I'm in a room with a Tao, though ours is slightly larger than yours," as Tan Hao attempted to shift the conversation. He failed to notice the fierce glares from Fang Ping and the others directed at him. Tan Tao's mouth twitched as he tugged at the leader's shirt. He sensed a chilling wind in the room. It seemed that the group across from them harbored thoughts of devouring them whole. It wasn't until Tan Tao pulled at his shirt that Tan Hao finally realized the gravity of the situation, awkwardly asking, "What's wrong?" Fang Ping shot him an exasperated glare, exclaiming, "Enough already. If there's nothing else, you should leave quickly. If you stay any longer, we cannot guarantee your personal safety. What are you planning? Are you going to surround and beat us up?" As Tan Hao spoke, Tan Tao wore a somewhat resentful expression. They wanted to beat him up. So why drag him into it? Tan Hao was truly oblivious. He had simply not thought it through earlier, but now it dawned on him. To ease the tension, he quickly donned a smile and announced, "I'll treat everyone to lunch. The hotel's complimentary buffet is terribly unappetizing. Let us go out to eat instead." This had been his intention all along, but he had perhaps spoken too much, dampening the spirits of the four upon entering. Fang Ping glanced at Wu Zhihao, who in turn looked at Zhang Hao. Just as he was about to decline, Zhang Hao interjected vehemently, "Eat. If we don't eat, it would be a waste." These two individuals had struck them down upon arrival and now insisted on enjoying a hearty meal at their expense. Zhang Hao gradually regained his composure, and the atmosphere was no longer so awkward. Everyone laughed heartily as they escorted the Tan brothers out the door. As for the arrangement of a separate room for the Tan brothers, Fang Ping had no objections. After all, their father was the leader of the group. Was it excessive to provide his two sons with their own room? Not at all. It was entirely reasonable. If Fang Ping were in that position, he would do the same, even if it meant paying out of his own pocket. All feelings of resentment and jealousy were utterly unnecessary, such as society. After dining out, the expression of mild discomfort on Tan Hao's face when it came time to settle the bill brought amusement to the group. Once the Tan brothers departed, Zhang Hao suddenly remarked, "The Tan brothers are actually quite decent. If it weren't for me today, they wouldn't have needed to intentionally lighten the mood. Tanhao's subsequent gestures of hospitality and feigned concern, including the matter of the room, were all aimed at easing the atmosphere. Perhaps they truly hadn't anticipated that the issue with card 112 would affect anyone. It was no wonder they overlooked it. Among their peers, Fang Ping, Wu Zhihao, Yang Jian, who didn't possess blood vitality exceeding the threshold of card 112. They were all of a kind. The earlier mention of entering the room had merely served as an icebreaker. However, it ended up discouraging Zhang Hao, especially upon seeing the camaraderie between Fang Ping and Zhang Hao, which led to the events that followed. As he spoke, Zhang Hao self-deprecatingly noted, "I've long since come to understand that society is inherently unfair. If one does not become a martial artist, one must be prepared to accept a subordinate role. Rest assured, such trivial matters cannot bring me down. Once I enter university, I will find ways to earn money. With a little support from home, in a couple of years, I will enroll in a martial arts training program. Who knows, I might become a martial artist even before you all." Wu Zhihao immediately chuckled. That might very well happen. I've heard it said that many students at martial arts university, including some seniors, have yet to become martial artists. If you become one before graduating, that would be quite impressive. Yang Jian beside them laughed innocently. Regardless of whether I get into martial arts university or not, I will certainly not give up on martial arts. Even if it takes a little longer to become a martial artist, that is of no concern. The group exchanged a few more words, while Fang Ping remained mostly silent. However, Zhang Hao's demeanor made Fang Ping acutely aware that the leap into the martial arts examination was indeed akin to a carp leaping over the dragon's gate, a true transformation, albeit one tinged with a hint of cruelty. Fortunately, today, with the release of the health examination results and their corresponding standards, one could only imagine how many students would be disheartened, losing their drive and confidence. Many had prepared for years for the martial arts examination. Some families had sacrificed everything to support their children's ambitions in martial arts. Others were burdened with debt, harboring hopes that their children would one day soar, thereby transforming their lives. Yet, in the days to come, it remained uncertain how many families would see their dreams shattered. Fang Ping could even envision that after each year's martial arts examination, numerous individuals, in despair, might resort to irrational actions. The martial arts examination. Fang Ping murmured inwardly the government's treatment of martial artists was excessively generous. So generous, in fact, that even knowing these individuals were not quite human, one could not help but ponder, is this fair? It is, in fact, rather unjust. Even though a single martial artist can stand against 10 or even 100 individuals, they remain a minority in a society predominantly composed of ordinary people. This stark disparity in treatment and social standing is somewhat excessive. In my mind, I am reminded of the words casually spoken by Wang Jinyang. They feel discontented and perceive it as unfair. Yet they are oblivious to the fact that the strong also deem it unjust. Those seemingly accidental remarks from Lao Wang plunged Fang Ping once more into contemplation. Such words carry profound significance. Regrettably, the sources of information are too scant, leaving Fang Ping momentarily at a loss. Having set aside these reflections, he thought that perhaps upon entering the martial university, everything would become clear. Fang Ping never considered himself to be more astute than anyone else in the world. The current societal status of martial artists undoubtedly has its rationale. Those in power are not foolish, and their foresight extends far beyond his own. Not being in a position of authority, he refrains from meddling in their affairs. The pressing matter at hand is the physical examination scheduled for tomorrow. In the afternoon, Fang Ping chose not to venture outside. The others also remained quiet, refraining from exercise, conserving their energy in anticipation of tomorrow's martial arts examination. Within the vast hotel, housing thousands of students, the majority maintained this state of tranquility, rendering the interior rather serene. Chapter 53. The Warriors Must Compete. Evening. As it was a four-person room, Fang Ping refrained from practicing the refinement technique and took the opportunity to stand in meditation for a while. During their rest, the group pushed two beds together to create a communal sleeping area. This rare experience was novel for the others, all of whom were high school students yet to encounter the dormitory life of university. That night, Fang Ping spoke little, while the others engaged in long conversations. May 1st. Upon rising, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Hurry up and get out of bed. Assemble downstairs. Bring your identification and examination permits. Those preparing elixirs, commence taking them now. With the sound of shouts echoing, the students began to make their way downstairs. Fang Ping and his companions had already risen. They did not wait for the teacher to knock and exited their room. As they stepped out, they faintly heard someone crying, "I'm ill. My vitality has plummeted. Dad, Mom, I'm so sorry." The cries echoed from afar, and teachers had begun to approach to offer comfort. Falling ill before the physical examination was the gravest blow for martial arts candidates. When one falls sick, their vitality declines, and they struggle on the brink of the standards required. At such a moment, illness can almost entirely extinguish a candidate's hopes. This was more brutal than missing the college entrance examination. For martial arts students, the stakes were exceedingly high. A year's delay could be untenable for families that were already struggling, leaving them no choice but to forego their aspirations. The group felt a pang of sympathy. And Wu Zhihao sighed, to be ill at such a time, it truly is unfortunate. He was at a loss for words, beyond empathy. There was little else they could do. In that moment, they turned their attention back to descending the stairs alongside the others. Downstairs, as the students gathered, teachers from various high schools called out through loudspeakers. "Students from Class 1, line up over here. Class 2, over here. Class 5, assemble." Fang Ping and his companions arrived at the assembly point for Class 1. After a brief moment, the leading teacher began to take attendance. When names were called, one was missing. The teacher said nothing, but amidst the crowd, someone murmured, "Xiao Liang from Class 8 ISNT here. I heard he has a severe fever." Was it Xiao Liang who had been crying? What a pity. His vitality was at a promising 110. Who could say otherwise? It seems this year is out of the question for him. His chances are now slim. The admission standards rise each year, and his family is not in a good position. The students whispered among themselves, and the leading teacher called out, "Silence. Students, the martial arts examination officially begins. Whether you enter Martial University represents the first critical juncture of our lives. But remember, this is not the final hurdle. During the physical examination, give it your all. If you succeed, celebrate. If not, do not despair. You are still young, filled with hope and a bright future ahead." Unable to gain admission to Wuhan University, we turn to training classes. If those are out of reach, we may enlist in the military. Even if all else fails, there are still alternative paths to pursue. The journey of martial arts extends beyond just Wuhan University. Upon graduation, we can join large corporations, work diligently, achieve outstanding results, and the organization may cultivate us into martial artists. The road ahead is long. The teachers begin to inspire the students with motivational words. While such encouragement may not resonate with adults, it certainly holds sway over these impressionable youths. Moments later, the leading teacher ceased his speech. Outside the hotel, Tan Jinping appeared behind the crowd, seemingly out of nowhere. "Students, the physical examination site is merely 300 meters away at the Ruizhang First Examination Center. Now, please line up and follow me." Tan Jinping did not use a loudspeaker, nor did he raise his voice to a shout. Yet his call resonated in the ears of over 1,000 students. This exemplifies the strength of a martial artist. The formidable vitality emanating from Tan Jinping was palpable. Even those less perceptive than Fang Ping could sense the power of the speaker. As the crowd advanced towards the first examination center, the Tan brothers suddenly appeared before Fang Ping, and without a word, they began to pull him along. Confounded, Fang Ping expressed his frustration. "What are you doing? We need to talk to you," said Tan Hao as they swiftly brought Fang Ping to the forefront. At that moment, Tan Jinping halted, standing to the side. Beside him were several students, including Zhou Bin and Chen Jie from the first high school, whom Fang Ping recognized, albeit not well. There were also two unfamiliar students, one male and one female, presumably from other schools. When Fang Ping arrived, Tan Jinping finished his discussion with a few others. Zhou Bin and his companions glanced at Fang Ping, who had been pulled by the Tan brothers, exchanged no words, merely nodded, and joined the student line. Once they departed, only the Tan brothers and Fang Ping remained beside Tan Jinping. After a brief look at Fang Ping, Tan Jinping smiled and remarked, "Fang Ping, your vitality must exceed 130 calories, correct?" Well, the comment came from Tan Hao, who, while aware of Fang Ping as considerable vitality, had not been informed by his father that it surpassed 130 calories. Fang Ping did not deny it and nodded in affirmation. Seeing this, Tan Jinping smiled again, saying, "That's excellent. There's something I would like to discuss with you, Fang Ping." "Please, Uncle Tan, go ahead." Ruiyang City comprises 5 counties, 3 districts, and 1 city, with Yang City ranking among the top in the administrative hierarchy. However, Yang City is only slightly superior to the 5 counties and falls short compared to several districts in Ruiyang. Each year, The martial arts examination assesses how many students meet the standards and how many gain admission to the martial arts university. Educational evaluations are of paramount importance and serve as a rigid benchmark. Tan Jinping provided a brief overview, summarizing that there exists considerable competition within Ruiyang. The educational assessment metrics are crucial, as many have their eyes set on the county-level city of Yang. If it is suppressed for consecutive years, particularly by the 5 counties, it remains uncertain whether it might eventually be replaced. Certainly, these struggles bear little relation to Fang Ping. The sole purpose of Tan Jinping's visit was to discuss the recent health examination, which was held at the same site for both Xianxia County and Anping District. Among the 5 counties, Xianxia possesses the strongest economic and educational prowess, with Anping District being even more notable, as it houses Ruiyang No. 1 High School, which falls under its jurisdiction. The selection of examination sites was rather unfortunate. Noticing Fang Ping's confusion, Tan Jinping shook his head and remarked, "You may be aware that emotions significantly influence students' performance. When surrounded by individuals of lesser ability, your confidence may soar, leading to unexpectedly favorable results. However, if those around you surpass you, your confidence may wane, resulting in anxiety and an inability to perform to your potential." This aligns with what Wang Jinyang referred to regarding emotional outbursts. Fang Ping understood this and nodded in agreement. Both Ruiyang No. 1 High School and Xianxia No. 1 High School have commendable talents, and their attitudes towards Yangcheng are not particularly favorable. Yangcheng's administrative rank is a point of contention for them, as a prefecture-level city cannot host 2 county-level cities, at least not in the eyes of Ruiyang. Therefore, I hope you can harness your full energy before the assessment and surpass the students from that county and district. I have also advised Zhou Bin and the others, but their vitality is not as high. Even if they exert themselves, the effects will be limited. However, you are different. When you unleash your energy, it will be palpable to others. Tan Jinping's words resonated with Fang Ping, yet he furrowed his brow at the notion of exerting his energy to overshadow other students, potentially causing them anxiety and disappointment. To be candid, such actions seem somewhat unsporting. Sensing Fang Ping's internal conflict, Tan Jinping smiled gently and said, "A warrior must dare to compete. Compassion for your opponents and sympathy for the weak is not the hallmark of a true martial artist. Moreover, the strong will always prevail. If someone cannot perform at their best due to the influence of your energy, then they were never destined for success in martial science. Do you believe that individuals like Wu Zhihao and Tin Hao would falter in their abilities because of your presence? If that were the case, any martial artist could simply unleash their energy, and then no student would need to take the assessment at all. This is merely to bolster the confidence of the students from Yangcheng. After all, for many, the students of Ruiyang No. 1 High School are formidable. Once this perception takes root, it will influence their performance." Fang Ping felt a slight inner turmoil, yet Tan Jinping expressed disappointment, saying, "Hesitation and the refusal to compete. Fang Ping, it is not my intention to provoke you. If you adopt such a cautious demeanor, your path in martial arts will be fraught with difficulty. In your youth, you must showcase your abilities and strength rather than conceal them. What are you afraid of? Are you concerned about exposing your capabilities or about inciting discontent among others? You are mistaken. Those who are truly capable will always be valued. Your connection to Wang Jinyang of Nanjing Martial University is no secret. Therefore, you need not harbor any concerns." Fang Ping chuckled awkwardly. In truth, he felt little apprehension, as old Wang had already volunteered to take the blame. His hesitation stemmed from a sense of moral discomfort, compounded by other considerations. After a moment's reflection, Fang Ping spoke with a hint of embarrassment. "Uncle Tan, my concerns are not centered around that. I was merely contemplating the repercussions of an outburst before the assessment, which would deplete my vitality. By the time the evaluation arrives, Tan Jinping paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. "I had forgotten about that. Rest assured, the city will compensate you. Once your vitality surges, I shall provide you with a vitality pill. This is not a personal gift, but a reimbursement from Yang City." A vitality pill. Upon hearing this, Tin Hao immediately expressed his grievance. "Dad, did you not mention the blood vitality pill?" Tan Jinping shot him a glance, exclaiming, "You foolish child. The compensation that Zhou Bin and the others receive is a vitality replenishing pill. However, for you too, I have selfishly procured the blood vitality pill. Can Fang Ping be compared to you? Not to mention his formidable vitality and the fact that he is a martial artist. The connection with Wang Jinyang necessitates that he receive a vitality pill after a search. If he can surpass Anping District and Xianxia County, resulting in fewer individuals passing the assessment this year, it would be a tremendous success for Yang City. It is not imperative for me to be exceedingly strong. It suffices that others are weaker than I. Competing in strength is arduous, yet competing in mediocrity is universal. With resources like Fang Ping's at hand, why not utilize them? A slight adjustment could transform it into 7 vitality pills, a feasible endeavor provided, of course, that the results indeed surpass those of the 2 districts. Though Fang Ping remained oblivious to Tan Jinping's ulterior motives, they were irrelevant to him, and he held little concern. Upon hearing of the compensation in the form of a vitality pill, and considering his recent expenditures of wealth and dwindling cash flow, Fang Ping's apprehensions dissipated. He nodded and declared, "Very well, Uncle Tan, I shall give it my utmost effort." A smile graced Tan Jinping's face as he remarked, "Now, this is the spirit of a martial artist. Fang Ping, Uncle Tan is aging. You are still young, and we are not the same. Young people should be filled with ambition, believing that they are the best. Once you enter the martial university, you will realize that mere humility will only lead to stagnation. One must strive, to dare to contend, and to be capable of contention. Losing is inconsequential. It is only through winning that you can advance further. What is to be feared is the lack of courage." These final words resonated with Fang Ping. They echoed sentiments not only expressed by Tan Jinping but also found in literature and spoken by Wang Jinong. Reality, too, reminded Fang Ping of the importance of striving. Even Xiaoma was in pursuit, unafraid to engage in battle with Tai Mu, exemplifying this relentless spirit. Chapter 54. An Unprovoked Clash. At the esteemed Ruiyang First Health Examination Center, outside the building, 3 groups of students stood distinctly apart. The center, remarkably spacious, was currently a gathering place for thousands. Yet it did not feel crowded. As the official examination time had not yet arrived, the students were not permitted to enter. At this moment, whispers filled the square. "Is that the Ruiyang First High School? Indeed, I can't believe we're here for the examination with them." The students from Ruiyang First High School were known for their vigor. It was rumored that those with vitality below 110 calories refrained from enrolling. Could it be that hundreds exceeded the 110-calorie mark? This spells trouble. We might just be mere spectators this time. Among the 3 groups, the students from Anping District stood out, with 400 to 500 clad in their school uniforms. In contrast, Fang Ping and his companions donned casual attire, as their school did not enforce strict dress codes. The students from Ruiyang First High School, however, were uniformly dressed, presenting an image of cohesion. Upon a cursory glance, the students from Yang City and Xianxia County appeared somewhat disorganized. The Ruiyang First High students exuded a cool detachment, their pride palpable. The students bore little subterfuge. Their emotions were laid bare. As the premier high school in Ruiyang, it consistently produced the highest number of students admitted to Wuhan University each year, granting its students a legitimate reason for pride, much like the students from Yang City First High, who felt a sense of superiority over their peers from other local institutions. The Ruiyang students held on to their pride, regardless of individual shortcomings. "Even if I may not excel, my school surpasses yours. I am from the First High, and that is my badge of honor." Of course, such sentiments were rarely spoken aloud. It relied on others to discern their unvoiced superiority. Should one offer praise, they would feign humility, claiming, "The First High is just average. Your school is quite impressive." In such moments, one must not take their modesty at face value. Continued flattery was essential. Failing to do so would incite thoughts of arrogance within them, as they might think, "These fools truly believe their school is superior. They should feel embarrassed when compared to us." The students shared a common mindset, which was readily observable. While whispers echoed across the square, the Ruiyang First High students endeavored to maintain an air of aloofness and pride, standing tall in their lines. While others engaged in discussions, the Ruiyang students rarely participated, preserving their haughty facade. However, Fang Ping could distinctly perceive the barely contained excitement in the eyes of many Ruiyang students, akin to a group of naive youngsters relishing in the prospect of intimidation. Fang Ping mused to himself, feeling little inclination to bully them. Yet, this notion was solely his own. Beside him, Zhou Bin and others were already brimming with eagerness, poised for confrontation. Not only they, but also the leading students from Anping District and Xianxia County displayed a palpable readiness, eager to showcase their prowess. Clearly, Tan Jinping's sentiments were not exclusive to him. The leaders from the opposing side shared similar thoughts. It seemed this was customary year after year. At the forefront of the line, Tan Jinping and the leaders from Anping and Xianxia engaged in cheerful conversation, embodying the joyful reunion of old friends. Upon closer observation, one might discern that a few individuals wore somewhat disingenuous smiles. After exchanging superficial pleasantries, Tan Jinping turned to Zhou Bin and exclaimed, "Fellows, please take a moment to acquaint yourselves with the students from Anping and Xingxi. Once we enter Wuhan University, we shall all be from Ruoyang, and it is imperative that we look after one another." The martial artists from Anping and Xingxi echoed similar sentiments. The students, having received prior instructions, began to step forward from their ranks. 7 emerged from Yangqing, 5 from Xingxi, while Anping saw a sudden surge of over 10 individuals. The selection of these students adhered to a unified criterion. 120 cards served as the threshold. As they stepped forward, these students hesitated, uncertain whether to engage in polite conversation before commencing their endeavors, or to roll up their sleeves and dive straight in. Polite exchanges were not their forte, while directly plunging into action seemed rather impetuous. Tan Jinping and his companions offered no guidance, merely smiling as they observed the behavior of these promising students. Oftentimes, witnessing the youthful bravado and ostentation of these students served as a rare opportunity for relaxation. Years hence, should any of them ascend to prominence, it would become a source of pride in their twilight years. Meanwhile, several martial artists whispered among themselves, their smiles more sincere than the earlier fade. Fang Ping cast a glance at Tan Jinping and the others, then surveyed the students who were initiating contact, and finally regarded the thousands of students in the square. Their attention riveted on the unfolding scene. This tableau led Fang Ping to feel as though they were spectators at a circus. Undoubtedly, the students themselves might not share such a perspective. They gazed upon these prominent figures with envy, admiration, and jealousy. The emergence of such individuals signified their status as the elite among their peers. Yet, Fang Ping was convinced that Tan Jinping and his fellow martial artists harbored a mindset akin to that of spectators. Much like he would chuckle at a group of elementary school children theatrically challenging one another to a duel on the street, they too found amusement in the display, fully aware that the confrontation would never escalate into genuine conflict. At this juncture, Fang Ping recalled Tan Jinping's words about instigating an outburst of vitality to overwhelm their opponents and undermine their confidence. Was this strategy truly feasible? Even if a non-martial artist were to unleash such vitality, a student with around 120 cards would only appear somewhat formidable. As for the so-called aura of intimidation, it was rather absent. Those with 130 cards or more might exert a slight pressure on nearby individuals, but the effectiveness of such an approach was debatable, and its range was inherently limited. After all, one merely had to trigger a surge of vitality and would receive an elixir in return, from any angle. This hardly seemed a losing proposition. Upon receiving the elixir, one would inevitably feel a sense of gratitude. As Fang Ping contemplated these matters, he observed the distinguished students still attempting to forge connections. Whether they succeeded or not remained uncertain. But witnessing their eagerness to engage while simultaneously being at a loss for how to disengage evoked a sense of embarrassment within Fang Ping. After some reflection, he concluded that enduring prolonged discomfort was less desirable than a swift resolution. Continuing the conversation would only lead to greater shame should a confrontation arise later. With this thought in mind, Fang Ping resolved not to delay any further. Taking a step forward while others were still introducing themselves, Fang Ping suddenly declared, "Classmates, let us directly delve into the matter at hand." The group momentarily paused, caught off guard by his abruptness. Without allowing them time to react, Fang Ping swiftly gathered his vitality and blood, employing a subtle technique from the refinement method, unleashing an explosive surge of energy. With over 140 calories of vitality combined with a mental force exceeding 170 hertz, the next moment, the exceptional students engaged in self-introduction felt as though they were being throttled. Those nearest to Fang Ping turned crimson, their expressions laced with confusion. What was happening? Was this an altercation sparked by mere words? They struggled to breathe. These students were caught completely off guard, aside from 2 individuals from Ruoyang No. 1 High School, whose vitality exceeded 130 calories and were not significantly affected. The rest felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Not far away, the 2 martial artists who had been laughing and chatting with Tan Jinping suddenly appeared as if they too were being choked. What was going on? The leader of the Anping district warriors looked utterly bewildered. He quickly turned to glare at Tan Jinping, gritting his teeth. "Did you recruit someone from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School?" The leader from Xingxi County also came to his senses, muttering under his breath, "Old Tan, have you no shame? This is just a small entertainment. And yet you resort to such tactics?" This outburst rivals that of a martial artist, with a vitality of at least 145 calories. Was it worth the expense? Both leaders wore expressions of discontent, glaring menacingly at Tan Jinping. Without waiting for an explanation from him, the leader from Anping district hastily interjected. This student is about to undergo a physical examination. This surge of vitality will affect the upcoming test. The martial artist from Xianxia County stepped forward. A broad smile on his face. Student, save your energy for the vitality chamber later. Do not delay the important matters at hand. There was no room for disregard. As Fang Ping's explosive vitality, intertwined with mental pressure, began to take its toll. Several students whose vitality barely reached 120 calories were on the brink of suffocation, their eyes rolling back in distress. If this continued, their performance in the forthcoming examination would undoubtedly suffer. Those who could initially reach 120 calories might experience a decline of 1 or 2 calories, which was no trivial matter. Previously, none had anticipated such a formidable prospective martial artist would emerge from Yangqing. Under ordinary circumstances, even if these students unleashed their vitality, the impact on others with similar levels would be minimal. However, Fang Ping's power was formidable, nearing the first-grade realm. Thus, the two martial artists spoke with a degree of caution, unsure of which prestigious high school in Yangqing Fang Ping hailed from. At that moment, Tan Jinping finally grasped the situation. He had been aware of Fang Ping's considerable vitality, but prior to this display, he had not fully sensed its intensity. Now, witnessing Fang Ping's explosive energy, finely honed and evidently approaching the first-grade realm, Tan Jinping realized there was likely more at play. A mere first-grade explosion should not have rendered those around him pale with fear. At this juncture, Tan Jinping could no longer afford to ponder, should Fang Ping continue. The situation would escalate dramatically. Ping and Xingxi's duo approached, and Tan Jinping hastily stepped forward, calling out, Fang Ping, that's enough. As Tan spoke, Fang Ping also restrained his vital energy. He turned to glance at the three approaching figures, feeling a secret delight. Hadn't they been thoroughly entertained just moments ago? Now, they seemed anxious. While this thought lingered in his mind, Fang Ping feigned confusion, wearing an expression that questioned why the performance had ceased, which caused the leaders' faces to stiffen considerably. Continue. If this goes on, at least 5 of today's top students, who are at 120 points, will plummet below that threshold. It's important to note that 120 points is a critical juncture in educational assessments. Ruoyang is not just comprised of their few districts. Should this situation escalate unfavorably, all would bear the brunt of the consequences. At this moment, Tan Jinping approached, first observing the panting Zhou Bin and the others. Noticing that apart from their pale complexions, they were otherwise unharmed, he let out a slight sigh of relief. However, he couldn't help but cast a complex gaze at Fang Ping. What the hell? You abruptly engage without following the script. Had we proceeded step by step, everyone would have been prepared, and this situation might have been averted. How could you turn on your own? Is that not shameful? Moreover, how has this fellow's vital energy risen to such heights? This is no mere 130 points. It's evidently approaching the pinnacle. What kind of training has Wang Jinyang provided this lad? Having mastered the refinement technique, his foundational stance must be stable, otherwise, his vital energy could not reach such a level. The refinement of vital energy and its explosive potential suggests that even if he has consumed medicinal pills, he has fully digested their effects without stagnation. A true prospective martial artist is always prepared for a breakthrough. Though Tan Jinping had only reached the peak of the first rank and was nearing 50, having lingered in this realm for many years, he instantly formed a judgment in his heart. This fellow, Fang Ping, was far stronger than he had anticipated. Chapter 55, the successor of old Wang. With Fang Ping's sudden eruption, the annual routine was shattered. Several martial artists who had come to witness the spectacle were taken aback by the expressions of sheer terror on the faces of the top students from various schools, rendering them speechless. The two outstanding students from Ruoyang No. 1 High School, both possessing over 130 vitality points, though not heavily pressured, found themselves somewhat at a loss in this moment. Such a state suggested that their upcoming test results might not be favorable. Just moments ago, when Fang Ping unleashed his burst of energy, those few were right beside him, influenced no less than anyone else. Tan Jinping felt as if he had committed a foolish act. He was unaware of the repercussions elsewhere. But Zhou Bin and Chen Jia were among the promising talents of Yang City. If Fang Ping's display affected them, any ensuing mistakes would be troublesome. The thought that Fang Ping could undermine even his allies left Tan Jinping at a loss for words. This seemingly honest lad might not be as straightforward as he appeared. Fang Ping, after all, was not a martial artist, and the extent of his outburst was limited. The lined-up students were oblivious to the specifics of what had transpired. Yet they could perceive the changing expressions of the elite students from each school. Outside, whispers began to circulate once more. What was happening with Zhou Bin and the others? Could it be that they were unwell? What had occurred just now that had rendered them so silent? In the crowd, Wu Zhihao stroked his chin. Having witnessed the earlier scene, could it be that Fang Ping was behind this? He pondered, though uncertainty lingered, especially with the top student from Ruizhongno, one high school present, listening to the murmurs among the students and observing Fang Ping's innocent demeanor. When others began to vacate in a daze and Fang Ping seemed ready to slip away, Tan Jinping called out, "Fang Ping, wait a moment." Fang Ping halted, turning with a forced smile, "Uncle Tan." Tan Jinping scrutinized him for a moment before finally saying, "You performed admirably, though perhaps a bit too well." He silently added in his mind, "Do you want the vitality pill now, or no?" Fang Ping's eyes sparkled as he eagerly responded. Tan Jinping, unconcerned, casually retrieved a small vial from his pocket and tossed it to Fang Ping, noticing Fang Ping's inclination to inspect its contents. Tan Jinping couldn't help but rub his temples in exasperation. Would I really deceive you over this? Fortunately, Fang Ping ultimately refrained from opening the vial, opting instead to tuck it into his pocket. In truth, he already discerned its authenticity. Should he find a lack of an increase in wealth points, he would undoubtedly confront Tan Jinping. Tan Jinping wished to say more but decided against it, waving his hand. "Let us discuss this after the health check." As he departed, the leaders from Anping and Xianxia approached, their gazes fixed on Tan Jinping with a hint of hostility. Tan Jinping felt overwhelmed, exclaiming, "Don't look at me. I had no idea his vitality was this high." He added, "Moreover, he has some connections with the one from Nanjing Martial University." "Who?" The two individuals instinctively exchanged a remark, after which Anping's leading warrior raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Wang Jinyang?" "Indeed. Let us not say anything further." Wang Jinyang, that prodigy, had recently ascended to the position of vice president of the Martial Arts Society at Nanjing Martial University, a fact that had already spread throughout the martial arts community. The Martial Arts Society at Nanjing Martial University is not akin to the student unions at ordinary universities, despite having some authority. Student unions are still subject to the school's regulations. However, at a specialized institution like Nanjing Martial University, the Martial Arts Society wields significant power, almost equally sharing authority with the school's administration. This includes resource allocation and management of the university's enterprises, in which the Martial Arts Society plays an integral role. Wang Jinyang's acquisition of the vice presidency clearly indicates his ambition for the presidency itself. Once he assumes control of the Martial Arts Society, the benefits he will reap over the next 3 years and the heights he will reach upon graduation are nearly predictable. As a third-grade warrior, Wang Jinyang is not someone they can afford to provoke. Given their connection with him, even if their actions are beyond their expectations, there is no need to pursue further inquiries. Just the thought of Fang Ping's explosive vitality, which subdued nearly all the seeds of the Ruiyang Martial University, made Anping's warrior slightly envious, remarking, with first-grade status imminent, once he enters the Martial University, a breakthrough is inevitable within 3 months. Each year, there are few martial arts candidates from Nanjing. Judging by his vitality, he could easily rank among the top 10. Ruiyang is neither particularly outstanding nor significantly lagging within Jiangsu province, maintaining a moderate level. The provincial capital, Xianxia, sees a consistent influx of martial arts candidates each year, with other major cities occasionally contributing as well. On rare occasions, only 2 or 3 warriors emerge from the entire province, and at most, there could be 7 or 8. The competition grows fiercer each year, and based on historical standards, Fang Ping's entry into the top 10 does not seem overly ambitious. With that, Anping's leader inquired about his academic performance. Tan Jinping pondered for a moment before responding. It is fairly acceptable, if he surpasses the key threshold. The 2 major universities should not refuse him. Are you certain he will gain admission to the 2 major universities? Anping's warrior raised an eyebrow. Gaining entry to Nanjing Martial University and succeeding Wang Jinyang as the Martial Arts Society leader is not entirely out of the question. That remains uncertain. Regardless, such matters are beyond our concern. Tan Jinping contemplated for a while, choosing not to delve deeper. This could very well relate to Wang Jinyang's schemes, which are not for a mere first-grade warrior like himself to ponder. If the Martial Arts Society at Nanjing Martial University were to have consecutive presidents from Yangcheng, it would certainly yield advantages for the city. Whether Fang Ping attends Nanjing Martial University or one of the 2 major universities, this situation has already transcended their purview. At this moment, the 3 of them began to suspect that Fang Ping was merely a preparatory piece in Wang Jinyang's forthcoming strategy. As for why he did not recruit from within the university, the reason is quite simple. Wang Jinyang is still a freshman, and supporting anyone would not lead to succession. At Nanjing Martial University, Wang Jinyang had just exited a meeting when he suddenly sneezed, attracting the attention of many onlookers. Was old Wang, a third-grade warrior, coming down with a cold? Wang Jinyang rubbed his nose, his gaze penetrating as he glanced at the former vice president of the Martial Arts Society trailing behind him. Was this individual silently cursing himself? The sensitivity of a martial artist is indeed acute, capable of provoking a sneeze at the slightest irritation, an unmistakable malice. A knowing smile adorned Lao Wang's face as he cast a significant glance at the senior he had just ousted from the stage. Did he still harbor ambitions of a comeback? The young man, caught in Wang Jinyang's gaze, wore an expression of discontent. How dare he not only usurp my position as vice president, but also seek to eliminate me completely? The atmosphere at the entrance of the Martial Arts Society grew decidedly tense. Returning to the ranks, Fang Ping remained oblivious to the events transpiring at Nanjing Martial University. Ignoring the complex expressions of Zhou Bin and others, he focused intently on his data panel. Wealth, 270,000. Vitality, 147 cards, 149 cards. Spirit, 170 Hz, 172 Hz. Recently, Fang Ping had indulged in rigorous training, swiftly depleting his wealth to a mere 2 million. Having just acquired a vitality pill, his wealth had surged by 70,000. This instance differed from the previous one. Previously, he had received an abundance of pills, leaving him uncertain about the system's valuation of each. Now, with a singular vitality pill in hand, he discerned that the system appraised it at 70,000. Should he consider dabbling in reselling? Fang Ping pondered. Noting the system's valuation of a standard vitality pill at 70,000, according to the system's tendencies, this implies a channel exists through which one could procure the pill for that price. If he were to sell the vitality pill to those lacking access, it would typically command a price of around 100,000. If reselling were feasible, acquiring the pill for 70,000 and subsequently selling it would not only yield profit, but also significantly augment his wealth. However, such thoughts were merely speculative. He lacked the necessary connections. And even if he did, large-scale reselling of pills is illegal. Ordinary individuals could only purchase pills at pharmacies, even if Fang Ping possessed a considerable stock. Selling small quantities discreetly posed no issue, but large-scale dealings would inevitably attract the attention of the authorities. Nevertheless, Fang Ping filed this notion away for future contemplation, considering it an opportunity worth exploring. Shifting his focus from wealth, he glanced again at his vitality and spirit. The recent burst of energy had not exhausted him excessively. Consuming only 2 cards of vitality and 2 hertz of spirit, the transaction had been profitable. Not only had he secured a vitality pill, but he also gained 66,000 in wealth, partially compensating for his recent expenditures. Additionally, his vitality stagnated at 149 cards, leaving him uncertain how many more training sessions would be necessary to break through to 150 cards. As Fang Ping calculated his gains and losses, the doors of the Health Examination Center swung open, signaling the commencement of the physicals. Students lined up in preparation to enter. At that moment, a contingent of men in police uniforms emerged from seemingly nowhere, securing both sides of the Health Examination Center. Fang Ping cast a quick glance and overheard Tan Hao muttering, "Don't look, it's the detectives." Detectives? No cause for concern, they were merely there to prevent impersonation and disturbances. In the past, some martial artists had disguised themselves as students for examination purposes. Understanding the situation, Fang Ping noted that upon entry, the officials meticulously checked each candidate's examination permits for verification. The personnel from the Investigation Bureau were few in number, totaling only 4. Fang Ping sensed that 2 of them possessed vitality even inferior to his own. It appeared that the Investigation Bureau was not composed entirely of martial artists, which was to be expected. After all, in a city like Yang City, if all its investigators were martial artists, it would be insufficient to accommodate all the warriors within. Even Ruoyang, which was significantly stronger than Yang City, would not consist solely of martial artists. Upon reaching Fang Ping, one of the investigators, whose vitality was comparable to that of Tan Jinping, scrutinized him for a moment. Ultimately, no words were exchanged, and Fang Ping was permitted entry into the Health Examination Center. As he stepped into the examination center, Fang Ping exhaled deeply. After days of anticipation, the moment of revelation had finally arrived. Chapter 56. Self-rescue. As Fang Ping and his companions entered the Health Examination Center, the control room within was occupied by 7 or 8 individuals, both seated and standing. Among them were members of the Ministry of Education's inspection team, the South River Examination Supervision Team, and an official representative from Ruiyang. Noticing the students arriving one after another, the deputy leader of the South River Examination Team, an elderly gentleman nearing 60, yet with hair still as black as coal, turned to Jean, the director of the Ruiyang Education Bureau, and inquired, "Director Jean, there are no martial artist candidates from Ruiyang this year, correct?" Standing beside him, Jean Kimming, the director of the Ruiyang Education Bureau, was now sweating profusely, cautiously replying, "Director Luo, Ruiyang does not have any martial artist candidates this year. If I recall correctly, it has been exactly 10 years since Ruiyang last produced a martial artist candidate." The elder, referred to as Director Luo, spoke with a hint of disdain. 10 years ago, during such challenging times, we still had martial artist candidates for the martial arts examination. Yet, over this decade, life has improved, and the educational environment has become increasingly favorable. Yet Ruiyang has failed to produce a martial artist candidate for 10 consecutive years. One wonders where the annual educational funding has been allocated. Director Luo, Jean Kimming's perspiration increased. However, the elder paid him no heed. Casting a glance at the two members of the inspection team who seemed engrossed in the surveillance monitors, apparently oblivious to his remarks, a slight smile escaped his otherwise stern countenance. Without concern for the presence of the two inspectors, he continued, "This year, the provincial inspection team has a much higher caliber than before. Director Chen is personally leading the team in Jiang City. Meanwhile, Vice Director Liu and I are each heading our own teams to inspect various cities. Do you know why?" Jean Kimming moistened his dry lips and quietly responded, "Governor Zhang has broken through to the 7th grade master realm with intentions to eradicate the decline of martial arts in South River." "Ah, so you are aware?" the elder remarked nonchalantly. "I had thought you were in the dark." Jean Kimming dared not respond further, and the elder continued, "South River governs 15 prefecture-level cities. Ruiyang is neither exceptional nor at the very bottom. Yet, Ruiyang's martial arts education has consistently ranked among the bottom 3. Every year, Ruiyang proclaims the need for reform, for restructuring, while you, Jean Kimming, beat your chest in fervor. Last year, during your report to the province, you were full of ambition, asserting that this year Ruiyang would shed its reputation for mediocrity. But what is the reality? For 10 consecutive years, not a single martial artist candidate has emerged. Not to mention martial artist candidates, not even a single extreme-level prospective martial artist has appeared. If it were not for..." The elder's gaze hardened, and he scoffed lightly. "If it were not for Wang Jinyang from Ruiyang performing exceptionally well at South River Martial University last year, the Ruiyang Education Bureau could have been entirely disbanded." Jean Kimming's sweat increased, yet internally he felt a slight sense of relief, grateful that Wang Jinyang had preserved Ruiyang's dignity. However, he lamented that Wang Jinyang's performance during the martial arts examination had been mediocre. Had he become a martial artist last year, Ruiyang would not be under such immense pressure now. As Jean Kimming began to relax, the elder suddenly spoke. Although the Ruiyang Education Bureau may not face drastic changes due to Wang Jinyang's influence, before departing, Governor Zhang personally visited the education department, stating that rewards will be given for merit and punishments for faults. The shortcomings of martial arts education in Ruiyang are numerous. The high schools in the lower counties and districts lack specialized martial arts training programs. The subsidy plan for outstanding students exists only in name, with no implementation in sight. The elder enumerated several issues, leaving Jean Kimming pale with dread. Once he had finished, the elder slowly continued, "Do not blame the provincial government for not granting you opportunities. My visit today, to have a calm discussion with you rather than immediately charging you with dereliction of duty, indicates that you still have a chance. This opportunity lies within the results of the upcoming physical examinations. If this year, the number of students in Ruiyang with a vitality score above 120 exceeds 100, the province will give you time to reform. Alternatively, if exceptional martial artists emerge among the candidates, you will also have an opportunity for correction. However, if these standards are not met," the elder spoke slowly, "then Director Jean, your next destination will be the abyss." The abyss. Jean Kimming could no longer contain himself, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. The two inspectors, who had previously pretended not to hear the conversation, turned their heads to glance over. Their looks toward Jean Kimming were tinged with pity. This man had presided over the Ruiyang Education Bureau for 5 years, making him one of the top figures in Ruiyang. Yet, a person so accustomed to privilege, could he truly survive being sent to the abyss? Despite being at the 3rd rank, the elder remarked calmly, Privilege and responsibility are equal. Rights and duties are also equal, without exception. If you, Jean Kimming, can cultivate a large number of martial arts talents, you will be contributing to the nation. Then, naturally, you can enjoy all that Ruiyang has to offer. However, you, occupying a high position, seek only enjoyment, without understanding the principle of contribution and responsibility. The state has invested in your advancement to the 3rd rank, which is no small feat. You too must pay the price for what you owe. Director Luo, Jean Kimming's face turned ashen, trembling slightly as he pleaded. Director Luo, grant me another year. I assure you, next year, Ruiyang will not be in such a state. The situation for this year had already been determined. Achieving over 100 candidates with scores above 120? It was a daunting task, while it might not be exceedingly difficult for major cities, where some prestigious high schools could easily meet such a target. For Ruiyang, it was indeed a formidable challenge. The first examination site had already gathered top high schools from Ruiyang, such as Ruiyang No. 1 High School, Xianxia No. 1 High School, and Yancheng No. 1 High School. However, even then, the number of students scoring above 120 was fewer than 30, with only 3 examination sites in total. The other 2 locations were even less promising, with not many exceeding the score of 120. Ultimately, the numbers would likely not exceed 60 or 70. Although the elder spoke of giving himself a chance, in reality, Jean Kimming knew that there was no opportunity at all. The mere thought of sending himself, a civil servant who had not engaged in martial arts for many years, into the abyss made him feel utterly despondent. It was akin to a death sentence. The elder paid him no heed. Another year? Every year brought the same words, and every year was accompanied by excuses. Previously, Governor Zhang had failed to break through to the 7th rank, and his influence at the 6th rank did not exert the peak of intimidation over the lower levels. Given the complexities of local situations, the governor had refrained from taking drastic measures. However, now that the governor had achieved the 7th rank, he possessed the power to suppress an entire region. To eradicate the languishing martial spirit of Nanjiang, it was imperative to demonstrate a show of force, not only in Ruiyang. But the chicken to be slaughtered this time was not limited to Jean Kimming alone. As the deputy director of the education department, ranked 2nd, he had personally come to Ruiyang, fully prepared to take Jean Kimming down. As for the local commander of Ruiyang, it was best to stay uninvolved. Should he dare to intervene, he would find no leniency. The chicken to be sacrificed included the commander of Ruiyang as well. Seeing the elder's indifference, Jean Kimming suddenly gritted his teeth and spoke up. Director Luo, I wish to descend and assess the situation. The elder glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, do as you wish. There are personnel from the investigation bureau in the blood testing area. Furthermore, I shall remain here. If you believe you can vanish beneath my gaze, that would indeed be your skill. I dare not. Jean Kimming hastily shook his head. At this moment, fleeing would be tantamount to walking into a dead end. Even if he ventured into the abyss, he might still survive. However, escaping now would guarantee his demise. Such thoughts had never crossed his mind. Go ahead. The elder understood his motivations for descending. It was merely an effort at self-preservation. After all, Jean Kimming was a 3rd-rank martial artist, considered mediocre, but not heinously guilty. His lack of immediate arrest was, in fact, an opportunity for him. Yet, how slim that hope was, only they knew. Jean Kimming hurriedly departed. In the control room, one of the inspection team members, a refined man in his 30s who had remained silent until now, chuckled. I have always heard that Director Luo is exceptionally considerate of his subordinates. Today, I have witnessed it firsthand. With a superior like you, Director Jean is indeed fortunate. If I have the chance to come to Nanjiang in the future, I eagerly anticipate serving under you, Director Luo. The elder smiled and replied, you flatter me. I also look forward to collaborating with the young talents in the department. However, whether Jean Kimming can pass this trial seems rather bleak. He said this because he had anticipated what Jean Kimming was about to undertake, or rather, the only course of action available to him. However, achieving over 100 students with a blood vitality of over 120 was no easy feat in the health examination center. At the doctor's call, the 10 individuals being examined began to disrobe. When Fang Ping was left with only his underwear, he halted his movements. Among the other 9, 7 had also paused. Yet, 2 individuals in the crowd continued to undress until they were completely bare. Observing the 2 foolish individuals, Tan Hao and Yang Jian, stripped bare and flaunting their exposed manhood, the expressions of others darkened, with some struggling to suppress their laughter. The physician tasked with the examination appeared somewhat speechless, eventually stating, in the Department of External Medicine, we only inspect major scars. This is primarily to prevent excessive scarring from causing a surge of vital energy during a breakthrough, which could lead to severe consequences. Thus, a general overview suffices. Furthermore, I previously mentioned to leave your undergarments on. The middle-aged male doctor, caught between amusement and exasperation, wondered if his message had not been clear enough. Even if there are minor scars in the regions covered by your underpants, they are of little consequence. Do you understand? These two buffoons, completely unclothed, were either showing off or acting foolishly. Fang Ping, witnessing their obliviousness to the rules and their self-satisfied demeanor, felt a sense of embarrassment at being associated with them. Do you truly believe your manhood is impressive? Monumental? He couldn't be bothered to diminish their spirits further, hastily dressing. He exited the examination room, resolute in avoiding any further interactions with these two imbeciles. Just as Fang Ping stepped out, he encountered Tan Jinping. Taken aback upon seeing Tan Jinping, he wondered why this team leader, who was typically barred from entry, was present here. Chapter 57. A windfall from the sky. Upon spotting Fang Ping, Tan Jinping waved eagerly. Moments later, the two found a secluded spot to pause. Tan Jinping, with a hint of urgency, inquired, Fang Ping, could you share with me the current value of your vitality? Fang Ping glanced at him, noting his palpable eagerness, and after a brief moment of contemplation, replied, Uncle Tan, I have yet to undergo any testing, although he was aware of his own vitality. Tan Jinping's fervor prompted him to keep certain information under wraps. You must have practiced the refinement technique, correct? Indeed, I have. Have you sensed a recent surge in your vitality, yet found it impossible to elevate further? Upon hearing this, Fang Ping immediately understood that Tan Jinping was referring to the bottleneck associated with reaching 149 vitality. The vitality assessment would commence shortly. The precise value would soon be revealed. Realizing Fang Ping's reluctance to divulge information, Tan Jinping deduced that the young man was not entirely forthright and possessed a quick intellect. After a moment's consideration, he lowered his voice and said, Let me put it this way. If your vitality has indeed reached a plateau, then based on the intensity of your previous outbursts, you are likely approaching your limit. Or perhaps you have already reached it. When I speak of a limit, I refer to the threshold beyond that of a non-martial artist. I trust you understand what I mean. Are you suggesting the boundary between 149 and 150 vitality? Precisely. Tan Jinping continued, I had my suspicions before, but I was hesitant to assert them. A quasi-martial artist at 149 vitality is often regarded as a limit quasi-martial artist. Fang Ping remained composed, choosing not to interject as he awaited Tan Jinping's conclusion. Tan Jinping's urgency in seeking out Fang Ping and questioning him about reaching the non-martial artist limit clearly indicated an underlying motive. With a sigh, Tan Jinping expressed his frustration, remarking that Fang Ping hardly resembled a typical high school student. After a moment's reflection, considering that Fang Ping had connections with Wang Jinong, he knew the young man was not easily deceived. With this in mind, Tan Jinping spoke candidly. In recent years, Ruiyang's martial science examination results have been subpar. If we continue to lag behind this year, the authorities may hold us accountable. Previously, Director Jean of the Ruiyang Education Bureau approached us, requesting information on students with vitality exceeding 115. The aim is to utilize elixirs to aid them in breaking through to 120 during the upcoming vitality assessments. However, this endeavor carries significant risks, and we are wary of proceeding recklessly. Director Jean later mentioned the matter of limit quasi-martial artists, which led me to think of you. Tan Jinping did not elaborate further, yet Fang Ping grasped the gist of his words. If Ruiyang's martial science examination results continued to decline, the local education bureau would face repercussions. Whether that would result in dismissals or demotions remained uncertain, but it was clear that the outcome would not be favorable. The search for a cohort of students nearing 120 vitality was underway, with Director Jean privately offering elixirs to assist these individuals in their breakthrough. Yet, how many students could truly be on the brink of 120 vitality? Moreover, attempting to elevate one's vitality by several points could necessitate the use of a first-grade vitality elixir, a potent remedy typically reserved for second-grade martial artists. Students with low vitality may encounter significant issues, and the possibility of death cannot be entirely dismissed. Tan Jinping and a few others were somewhat alarmed and were not entirely supportive of this plan, fearing potential repercussions from Director Jean. Ultimately, the conversation turned to Fang Ping. Previously, Fang Ping had experienced a surge in vitality, witnessed by the three martial artists, leading them to speculate that he was nearing his limits. Even if he had not reached 149 vitality points, he certainly had at least 145. A person with such high vitality as Fang Ping would face minimal danger from consuming a first-grade vitality pill. Should he take it? Even if he falls short of 149 points, a temporary surge could potentially elevate him to that threshold. The associated risks are significantly lower than seeking out those students, and the prospects appear much more favorable. Having grasped the implications, Fang Ping's expression shifted slightly as he chuckled dryly. Uncle Tan, I doubt I have reached 149 vitality points no matter. Tan reassured him, your previous surge was at least above 145, as long as you consume a first-grade vitality pill. The temporary surge detection, the risks are too great. Fang Ping quickly interjected, shaking his head. Uncle Tan, please don't think I am Navi. Without completing the bone tempering for non-martial artists, the efficacy of a first-grade vitality pill is too potent. You are different, and besides, Director Jean is a third-grade martial artist. The head of the Ruoyang Education Bureau, Fang Ping, replied nonchalantly, a third-grade martial artist? I wonder what grade Brother Wang is. Perhaps I should give him a call to inquire. Tan Jinping's previous remarks carried an element of veiled threat. Of course, he did not express it so explicitly, but Fang Ping was astute enough to understand. Tan Jinping's tone faltered as he nearly overlooked this aspect. Fang Ping was no mere drifter. He had Wang Jinjiang backing him. However, upon catching a glimpse of Fang Ping's expression, Tan Jinping suddenly comprehended. This young man was not seeking to refuse, but rather to negotiate terms. Realizing this, Tan Jinping found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation, feeling as though he were not conversing with a high school student. Ordinary high school students, not to mention Jean Kemming, would not possess the authority that Tan Jinping, as a martial artist and the deputy director of the Yangqing Education Bureau, wielded. If Fang Ping were truly capable, he would have readily acquiesced. After all, it was not his own resources at stake. Tan Jinping had previously been unsettled by Jean's urgency. Now, having regained composure, he smiled broadly. You rascal, I understand your intentions. As a friend of Ah Hao and Ah Tao, Uncle Tan is naturally on your side. However, even with Wang Jinyang's support, one must tread carefully. After all, Director Jean holds a significant position in Ruoyang. Should you assist him, that favor will be firmly established. Yet, if your demands are excessive, not only may the favor dissipate, but you could also inadvertently sow discord, which, regardless of your indifference, could affect your relatives and friends within Ruoyang. Uncle Tan, I understand, Fang Ping interrupted. I have not had any dealings with Director Jean and am unaware of the gravity of the situation. You are the father of Tan Hao and Tan Tao. I trust you would not lead me astray. However, this matter does indeed carry some risk, and any venture must bear its worth. After all, as a martial artist with potential, it is not worth risking everything for mere trifles. This sentiment resonated well with Tan Jinping, who conceded that Fang Ping's reasoning was sound. Although he perceived the risks to be minimal, there were indeed dangers involved. For someone like Fang Ping, who had nearly secured a position at Wu University, taking such a gamble would undoubtedly come at a cost. After a moment of contemplation, Tan Jinping remarked, Director Jean previously requested us to find 30 students whose vitality is close to 120 cards. Each would receive at least one ordinary vitality pill, and it is highly likely that they will all be granted a first-grade vitality pill. The market value of a first-grade vitality pill is around 300,000. However, with Director Jin's resources, we could acquire them for approximately 70 of that price. If all receive a first-grade vitality pill, the total value exceeds 6 million. However, excessive greed may not yield favorable outcomes, and relationships could be strained. On this basis, I propose having the request for either the pills or cash. I believe Director Jean would not decline. With the mindset of spending someone else's money without remorse, Tan Jinping disclosed this opportunity to Fang Ping. Although he did not expect much assistance from Fang Ping in the future, it would be beneficial to cultivate a connection. Previously, in a moment of desperation, he had said things he should not have. Young people can hold grudges, and this disclosure could earn him some goodwill. Fang Ping's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this truly an opportunity? This was indeed a serendipitous chance. The vitality check was already a necessary procedure, and now it could also yield financial gain, which Fang Ping certainly did not mind. As soon as Tan Jinping finished speaking, Fang Ping eagerly responded, Uncle Tan, I am merely a hair's breadth away from reaching my limit. With just one first-grade vitality pill, the likelihood of hitting the limit is substantial. Of course, one may not suffice. Two would be a prudent risk to take, ensuring success. If you could provide me with 2 first-grade vitality pills and an additional 2 million in cash, I would be willing to take this life-threatening gamble. After all, If something were to happen to me, my family would lose their support, and my parents are not in the best of health. Listening to Fang Ping's plight, Tan Jinping's lips twitched. You're willing to gamble with your life? Yet, I can't shake the feeling that you might already have reached your limit. Nonetheless, Fang Ping's demands were not overly excessive. 2 first-grade vitality pills and 2 million in cash were far more economical than Jean Kimming's earlier proposals. Moreover, observing Jean Kimming's anxious demeanor, it was likely that even if Fang Ping set a higher bar, Jean Kimming would still acquiesce. With this in mind, Tan Jinping nodded and stated, as long as you can guarantee that your vitality reaches the limit of 149 cards during the test, I will agree to these terms on behalf of Director Jean. Thank you, Uncle Tan. By the way, Fang Ping said with a grin, you could also mention that I require 3 first-grade vitality pills. You can just provide me with 2 in the end. Tan Jinping was momentarily taken aback. Are you really a high school student? At this juncture, you still have the presence of mind to consider your own benefits. Are you preparing for an escape? Fang Ping maintained his cheerful demeanor and continued, Uncle Tan, please elaborate on the risks I would be taking. And regarding the matter of the several million after I get accepted into Wu University, it's truly not a big deal. I believe that esteemed director will understand my position and may even appreciate my willingness to take this risk at this moment. I once mentioned this to Brother Wang, to avoid causing him unnecessary worry in case something goes awry. Tan Jinping's expression became rigid. It seemed that Fang Ping had indeed considered everything quite thoroughly. Once again, the lamentation is palpable, with Wang Jinyang wielded as a means of intimidation. Both the carrot and the stick have been thrown into the fray. One might argue that Jean Kimming, in his desperation to seize a lifeline, would not harbor resentment. Yet even if he did, upon hearing Fang Ping's words, he would likely abandon any ulterior motives. At this moment, a ripple of realization washed over Tan Jinping. This young man was exactly as he had envisioned, not a paragon of virtue. Regardless of Fang Ping's intention to offer a grade 1 blood qi pill to silence him, Tan Jinping recognized the course of action he must take. Very well, the blood qi assessment is about to commence. I shall promptly engage with Director Jean. You will meet me at the entrance of the Health Assessment Center, where the elixir will be provided to you on site. As for the payment, it shall be remitted once the evaluation concludes. Moreover, Tan Jinping's tone grew serious. It is imperative to ensure that you achieve the pinnacle of blood qi. Otherwise, even with Wang Jinyang's presence, you will find yourself in considerable trouble. I understand, Uncle Tan. Rest assured. Outside the Health Assessment Center, Jean Kimming was in a state of utter agitation, perspiration beading on his forehead. Were it not for the necessity of maintaining a semblance of authority before others, he would have barged in unceremoniously. As the director of the Education Bureau of Ruyang, his duties permitted him to inspect areas other than the blood qi assessment zone. With Tan Jinping yet to emerge and the assessment looming, Jean Kimming cursed inwardly, lamenting that he could have summoned a throng of students to assist. Provided the benefits were adequate, even with the inherent risks, these students would not refuse. As for Fang Ping, despite the claims of Anping and Xingxi's subordinates that he was on the brink of attaining the grade 1 martial artist realm, who could ascertain whether he had truly reached his limits? Just as he was contemplating whether to intrude, Tan Jinping hurriedly exited. How did it go, Director? Jean Kimming inquired urgently. In hushed tones, Tan Jinping recounted the situation, albeit not in its entirety, emphasizing Fang Ping's promising prospects and the backing of Wang Jinyang. 2 million in cash and 3 grade 1 blood qi pills. That is Fang Ping's proposition. Jean Kimming, unfazed by such terms, considered that as one of Ruyang's top 5 magnates, his wealth far exceeded those demands. Previously, he had been prepared to part with 30 grade 1 blood qi pills. Thus, Fang Ping's request was considerably less than anticipated. Upon Tan Jinping's conclusion, Jean Kimming promptly declared, as long as he attains the pinnacle, I assure you, the conditions shall remain unaltered. Should he fall short, contemplating that individual currently situated in the control room above leaves little room for a future. Wang Jinyang's chosen candidate should not disappoint, Jean Kimming reassured himself. Young and of equal standing, it was reasonable to assume that someone of his caliber would not select inadequates. The very fact that Fang Ping dared to negotiate terms suggested he possessed significant confidence. No longer hesitating, Jean Kimming accepted a vial of elixir from his secretary and handed it to Tan Jinping, instructing, You must deliver this immediately. I shall refrain from making an appearance. Understood. Tan Jinping glanced at Fang Ping, who awaited not far off, subtly gesturing with the vial in hand as he proceeded towards him. Soon, Fang Ping obtained 3 grade 1 blood vitality pills. He refrained from sharing the spoils with Tan Jinping on site, as Jean Kimming was outside. The division of the bounty would have to wait until matters concluded. With the pills in hand, Fang Ping displayed an expression of delight. It was akin to a pie falling from the sky. Shortly after acquiring the elixirs, the blood vitality testing commenced in earnest. The students who had previously passed their examinations began to converge toward the testing area. Jean Kimming, under the pretense of inspecting the health checkpoints, accompanied by Tan Jinping and several subordinates, entered the blood vitality testing zone alongside personnel from the Criminal Investigation Bureau, the Supervision Group, and the inspection team. Director Luo from the control room on the upper floor was well aware of his intentions. According to regulations, local leaders from Ruijiang were prohibited from entering the testing area to prevent any potential misconduct. However, with the presence of officials from the Criminal Investigation Bureau, the Supervision Group, and the inspection team, no one suspected Jean Kimming had the capability for deceit. Eager for self-preservation, Jean Kimming was keen to know the results immediately, and Director Luo was willing to accommodate him. In the blood vitality testing area, as the first group of students entered the vitality chamber for assessment, many were filled with anxiety. In stark contrast, Fang Ping remained composed and relaxed, his face adorned with ease. Wealth, 2. 896,000, blood vitality, 149, spirit, 172. The 3 grade 1 blood vitality pills had augmented his wealth by 630,000. Moreover, this increase in wealth might soon allow Fang Ping to delve deeper into understanding the system. For instance, if he were to gift Tan Jinping a grade 1 blood vitality pill, would the resultant increase in wealth be deducted? Previously, when he had given pocket money to Fang Yuan, there had been no indication of such a phenomenon, yet for items, the situation remained uncertain. Contemplating these matters, Fang Ping truly paid little heed to the blood vitality testing. Chapter 58. The Ultimate Preparatory Martial Artist, Blood Energy Testing Area. It was the first occasion on which Fang Ping beheld the blood energy chamber, resembling a small house in form. Such a description is commendatory, in truth. It bears a striking resemblance to an upright crystal coffin. Ranging from number 01 to number 60, this initial examination point boasts a total of 60 blood energy chambers. The newly arrived Wu Zhihao gazed enviously at them, remarking, "Each blood energy chamber is worth over 1 million. This contraption is truly beyond the means of an ordinary family." Wu Zhihao's own modest blood energy device was, in fact, a second-hand acquisition. As Wu Zhihao continued his musings, a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat emerged from the blood energy testing area. Fellow students, the martial arts examination places paramount importance on blood energy. Many students, in their quest to pass this test, spare no expense. However, I must remind you that life is singular. Cherish it. A martial artist's pursuit should not equate to reckless ambition. Many students prepare medicinal elixirs for a temporary surge in blood energy, which is permissible by the rules. Yet, you must reflect carefully. Some students recklessly consume potions that exceed their limits for a fleeting boost. Each year, across the nation, there are those who overestimate their capabilities, leading to injuries and fatalities. A martial artist must not be a mere brawler, nor a foolhardy brute. One must possess both literary and martial prowess. A well-rounded martial artist is the ideal. Relying solely on brute strength without intellect reduces one to the status of a mere thug, not a true martial artist. Hence, as is customary, I shall remind you once more, during the upcoming blood energy tests, any unforeseen incidents that arise will be borne by the individual. The lab-coated man spoke with an icy tone, asserting that students who recklessly ingest substances beyond their limits, should they perish, do so in vain. The nation requires a cadre of astute martial artists, particularly in a place such as this, where discernment and self-awareness are crucial. Such individuals are what the government seeks. As for the martial artists struggling in society, part of their plight arises from their singular focus on physical strength, devoid of the necessary wisdom. Fang Ping listened in silence, while Wu Zhihao cast him a peculiar glance. Brute, lacking intellect, Wu Zhihao muttered, a phrase that could aptly apply to Fang Ping. Upon hearing this murmur, Fang Ping momentarily failed to respond, but soon grasped its implication, darkening his expression and retorting, "Get lost." Back when Fang Ping's blood energy surged dramatically, it was indeed due to the consumption of potions that exceeded his limits. Fortunately, he had been lucky enough to survive. Now, the blood energy testing was set to commence. Students were to enter the blood energy chambers in accordance with the numbers displayed on the screen: school, name, candidate number, sequentially corresponding to the chamber numbers. With a thunderous shout from the lab-coated man, the students fell silent, their gazes collectively directed toward the large screen. In the Omping Experimental Middle School, the first batch of 60 students to undergo testing stepped forward upon seeing the large screen. Among them was Zhang Nan from Class 4, her expression taut with anxiety, a flicker of despair evident in her eyes. She was acutely aware of the slim chances of her acceptance into Wuhan University, a possibility so minuscule that it scarcely warranted contemplation. With her vitality not yet reaching the threshold of 110, she feared she might not even pass the physical examination. As Zhang Nan took her first step, a voice suddenly echoed from the crowd. "Zhang Nan, not getting in doesn't matter. Let us pursue the humanities together." Turning to investigate the source of the shout, Fang Ping and his companions saw Zhang Hao, his face flushed, retreating back into the throng after his outburst. Just then, a white coat emerged from the crowd, sternly commanding silence while casting a glance at Zhang Hao, yet choosing not to elaborate further. "Young man, your vitality may be lacking, but your timing in courting is commendable. You have potential." In the vitality testing area, within the central control room, the initial group of students entered the vitality chambers. And swiftly, videos capturing their progress began transmitting. The control room was also linked to 60 vitality chambers, with results being relayed in real time. Concurrently, these results would be directly communicated to the relevant departments of the Ministry of Education. Jean Kimming fixated on the myriad data displayed on the computer screen. As the first batch commenced reporting their results, his countenance darkened ominously. He had provided Fang Ping with a medicinal pill, hoping he would meet the standards of an exceptional martial artist. However, he understood the wisdom of not placing all his hopes on a single individual, wishing instead for a commendable performance from the other students. Yet now, among the 60 participants, not a single one achieved a vitality score of 120. In fact, there was even one who reached 115. Taking a deep breath, Jean Kimming murmured, "How many students are there in total at this first testing point?" A total of 895 students participated in the examination, but due to prior assessments on injuries, vision, and skeletal structure, 25 had been eliminated. This left 870 remaining, implying that there would be 65 tests conducted. Jean Kimming pondered, as this first testing point encompassed many renowned high schools in Xianxia. They needed at least 50 students scoring above 120. In other words, out of every 4 tests, a minimum of 3 must yield students with vitality scores of 120 or higher. Suppressing his growing concern, Jean Kimming remained silent, his gaze fixed on the computer. The first batch had yielded no successful candidates. The second batch similarly failed. The third batch followed suit, though one student managed to score 119, tantalizingly close to the threshold. The fourth batch. By the time the 6th round of testing concluded, a total of 360 students had been examined. Jean Kimming could no longer contain his fury. He turned to Tan Jinping and the others, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "I admit, the Ruoyang Education Bureau has not paid enough attention to martial arts education in various counties. However, the annual education budget has not diminished for you. Take Omping as an example. Last year, the education funding was 280 million. Where has the money gone? With 360 students, if we expand to include the regular student ratio, there should be at least 4,000 senior students, yet not a single one possesses a 120 card vitality. Where has the money vanished to? This is outrageous." Jean Kimming cursed vehemently. He was not oblivious to certain matters, yet over the years, everyone had grown accustomed to complacency, until the matter reached a critical point. It was easy to overlook when it wasn't one's own money at stake. But now, he found himself in a predicament. The thought of those individuals escaping unscathed only intensified his ire. Tan Jinping and the others were parched and silent, refraining from uttering a word of rebuttal. Where had the money gone? Who knows? Logically, institutions like Yangcheng No. 1 High School should have specialized martial arts classes and hire martial artists as instructors. Additionally, outstanding students should receive rewards in the form of elixirs for replenishing vitality and energy, which were meant for those impoverished youths. Yet, Yangcheng had none. Not only Yangcheng, but most schools in Ruoyang lacked such provisions, with only Ruoyang No. 1 High School having a few, given its proximity. If this matter were to be pursued, who could foresee the tumult it might unleash? If Fang Ping were to hear these revelations, he might begin to comprehend certain issues. Previously, Fang Ping had pondered why the government placed such importance on martial science yet lacked even a professional martial arts class, relying solely on self-study, which seemed utterly unreliable. In truth, such provisions existed on paper. However, the implementation proved far more challenging. The more remote and underdeveloped the area, the harder it was to realize. Akin to the 9-year compulsory free education system that had been in effect for many years in large cities, only recently reaching the more distant villages. Jean Kimming was seething with anger, yet this did not impede the ongoing testing. Batch after batch of students entered the vitality chamber, each time encountering disappointment and even despair. By the time the 10th group arrived, Tan Jinping suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Director, look! Wu Zhihao from Yangqing No. 1 High School has reached 120 cards." Jean Kimming quickly glanced over, his mood slightly lifting as he nodded lightly. Yangqing No. 1 High School is commendable. His thoughts lingered on Wang Jinyang and Fang Ping. As for the leader of the education committee from Anping District, Jean Kimming had already resolved that if he were to survive this ordeal, the scoundrels from Anping District could await their fate. Ruoyang No. 1 High School had expended so many resources only to present him with such an outcome. In the vitality testing area, when Wu Zhihao emerged, he appeared somewhat drained. Fang Ping and the others rushed forward to support him, with Yang Jian hastening to inquire, "How did it go?" "No, it's unclear, but I've done my utmost." Wu Zhihao gasped, lowering his voice. "Just now, I was thinking how despicable Fang Ping is. He was clearly inferior to us before, yet suddenly surpassed us. Envy, jealousy, and anger erupted within me. A desire to eliminate him surged. I believe the outcome should be quite favorable." Yang Jian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he interjected, "Really?" "Indeed." Wu Zhihao panted, "After consuming the vitality pill, I feel confident that my score will not be below 118. Perhaps even higher." "Impressive." The others looked at him with envy, while Fang Ping's expression darkened, wishing he could kick this guy to oblivion. "Why are you venting your emotions? Why not think of something more trivial?" As they conversed, Yang Jian suddenly exclaimed, "It's my turn." Wu Zhihao encouraged, "Go for it. Envision eliminating Fang Ping." "Get lost." Fang Ping cursed, pushing him away. "Leave. Go away immediately." In the control room, a warrior from Anping remarked with surprise, "Luo Yang, 122 points, from Riyang No. 1 High School. Xia Qingyi, 121 points, from Anping Experimental High School. Zhao Shui, 124 points, from Ruizhong No. 1 High School." The leader from the Anping Education Committee wore a foolish grin. Earlier, he had nearly been frightened to death by Jean Kimming's murderous gaze. So far, a total of 8 students from Anping District had achieved scores of 120 or more. In Yangqing, there were only 4. Xianxia had the least, with merely 2. While nearly half of the students had already been tested, Jean Kimming had abandoned hope for these individuals, and ignoring the elation of the Anping officials, he quietly inquired, "Which batch is Fang Ping in?" The inspector from the Ministry of Education chuckled, "No problem. Since Director Jean is curious, I shall assist in checking." Jean Kimming expressed his gratitude with a smile, casually glancing at the computer screen before turning to Tan Jinping. "Tan Tao is your son, isn't he?" "Not bad, 121 points." Tan Jinping replied dryly, "SOSO, not comparable to your esteemed family." Jean Kimming chose not to pursue the matter further, awaiting the verification from the Health Examination Center. After a while, someone spoke up. "Fang Ping from Yangqing No. 1 High School is in the 46th batch, currently still being tested in the 31st batch. So we must wait a bit longer." "Thank you," Jean Kimming replied, remaining silent thereafter. Even when a genius from Ruizhong No. 1 High School was tested with a score of 132, Jean Kimming did not utter a word. Time passed gradually. Suddenly, Tan Jinping whispered, "Director, it's Fang Ping's turn." Jean Kimming had been watching closely and naturally noticed, squinting at the computer data feedback and the surveillance video from the number 06 Vitality Chamber, not allowing a single thought to escape his focus. In the number 06 Vitality Chamber, as Fang Ping entered, he felt it was somewhat too cramped, appearing a bit congested. Surveying the surroundings, Fang Ping noticed the surveillance camera. Contemplating briefly, he suddenly pulled out a pill from his pocket, slightly shielding it with his palm, and swallowed it whole. He did not swallow the 3 grade 1 blood qi pills that came later, but rather the ordinary blood qi pill given to him earlier by Tan Jinping. Previously, he had mentioned that he was on the verge of reaching his limit, and there were surveillance cameras on site, with the Health Examination Center outside also monitoring. If the director were to review the footage later and see that he had not ingested the pill, it would be an obvious deception, although he still achieved his objective. Fang Ping understood the mindset of these higher-ups and knew that there would inevitably be some discontent. By consuming an ordinary blood qi pill, even if the other party realized it was not a grade 1, it would still be more palatable for them, as at least Fang Ping had considered their dignity. As the pill entered his stomach, Fang Ping soon felt a surge of blood vitality beginning to spread from his abdomen. This sensation caused his eyes to suddenly brighten. This blood vitality was somewhat different. The energy contained within the pill bore a resemblance to the blood vitality refined through the refinement method. In other words, the blood vitality within the pill was significantly more concentrated than that provided by the system, requiring no further purification. No wonder. Fang Ping contemplated this, realizing that the blood vitality offered by the system was somewhat insipid, making it ineffective for breaking through bottlenecks. Perhaps, to achieve his breakthrough at 150 cards of blood vitality, he could employ the use of pills. Without delving further into his thoughts, Fang Ping waited for a moment before suddenly roaring, his entire being igniting with blood vitality. In the control room, Jian Qiming clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the computer screen, his heart racing as he watched the numbers fluctuate. After 5 seconds, he abruptly swung his fist, the air resonating with a series of explosive sounds. Good. Director Jian. A few individuals beside him suddenly stood up, while members of the supervisory team frowned and admonished. Control yourself. As a third-grade martial artist, Jian Qiming, when unleashed without restraint, could easily demolish the control room. Jian Qiming quickly nodded, his face adorned with a broad smile and a sense of relaxation. At that moment, he paid no mind to the reprimands. 149 cards. Truly the peak of a quasi-martial artist. Fang Ping, excellent, very impressive. Jian Qiming could hardly suppress his laughter, thinking that he would not have to descend into the abyss after all. Others were also somewhat astonished. The staff responsible for data transmission murmured. It seemed there was a trend towards 150 cards just now. Unfortunately, it ultimately stabilized at 149 cards, indicating that Fang Ping had not truly surpassed his limits. Once he reached 150 cards of blood vitality, he could no longer be labeled merely as a quasi-martial artist. Such an individual would be considered half a martial artist, merely a breakthrough away from full realization. Chapter 59. The difficulty of speaking the truth outside the health examination center. Several students who had completed their tests lingered rather than departing. As Fang Ping emerged, Wu Zhihao hurriedly approached him, inquiring, "How did it go?" To which Fang Ping replied, "Who knows? We can't see the results." Wu Zhihao, somewhat anxious, continued, "We have to wait until the day after tomorrow to find out. I'm so nervous." Ignoring his trepidation, Fang Ping scanned the area and asked, "Where are Zhang Hao and the others?" With a sigh, Wu Zhihao responded, "They probably didn't make it. I'm feeling a bit disheartened." Fang Ping chose not to comment further, understanding that he would feel similarly if the situation were reversed. After exchanging a few more words, just as Fang Ping was about to leave, someone called out from behind, "Fang Ping." Turning around, he saw Tan Jinping striding toward him. A moment later, in a secluded corner, Tan Jinping chuckled, "You seem rather carefree, just walking away. Aren't you worried about losing the money later?" Fang Ping dismissed the concern. "How could that be? With someone as prominent as Director Jian, how could they possibly overlook my modest amount? Besides, with Uncle Tan here, I have no worries." "You young rascal, quite amusing," Tan Jinping chuckled. Then, with a smirk, added, "It appears you are not at all surprised to have reached your maximum standard." Fang Ping forced a laugh. "How could I be? I was genuinely astonished to achieve 149 kilocalories." Tan Jinping burst into laughter, realizing that Fang Ping was not even attempting to fabricate a story. The confidence displayed by Fang Ping indicated that he had indeed reached his limits. Reflecting on this, Tan Jinping mused, "The youth are formidable. As for the subsequent matters, I shall handle them. Director Jian is not in a position to intervene." "All right, I appreciate your help, Uncle Tan." Fang Ping then retrieved a small vial from his pocket, the very one that had contained the ordinary vitality elixir. "This is for you, Uncle Tan." Tan Jinping glanced at him and smiled. "You're quite generous. Do you not regret it?" Fang Ping replied, "Of course not. Were it not for you, Uncle Tan, I would have received nothing. It's only right." Tan Jinping laughed again, accepting the vial without pretense. When it was appropriate to be modest, he would be, and when it was unnecessary, he would not be. After conversing a bit more, Fang Ping noticed Wu Zhihao watching him from a distance and pondered aloud, "Uncle Tan, do you know about Wu Zhihao's vitality?" Wu Zhihao. Tan Jinping had just observed him for quite a while and was impressed. He was the first student to be found with a vitality level of 120 kilocalories. Not bad, 120 kilocalories. He should meet the standards for Wuda 120 kilocalories? Fang Ping expressed surprise. "That's quite high." "Uncle Tan, could you tell me about the others? You still care about these things?" Tan Jinping replied with a chuckle. "There are too many people. I can't remember them all." Zhou Bin from Yizhong scored 128, Xianxia 122, and Wu Zhihao 120. Overall, Yangcheng has performed admirably this year, with Yizhong producing 6 students with scores exceeding 120. In contrast, Erzhong has 1, and the high schools in the surrounding towns have contributed another. In total, there are 8 students whose scores surpass 120. It must be noted that Yangcheng has yielded 8 individuals with scores above 120, a result that has indeed surpassed Tan Jinping's expectations. Of course, Fang Ping was an unexpected surprise. As for Wu Zhihao, he too was somewhat of a surprise. The increasing scores from year to year have culminated in this cohort producing 8 students. Those with scores above 120 are assured of admission to Wuhan University. For those below 120, the prospects appear uncertain this year. However, it is possible that Nanjing Wuhan University will expand its enrollment, making those with scores between 116 and 119 hopeful candidates. Tan Jinping expressed his willingness to converse further with Fang Ping, adding that it also depends on the circumstances. Moreover, excelling in cultural subjects could lead to preferential treatment. Students achieving scores above 116 in physical health, coupled with strong academic performance, could very well find themselves admitted to Wuhan University. This year in Yangcheng, the number of candidates qualifying for Wuhan University may exceed 10. Tan Jinping expressed his delight, noting that this is a greater number than last year, which had taken him by surprise. Last year, Yangcheng had only 9 candidates. And while Director Jin may not seem entirely satisfied, any progress is commendable. As for the districts of Anping and others, based on Director Jin's attitude, they may face unfortunate circumstances. Naturally, these matters are unrelated to Fang Ping and his peers. All right, once Director Jin finishes his tasks, I will seek you out, he concluded. As Tan Jinping departed, Fang Ping hurriedly checked his wealth value. Upon discovering that it remained unchanged, a glimmer of joy sparkled in his eyes. The elixirs had been dispatched, and the wealth value remained intact, which was indeed a positive sign. However, he pondered how the calculations would work if he were to sell the elixirs. Would it merely compensate for the price difference, or would it retain the original wealth value? These are experiences he would explore in due course. Nonetheless, Fang Ping speculated that the likelihood of compensating for the price difference was greater, as business often revolves around profit margins. If this were not factored in, the growth of wealth value would be exceedingly challenging. Returning to the crowd, Wu Zhihao inquired eagerly, Fang Ping, what did Director Tan say? Fang Ping replied with a smile. What could he have said? Just matters concerning physical health. Really? What did I score? Wu Zhihao, filled with anticipation, was almost beside himself. Finding out now was far better than waiting until the day after. As for you? Fang Ping shook his head and sighed. You might be a bit disappointed. Huh? How so? Wu Zhihao responded dejectedly. I felt I performed exceptionally well. I was already above 116, and that was before the physical examination. I also consumed the health elixir and utilized emotional release techniques. Wu Zhihao believed he should have scored at least 118. Yet now, with Fang Ping's words of disappointment, he wondered if he had overestimated himself. Fang Ping, witnessing his distress, found it amusing and thought to himself, let this fellow who wished to undermine me be startled instead. Seeing him in a state of utter despair, Fang Ping couldn't help but chuckle. You only possess 120 points. What? Really? Do you think I would deceive you? With only 120 points, I wouldn't even dare to mislead you. Is it truly 120 points? Wu Zhihao's expression shifted rapidly, and he soon erupted in anger. You scoundrel. What did you mean by what a pity just now? I already told you, you are far too weak. Significantly below me, so of course, it's regrettable. Get lost. Although Wu Zhihao was initially taken aback, he soon felt quite elated, and promptly inquired, what about you? 149 points. Get lost. Are you serious? Fang Ping turned to him, speechless. You don't believe me? Of course not. Only a fool would. All right then, I concede. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Ping tentatively suggested 125 points? Not bad at all. Quite impressive to reach such a high number. And you've even hit the threshold for rewards. Wu Zhihao rambled on, while Fang Ping wore a peculiar expression. Damn it, when I speak the truth. You don't believe me. When I lie, you accept it outright. Feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation, Fang Ping refrained from further explanation. To be honest, even if he claimed to have 149 points externally, very few would genuinely believe him. At most, a handful of top students might. But others who hadn't experienced it firsthand would be skeptical. Wu Zhihao then inquired about others. Fang Ping briefly recounted the situation regarding Zhou Bin and the others. But as for Yang Jian and his companions, he had no knowledge, though it was certain they all fell below 120 points. In Yancheng, at Jinghu Garden, Fang Yuan had intentionally asked her father to leave his phone behind that morning. Early on, she began anxiously watching the phone. Fang Ping, have you completed your physical examination? Just finished, currently having a meal. And how did it go? What are your results? Physical examination shows 149 points. Fang Yuan's face darkened, and she snapped back. Can you please be serious? Our parents are waiting. What is the actual number? By the way, have you announced the results yet? On the other end of the line, Fang Ping felt somewhat weary, thinking to himself, as an honest person, I've been forced to lie. Believe what you will, it's above 120 points. And as far as Wu Dao is concerned, there is no issue. Now do you believe me? Is it true? It cannot be any truer. Have you really been accepted? Fang Yuan still found it hard to believe, her eyes sparkling with joy. There are still other exams ahead, but at least I've passed the physical examination. Fang Yuan paid no heed to his subsequent words. For them, passing the physical test was already a significant hurdle, and everything else was trivial. At least that was her conviction. Though Fang Ping might be unreliable, Fang Yuan knew he wouldn't deceive her at this moment, boasting a score above 120 points. With that thought, the young girl could no longer sit still and hurriedly hung up the phone. She had to share the good news. There was joy to report to her parents, and she also needed to boast. No, share her happiness with her classmates. Fang Yuan hastily ended the call, leaving Fang Ping, who was in the midst of his meal, feeling quite helpless. Seated opposite him, Wu Zhihao earnestly remarked, Fang Ping, deceiving even your own sister is not a commendable habit. Get lost. Fang Ping seethed with the urge to strike someone. Damn it. I truly possess 149 points. Why does no one believe me? At that moment, Fang Ping fervently wished for the results to be announced immediately, so he could deliver a resounding rebuttal and leave these individuals utterly astonished. Chapter 60. Passing the test. As the physical examination concluded, everyone found themselves in the agonizing wait that followed. Jean Kimming's final payment remained unsettled, and Tan Jinping took a moment to drop by, conveying that the official results were not yet available, and thus, the payment would be temporarily withheld. Fang Ping understood this perfectly and was not overly concerned. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the third. Initially, Fang Ping had harbored hopes of emerging famous this time around. Yet, at this juncture, he realized his aspirations were overly ambitious. Unlike the conclusion of the college entrance examination, there would be no grand list of successful candidates to celebrate. The notification process during this period was quite straightforward. The Ministry of Education and various martial arts schools would first announce the standard benchmarks for the physical examination. Subsequently, each school would receive the score sheets, and students wishing to check their results would need to approach their teachers. Those who passed would proceed to the next round of examinations, while those who did not would depart in the afternoon. Given this somewhat informal announcement procedure, Fang Ping's desire for recognition seemed exceedingly challenging. Only after the college entrance exams concluded could he potentially make a modest name for himself, though with so many martial arts candidates present, he would hardly stand out. Understanding the announcement method, the group tidied up, and as they exited the room, Fang Ping expressed his bemusement. I prepared myself for someone to shout 666 in admiration. Yet it appears only we know about it. It's like throwing winks at a blind man. Wu Zhihao was even more perplexed. Who else do you expect to know? Though 125 cards is not a low score, it doesn't even make you the top of the class. What more do you want? Fang Ping chuckled, shaking his head. I don't desire anything in particular. Whether others know or not is of little concern to me. I only wish for you to acknowledge it. Damn it. When I say I have 149 cards, you wouldn't believe it even if I told you 1,000 times. Later, if you don't look, I'll pry your eyes open to let you see for yourself. As for whether outsiders were aware or not, Fang Ping truly did not mind. He had merely been jesting. At the first high school, due to the large number of students, it was impractical for each student to check their results individually with the teachers. Thus, the school rented a small conference room at the hotel for the candidates to gather and await the collective announcement from the teachers. At 8:30 in the morning, the conference room was filled with students. Yang Jian muttered to himself, I must pass. I absolutely must pass, or it will be disastrous for me. The others were too preoccupied to pay him any mind, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the teachers. Soon, several teachers from the first high school entered the conference room. Without wasting any time, the vice principal responsible for leading the group announced loudly, Students, The benchmark for this physical examination has exceeded our expectations. It is significantly higher than last year. He offered a few words of reassurance to the students who had not passed. Once the room settled into silence, the vice principal continued. The Ministry of Education has just announced that the standard benchmark is set at an astonishing 112 cards. Such a high standard. What a jest. Last year, a score of 112 cards could have secured admission to the Marshall University. Was this a recipe for disaster? I had thought 110 cards was the maximum threshold. Yet here we are at 112 cards. This is catastrophic. As the benchmark was unveiled, the students erupted into a cacophony of chatter. It was simply too high. Last year, the health examination standard was set at 108 cards, but this year it has unexpectedly risen by 4 cards, a scenario that was previously unimaginable. The vice principal, aware of the disappointment and frustration among the students, reassured them, stating that the blame does not lie with them. Rather, it is due to the increased number of applicants this year. Furthermore, with the rapid improvement in living standards, it is common for individuals to possess higher vitality. As previously mentioned, all roads lead to Rome. Even if one does not tread the path of Wuhan University, alternative routes are available. I will now announce the names of those who have passed the examination. Everyone should prepare for the practical test on the 7th. Passing the health examination does not guarantee admission to Wuhan University, as subsequent evaluations will still eliminate a significant number of candidates. After delivering these remarks, the vice principal smiled and added that this year, the achievements of the first high school are commendable. Among them, Fang Ping and Wu Zhihao from Class 4, Zhou Bin from Class 1, and Tan Tao, and xianxia from Class 2 have all attained exceptionally high scores. This year's top performer in the health examination at Wuhan University, who also holds the top position from Ruiyang, is Fang Ping, boasting a vitality score of 149 cards. A moment of silence enveloped the room, followed by many gazes directed toward Fang Ping. Wu Zhihao, seated beside him, was momentarily dumbfounded. How much did the teacher just say? Fang Ping shot him a glance, as if to say, "See, you doubted me." Unfortunately, there was no uproar of admiration. While everyone expressed their surprise, few truly cared. At most, they would remember Fang Ping's name. Once Fang Ping officially enters Wuhan University, future students might admire and envy him. But those of the same cohort would rarely feel the same. The more outstanding one is, the more it reflects poorly on others. At this moment, expecting praise or flattery from peers is a futile endeavor. Similar to the college entrance examination in a previous life, when a top scorer emerges, discussions revolve around outsiders rather than among the students themselves. Comments like that top scorer is incredible, achieving such high marks, are typically made by those who are uninvolved. In contrast, current examinees seldom voice such opinions. The poorer performers tend to ignore these discussions, while those who excel may be secretly thinking, "I was just a bit off." Otherwise, the top score could have been mine. The majority of genuine discussions come from those who are neither here nor there in terms of performance. This scene applies equally in the current context. While everyone may be internally astonished by Fang Ping's score of 149 cards, not a soul would dare to utter it aloud. Their nonchalant demeanor led Fang Ping to ponder whether perhaps he was not actually 149 cards, but rather 119 cards, and that the teacher had simply misread. The lack of discussion among others mattered little. Wu Zhihao, however, felt a sense of despair, even when the vice principal called out his name. Revealing a score of 120 cards, Wu Zhihao could hardly focus, his gaze filled with grievance as he looked at Fang Ping and asked, "Did you really not deceive me?" Fang Ping retorted, "What do you think? But didn't you claim you scored 125 cards?" Fang Ping replied, somewhat irritably, "I did say I had 149 cards. But did you believe me? Just as I began to speak, you wore that incredulous expression. What was I supposed to do? Isn't that just too high? You were simply too weak." How utterly despairing. Wu Zhihao felt somewhat dejected. He had thought he was quite formidable. So why the need to strike me down like this? Subsequently, the names of some students who passed the qualifying examination were announced. Class 4 had an exceptional performance this year. Fang Ping scored 149 points, Wu Zhihao 120, Yang Jian 116, and Lu Ruoqi 115. Out of 8 individuals. Succeeded. Furthermore, Fang Ping secured the top position in the entire school, while Wu Zhihao ranked 6th. In total, there were 6 students in the school who scored above 120 points, with the key Class 1 performing the worst, although Zhou Bin achieved 128 points. He was the only one in the entire class to surpass 120. Class 2, alongside the Tan brothers, had 3 successful candidates. These three classes collectively encompassed all the students from Yizhong who scored 120 or above this year. As for those who passed the physical examination, Class 1 had a considerable number. Altogether, 56 students in Yizhong achieved scores above 112, which is not an insignificant ratio, with fewer than 300 candidates in Yizhong. Over 50 passed the qualifying examination. Other schools in Yangcheng had more than 200 candidates, yet the number of successful candidates was comparable to that of Yizhong. Out of 500 students who participated in the examination, over 90 were eliminated at the physical examination stage alone. In an effort to boost morale and diminish the spirits of other schools, the vice principal elevated Yizhong's standing, ultimately revealing the status of other institutions. Throughout Yangqing, approximately 110 students passed the physical examination this time, slightly more than in previous years. However, Yizhong accounted for half, indicating an even higher elimination rate in other schools. Once the list of successful candidates was read, those whose names were not called wore expressions of profound disappointment. Some girls even began to sob quietly. Having failed the physical examination, what hope was there for further pursuit of a martial arts program? My parents have scrimped and saved, relying on me to gain admission to the martial arts program. How can I explain this to them? Woe is me. The sound of weeping cast a shadow over the room, dampening the spirits of those who had succeeded. The atmosphere became rather somber. The teachers were accustomed to this. It was always the same each year. Weeping, noise, despair. They had once experienced such feelings themselves. Some, in their pessimism, even chose to tread paths of no return. The teachers could only do their best to offer comfort. Fang Ping and the other successful candidates were in no mood to celebrate. After the vice principal announced the meeting's conclusion, they departed the room without lingering. As soon as Fang Ping exited the conference room, his phone vibrated once more. Answering the call, he discovered it was still Fang Yuan reaching out. Once the line connected, Fang Yuan eagerly inquired, "Has the result been announced?" She was even more anxious than Fang Ping, although Fang Ping had mentioned 2 days prior that he had passed. Fang Yuan later learned that the results had yet to be revealed. How did she find out? While sharing her joy with a friend, she was exposed for lying. Because the results had not been announced on the first. Over this matter, Fang Yuan was tempted to storm over to Ruiyang and put an end to Fang Ping. If the results had not been released, how could there even be a conclusion? Naturally, unwilling to concede defeat, Fang Yuan resolutely insisted that her elder brother had indeed passed the rigorous examination. Once again, a confrontation was scheduled with a friend. If she was not lying, she would have to pinch her friend's face 100 times, transforming it into a visage akin to that of a pig. Conversely, should the tables turn, the outcome would be even grimmer. She would endure 200 pinches. Henceforth, in addition to the moniker round roll, she would also be burdened with the title of Great Deceiver. Consequently, Fang Yuan's concern for Fang Ping's results surpassed even that of Fang Ping's own parents. Upon the announcement, it was revealed to be 149 cards. Without waiting for her to speak, Fang Ping immediately affirmed, "I swear, I am not deceiving you. Doesn't your friend have a sister who also registered for the martial arts examination? Just have her inquire with her sister. As for me, I have become somewhat of a celebrity at Yizhong. Although these individuals harbor envy and resentment, fabricating lies holds no value when it comes to matters of blood and spirit. Please refrain from calling me again, you pesky girl. How many times have you asked already? I shall repeat it one final time. 149 cards. Really?" Fang Yuan was taken aback, then exclaimed with excitement, "You truly have not deceived me this time?" Fang Yuan was no longer paying attention to his words. Lost in a fit of silly laughter, and after her mirth subsided, she hung up the phone. Fang Ping, equally amused, had not ventured far when he spotted Tan Jinping waving at him. A smile crept across Fang Ping's face. The final payment was about to arrive. Chapter 61. The earthquake. Jean Kimming, a third-tier martial artist and a prominent figure in Ruiyang, was quite prompt in making the payment. 2 million was neither an insignificant sum nor an excessive one for him. However, considering the exceptional non-martial artist Fang Ping and the equally matched martial artist Wang Jinyang, Jean Kimming had no inclination to renege on the deal. Once the medical examination results were officially released, he promptly settled the payment. As soon as the notification of the transaction arrived, Fang Ping beamed with joy and bid a warm farewell to Tan Jinping. This martial arts examination had proven to be remarkably lucrative for Fang Ping. Since the last division of spoils with Wang Jinyang, Fang Ping had been living off his reserves. His wealth had dwindled from an initial 3.37 million to nearly dropping below 2 million. Yet at this moment, his wealth had soared to an unprecedented height. Wealth, 895,000, vitality, 149, mental strength, 172. In recent days, due to sharing a room with 3 others, Fang Ping had scarcely practiced but had taken some time to stand in meditation. After consuming a vitality pill previously, his recovery rate had accelerated, and he had been relying on the power of the elixirs, leading to minimal depletion of his wealth. At this instant, his wealth was approaching an astounding 5 million. Not only that, but Fang Ping also quietly calculated that he had become quite affluent himself. Presently, his assets included 18 vitality pills, 8 ordinary vitality pills, 5 first-tier vitality pills, and 1 each of first-tier bone, refining pill, and organ protection pill. Moreover, he possessed 39 million in cash and a duplex in Guanhu Garden. If all were appraised at market value, Fang Ping's net worth exceeded 7 million. Martial artists truly have their wealth. Fang Ping sighed in reflection, acknowledging that the primary sources of his wealth were Huang Bin and Jin Qiming. One was a second-tier and the other a third-tier martial artist. The amount he had acquired was merely a fraction of their total assets. Huang Bin was one matter, but for Jin Qiming, 2 million was likely inconsequential. In this manner, these individuals could easily dispense millions. Martial artists, I am close to that status as well. Fang Ping mused. Had it not been for Wu Zhihao and the others being present, making it inconvenient for him to practice the refinement technique, he believed he could have reached 150 in vitality by now. Attaining a vitality of 150 would signify that he was indeed a martial artist. The only distinction would lie in whether it was a single breakthrough or multiple. I wonder how old Wang would react if he learned of my vitality test results? Fang Ping's mind suddenly entertained such thoughts, and he was quite curious about Wang Jinyang's reaction upon discovering the outcome. The martial arts examination was garnering attention from various martial universities. Perhaps that fellow already knew. Nanjing Martial University. In previous years, the martial arts physical examination was treated with utmost seriousness by all martial universities. The Martial Arts Society, being the most powerful organization among the students, naturally paid great attention to it, keeping a watchful eye on potential talents that might be recruited. Fang Ping speculated that Wang Jinyang might have learned the results, which was a certainty in the past. However, at this moment, Wang Jinyang was not preoccupied with such matters. Martial Arts Society Building. Conference Hall. As the results of the physical examinations were announced across various regions, the Martial Arts Society convened in a meeting imbued with a serious and tense atmosphere. The meeting was presided over not by the president of the society nor by Wang Jinyang, but rather by a refined gentleman of approximately 40 years of age. This gentleman appeared somewhat slender, yet his limbs were long and graceful. Glancing around, it became evident that the meeting room was sparsely populated. After a brief pause, the refined man directed his gaze towards a dashing young man seated below him and remarked with a gentle smile, "Shenquan, you are set to graduate next month, so your participation is not obligatory." Shenquan, sporting a radiant smile, lightly shook his head and replied, "Teacher Zhang, I am the president of the Martial Arts Society. Even if I weren't, as a native of Sichuan, I must partake in this mission regardless of my graduation." Zhang Qingnan, the refined gentleman, nodded slightly, refraining from further persuasion. After a moment's silence, the smile faded from his face, and he spoke gravely. Nanjing Martial University currently has 600 martial science students, of which only 16 have reached the 3rd rank, excluding Zhou Zhou and Fang Wenhui, who are unavailable, along with several 4th-year students who have already left. The remaining 11 are present here. You all should comprehend the peril inherent in embarking on this mission together. In a corner, Wang Jinyang, wearing a smile, interjected lightly, "Instructor, just get to the point about the mission. We are not children anymore. As 3rd-rank martial artists, we are well aware of the necessary choices." Zhang Qinan cast a glance at him, chuckling softly. "Indeed, I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration. Recently, there have been unusual movements at the entrance of the Sichuan cave, resulting in significant casualties among the stationed troops. The Southwest Military District, along with Southwest Martial University and Sichuan Martial University, has assembled an elite force to quell the disturbances at the cave entrance. However, the situation remains exceedingly dire, compelling the Southwest region to seek assistance from various locales. You should all be aware that the elites dispatched from the Southwest Military District, Southwest Martial University, and Sichuan Martial University are far from weak. Yet, even they find themselves in need of reinforcements, which signifies the mission's inherent dangers. Nanjing has also accepted the task. with Governor Zhang personally leading the team to Sichuan for rescue efforts. Furthermore, Nanjing Martial University will also be represented by myself, accompanied by a group of instructors and students, heading to the entrance of the Sichuan cave for assistance. Initially, my intention was for only the instructors to go. However, the principal believes that as third-rank martial artists, you are no longer children. It is time for you to shoulder the responsibilities that come with your abilities. Therefore, you shall all participate in this rescue mission, though it is not mandatory. As per tradition, those who partake in the mission will receive corresponding rewards. Those who choose not to participate may sign a confidentiality agreement and withdraw at this moment. None of the 11 individuals present made any move to exit. Wang Jinyang spoke up once more. For martial artists, this is both a crisis and an opportunity. Instructor, since we are all here, do not keep us in suspense. Who would choose to forfeit? Moreover, Wang Jinyang suddenly chuckled. If we do not participate, Governor Zhang is personally leading the mission. How will we continue to hold our ground in Nanjing in the future? Zhang Qing'an displayed an exasperated expression, exclaiming, "You certainly talk a lot." However, it is true that Governor Zhang's personal involvement presents a significant opportunity for everyone. Since no one is withdrawn, let us all prepare our elixirs and weapons. For those who are missing items, please apply to have them complete. Time is of the essence. We shall depart this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, with greater power comes greater responsibility. Your contributions have secured societal stability and national prosperity. Simultaneously, you too benefit from this, enjoying privileges that elevate you above others, with your relatives and friends reaping the rewards as well. Nothing is gained without effort. If neither you nor I contribute, our present circumstances would not exist. These words may seem cliché, and I do not wish to elaborate, but I want to convey that should sacrifice be required, the nation will take care of your families. Teacher Zhang, could you perhaps share some encouraging words? A voice in the crowd chuckled. After hearing that, our morale has plummeted. The rationale is understood by all. Participation is not forced upon us. If one does not wish to seize greater resources or grow stronger, one is free to abstain. However, one cannot expect to gain benefits without contribution while simultaneously wishing to enjoy privileges. Such bargains do not exist. Furthermore, with your presence, we are assured of safety. Teacher, I must take my leave as well. At this moment, Fang Ping remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding at Nanjing Martial University. In the afternoon, as Wang Jinyang and his group set forth for Sichuan, Fang Ping was bidding farewell to Zhang Hao and the others. Compared to the serene composure of Wang Jinyang's elite warriors, the students who had failed the martial arts examination appeared more tragic. Outside the hotel, the sounds of weeping were incessant. Although Zhang Hao did not cry, his complexion was pale, while Zhang Nan's eyes were already red. Embracing Lu Ruoqi with tears in her eyes, declaring, "Ruoqi, you will surely pass. Yang Jian, do not falter, having excelled in other subjects. You can certainly gain admission to Martial University." Zhang Hao extended his well wishes to Yang Jian. Unlike Fang Ping and Wu Zhihao, who were brimming with vitality, especially Fang Ping, even if his academic performance was slightly lacking, he would still receive offers from schools. Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi, however, faced uncertainty, unless they excelled in other areas. Admission to Martial University would be a formidable challenge. As farewells were exchanged, the eliminated students boarded the bus, slowly departing. The martial arts examination was now irrelevant to them. Wu Zhihao watched their departure, feeling a sense of discomfort. It is quite disheartening. Sometimes I cannot comprehend why it must be so stringent. The class distinctions are so stark. If they were less apparent, we wouldn't feel the need to dive in headfirst. Fang Ping, speechless, shared in the ignorance of certain matters. Ignorance can be a blessing. Those departing in tears may not be devoid of fortune. Living a simple life, marrying, raising children, and enjoying happiness and health, what could be wrong with that? Envying the privileged class, one may not realize that sometimes we too long for their circumstances. At the same time, in the finest hotel suite in Anping district, Director Luo stood by the balcony, reflecting with a sigh. Behind him, Jean Kimming hunched over, hesitant to speak. Director Luo glanced at him and said coolly, "Consider yourself fortunate this time, but it shall be your only instance. Ordinary people enjoy little and contribute even less. We are distinct, particularly those of us who serve as official warriors. For we have gained much and thus must sacrifice even more. Should the educational environment of Ruoyang martial arts not witness significant enhancement next year, you ought to be aware of the repercussions. Furthermore," Director Luo paused momentarily before continuing. "Recently, be vigilant. There are signs of seismic activity in Sichuan, and as one of the entrances to the subterranean realm, such tremors have already impacted the surface, leading to considerable trouble. Certain reckless individuals relish the chaos of such times. The apocalyptic prophecies of 2012 persist despite numerous prohibitions. Sichuan may soon face substantial turmoil. Although Nanjiang lies at a considerable distance, we must remain cautious. Notifications from above will be forthcoming. While Ruoyang possesses both military and investigative departments, the Education Bureau must not be complacent. Be prepared for eradication efforts at any moment. Should the disturbances affect ordinary citizens and disrupt societal order, the consequences would be beyond what you and I can bear. Jean Kimming's complexion paled, and he hastily replied, "Understood." Director Luo did not engage further, turning swiftly to depart, exuding an air of decisive urgency. Chapter 62. Two types of warriors. As the students who had failed their physical examinations departed, the hotel room became significantly more spacious. Those who had passed, including Fang Ping, finally found themselves with a room to themselves, no longer needing to crowd together. With the luxury of solitude, Fang Ping seized the opportunity to practice the refinement technique. He securely closed the door and commenced his training, standing in a posture that allowed him to refine his skills. As he engaged in this practice, a subtle tremor coursed through his body, accompanied by a delicate cracking sound emanating from his bones. At that moment, any seasoned warrior observing would recognize that this was a manifestation of the initial refinement of his skeletal structure, the very foundation of becoming a warrior. Upon completing this refinement, his vital energy could ascend beyond 150 units, subsequently nourishing his physical form and paving the way for a breakthrough into true martial prowess. Half an hour later, as he concluded his practice of the refinement technique, Fang Ping transitioned from his stance, stretching his limbs slightly, which elicited another series of satisfying cracks from his bones. He distinctly sensed that his skeletal framework was actively absorbing vital energy. Was this the manifestation of the initial refinement of his bones? He recalled from the basic training method that once the skeletal structure underwent its initial refinement, the most significant indication would be the bone's ability to autonomously accelerate the interaction of internal and external energies, a phenomenon sometimes referred to as the bones beginning to breathe. Typically, the human skeletal system does engage in a form of interaction with the blood and vital energy within, akin to the act of breathing. However, this sensation is often imperceptible to the average individual. Yet, upon achieving the initial refinement of the bones, this characteristic becomes markedly pronounced, allowing one to be acutely aware of it. The completion of skeletal refinement indicated that Fang Ping's body could now endure a greater reservoir of vital energy. He had been stagnating at 149 units for several days. While this duration might seem fleeting to others, it felt considerably prolonged for him. Previously, such a span would have sufficed for him to elevate his vital energy by 7 or 8 units. After consuming a vitality pill, known for its ability to consolidate vital energy, Fang Ping had sensed that he was on the verge of an enhancement. Now, with his skeletal refinement accomplished, he observed a shift in his status. Wealth, 4, 895,000 vital energy, 146 units. Maximum 152 units. Mental strength, 168 Hz. Maximum 175 Hz. To his surprise, the recent training had not significantly depleted his energy reserves, yet his maximum capacity had notably increased. He had anticipated a modest enhancement of merely 1 unit, but instead, he had gained a substantial increase of 3 units in his maximum capacity. With his bones having undergone initial refinement, his ability to harbor vital energy had markedly improved. This meant that he was now poised to initiate a breakthrough at any moment. Once his vital energy reached 150 units and his skeletal refinement was complete, he could consume medicinal pills to unleash his vital energy, facilitating the flow through additional meridians. If he chose to refine his upper body, he would open the meridians of his arms and hands. Should he focus on his lower body, he would channel the energy through his legs and feet. Previously, the method of refinement merely traversed the main channels for preliminary tempering, while breakthroughs aimed to connect more auxiliary veins. Consequently, this allowed for a more meticulous and thorough refinement of the skeletal and blood vessels. However, the risks associated with connecting to these auxiliary veins are considerable. This is precisely why individuals like Wang Jinong advise that during a breakthrough, it is best to have a 4th-grade warrior to safeguard. My 1st-grade realm involves refining the lower limb bones, which means that during a breakthrough, I must connect to more lower limb channels. My understanding of these auxiliary channels is still rather limited. To rashly attempt a breakthrough would pose too great a risk. At present, Fang Ping's self-awareness is not sufficiently profound. Should he attempt a breakthrough now, he could very well end up severely incapacitated. Moreover, he recalls the notes from the book indicating that 150 cards is merely the limit for an ordinary person. His vitality ceiling has easily surpassed 150 cards, currently reaching 152 cards. Thus Fang Ping naturally refrains from attempting a breakthrough at this juncture. I can continue refining my entire skeletal structure, enhancing the vitality feedback to my physique, making future deep refinements considerably easier. As Fang Ping cleansed himself of the grime, he pondered his forthcoming training. At this moment, his vitality was robust, and his bones were more resilient than those of the average person. Could he perhaps practice some fundamental techniques? A warrior is not solely defined by sheer vitality. It encompasses formidable combat prowess as well. Before becoming a warrior, few would choose to cultivate techniques, primarily focusing on enhancing vitality and nurturing the body. At this stage, non-warriors are often pressed for time, juggling the increase of vitality, refining bones, nurturing the body, practicing foundational stances, and attending cultural courses. Such endeavors leave them little room to engage in offensive techniques during their non-warrior period. Fang Ping was different. His vitality ascended rapidly, and he did not need to accumulate it gradually like others. Among the books that Wang Jinyang had gifted him were fundamental fist techniques, basic leg techniques, an overview of cold weapons, all of which pertain to practical combat. However, without guidance, practicing these techniques could prove quite cumbersome. The reason Fang Ping contemplated training basic techniques at this time was also related to Huangbin. For many students, the societal environment was relatively stable, affording them little opportunity for physical confrontation. Yet Fang Ping harbored concerns about what to do if he encountered someone like Huangbin again. Merely possessing vitality is insufficient. Without practical combat skills, even the highest vitality could lead to defeat. Reflecting on these thoughts, Fang Ping understood the need for patience and to proceed step by step. He decided to call Old Wang, as he had numerous matters to consult about, and without Old Wang's guidance, he was hesitant to act impulsively. A few minutes later, Fang Ping hung up the phone, feeling somewhat exasperated. Not in the service area. Where has this guy gone? With Wang Jinyang's phone unreachable, Fang Ping felt a sense of helplessness. Shaking his head, he resolved that without Old Wang, he would have to seek out Tan Jinping for a discussion. In the CAF on the third floor, upon hearing Fang Ping's inquiry, Tan Jinping expressed surprise. You plan to cultivate your vitality beyond 150 cards before attempting a breakthrough? Although Fang Ping did not explicitly state it, Tan Jinping was astute enough to comprehend his intentions. After a moment of contemplation, Tan Jinping remarked, "When one's vitality reaches 150 calories, it signifies the initial refinement of one's bones, prompting many individuals to choose this moment to break through. However, this does not imply that these individuals cannot continue to cultivate their vitality. Rather, it is deemed impractical." Impractical? Fang Ping inquired, displaying a hint of confusion. Tan Jinping nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is impractical. Once vitality surpasses 150 calories, if one opts not to engage in deep bone refinement, the enhancement of vitality becomes exceedingly slow, leading to significant wastage. For instance, at 140 calories, consuming a vitality pill could potentially increase one's vitality by 1 calorie. Yet, upon exceeding 150 calories, the same vitality pill may only serve to replenish vitality without elevating the upper limit. At that juncture, one would require a grade 1 vitality pill, which incurs substantial costs. Additionally, one must persist in bone refinement to elevate the body's potential limit. Relying solely on the main meridian for bone refinement yields suboptimal results. The most effective approach is to consume a bone refining pill. What is the cost of a single bone refining pill? Oftentimes, individuals are not unwilling to ascend. Rather, they find themselves unable. Elevations beyond 150 calories predominantly necessitate the use of grade 1 vitality and bone refining pills, both priced at approximately 300,000 and 500,000 respectively. Investing 800,000 in pills may only yield a 1 to 2 calorie increase in vitality, or at most, 3 to 5 calories. How many would dare to squander such resources? It is also a tremendous waste of time. Noticing Fang Ping still lost in thought, Tan Jinping continued, indeed, during the non-warrior phase, a higher vitality upper limit facilitates easier cultivation later on, providing greater potential than others. However, comparatively, more individuals prefer to prioritize their breakthrough to warrior status. The time and resources wasted during the non-warrior phase could have been utilized for cultivation by those who choose to break through. while you are advancing to the first-grade realm. Others may already be progressing to the second-grade realm. Even if your vitality is robust in the first-grade realm, your combat prowess will still fall short against a second-grade opponent. Thus, I reiterate, it is impractical. Fang Ping understood, yet he was different from others. He could compensate for Tan Jinping's concerns with his wealth. Uncle Tan. If a non-warrior continues to elevate their upper limit, what is the typical maximum they can achieve? Seeing his persistence, Tan Jinping refrained from further persuasion. Young individuals often believe themselves to be unique, and delving too deeply into conversation may lead them to suspect ulterior motives of jealousy. Moreover, Fang Ping's ability to reach this limit at this stage indicates substantial support from Wang Jinyang, coupled with his own talent and diligence. For individuals like him, mere persuasion is futile in their pursuit of greater prospects. It varies from person to person. My understanding in this regard is somewhat limited. During my time in the martial arts training class, there were individuals who elevated their vitality to the upper limit of 159 calories. This was still within a martial arts training environment at a prestigious martial arts university. Some individuals from affluent backgrounds with sufficient talent may achieve even higher levels. However, challenges multiply as one approaches the upper echelons. Typically, how much vitality does a first-grade warrior possess? Upon entering the initial realm of the esteemed rank, the advancement may not be particularly significant. It primarily hinges on the progress of bone tempering. For instance, having completed the tempering of my lower limbs, I can achieve a peak vitality of 250 units. Fang Ping nodded in agreement and proceeded to inquire about several fundamental aspects of cultivation. Ultimately, he broached the subject of practical combat techniques. Tan Jinping, however, shook his head and advised, as an uninitiated warrior, I would suggest refraining from studying combat techniques. It would be a tremendous waste of time. Moreover, we currently reside in a period of peace, even among those who have attained martial prowess. Many do not engage in combat techniques, focusing solely on bone tempering and cultivating vitality. Fang Ping was momentarily taken aback by Tan Jinping's implication that many warriors are mere facades. This sentiment seemed to contrast with what Wang Jinyang had previously articulated. In their discussions, Wang Jinyang had emphasized the importance of practical combat over mere rank, asserting that ranks serve merely as auxiliary measures. If one were to solely consider rank, when Xiao Ma achieved the 8th rank, it would suffice to merely showcase that rank without the necessity of engaging in combat with Tai Mu. Was this disparity merely a difference in perspective? Tan Jinping, having graduated from a martial arts training program, was a societal warrior who later secured an official position in Yang City through his martial identity. Yet, he had remained stagnant within the first realm for many years, lacking opportunities to engage in combat. Even when certain warriors transgressed, it fell to the investigative bureau to handle such matters. Tan Jinping's assertion that studying combat techniques was unnecessary may not have been a deception directed at Fang Ping. He might genuinely believe this. While Fang Ping listened, he did not take this to heart. He had no desire to become a mere facade. Ever since witnessing the aftermath of a confrontation between two masters, his interest in becoming a human-shaped RPG had only intensified. However, noting Tan Jinping's apparent disinterest in combat techniques, Fang Ping refrained from further inquiry. Realizing that this deputy director might not possess profound knowledge about the cultivation of combat techniques, initially, Fang Ping had hoped to glean some insights from him. But he decided against bringing it up again. In Fang Ping's eyes, Wang Jinyang seemed far more reliable than Tan Jinping. That individual, despite being at the third realm, displayed a dispassionate demeanor even during acts of violence. Such a person, even without direct observation, surely possessed formidable practical capabilities. Otherwise, during his peak at the second realm, he would not have dared to pursue Wang Bin alone. After conversing with Tan Jinping for a while longer, Fang Ping expressed his gratitude and took his leave. As he settled the bill, Tan Jinping smiled and did not stand on ceremony. Yet, he had noticed Fang Ping's skepticism regarding his words. Indeed, such high aspirations. With a gentle sigh, Tan Jinping felt no indignation. Were he in Fang Ping's position, having reached the threshold of a quasi-warrior before entering the martial university, he would likely contemplate even more. Upon returning to his hotel room, Fang Ping attempted to call Wang Jinyang once more, but the line remained unavailable. Feeling somewhat vexed, he wondered where Wang had gone. He had intended to inquire about the extent of Wang's vitality cultivation during his non-warrior days, seeking a point of reference. Yet, with the inability to reach Wang Jinyang, Fang Ping had no choice but to wait a few days to ask, reassured that he had just broken through to 152 units, leaving him with ample time. Next, it is advisable to focus on preparing for the military science examination and other related projects. There will be ample time to seek advice once the examinations are completed. Chapter 63. The Benevolent Masters in the Ensuing Days. Fang Ping diligently maintained his qi and blood cultivation while awaiting the arrival of the practical examination. Concurrently, he immersed himself in the study of specialized examination materials. During this period, he attempted to contact Old Wang several times, but was met with silence. Considering that Old Wang might be preoccupied with tasks akin to the previous pursuit of Huang Bin, Fang Ping refrained from further attempts. His qi and blood continued to grow steadily. It had not yet reached a plateau, so there was no immediate cause for concern. Time swiftly passed amidst Fang Ping's training and reading, and soon it was the 7th of May, the day of the practical examination. In contrast to the physical checkups, the number of candidates for the practical exam was significantly fewer. Over 10,000 students had registered for the martial arts science examination in Ruiyang. Yet only around 1,000 made it through the political review and medical checkups to reach the practical assessment. At the Municipal Sports Center, Wu Zhihao, although not entirely relaxed, felt considerably more at ease compared to before. While awaiting the examination, he cheerfully remarked, "As long as one's qi and blood levels are not excessively low and one does not rely solely on medication, consistent training should make passing the practical exam quite feasible." Yang Jian, radiating confidence, added, "I have no doubt I will pass this assessment. However, it is not merely about passing. I aim to excel, as that will enhance my chances of gaining admission to Wuda." His qi and blood were not particularly high, which meant he needed to excel in other areas to bolster his application. The selection criteria for Wuda did not focus solely on qi and blood levels. Traditionally, qi and blood comprised approximately 50 of the evaluation, cultural subjects 25, specialized subjects 15, and the practical exam 10. However, there were foundational requirements. For instance, qi and blood had to meet a minimum standard, as did cultural subjects. In this regard, the better one performed in other areas, the greater the array of schools available for selection. While they brimmed with confidence, Fang Ping felt no trepidation. The practical exam was not a test of combat. High school students were not assessed on combat experience. The focus was primarily on physical fitness evaluations. With a qi and blood level exceeding 150 calories and having achieved stability in standing meditation, Fang Ping's physical prowess was exceptional. He regarded the practical exam with indifference. In Class 4, Lu Ruoqi, the sole female, received slight preferential treatment during the practical exam, although such advantages were limited. At this juncture, Lu Ruoqi was not inclined to engage in conversation. Her qi and blood were the lowest among them, even falling short of Yang Jian's by a single calorie. She needed to perform exceptionally well in the upcoming examinations to harbor any hope of being admitted to Wuda. Nevertheless, her naturally reserved demeanor meant that her silence went unnoticed by her peers. The examination commenced swiftly, with the first event being the 3,000-meter track test. There were minimum requirements. Male candidates had to complete the 3,000 meters in under 10 minutes, while female candidates were allowed up to 12 minutes. The shorter the time taken, the better the final score, contributing to the overall tally for the martial arts examination. This standard was neither excessively stringent nor lenient. It was the benchmark for ordinary individuals, including national-level athletes. However, those entering the practical exam boasted a minimum qi and blood level of 112 calories, considerably higher than that of the average person. Under these circumstances, maintaining regular training made achieving the required time quite attainable. Fang Ping and his companions were not among the first group tested. Yet they observed several rounds of the examinations with keen interest. The number of unqualified candidates entering the practical examination is not excessively high, though certainly not negligible. After several rounds of assessments involving over 300 individuals, more than 20 were ultimately eliminated, a figure that cannot be deemed trivial. There is little sympathy for these unqualified candidates. With such elevated vitality and having passed the physical examination, it is evident that their health is intact. In the absence of any health issues, consistent training should make it relatively straightforward to pass the assessment. Those who fail may either be in poor condition or, in some cases, may have relied purely on performance-enhancing substances. Although no one openly expresses disdain, there exists a profound sense of envy and resentment towards those who have resorted to such measures. With their elimination, many are secretly pleased, even hoping for more to be disqualified, as it opens up opportunities for other students with lower vitality to succeed in their aspirations to enter prestigious institutions like Wuhan University. Soon, it was the turn of Fang Ping and his peers. Yang Jian was the first to take the stage. Despite his imposing physique, he was surprisingly agile. His time of 9 minutes and 8 seconds was sufficient to meet the standards of a second-tier athlete. Fang Ping followed. His long-distance running time slightly less impressive than Yang Jian's, yet it could be perceived as a result of performance enhancement. However, due to his high vitality and the fact that his bones had undergone refinement, coupled with his solid stance and foundational exercises, Fang Ping achieved an impressive time of 8 minutes and 25 seconds. The envy and admiration in the eyes of Wu Zhihao and others were palpable. Fang Ping, however, remained indifferent, reflecting on how the world record from his previous life would be shattered in mere moments by the martial artists of this era. Before long, Wu Zhihao and his group also passed with ease. Lu Ruoqi exerted herself during the running segment, and astonishingly, this female participant finished within 10 minutes. In truth, the girls who reached this stage were formidable. Fang Ping noted that the majority of those eliminated were male, with relatively few females falling short. Following the running segment, Fang Ping proceeded to participate in several other events, including pull-ups and sit-ups. For him, these tasks were effortless, and most others shared a similar experience, creating a far more relaxed atmosphere compared to the earlier physical examinations. The examinations commenced at 9 a.m. and did not conclude until shortly after noon. Upon exiting the gymnasium, Wu Zhihao remarked with ease, "The remaining tasks will rely solely on intellect, not on vitality or brute strength." The brawn had their advantages in the first two segments, but now the tables have turned in our favor, as Fang Ping noticed Wu Zhihao's gaze directed towards him during this exchange. He retorted with a frown, "Brutes tend not to engage their minds, but prefer to act with their hands. Would you care to test that theory?" Wu Zhihao chuckled awkwardly. "Perhaps not. Let the intellectuals speak rather than act." After sharing a light-hearted moment, Wu Zhihao, in high spirits, insisted on treating the group. They, being students, were indifferent to the quality of the meal. They chose a quaint private restaurant, ordered a few dishes, and engaged in conversation while awaiting their meal. At that moment, a television mounted on the wall of the restaurant began broadcasting news, which initially went unnoticed by Fang Ping but soon captivated his attention. Due to the movement of the Indian Ocean Plate, the Eurasian Plate is experiencing significant pressure. The government has arranged for the evacuation of personnel. Fang Ping paused momentarily, nearly forgetting this matter. Alternatively, the emergence of martial artists led him to perceive this world as distinct from the previous one, causing him to instinctively believe that such calamities might not transpire. Unexpectedly, while circumstances may remain unchanged, the outcomes are entirely different. Masters of formidable strength can indeed provide early warnings. After a brief moment of astonishment, Fang Ping felt a wave of relief.